Chapter 181 Perfect Puppet. As the puppet floated in the air, Lucilia's doll fell on the table next to it, becoming an ordinary doll. And Lucilia's soul turned into a light white mist, and merged into the puppet in the air. Because this time they were well prepared, the puppet had already been dressed in appropriate clothes, although they were still loose now. As Lucilia's soul merged into it, the simple human-shaped puppet began to change. The head without any carvings had a face. Gradually the facial features appeared, and the only diamond eye on the head also turned into a green eye. A pair of thin pointed ears extended from both sides. Emerald green hair grew rapidly from the top of the head, and fell all the way to the waist. The ordinary body began to become bumpy along Lucilia's body, supporting the clothes on the outside. The exposed part changed from wood to tender white skin, and the skin also showed a faint luster, becoming soft and turning into flesh. Finally, the puppet in the hand turned into a little man, about 30 centimeters tall. A not-so-small doll. Lucilia opened her eyes, and her body gradually fell onto the table. Perhaps this body was too close to her original flesh and blood body. Lucilia's legs softened, and she was about to fall backwards. Alka immediately reached out his hands, and picked up Lucilia. He placed Lucilia in his palm side by side. He frowned and asked, "It's too real. Did it affect the puppet's legs?" After all, the soul and the body affect each other. If the body is too realistic, even almost perfect, it can fully reflect the true situation of the soul. For Lucilia, being too perfect or too realistic is not a good thing. Lucilia, who was sitting in AK's arms, waved her hands, and her voice returned to her former girlish voice. "No, but it is indeed very real. Very perfect. I'm just a little uncomfortable with it." Lucilia supported herself on AK's palm, and tried her best to stand up. Because she had been using the doll's body for a long time, Lucilia was just adapting to this body. She stood up for a while, and then became weak again, and fell into the palm of her hand. Fortunately, Alka's hands provided her with pads. It didn't take much time, and she was able to stand up and walk. Her white and tender feet stepped on Alka's palms, and finally confirmed that she could really stand up completely. She patted Alka's fingers. She signaled Alka to put herself on the table. Alka did as she was told, and protected Lucilia and let her walk around the table for a few times. And then she withdrew her hands after confirming that there was no problem. Then it was Lucilia's time to experience it alone. And she began to run around the entire manufacturing hall. She began to quickly adapt to the changes in her body. After all, it was made of the flesh and blood of a powerful monster and some spell materials. It was much stronger than her previous body. She kept talking about her feelings. And Alka was also recording beside her to see if there was any direction that needed improvement. After confirming that it was almost the most perfect form that could be achieved at this stage, Alka finally wrote the name of the puppet on the cover of the notebook in her hand. Blood Puppet version 1.2. However, although it is a puppet, the material inside has nothing to do with wood. Most of it was the flesh and blood of animals that had reached the first stage of strength, plus some metal and plant spell materials. Then Lucilia jumped a few times, and came to sit on Alka's shoulders along his clothes. This body is much heavier than the previous doll, and it's also a bit taller. Alka felt the weight on his shoulders, and couldn't help saying, after all, the previous doll was very light, just like a real doll, and only about 20 centimeters. At this time, Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulders, easily passing over his head. "But I'm stronger now. And my physique is stronger too." Lucilia clenched her fist and said. Then she waved her fist and said to Alka, "Alka, make me some weapons and equipment that suit me." "How about that?" She missed the long needle weapon she used before. "No problem," Alka said with a smile. "But making clothes, equipment, and weapons for something like a doll always feels like playing house." Lucilia and Xiaodai are so happy to make clothes for the dolls. Is it because of this reason? Finally, this stage of work has been completed. Alka took Lucilia back to the upper open deck. As soon as they came up, they saw Julia leaning against the edge of the boat, playing the harp in her hand. And the music boat was also following Julia's tune. The melodious singing was in their ears. Xiaodai was enjoying it beside them, holding a drink and a small cake in his hand, enjoying the sea breeze around him. From time to time, he talked softly with Julia in the music. Hearing footsteps coming from behind, he turned around and saw two people walking up from the bottom of the deck. At a glance, she saw Lucilia on Alka's shoulder, waving at her. Seeing Lucilia's appearance at this moment, Xia Daidi's eyes widened, a little surprised, and quickly stuffed the remaining cake into his mouth, drank the drink in his hand and put it aside, and rushed over. Lucilia also waved her arms excitedly, and then jumped directly from Alka's shoulder. Xia Daidi reached out and caught her steadily. At this time, the singing had stopped, and Julia put her harp in place and walked over, looking at Lucilia's appearance at this time. Wow, the skin is so good, smooth and tender, and so white, not like a puppet at all. Xia Daidi rubbed Lucilia's arm with his fingers, and couldn't help saying. There was a trace of envy in his eyes. Because the skin of this puppet is really good. Well, it's just like a real body, except for some different internal organs. Lucilia was also answering. Then are there enough clothes? If there are not enough clothes, let's make a few together. How about I help you design? I have a lot of good ideas recently. At this time, Xia Daidi, holding Lucilia's eyes were shining. No problem. No problem. Lucilia was also a little excited. Do you want to add some pearl shells? Or should I add more delicate embroidery to your clothes? Julia couldn't help but say beside her. Everyone on the ship only recently learned that Julia had extremely high skills in embroidery. It seemed to be related to her spell. Then the three women talked. And they became more and more excited as they talked and entered the third floor of the stern. Their own rooms. Alka next to him didn't care too much. He had been in the manufacturing hall for a long time. At this moment, he was stretching hard on the deck, basking in the sun, feeling the sea breeze, breathing the fresh air outside. From time to time, he looked at the surrounding environment. It had been a while since he came up. It seemed that several ships had arrived and stopped not far from their ship. Alka looked at the island in the distance. From the gap, he could see that the island seemed to be a little lively at this time. As I was looking, I found a speedboat heading towards the Sound of Dawn. When I got closer to Alka, I found that the ship was actually the Flying Swallow. The ship was painted in blue and white, which made them more concealed at sea. The sail was also painted with the compass eye emblem, and I didn't know when it was painted. The people driving the ship were Jason and Juanlu, and the back of a shark could be seen swimming quickly next to it. It looked like Poro. The three of them came back from the island together. Then, they came to the bow of the Sound of Dawn, slowly adjusted the direction of the ship, and gradually retreated to the gap opened at the bow of the Sound of Dawn with the tail. The mast can be seen bent down and retracted, which was a simple modification made in the shipyard before. It was mainly to allow the ship to enter the body of the Sound of Dawn completely. After a while, three people were seen coming up from the lower deck. After saying hello to Alka, Juanlu entered the restaurant. It was time to prepare dinner. Jason and Poro came over. Alka, you are willing to come out. Did you succeed? Listening to Jason's words, Alka nodded, then looked at the others and asked, Did you go to the island? Did anything happen this morning? It seemed quite lively. Jason nodded, walked over and said, Several ships came a few days ago. It is said that they are ships of the Tulip Empire, and they are escorting a prince. Prince? Yes, they are also preparing to enter the Endless Sea. The prince is very weak. I think he is only about 1 spiral. Such a weak prince. Why would he go to the Endless Sea? Hearing Alka's question, Jason just shrugged and said, I don't know. Maybe there is something wrong with his brain. Who knows? There are too many possibilities, and there is no benefit in guessing. Eka just nodded and stopped asking. But he has several strong guards behind him. I feel they are as strong as Poro. Stop talking nonsense here. I can easily tear those 2 little bean sprouts apart. Hearing Jason's words, Poro next to him said dissatisfiedly, Okay, you are much stronger than them. Jason spread his hands and said. At this moment, Poro is still in the second helix, in his words. The third helix is about to be completed, but it is just the last step. Without the help of treasures, this step will take more time, which should be the reason why the Holy Mother suppresses this sea area. Once out of this sea, Poro should be able to break through to the 3rd spiral easily. The same is true for Xia Daidi, who is only 1 step slower than Poro. Juanlu also reached the 2nd spiral a few weeks ago, and with the help of meditation, it is almost easy to break through to the 2nd spiral. In other words, the strength configuration of their current ship is already very good. A 6th spiral. As long as you go out, it will be soon. Alka and his companions had long understood that. As long as they left their home through this door, the suppression of the Sea Mother would disappear. Julia would also be promoted to the 6 spirals on the spot, becoming the strongest person on their ship. 2-3 spirals. 2 spirals. The one with the highest combat power was naturally self-evident. And it was Alka who possessed 2 treasures. I had talked to Julia before, and he believed that even if his strength returned to the 6 spirals, he would not be able to be the opponent of Alka who possessed 2 treasures. If AK only had 1 treasure, and he was not very proficient in it, Julia would still be confident. But now he has 2 treasures, which is unreasonable. 6 spirals seem to be twice as many as 3 spirals. But when counted, they can only be considered as the middle of the second stage. Of course, the actual situation is many times stronger than the 3 spirals, and they are basically not of the same order of magnitude. But the gap brought by the 2 treasures is not of the same order of magnitude. Perhaps only 8 spirals, or even the 9 spirals at the top of the second stage, can pose a threat to AK's life. This is the case when Alka is not proficient in treasures. The so-called proficiency in treasures does not mean that you can master the treasures, but the in-depth development and use of the treasures. This requires a long period of time and a lot of training and use to achieve. And it is also linked to strength. You are a first stage triple spiral, which just meets the minimum requirements for mastering treasures. Even if you are not at this level, the energy of the treasure can be fed back to force you to come here. At most, what power can you exert from the treasure? And I also got some interesting information on the island. How about it? Do you want to know? Jason's words brought Alka back to reality. Looking at Jason, he asked in confusion, information? What information? When it comes to collecting intelligence, Jason is naturally the most efficient one among them. After all, Jason did this kind of thing in the treasure hunting group before. Since he entered this industry, he has been collecting and analyzing intelligence. It's just that sometimes when searching for treasure, Alka knows more because of the golden finger. But once it is not related to the treasure, and there is no map, Alka is definitely not as good as Jason. At the same time, Jason's intelligence collection and analysis capabilities are also very important to Alka. At this time, Jason slowly said, "Do you know? Most of the people who come here, many of them don't know the specific situation of the Endless Sea, and there are many ordinary people on their ships. The configuration of these people's ships is really full. Not only the ships, but also the people on the ships. None of the ships around were shorter than 40 meters, all of them could be considered large ships. And most of the ships had more than 50 people on board, some even had more than 200 people. This was obviously too many for a spell ship, but after all, the place they were heading to was unknown. So they were naturally well prepared. Of course, the more important reason was that not all teams were treasure hunting teams. Generally speaking, only treasure hunting teams had a small number of people on board, because each additional person would get one less share of the treasure. Many mercenary groups, night orders, and ships of some forces do not have so many troubles. Their goals are not related to treasure hunting. So naturally there are many more people. As for not knowing the news of the outside world at all, this is a bit outrageous for Alka and his friends, because they knew the existence of the outside world from the beginning. Through that book, the first paragraph of the book clearly stated that the boundless sea is not suitable for ordinary people. The violent magic there will cause serious problems for ordinary people whose circuits are not activated. Moreover, this book has been confirmed by the Archbishop, and it is credible. When I saw this, Alka was thinking, wouldn't the infinite sea be sparsely populated? Later, after finishing reading the book, I found that it was not the case. The races born in the infinite sea have grown up in violent places since childhood, and the magic power in their bodies has never been dormant. It has always been active. But it also needs protection and stimulation to be more easily controlled. However, the book also clearly states that in the infinite sea, if the talent is high enough, even without the stimulation of treasures, you can control the magic power in your body and become a toucher. Because people are highly adaptable to the environment, they will change according to the environment. The speed of this change may even take only a few hundred years. It is very long for an individual, but very short for a race. This leads to the fact that the magic power in the body of people living in the boundless sea will never be dormant since birth. Only those who live in the sea controlled by the gods and live in a peaceful place will have this situation. The violent magic power is not like a treasure that stimulates it all at once, but is directly guided. It was like a blunt knife cutting meat, grinding constantly. For those who came to the endless sea from these seas, some with strong physiques may be able to take this opportunity, without treasures, to activate the magic power in their bodies. But most of them will lose their lives in the process. So taking ordinary people to the endless sea is undoubtedly taking them to die. Hearing this news, Alka frowned. It seems that their book is quite valuable, and they know much more information than those present. After thinking for a while, Alka said, "Spread this information, while there is still more than a week before the opening. Whether they believe it or not is up to them. I didn't expect that these people didn't even have such basic information. And they were really heading towards the unknown. Just like the author of this book. In terms of the courage to truly face the unknown, Alka seems to be inferior to these people. If it weren't for his certain understanding of the infinite sea, Alka would not have thought of going there." Jason nodded to Alka's words. "No problem. I'll spread the news right away." Most of the people on the boat believed in the Virgin Mary to some extent, and some even came from the Virgin Mary Church. Even Alka, who did not have a high degree of faith, was once a member of a civilized society, so no one objected to Alka's decision. After saying that, Jason looked at Poirot. "What? Carry me to the island. If I don't want to. Do you think I'm a boat?" Poirot waved his hand and refused seriously. "No. It's quite troublesome to drive the flying swallow down. Just to carry it for such a short distance. Your egg is too annoying. The vibrations it emits are very irritating. You know that?" Poirot was talking about Jason's egg. The one that was protected in the box before. The egg had been hanging in Jason's hood, which was the clothes Jason prepared for this egg. As Jason took care of it, the egg became brighter and brighter, and even emitted magical vibrations from time to time. But sometimes the vibration is very piercing, like a needle. This is especially true for Poirot, who seemed to be very sensitive to this kind of energy fluctuation. So he refused. Alka smiled beside him. "So what kind of species is inside this egg?" Alka, who is compiling a monster encyclopedia with Lucilia, is very curious about this. Chapter 182. The storm subsides. Make a decision. "Captain, I just received some news, which is about the outside world, and it is credible." A sturdy man wearing blood-red scale armor, surrounded by black, said to the person in front of him. Hearing the words of his subordinates, the captain of the Burning Blood Hand turned around. This is a sturdy man about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a full set of red and black soft armor. The most conspicuous thing is the armor on his hands. There was a faint glow on it, like a blood-like flame burning. "News from outside? Who here would be so kind as to spread the outside information, huh?" He chuckled twice, said. He turned around and sat directly on his black steel seat. But he still shook his hand gently and said, "Tell me, what is the news?" The sturdy man below nodded. "This news comes from a member of the white bird-headed ship before. The news is that if you don't become a toucher and go to the outside world, you will quickly weaken over time until you die." Hearing this, the man above stretched out his hand to support his chin, and the other hand gently tapped the armrest of the seat, thinking about something. After a while, he smiled and said with a smile, "It really fits the nature of the church. The ships around here, they will more or less analyze and understand them based on the known information. They don't know whether they are enemies or friends, but more information will always be correct." Alka's Dawn voice, a brand new ship, still has some traces of coming out of the church shipyard. Almost everyone who can be recognized is considered as a member of the church. After all, although the church's ship forging technology is superb, it is almost not open to the public. Although this ship does not fly the church's flag, it is at least a ship with a close relationship with the church. It seems that the credibility of this news is not low. The person sitting on it said, "If this news comes from other people's mouths, it is not very credible. But if it comes from the mouth of the church, it is very feasible. Because this news is very consistent with the teachings of the Holy Mother Church. And there are indeed many ordinary people on many ships around. From the perspective of those who knew the news, it was equivalent to sending these people to their deaths. Spreading this kind of news was completely reasonable." After a little thought, the captain made up his mind and said, "Go and screen the members on the ship who have not become touchers. And bring those who are capable and have made contributions that are not enough to perform the touch ceremony. For others who do not meet the standards, give them some money to let them leave." Hearing this order, the strong man below nodded and began to act. As he left, the surroundings became quiet. It's in line with the church's teachings. And there's information from the outside world. Interesting. A soft murmur came from the room. Jason spread this news all over the island, and did not hide his identity at all. This was also Alka's suggestion, so that the feasibility would be higher, and more people could be saved. Some people listened to this suggestion, and began to send away ordinary members on their ship, while some people ignored this news as fart, until the blood-burning hand also began to send away the ordinary members on his ship. Are you saying that Cake has also begun to disband the ordinary members on his ship? On the Sword of Valor, a maverick female captain asked her subordinates loudly. The message was delivered by a lame man, with a long-handled stone-shaking gun on his back. He looked at his female captain, and delivered the message seriously. Yes, Cake is also disbanding the members on his ship. For this news, the female captain had to start to examine it seriously. When she first heard the news, she didn't want to pay any attention to it. Don't listen to these rumors on the sea, especially at this time. During this period of time, there are countless true and false news mixed together, making it impossible to distinguish them. The best way is to listen to nothing. It is the best choice to completely isolate the true and false news. There are many people who are willing to spread all kinds of false news, and do such things that harm others and themselves. But if the captain of the blood-burning hand-hunting group also believed the news, it would be different. Because the captain of this ship is strong enough and well-known enough, being active on the sea as a hunting group for such a long time, it already represents their control over the news. If even they believe this news, then others have to consider it. After all, the person who initially conveyed this news came from a team that had never been heard of. Tell me again, which ship was the person who conveyed this news at that time? Hearing this, a woman with a blind right eye next to her shook her head helplessly, and stood up to say, Julia, why can't you understand this information properly? Hearing that his subordinates were going to talk again, Julia waved his hand quickly, and said impatiently, Okay, go on. The people around him looked at each other helplessly. The one-eyed woman who stood up said, The one who spread the news is the ship with a golden bow statue of a bird's head. According to inquiries, the number of people on this ship is very small. Less than 10, it should be a treasure hunting group. The name of the team is the Eye of the Compass. Judging from the structure and newness of their ship, it is very likely that they have a close connection with the Church of Our Lady. And this news was deliberately spread by the crew on their ship. Hearing this, the female captain nodded. If you think about it this way, the credibility of this news is indeed quite high. There is no way. This is the impression that the Church has given to the world. If it is other information, it is very likely to be false. But if it is information related to ordinary people, the natural environment and major disasters, most people will choose to believe it. After figuring this out, she gave the order directly, choose 42. No. Select 32 people from the ordinary people on the ship to perform the touching ceremony, and dismiss the rest. Remember to give them more compensation. After all, they have been with us for so long. Hearing the captain's order, the crew members beside him all nodded. Yes. In addition to those who listened to the advice, there were many who did not listen to the advice. Or for them, it didn't matter whether the ordinary people on the ship died or not. They were just cannon fodder. Your Highness, this news is very credible. Are you really not going to respond? On the ship of the Tulip Empire, Prince 13, the leader of this team, listened to the report of the knight behind him, and waved his hands irritably. No. These news are all false. The people on the ship are my precious wealth. They are all brave warriors. How can I send them away at will? Okay, don't mention this matter anymore. The knight wanted to continue to say something, but was forcibly pulled by his colleague next to him, and said goodbye. The 13th prince put away the frivolous expression on his face, stood up, looked at the sea in the distance, and his expression became serious. The Tulip Empire fleet had 3 ships in total. The flagship was more than 50 meters long, and the frigates on both sides were also about 40 meters long. Ordinary people accounted for the vast majority of the people on the ship. Once all of them were sent back, many things on the ship would be difficult to maintain. Moreover, the reason why he brought so many ordinary people was that he had never thought about how long they could live with him. As long as they can play the role, there is nothing else to worry about. There are many such cases. At this time, on the voice of dawn, Alka was sitting at the large table in the captain's room. The cards in his hand were flying left and right, sometimes disappearing, sometimes spinning. Little Lucilia next to him was sitting on the round table writing something, which could be seen from the information on it. She was concentrating on the process of making the illustrated book, and she was very passionate about it. I could hear the melodious singing coming from the deck outside the captain's room. Siadai was also sitting not far away, drawing a sea chart of the surrounding area. It might not be useful, but there would be no problem in recording it. At this time, the door of the captain's room was pushed open. Among the people present, only Alka, who seemed to be relatively idle, raised his eyelids slightly to see who came in. It was Jason, who walked in with a happy expression. Looking at his expression, Alka threw the card in the air, looked at him and asked, "Did you encounter anything happy? You are smiling so brightly." Jason nodded, raised his hand, caught the card in the air, and directly pulled open the seat next to Alka and sat down. He handed the card in his hand to Alka and said, "I don't know why, but there are more and more teams willing to disband ordinary people these days. This is more or less a good thing." "Oh." Hearing this, Alka was a little surprised. You know, when they just spread the news a few days ago, basically few people believed it. There are very few teams willing to send ordinary people, and most of them are the kind with few ordinary people in the team. They don't mind listening to it. So they once thought that these people would not disband the ordinary people on their ship. Why are they willing to send away the ordinary people on their ship these days? Alka asked curiously. Hearing this question, Jason smiled and sat forward, putting his arms on the table, and said, "Because several well-known teams believed our news." They all responded with their example. More and more people followed suit, and even many ordinary people in the teams that were unwilling to send away ordinary people began to withdraw, and even sneaked away. Now most people believe the authenticity of this news. The first one was the Burning Blood Hand, and then the famous female captain of the Skull Crusher Knights. "Female captain?" Alka asked, and his attention was diverted. Jason nodded, as if he knew that Alka didn't know much about this, and said, "It is said that this knight group was self-built, mainly to fight pirates in various seas. Most of the members on the ship are people who have been hurt by pirates, and in the large area in the northeast, they have a very good reputation. So when they also took such actions, the credibility of this news was very high." Hearing this, Alka nodded in understanding. It was originally like this. After all, their popularity can be said to be very low. If you want to talk about what they have done, the most famous thing may be the battle with the prayers for the dead pirates. But the problem is that time, from the objective perspective of the outside world, it was a battle between the pirates and the church's ships. Alka and his team did not play any significant role, especially during the final battle. No one dared to watch from the outside. Later, Alka and his team formed their own treasure hunting team, and they didn't do anything famous when they were out there. At that time, they even used picked-up boats, and they didn't have their own team badge. They really became a team with a logo a few months ago. They have been preparing to leave the sea area for the past few months. Besides, it is difficult for the treasure hunting team to be well known, because most of them are relatively low-key and make money secretly. After all, they are small in number, and sometimes stay in an area for a long time. Isn't being too famous just telling others that there are treasures here? Adding enemies out of thin air. I don't know how these two well-known teams judged that the news they spread was highly credible. But I don't care about these things. As long as it works, it's good. They have done what they can. Okay, don't worry about these things. We have done our best. The storm will subside in 2 days. Are you ready? Everyone. Hearing Alka's words, several people looked up at him and nodded seriously. The final moment is coming. A golden spell ship came to the sea area with green vine-like stripes on the hull. The huge sails and the flag on the top of the watchtower showed which force this ship came from. This is a spell ship from the church. When this ship slowly sailed into the sea area, it was as if it gave everyone here a signal. The voice of dawn. The crisp sound of the copper bell spread throughout the ship. The melodious singing began to sound along with the copper bell, and soon Julia's singing could be heard in the room. As these voices echoed each other, it seemed as if they were transmitting some signal. Alka walked out of a room on the second floor of the stern, rubbed his eyes, and jumped down directly from it. The water surface next to the ship began to ripple, and a huge figure rushed out of the water and landed directly on the deck, shaking off the water stains on his body. It was Pororo. Since he had his own room, he basically never took the right path, and he always took the water route to go in and out. The rest of the people also came out of their rooms, until a window of the observation room at the top was opened. Siadi's voice came. "Everyone, the church's ship has arrived. Get ready." Hearing this, everyone knew the seriousness of the matter, and they straightened their bodies and began to check on the ship. After some actions to confirm that there was no problem, Everyone gathered at the bow. Not just them. At this time, the surrounding sea, and all the ships gathered around the island all started to move. Alka also waved his hand, patted the fence next to him, and said, "Voice of Dawn, let's follow." With his voice, the sails automatically dropped, and the whole ship began to move slowly, following the actions of the surrounding ships. When they arrived in front of the two huge stone pillars, everyone kept a certain distance from each other, and slowly stopped the ship. At this time, all the crew members of the ship gathered on the deck, looking forward. Looking at the space between the two stone pillars. The rift storm was slowing down. The church's ship came directly in front of them. The arrival of the church's ship indicated that today was the most important moment, and today was when the gate would open. At this time, the church's spell ship was not stingy with its own energy, and a huge sacred light began to radiate. It was like a small sun gathering surging energy, and the surrounding magic power even faded to a certain extent. The light was so strong, but it would not make anyone feel blinded. Even if they stared at the light source with their eyes wide open, they would not feel discomfort or pain in their eyes. This represented the mercy of the Virgin Mary. A huge amount of light gathered, and then a large amount of light gathered at the bow of the ship, allowing everyone to see the tail of the spell ship in the light. The huge light finally condensed into a ball of light like a light bulb, and began to slowly float towards the cracked storm between the two huge stone pillars. Even though the rift storm has weakened significantly compared to the past few days, it is still not something they can pass through. As the light ball slowly fell into the rift storm, like an explosion, a very obvious light wave came out from it, sweeping around. Even the clouds in the sky were directly dispersed. The scorching sun shone down, and the blue sky was endless. The entire sea area became clear. The stone pillars also began to emit strong light, and a faint film connected the two stone pillars. The rift storm inside receded and disappeared, as if it was split apart. A wide sea road appeared between two huge rocks, and the sea current outside was turbulent and rolling wildly. It was a dark world. It indicated how dangerous it was outside and how dangerous the huge waves were. The outside world could be seen, and countless lightning struck from the sky, forming a terrifying scene with the swirling waves. This was the world they were about to go to. The world behind was so cruel, the visual made all the ships frightened. This opening, only one day, after one day, the storm will come again, make your choice. The heroic voice came from the church's ship. At this time, everyone present will face their first choice to go to the boundless sea. Whether to rush to the turbulent sea, to meet the lightning and thunder in the sky, to break through the darkness there, then break through the storm there. No ship moved at this time. The church's ship slowly sailed to the side, and waited quietly. They were about to record this important moment. Chapter 183 Hoist the Sail. Set sail. Alka looked at the scenery between the two huge stone pillars. That dark world, with thunder and lightning, rough waves, was like hell. The worst sea storm in this world was just like this. And this might just be the norm there. They would rush into the storm, and then head to the boundless world. Looking at the scenery ahead, Alka turned his head and looked at his companions behind him. Everyone, are you ready? Everyone looked at the world of waves. No one answered. A gleaming silver light came from the observation room. Xiao stretched out her right hand, raised it, and clenched her fist. The gleaming silver light emanated from her right fist, representing her will. Bo Luo opened his hands directly, laughed. This is where I want to go. Go through this violent storm, defeat him? This is the test of the ocean. What are you waiting for? Go! Jason stood up, with a look of excitement on his face, raised his rock-shaking gun, and fired a shot into the sky. The others stretched out their arms, and clenched their fists. Each of them radiated magical light from their right fists. Charge! Ha ha ha! Alka couldn't help laughing. His blood was boiling. He raised his right hand directly. Set sail! With a roar, the sail automatically fell. The emblem of the silver compass and golden eyes on the blue canvas radiated a brilliant light. It was so dazzling at this moment. Set sail! The sound of dawn, sailing forward with full sails. The spells of the whole ship flashed. The ship moved forward quickly. The waves ahead were broken by the bow, and the splashing waves scattered to both sides. What was left was a white wave track. Inspiring music sounded from the hull. The dawn sound felt the emotions of the people on the ship, followed their emotions, and catered to their music. As the passionate music became louder and louder, Julia stood at the bow, raised her hands side by side, and the singing penetrated. It was like magic that spread to the surroundings. The dawn sound, carrying everyone on the ship, passed by the team waiting and thinking around, and sailed forward unswervingly. Everyone heard the song coming from the ship, heard the exciting music. Looking at the ship at this moment, it was like a warrior moving forward courageously. Emotions began to rise, and blood seemed to be rushing through their veins. "What are you waiting for? Set sail!" Oh! Led by Alka and his men, countless ships behind them were infected, and they roared and began to move forward, following Alka and his men. One after another, most of the ships began to catch up. The recorders on the church ship next to them recorded everything faithfully. But even so, there were still many ships that stayed where they were. They were making the final thoughts and making the final decisions. "I wish you all eternal progress. Never sink." As the blessing sounded from the church ship, Alka's dawn voice was the first to pass through the film in front of him. After penetrating the film, everyone on the ship seemed to have come to another world. The sound of wind, tsunami and thunder filled the whole world. The whole ship began to roll up and down with the waves, and the people on the ship began to stabilize their bodies. A lot of raindrops fell on the deck, and in just a moment, the clothes on everyone were wet. "Hold on. Don't be thrown out." Fortunately, they had already fixed the objects on the ship. The ups and downs of the waves were not so unbearable for this ship, but the wind and waves kept carrying the ship forward, and everything here was pushing them forward. There is no turning back. The speed of the ship was even faster in such an environment. A huge wave surged from under the ship, lifting the dawn sound high up, and then fell into the water again. Countless ships behind them passed through the film, and began to meet their first challenge. With the slap of a wave, the first damaged ship appeared, and the crew members on the ship screamed and fell into the water. The huge mast was broken, and the deck of the ship was cracked by the huge wave. There were also countless ships following Alka and his men, moving forward steadily. The thunder kept ringing. A bolt of lightning fell, hitting the mast of a ship, and the mast and sails of the entire ship were quickly ignited. Such a flame quickly spread throughout the ship, and even the strong wind and waves could not extinguish it. The burning ship was submerged in the waves and disappeared without a trace. More ships raised automatic shields to block the lightning that struck their ships from time to time. The same is true for the voice of dawn. "Pororo, what are you doing?" Alka, who was firmly fixed on the mast in front of the bow, looked at Pororo on the bow and asked loudly. Pororo was standing on the bow at this time, without using anything to fix himself, but opened his hands and laughed loudly. He heard Alka's voice behind him. He laughed loudly. "This is the test of the ocean. I will go through the storm." As he spoke, a blue spell spread from his rough arms all the way to his back. The water began to wrap around him. His aura began to rise. It was as if he had broken through some barrier. Alka clearly felt the fluctuations coming from Pororo, and at this moment he broke through the triple helix. "I, the warrior of the ocean, Pororo the shark man. I will pass through the storm." He kept roaring, and on his hands, the magic power kept gathering, and the water swirled around him crazily. At this time, Alka felt that the height of the ship was wrong, and he looked down from the side. A huge shark, like a stream of water, carried the boat. The shark's tail kept swinging, and it began to swim forward along the waves. They were moving quickly in the storm, and were extremely stable, without any ups and downs. The companions behind them had long been left far behind. Another huge wave rose from the side, sweeping straight towards them. This wave covered the sky and the sun, and once it fell and swept them in. Although it might not do anything to them, it would definitely not feel good. At this time, Julia stood up, and the translucent ice crystal sword appeared in her hand. Her momentum was also constantly rising, and she broke through layer by layer, and the magic power around her began to become a vacuum. The rising momentum told everyone that she was quickly breaking through and regaining her former strength. She left the sea area of the Holy Mother and was no longer suppressed. She returned to the 6 spirals. The ice crystal sword in her hand was covered with a thick layer of frost, and she could even see faint spells emerging on it. She raised the sword in her hand and swung it at the wave that was about to sweep towards them. A pale white, huge cold blade flew out and hit the wave directly. As it hit the wave, layers of ice began to spread around, and the wave was stopped in midair. But the curved ice surface left by the wave protected them until they passed through the ice. The sound of dawn also quickly moved forward with the current shark under it. The storm around them was getting more and more intense. The howling wind kept blowing their bodies, trying to blow them off the boat. Most of the spells on the voice of Dawn had emerged, and she was also controlling her own sailing. Even if they were overturned and sank to the bottom of the sea, they still had the last trump card. Sneaking under the sea. The waves gradually subsided, the whistling of the wind in their ears also began to slow down, and the thunder in the sky had disappeared for a long time. The surrounding sea's surface finally calmed down. Looking back at this time, you can still see the dark sea whirl behind, the big dark cloud, and the sea covered by the dark cloud. They finally passed through the storm. The sea here finally returned to calm. Although the sky was a little dark, the sea was still surging. But that was enough. The Dawn Sound also began to sail calmly on the sea, the wind direction and the current below were still pushing them forward. Never stop. This is a route that will never turn back, until they reach the boundless sea. At this time on the deck, Pororo was leaning on the railing at the bow, sleeping soundly with his head down. Facing the storm trial, condensing a huge water shark, breaking through to the third spiral at that moment. He was exhausted. As he entered the calm sea, he sat down and began to rest. Not only him, but everyone around him was tired, leaning or sitting to rest, of course. This did not include Julia, who had regained all her strength and reached the sixth spiral. She sat on the railing and sang with a relaxed look. The melodious singing washed away everyone's calmness. The magic in her singing was helping everyone recover quickly. Giving people a warning right after coming out is really incredible, Jason said weakly. A storm was fixed directly on the doorway. I don't know if it was intentional or it was just like that. Alka leaned against the wall of the forecastle behind him, staring at the sky. The sky here seemed to be no different. It seemed that the dark clouds that had just covered the sky had dissipated, the dark sky became clear. And the blue sky, white clouds, and the sun reappeared. He couldn't help but say, I don't know how many of those ships that came out together can survive. They just witnessed several ships being destroyed by the waves and sinking for various reasons. There must be at least 10 ships, Jason replied weakly. And then, they both closed their mouths and rested quietly. At this time, the puppet that Alka had been hanging around his waist moved and began to change. Lucilia's soul floated out again and entered the puppet. She looked around on Alka's shoulder. It seems that there is no difference between here and inside. Just looking at the environment here, it seems that there is no difference from the home sea. The only difference is that the wind direction is always forward and the sea current is constantly flowing forward. The surroundings are endless, not even a small island can be seen. And they don't need to care where they go, the sea current and wind direction will naturally push them forward. Until their ship arrives at the gate of the boundless sea. They just left the sea of home and came to the road to the boundless sea. At this time, Xia Daidi swung down with a rope and landed on the deck. She had been observing from the watchtower before. They just sat there chatting casually and recovering their strength. After several hours, everyone regained their spirits. The sky was really dark at this time, and it was about to enter the night. Zhuanlu got up, changed his clothes, and began to prepare dinner for everyone. The rest of the people also changed their clothes, and then gathered in the captain's room. Alka pointed at the table and said, Now we have left the home sea, but have not reached the infinite sea. We know nothing about the route in between. So everyone should be alert and stay alert at all times. There must be someone on the lookout at all times. Even at night, there must be someone on guard. Everyone nodded to these things they had agreed on before. These things have been done long ago, and reasonable arrangements and plans have been made. But there is no one in the watchtower now. In a short time, the voice of Dawn will also conduct reconnaissance around. Then Alka took out a box from a cabinet in the captain's room and placed it on the table. This is a box specially used to store treasures. Alka made several and placed them on the ship. When it was opened, it was the bloody team flag that no one had touched yet. Now the treasure's on Jason and Julia. The smell should be eliminated. It's time to master this treasure. Otherwise, every minute this treasure is idle. It is a waste of their time. Alka picked up the treasure in his hand, looked at the two people and asked, So who of you two will come now? Before he finished speaking, Lucilia, who was sitting on his shoulder, kept tilting her head to look at the flag in Alka's hand. Finally, she couldn't help but stretch out her short arms and touched it. The bloody team flag emitted a scarlet light. It floated up in front of everyone, and then hit Lucilia heavily, causing Lucilia to fly out. It hit the wall behind it. Seeing this, Alka immediately stepped forward and plucked Lucilia from midair. Then he firmly grasped the flag that was shaking in the air in his hand. Although the flag was emitting red light, Alka had 2 treasures on him, and in the situation of 1 against 2, he temporarily suppressed it in his hand. Everyone gathered around and watched the situation of Lucilia in Alka's hand. At this time, Lucilia had closed her eyes, and was emitting a faint magical fluctuation. Alka frowned, carefully studying Lucilia's current situation. Xiaodai beside him couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong with her?" "Her magic circuit was activated?" Alka said uncertainly. In addition to performing the touch ceremony for Aunt Marsa's family, he also helped some of Jason's friends and family perform the touch ceremony. At the same time, there were Zhuanlu's parents, his brother and a sister. In general, Alka has a very proficient experience in the touch ceremony. Now Lucilia is very much like someone who has touched the treasure for the first time and activated the magic power in her body. Hearing Alka's words, everyone around turned their heads and looked at him quietly. There was confusion in their eyes, because this was a bit too bizarre. But, isn't Lucilia a soul? Her current body is a puppet you made, right? How did you do it? Let's not talk about the reason for Lucilia's soul. Lucilia was born in a powerful family. The reason why she didn't become a toucher was because her legs were born defective, which made her unable to walk. This disability affected her reason for becoming a toucher, because the disability of her legs prevented her from condensing a circuit. Even if she activated the magic power in her body, it would soon subside, which was meaningless and a waste of quota. After all, congenital disability is different from acquired disability. Not to mention that she is still a soul now. Without a body, without a soul, or with a defective soul, one cannot become a toucher. Having a complete soul, but having a body with congenital problems is also not acceptable. Only when the complete body and soul are combined can one become a toucher, because the so-called magic power and magic circuit are abstract concepts, and the body and soul affect each other. Even if there is no body after death, the soul can still use magic power, but it is more difficult to control than when it had a body. It is also more prone to distortion. Just like the evil spirits in the dark realm, they may not have been distorted at first, and the strong ones still have reason after hundreds of years. Even in this situation, Lucilia, an ordinary person, was able to retain her soul, entirely because of the existence of the magic mirror. The magic mirror itself is a very delicate magic object, protecting her soul, and after Alka supplies magic power, it can also stabilize Lucilia's soul. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, Lucilia can't become a toucher. There must be a reason for this. And before this, Lucilia had touched treasures before, often by Alka's side. Lucilia touched treasures countless times, but she never became a toucher. Even with her current perfect puppet body, there is still no such thing. You can even see her sometimes sitting on the Dreamcatcher's crystal ball and floating around with Alka. But it happened that she touched the bloody flag at this time and became the toucher. The bloody flag just gave a reaction. This is really weird. I can't understand why at all. Why was it the bloody flag? Looking at the strange expressions of the crowd, Alka smiled a little awkwardly. He thought for a while, and probably knew what the reason was. Chapter 184 Treasures and Puppets. I used the flesh and blood technology to create Lucilia's puppet body, which is the kind I talked to you about before. Hearing Alka's words, everyone nodded. They knew that Alka had learned the spell through the flag. It can only be said that if Alka had not mastered the Dreamcatcher before, he should have been very compatible with this flag. Seeing everyone nodding, Alka continued. When the puppet was being made, in order to make the puppet more similar to the human body, I used the flesh and blood technology to create the body veins. Logically speaking, even if this is the case, she should not become a toucher. But the problem is that this body was specially made for Lucilia using a variety of technologies, in order to achieve the effect of almost replacing Lucilia's body. In addition, the spell of the flesh and blood technology was born from this flag. So it is very likely that the current situation has been caused, and Lucilia has been extradited to become a toucher. At this point, Alka stopped his story, because most of this was actually his guess. But only this guess is in line with the current situation. It is also the most likely answer. The real situation will only be known after Lucilia completes the ritual of the toucher. For some reason, Lucilia opened her eyes after only about 10 minutes. Lucilia opened her eyes and raised her hands directly. With a look of surprise, you are not wrong. You have indeed become a toucher, Alka said with a smile. Hearing Alka's words, Lucilia was still in disbelief. She even opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Tears dripped from her emerald eyes, and slid down her cheeks. This was a manifestation of how well the puppet body suited her, and also a proof of Lucilia's excitement. She never thought that her desire to become a toucher would be realized after death. Born in a powerful toucher family, but because of her congenital physical reasons, she could not become a toucher. Only she herself could know how much she wanted to become a toucher in her heart. After waiting for Lucilia to recover, Alka sat down next to her and nodded her head. He asked, "Don't get excited yet. Tell me how you feel now, and let me check it out. See if there are any other sequelae." Lucilia nodded, and then began to talk about how she felt as a toucher. After that, Alka nodded, recorded the information, and then said, "Try to get out of this body, and see if your soul has also become the soul of the toucher." The magic circuit in the body of the toucher is an abstract concept, which is the manifestation of the combination of spirit and flesh. Once the magic circuit is activated, the soul will also be activated. But Lucilia's situation is too special, and no one can guarantee it. Hearing Alka's words, Lucilia nodded, and her soul separated from her body. The white body began to transform into a primitive puppet. Lucilia's soul, which had separated, floated beside everyone, and the soul emitted a faint glow. This was a manifestation of the soul's magic power, and it was also proof that Lucilia could not control it well at this time. "I can still feel the magic, but my controllability is too weak now, so I can't show it." Hearing Lucilia's words, Alka nodded. This shows that Lucilia has truly become a toucher, because even the magic circuit of the soul is also activated. Now the question is, if Lucilia's body is replaced, can she still become a toucher? After all, only this body has activated the magic circuit, and the new body is still the circuit that Alka once artificially created and will not automatically activate. Thinking of this, Alka raised his hand, and another puppet appeared in his hand. It was exactly the same as the puppet body that Lucilia was using now. Seeing Alka's action, Lucilia immediately nodded in understanding, and without waiting for Alka to speak, she went directly into the puppet body in his hand. As the puppet body in her hand changed, Lucilia opened her eyes. After feeling her current situation, she said directly, "When my soul entered this body, the magic circuit inside it was directly activated by me." In other words, as long as Alka deliberately depicted the magic circuit in the body, Lucilia could use the power of her own soul to activate the circuit in the body, directly become a toucher. I just don't know if this effect can be achieved when Lucilia's strength reaches 1 spiral, 2 spirals, or even 3 spirals, because the magic circuit at that time is not something that the current puppet can bear. Thinking of this, Alka couldn't help but look at the treasure in the treasure box next to him. Bloody team flag. Now the fate of this treasure is very clear. Basically, it can only be handed over to Lucilia, because Lucilia can only master such a treasure. After all, even her entire body was made of the spell she learned from this treasure. But can the puppet's body, the soul of the one who touches it, master this treasure? The requirements for mastering a treasure are very demanding. Alka directly picked up the flag and handed it to Lucilia in front of him. Everyone was more or less looking forward to it. Lucilia stood on tiptoe and took the flag. Try to master this treasure, and see if you can master it. As for Jason and Julia, who were preparing to master the treasure before, they had no objection to this. If Lucilia can master this treasure, it will obviously be more suitable for Lucilia, and this may be the only chance for Lucilia to master the treasure. After all, Lucilia is not a complete person, and the treasure has more stringent requirements on the body. If she can't even master this treasure, it will be more difficult for Lucilia to master other treasures. And there may even be no chance, because a treasure is extremely disgusted with acquired disabilities, not to mention congenital problems. For someone like Lucilia, whose body is artificial, there is even less hope, and they also have confidence in Alka. As long as they follow Alka, they will definitely get treasures. There is no need to rush. In the previous voyage, Alka has perfectly proved this to them. Lucilia held the flag and looked at Jason and Julia, facing the nods of encouragement from the two, as well as the eyes of the crowd. She input her magic power into the flag. With the influx of magic power, the flag emitted a red light, and a blood-red aura began to flow out of the flag. There were even shouts of swords clashing on the battlefield. From the sound, it could be judged that a team of knights was charging on the battlefield. Amid such sounds, the red light of the flag kept transmitting into Lucilia's body. As it was activated, Lucilia opened her eyes. The red light painted her emerald pupils, and the flag began to shrink and fit into her body under her control. It really fit perfectly, just like Alka mastered the mirror, and she mastered the treasure on the spot. After entering the body, the red double swords cross flag turned into something like a cuff, floating on her arm. The rest of the part disappeared into the body. The surrounding magic power was pouring into Lucilia's soul frantically, forcing her strength to rise to the triple helix. Since she had just become a toucher, she was promoted to the triple helix, and was frantically extracting the surrounding magic power. This caused the magic power next to Lucilia's skin to begin to become a vacuum. If it was in the home sea, at least the magic power within a 1-meter range of Lucilia would be extracted. However, when they arrived here, the concentration of magic power had increased significantly. And even as they sailed, the concentration of magic power became higher and higher. Even if Lucilia jumped directly to the triple helix from just becoming a toucher, it would only drain the magic power close to her skin. Looking at this scene, Alka couldn't help but frown. He knew that the puppet body could not reach the standard of triple helix at all. The materials and flesh used in it could only support it to reach the double helix at most. It may even be lower. But now Lucilia's strength has indeed reached the triple helix. How did she do that? Alka stared at the body in front of him, frowning and thinking. Lucilia opened her eyes and looked at Alka in front of her, seeing the confusion in his eyes. She explained directly, "The core spell blood and flesh veins used here comes from this treasure. It directly improves the flesh and blood in the body through this spell, and even makes the circuit in the flesh and blood more perfect, and feed back the magic power to the materials, forcing them to come up." After hearing this, Alka nodded. He roughly understood it. In simple terms, great power can make miracles happen. Directly stuff the magic power, forcibly improve the magic properties of those materials. After all, the level and strength between these magical flesh and materials, essentially, are the manifestations of rich magic power. Then I saw Lucilia jump on the spot, preparing to jump onto Alka's shoulder. However, the opposite happened. As she took off, Lucilia was launched directly into the air like a missile, even passing the observation tower of the main mast. As she screamed, a strong wind blew. Lucilia's small body was about to be swept away by the strong wind on the sea. Although the sea area was relatively calm, it was still much more violent than the sea of home. A cable flew out and directly wrapped around Lucilia in midair. This made the people below who were preparing to rescue her breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Lucilia swinging down the cable, Alka reached out to take it. "Well done, Voice of Dawn." At this moment, Lucia in Alka's hand was extremely stiff. She didn't dare to move at will, but still said, "Thank you, Voice of Dawn." Looking at Lucilia in Alka's hand, Siadaiti beside him said with a smile, "The improvement is too big all at once. You can't control the magic power in your body at all, nor can you control the physical fitness that improves with the magic power." Listening to Siadaiti's words, Lucilia could only nod stiffly. Because it was true. She just wanted to jump onto Alka as usual, but who knew such a light jump would be so powerful. In addition, her body was small, so she flew directly into the air. Moreover, the surging magic power brought by the 3 magic circuits in her body did not listen to her command and ran around in her body. She didn't even know how to control the magic power in her body, let alone how to use the treasure in her hand. "It seems that you need to receive some training," Alka said with a smile. Then I saw Lucilia coming out of her body and transformed into a soul. I patted her chest and said with lingering fear, "The power of the body is too strong. I dare not move at all." Then I saw everyone staring at her closely. "What's wrong?" she asked in confusion, and then looked down at her body. I saw that her soul body was no longer a combination of white and light blue as before, but completely turned into white mixed with a strong blood color. It looked like an evil spirit, and the treasure could be clearly seen in her arm. The treasure followed her soul and left her body. How did I become like this? Lucilia waved her hands in panic. As she waved her arms, red light flashed everywhere, and an energy body like blood-red mist began to surround her. A strong murderous aura began to spread. Looking at the situation caused by her panic, Lucilia quickly stabilized herself, closed her eyes tightly, as if she had used up all her strength. She began to control the blood-red energy and returned to her body. In the soul state, Lucilia's control over magic power was obviously much better. After a while, she completely stabilized her power. She looked at Siadaiti with a sad face. "Okay, Okay. Come and train. Otherwise, you can only stay in the necklace, Xiaodaidi said with a smile. Lucilia now was like a baby with no controllability. But she held 2 guns in her hands. It is possible to pull the trigger and hurt others at any time. Alka smiled, handed the puppet body in her hand to Xiaodaidi, and said, Lucilia will be handed over to you for training for the time being. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Previously on the ship, Alka and Jason, who had just become touchers, were also trained by Xiaodaidi. She was already familiar with it, and had a lot of experience in this. At this time, a crisp copper bell rang from the stern. This meant that Zhuanlu had prepared the meal, and was calling them to eat. Everyone rushed over immediately. They were so hungry. In the restaurant, when everyone was eating happily, Lucilia's soul could only curl her lips and enter Alka's magic mirror. Now she was not only able to watch but not eat, she was now able to eat these delicacies. Alka specially constructed a sense of taste for the puppet's body. The food eaten would melt into energy in the incinerator of the stomach, but the problem now was that Lucilia could not control her body at all. She had to go through rigorous training before she could master her own strength. Before that, she couldn't even move, let alone eat. It seemed that she would be busy later. After eating and drinking, everyone came to the deck and looked at the sky at this time. Are the stars closer to us? Jason looked at the night and couldn't help asking. At this time, the sky was so bright, and the dense stars dotted the curtain of the night. Even the moon that was once far away from them seemed to be pressing on their heads at this time. It should be. Maybe this is what it looks like in the outside world, Alka said uncertainly. After everyone chatted for a while, Jason went to the observation room alone. Pororo would take over in the second half of the night. As for tonight, Lucilia could only rest quietly in the mirror, and began to recall the days in the magic mirror after a long time. Alka returned to his room. He fell asleep in bed after a while. He was really tired today. With the sound of gentle snoring, Alka sank into his dream. In his dream bubble, he opened his eyes. At this time, his dream was still an endless grassland, and he was lying on the grass. This was the sequelae of mastering the treasure. Every time he fell asleep, he would wake up in the dream. Fortunately, Alka could continue to sleep in the dream, rest twice, and quickly enter a deep sleep. Even if he didn't sleep, wandering in the dream would not affect his sleep in the outside world. It's just that the quality of sleep is not that good. You just need to arrange the time in the dream reasonably to achieve balance. But I'm too tired today, I'd better take a good rest. Waving his hand, the whole dream world became dim. It was like turning off the lights. Then the lawn changed, and a soft big bed appeared where he was lying. The sound of insects and flowing streams rang in his ears. As the environment was ready, Alka lay on the soft bed and took a deep breath. This feeling is so good. Close your eyes in the dream, fall into a real sleep. The bubble in the dream, sleep in the mist. I don't know how long it has been. Alka in the bubble suddenly opened his eyes. Is something watching him? No. Something is watching his dream, looking at the bubble he is in now. Alka, who controls the dream catcher, is already proficient in it, and his control over his dreams is becoming more and more exaggerated. Feeling this situation, Alka immediately waved his hand. The pink mist filled the bubble, and then the bubble disappeared into the dream. Alka hid his dream in the dream world. As he hid, the strange sight disappeared. Alka looked at the sky and floated up gently. He waved his hand, and the film of the sky changed, revealing a transparent piece. Alka saw the situation outside. The outside had changed a lot. The dream world at this time was no longer the scene that Alka saw in the sea of his home. The heavy, colorful mist like cirrus clouds that once enveloped his world and almost filled the entire dream world had disappeared. A huge pupil was floating outside. Chapter 185 The Real Dream. The outside is no longer the thick pink fog. Instead, there are all kinds of bizarre lights. Twisted spirals are floating around. The whole dream is twisting and shaking. But it doesn't make people feel sick, on the contrary. It is very abstract. There is still residual colorful fog floating around. The dream is more abstract and distorted, and the distance from reality is pulled further away. And it is in such a world, my dream bubble just now is floating here. The one looking at him was the giant eye that Alka saw, separated from him by only a layer of bubble film. This giant eye was estimated to be 7 meters high and 2 meters wide. There was no pupil in the eye, but a densely packed smaller eyes. Behind him was a distorted halo, quietly dragging the black and green light and shadows around. He seemed to be wondering. Why did the dream bubble that was just here disappear? Why did such a big change happen outside? Alka floated in the air of his dream, looking at the bizarre scenery outside, and couldn't help thinking, maybe this is the real dream world. The dream world in the home sea is so peaceful. It's not that the dream world should be like this, but because the home sea is the territory of the Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary protected it, so there is such a scenery. And now they left the home sea, left the protection, and began to face the real world. Not only the outside world, but also dreams, and even the deeper spiritual level. Alka had some impulse in his heart. The pink mist in his hand began to gather, turning into a sharp javelin. Slowly, he floated out of the bubble barrier. As Alka left the protection of the dream, the monster outside saw him. A strange, piercing scream came from the side of the eye monster. Countless distorted light and shadows turned into sharp tentacles, piercing Alka's body from all directions. Facing such an attack, Alka just floated slowly in place. Then he suddenly raised the javelin in his hand and threw it out. In the blink of an eye, or perhaps even faster, the javelin disappeared in Alka's hand and stabbed directly into the center of the eye monster's body. The more piercing the vibrations, the more they continued to vibrate around. The distorted light and shadows around also began to fluctuate with the vibrations, and were even repelled. The light and shadow tentacles that originally attacked Alka stopped beside him, and then dissipated. And the eye monster, the place in the middle where the pink spear pierced, changed. The pink spear disappeared, and turned into thick mist, which began to wrap up the monster. The pink mist was like a silkworm pupa, and the eye monster inside was wrapped, and then suppressed and shrunk. The mist film kept twitching left and right, as if something inside was struggling constantly. Alka looked at this scene, and slowly raised his arm. He clenched his open palm tightly, and the pink mist suddenly swelled and compressed tightly. It turned into a round mist ball. The pink mist ball floated on Alka's hand, and then the pink mist wrapped around the surface entered Alka's body. It returned to the gem, and the thing contained by the pink mist also revealed its true appearance. This is an oval gem. The transparent gem is crystal clear. Looking inside, various eyes keep appearing from the refracted gem. This scene looks so creepy, but Alka doesn't care at all. So this is the dream catcher? The home sea not only suppresses people's strength, but also suppresses treasures and dreams. She isolates all evil creatures in dreams and protects her people in the home sea. This also suppresses the dream catcher in disguise. The dream catcher is called the dream catcher because it can kill in dreams, which is its main function. At that time, Alka was surprised that the main function of this treasure was to allow Alka to move freely in dreams. But the problem is, the dream in the sea of home is so peaceful and safe, there is no danger, and there is nothing, except being able to wake up in the dream. Through special techniques to exchange dreams, you can have a substitute for death. But this does not match the ability of the dream catcher itself. It was not until the real monster in the dream appeared that Alka understood the true ability of this treasure. It is to make Alka a hunter in the dream, so that he can wake up in the dream and travel in the dream. The eye gem in his hand was the spoils of the hunt. The so-called eye monster looked so intimidating here, but it was actually very weak. This was a dream, an abstract concept. A powerful monster did not necessarily have a terrifying appearance, and a monster with a terrifying appearance was not necessarily powerful. Perhaps it was just like the eyeball before, so weak that a light blow could kill it. The spoils that the eyeball monster brought to Alka were naturally of no use. This is a very precious ornament for those who cannot move freely in dreams, or even hunt. Only in certain circumstances, when the wall between dreams and reality becomes thin, when the two worlds are connected, when such an eye monster appears in reality, can it be obtained. In short, this is a precious gem. If you meet the right buyer, it may be very valuable. But how many people know the value of it? After all, it is so rare. Scarcity makes things valuable. But if they are too rare, they have no meaning. As for its role in dreams, Alka crushed the gem directly, and the distorted light and shadow began to flow out as the gem broke. Pink mist flowed out from Alka's palm, capturing these distorted light and shadow. Alka then retreated into his dream, and these light and shadow were also captured by him into his dream world. Alka waved his hand in his dream, and a transparent gem appeared in the center of the dream world. He stuffed the twisted light and shadow in his hand into it. Starlight appeared in the transparent gem, a kind of energy in the dream. When Alka killed the monster and really used the dream catcher, he got more information. This energy has many uses. The most important function is to create a bridge connecting reality and dreams, so that Alka can drag objects in dreams into reality, and drag objects in reality into dreams. But this amount of energy is naturally not enough. This is the ability that a treasure should have. After experiencing the ability of the dream catcher completely, Alka finally couldn't help but smile. Since the dream catcher was suppressed by the home sea, what about the mirror? In the dream, the mask of the mirror appeared on Alka's face. However, there was nothing. The function of the dream is still the same function, and there are not many problems. No. Maybe it's different. Thinking of this, Alka's mask changed. The monster with the same eye that he had just seen appeared on the mirror. Then the mask began to change. This time, Alka's head was still Alka's. But Alka's eyes changed into the shape of the monster, and the pupils in his eyes became smaller eyes that were densely packed. Ugh. Alka quickly canceled the change, and the mask on the mirror disappeared again. It was so disgusting. Countless visions overlapped in front of him, and the feeling brought about made Alka feel very sick. This monster is really a waste. It's still disgusting even after it's dead. In addition to being disgusting, Alka's head was also abnormally swollen and painful. Simply put, the ability of this monster is to divide the visible field of vision into pieces, so that he can observe all the noteworthy details within the range of his vision, especially for his eyes, that are several meters large. He can notice all the details within his field of vision. But for humans, the brain does not have such a structure at all. Suddenly, there were dense images, overlapping, and divided, and his brain was instantly in trouble. The feeling of nausea made Alka unable to even stand up. After a long while, Alka felt a little better, but he still vomited from time to time. Fortunately, this was a dream. If this were in reality, Alka would have vomited out his stomach acid. However, this also made Alka see a more exaggerated development prospect. He could simulate the monsters in dreams. Who knows what monsters there are in this dream? But there are definitely many more than in the outside world, and it is easier to see and observe. Because he can move freely in the dream, and he is a hunter. And he doesn't have to deliberately avoid danger, because he uses the body of the dream to die in the dream, and the damage to himself is very small. As soon as he left the home sea, Alka discovered the combined power of the two treasures. They are complementing each other, just as the Archbishop said. Thinking of this, Alka floated out of his dream. Without the thick fog blocking him, Alka could easily see the dream bubbles around him. The bubbles in the dream are related to the range in reality. For example, the bubbles around him are all asleep, such as Xiaodai and others. Even Lucilia's bubble right under his bubble. Alka floated over slowly. There were no monsters wandering around Lucilia's bubble. But to be on the safe side, Alka dragged Lucilia's dream and placed it around his dream bubble. He raised his hands and waved them. The surrounding fog began to gather outside Alka's dream. And then it was like a round eggshell, wrapping Alka and Lucilia's dreams. This provided a simple layer of protection. This fog was like a boulder to the creatures in the dream world. After thinking about it, Alka expanded the eggshell until it was enough to drag all the people's dreams over. Then it immediately floated to other places, dragging Xiaodai and the others' dreams with it. There were no monsters around their dreams, until Alka came to the side of Pororo's dream. Once again, he saw the strange dream monster. It was an arm similar to a human, and the arm was a distorted light and shadow composed entirely of black and dark red. Every time it swung, it could bring out a long light and shadow trail. The arm was clenching its fist and hammering at Pororo's dream barrier. This time, Alka did not rush to hunt the monster in the dream, but hid behind a cloud of dream mist to observe. He planned to observe carefully, so that he could simulate it better through the mirror. After observing for a long time, he did not find anything strange about the monster in the dream. He kept repeating the hammering action. Even the location of the hammering, the interval between each hammering, and the force of the swing were exactly the same. Alka was sure that he could not see anything, and a spear made of pink mist appeared in his hand again. Lift it up and swing it gently. In this dream, the speed of the spear condensed by the pink mist was so fast that it had penetrated the arm in just a moment of projection. Before the mist could disperse, the arm collapsed directly, turned into a faint light and shadow, and disappeared in the dream world. That's it? It's too weak. It was much weaker than the eyeball monster before. Alka felt that he didn't even need the pink mist, and he could crush the arm with his body in the dream. But since they were already dead, there was no point in that. They collapsed so casually, without leaving any spoils. Continuing with his own business, Alka pushed Pororo's dream up. This was the dream bubble farthest from him. Finally, 6 dream bubbles were stacked in the eggshell of the mist, and were protected. As for Jason, there was nothing he could do. He hadn't slept yet. When he fell asleep, he would drag his dream bubble over. He was going to start formally exploring what was different about the dream world outside. Controlling his dream body to float, he began to shuttle through the dream world. At this time, the dream world around him was so empty, without any bubbles, and even the monsters in the dream could not be seen. He could only see the palm-sized light and shadow birds flying around from time to time. They left long tails as they flew. Because these birds were of different colors, they looked extremely dreamy. This bird made of light and shadow gave people the feeling that it was much weaker than the previous arm. It seems that they can be broken down with just a light flick. This is indeed the case. Because just now Alka hit a light bird in front of him like flicking a mosquito, and it broke down. There are so few monsters around, and it is too deserted. In other words, the place in the dream is most likely to correspond to the place in reality. Alka unconsciously controlled himself to float in the dream, and his brain began to think. The place where they are in the outside world at this time is the source of the forward route. Except for those who have just left their home sea, there will be almost no outsiders around. Not to mention that they sailed very fast this time. The people who left behind may not have caught up yet and are far away. And this damn place, maybe someone may pass by every 10 years. Correspondingly, in the same place in the dream, there may only be some dream bubbles every 10 years. Although Alka doesn't know enough about this dream now, he still knows some basic knowledge. For example, the monsters in the dream all feed on dreams, not just human dreams, but also all intelligent creatures in the outside world, even animals with brains. As long as you can dream, it counts. It's just that the dreams of intelligent creatures are more attractive. And they are more attractive to those more powerful monsters. And these monsters that feed on dreams, for these creatures that have dreams, it may not be all bad, but it may not be good either. People whose dreams they eat. The lighter consequences are just that these humans don't rest so well, or even have a nightmare. Severe consequences may affect the spirit, causing people to suffer from severe insomnia, or even mental breakdown and death. Of course, most of them will only cause mild effects. Severe effects will only appear in certain areas, because there live monsters that are scary in dreams. But it is more likely that the distance between reality and dreams in some areas is too short, so the impact is huge. This is some information that the dream catcher brought to Alka. That is to say, the dream they are in now corresponds to the reality of an extremely desolate wilderness with few people. But even so, Alka still saw a monster in his dream. It was a humanoid monster, wearing a robe made of light and shadow, carrying a sickle. To be honest, this image was somewhat like the image of the Grim Reaper in the story. Is it possible that the Grim Reaper in people's dreams was created because of this monster? Alka couldn't help but think about it. He flew quickly in his dream, leaving a long trail of light and shadow. The color of the tail was a mixture of black and white. Alka followed from a distance, observing his actions. This dream monster that looked like the god of death came to a tiny bubble. The owner of this tiny bubble should be some kind of creature with high intelligence in the ocean. From the size of the bubble and the thin shell, it can be seen that it must be an animal. This is Alka's experience in mastering the dream catcher. It is not that he has not entered the dream of an animal before. Coming in front of the tiny bubble, the dream monster that looked like the god of death raised the sickle in his hand. Black and white light and shadow emerged, becoming distorted, and then the sickle was swung down. The shell of the bubble was easily broken, and countless pink mists began to flow out of the dream. The monster began to devour under the mist, and the pink mist merged into his body. The pink mist flowed out for about a few minutes, and the bubble broke. Wake up! It should be awake. With such a degree of breakage, the damage caused should be a small nightmare and wake up. They may not even remember what nightmares are. It seems that even the damage caused by this dream death god that looks very scary is just a nightmare. And it is only against this animal with low intelligence, the bubble of dream, so weak. That is to say, outside the sea of gods, it may not be so easy to sleep peacefully. Well, I have to observe more. Then the monster seemed to be full. It began to shrink into a ball, and finally turned into a ball of black and white mist only the size of a head. The sickle next to it was still slowly rotating around the mist ball. Is it taking a rest? Alka guessed, and continued to observe secretly from the side. He wanted to simulate this monster. because it looked really scary. Chapter 186 Day 1. While the dream god of death was sleeping, a small marble made of pink mist appeared in Alka's hand, and he threw it gently. The small marble became soft during the flight, and then stuck to the dream monster. As if sensing the movement, the black and white mist ball changed and turned into the appearance of the god of death. He carried the sickle and turned it left and right, as if he was looking for the source of the movement. Alka was still hiding behind a large piece of mist. Through the dream catcher, he could blend himself into the mist and hide his body. If it were in the real world, it would be like Alka being able to blend into the rocks and mud. After turning around for a long time, he didn't seem to find anything. The dream monster that looked like the god of death left, ran to a farther place, hiding behind another cloud and resting. Alka closed his eyes. He could clearly feel the location of the monster. He nodded with satisfaction and began to return back to his dream. He was not going to kill the dream god of death so easily, because the god of death looked quite interesting. He was going to observe carefully. He would catch him when he could imitate perfectly. Alka stood on his dream world. The mirror mask emerged from his face and covered it. The mirror on the mask showed a dream monster wearing a robe of light and shadow, holding a black sickle. Alka was going to try to simulate it first, to see if it would be the same as the eye monster before, and have some senses that were too anti-human. This time, the two mirrors broke, and appeared at Alka's waist and abdomen, and then a hole appeared in this area, and a ball of black and white intertwined clouds, and wrapped in black and white light and shadow appeared in the hole. These lights and shadows quickly surged out, wrapping Alka completely. The robe of light and shadow emerged from Alka's body, hiding his face with a mirror mask under his hood. A black sickle appeared beside Alka, floating quietly. This is really a treasure. To put it simply, the true core of the dream god of death was discovered by Alka, and he observed it. It was the core that was sometimes exposed when the body turned into a sphere when it was resting, hidden inside the ball of cloud and mist. The whole body and the sickle in his hand are all constructed from this core. In a human body, this core is probably in the waist and abdomen area. Alka only needs to simulate this core, and he almost completely transforms Alka's appearance into the appearance of the dream of death. In fact, except for the light and shadow sphere in the hole in the waist and abdomen, other parts of the body have not changed. But simulating this part is almost equivalent to simulating the entire body of the monster. Interesting. Alka sat on the lawn in his dream and began to analyze. The mirror can only simulate a part, but as long as he can find the core of the monster, he can superimpose the abilities of those monsters on himself. And this should be the best way to use the mirror. If he hadn't just observed it, then at the moment when he dreamed of the god of death sleeping and resting, he might not have noticed this, and he would not have been able to simulate its core. If you want to use the mirror better, you have to observe patiently. The more you understand, the more you see, and the more comprehensive the simulation will be. However, in his current state, he only simulated the most core abilities, but he didn't feel any overly powerful abilities. I don't know if he hasn't observed it yet, or if the death god in this dream is not that powerful. More abilities require more careful observation. Just as he was testing his abilities, another bubble of dreams appeared not far away. It seems to be Jason. Alka dragged his bubble around, then controlled more pink mist, completely wrapped them, formed a tight eggshell. After Alka finished all this, he began to rest well in his dream. The next day, in the early morning, in the melodious singing, Alka opened his eyes, and the puppet on the table next to him had disappeared. After washing up, he opened the door. Standing in the corridor outside, looking at the open deck. Left. Wrong. Too much magic power is flowing out. Start over. Xia Deity is training Lucilia's control. In order to prevent Lucilia from damaging the deck during training, he put a wooden stake and let Lucilia stand on top of it for training. But even so, you can see groups of magic power gathering and attacking everywhere from time to time. In response, Julia also stood by, and whenever magic power accidentally flew out, she would disperse it to avoid damage to the surrounding ships. Did you do anything about my dream yesterday? Just as Alka was looking at the situation below, Jason in the next room also woke up, rubbed his eyes, and came over to ask, "What's wrong? Did you feel anything?" After hearing Alka's words, Jason nodded. "I always felt that someone was dragging me yesterday, and the whole world was moving. It seems that you didn't rest well yesterday, but it is true that, after leaving the home sea, even dreams have become unsafe. So I dragged all your dreams together and protected them." After hearing Alka's words, Jason nodded in understanding. although he didn't know what had changed in the dream. But since Alka said so, there must be no problem. At this time, a soft bell rang. It's time for dinner. Everyone immediately gathered in the restaurant. Considering Poro's size, the interior space of the entire ship has been increased, so that the previous situation will not occur. Poro can hardly move on the entire ship. Sitting around the small dining table, everyone ate breakfast. Even Lucilia, who was able to control her power, sat at the table. In front of her was a small portion prepared for her. This sea area is different from what I thought. I thought it would be extremely dangerous, Jason said from time to time while eating the food in front of him. Hearing this, Alka looked up at him and said, "We haven't entered the endless sea yet. We are still in the buffer zone now. The book doesn't record anything about the route ahead. It feels too desolate here." Xiaodaidi also nodded and said, "Even without the full load spell, the ship's speed is almost as fast as it is when it is sailing at full speed." When Alka just woke up, he tested the speed. Due to the water flow and wind direction, the Dawn's voice was constantly pushed forward. This resulted in the speed of their sailing being equivalent to the Dawn's voice opening full sails on ordinary seas and using the spell to its full speed. The waves in front of the ship were constantly being hit and cut to both sides. The speed was very fast. After Alka finished breakfast, a strange map appeared in his hand, and he placed it on the table. This was exactly what he got from the church, a real-world map. There were some annotations on the map by Xiaodai. They had asked before, this was the original appearance of the world, which was passed down by God. So the distance between the worlds and the routes outside were all identifiable ratios. Xiaodai calculated the entire world map by intercepting the length of the southern border line of the map of the home sea, the entire semicircular channel. If they sail at their speed, it will take more than half a year to reach the final estuary without encountering any problems. After chatting and eating, everyone started to do nothing again. Alka came to the watchtower and began to pay attention to the surrounding situation at all times. As for the others, they were so bored that they just watched Lucilia's training. Looking at the surrounding seaside from this place, the sea surface was not calm. After all, the wind on the sea surface was strong. Although the waves were not high, they were layered and did not subside. The endless blue sea always makes people visually tired. A mirror appeared on Alka's face. Then the mirror reflected an arm with black and red colors. Several mirrors appeared on Alka's hand, wrapping Alka's right hand. As the mirrors broke, Alka's right arm also broke and changed. This arm was exactly the arm-shaped dream monster that Alka met in his dream last night. Although it was very weak, who knew if it would have any strange abilities? Alka looked at the arm that had become a light and shadow. This was the first time he simulated a creature in a dream in the outside world. Very strange. Simply put, once the monster in the dream comes to reality, it is almost invisible. Although Alka can see his light and shadow arm, but in the eyes of others, Alka's hand is cut off from the forearm. There is nothing there. He raised his arm and waved it, finally felt something, and slightly released the control. The arm began to swing horizontally, and the range, distance, and force of each swing were exactly the same. This seems to be the special ability of this arm, or the ability observed by Alka. It can be used very accurately. Apart from other things, this ability will be very useful in some places that require precise operations in the future. It is much more useful than the scary eye monster. Just like this, while observing the surrounding sea area, I played with the light and shadow arm, until Xiaodai came up to change shifts. Looking at Xiaodai and Lucilia who came up with her, Lucilia was standing on Xiaodai's shoulder at this time. Looking at this scene, Alka couldn't help but smile and asked, "Are you used to it? The training is not enough, but simply controlling the power is not a big problem." "Humph." Lucilia raised her chin to Alka, snorted lightly, and then jumped to the floor. "I'll bring her up, and I'm going to continue training her for a while. You can go down and rest." Hearing Xiaodai's words, Alka nodded. At this time, Lucilia's voice sounded next to him. She stood on the small round table next to her, looking at the things on it and asked, "What is this monster? Why haven't I seen it before?" At this time, there were some blank papers and some drawing pens on the table, and some booklets for recording things next to them. These were just when Alka was free, and he began to record the monsters he saw in his dream last night, preparing to include them in the illustration book. Hearing Lucilia's question, he answered directly, "Those are monsters in the dream." "Monsters in the dream?" Xiaodai and Lucilia both made puzzled sounds. Alka didn't say that. In their understanding, Isn't the dream world full of colorful mist? When did there become monsters in it? Last night, I entered the dream world and found that the dream world of the home sea and the dream world outside are completely different. He explained briefly. Seeing the two people showing an interested look, Alka smiled and said, "If you are curious, I will wake you up from your dream tonight." "No problem." "Okay." Hearing what the two said, Alka nodded, then waved to them, walked out of the observation room, and jumped down. At this time, on the open deck, Poro, Jason and Juanlu gathered together, observing something. Surrounded by the three people was a huge fish about 3 meters long. The skin of the fish was light blue, and it looked a bit wide. It is not completely dead yet, it is struggling gently, and it seems that it is not far from death. Jason has a sharp dagger in his hand, and is ready to start dissecting the fish. Bororo and Juanlu are still giving instructions. Cut smoothly from here to here, don't cut the bones inside. If it is made into sashimi, it should be very good. This piece of oil is not bad. Add some spices without oil and fry, it is also a good delicacy. The meat in this area is very interesting, it looks very good, and there is a faint magic left in this area, very tonic. Alka came over and squatted beside him. After looking at the fish they were dissecting, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this fish unique to the sea area?" Poro shook his head. "He caught this fish." "I don't know. I haven't seen it in the home sea. But this sea area is really a bit desolate. There are much fewer creatures under the water than in other places." When Poro entered the water, he felt that the bottom of the water here was very desolate, not full of life at all. Compared to the land, there are much more lives in the ocean. It is rare to encounter such a desolate situation. Even in the dark realm, there is a unique ecosystem of its own. And it is not as desolate as this. It is a bit like a bathtub filled with water. Except for water. Alka discovered this last night. After all, in such a large sea area, the dream world is too deserted. You know, any creature with a little bit of brain and intelligence can have dreams. In such a large sea area, looking around the dream area, there are actually few bubbles. It is indeed too desolate. At this time, Jason, who had just finished dissecting the fish, looked up and saw something on the sea in the distance. A monocular appeared in his hand, and he started to check. Seeing his movements, several people looked back. At this time, there were countless broken wood boards and various debris floating rapidly along the current on the sea surface. Passing by them, several people came to the side of the boat and carefully checked. "Do you see that flag?" Jason pointed to the flag hanging on a wooden pole in the distance. The flag had long been tattered, but the small half that remained still had some of the original patterns. Alka nodded. "It must be the ships that came out with us before." Although the flag was tattered, the remaining patterns could still be seen, and Alka still had some impression of it. Alka remembered the ship, and when they separated from the main force, it should have been intact. Didn't expect that it still couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed in the end? It was really cruel, watching the debris quickly passing by them, drifting away. If that's the case, our speed will be much faster, Juanlu couldn't help but say as he looked at the speed of the debris. At this time, Jason patted Poro next to him and said, "Poro, help me get those planks. There seems to be something wrong." Looking at the direction Jason pointed, Poro jumped off the deck and jumped up with the 2 planks. Looking at the planks Poro picked up. At this moment, Alka also found something wrong. The broken parts were too neat. It was as if something extremely sharp had cut them smoothly. Not only the 2 pieces in their hands, but also many of the debris on the sea surface had such cut marks. This was definitely not broken by the waves. Something destroyed their ship, Jason said. Alka nodded. It seems that although this sea area is desolate, it is not safe. Apart from being more vigilant, there was no other good way for them. The first day after arriving in the outside world, it was spent in such a boring situation. At night, Alka lay on the bed and quickly fell into a dream. When he woke up from the dream again, he found something wrong. He immediately got out of his dream bubble. At this time, Lucilia's dream bubbles were scattered all around. The pink mist that was controlled by him before and surrounded them was no longer there. Alka closed his eyes and sensed it carefully. The dream god of death that he had marked was already very far away from him. Damn it. I forgot that this is no longer the home sea. Alka suddenly thought of something and couldn't help cursing himself. This is the outside world, and their ship is sailing in the real world. When they sank into the dream again, the dream bubble naturally appeared in another place. It appeared in the area corresponding to the real world. The previous god of death was still active in that area, and the eggshell-shaped fog still existed in that area. But Alka and others left. And the dream also left. Chapter 187 Island. In the home sea. The world of dreams is always filled with colorful dream mist and cirrus clouds. Only when someone in this area is dreaming, these cirrus clouds will break open a space for dream bubbles to appear. Or it is precisely because someone in this area is dreaming that the dream bubbles squeeze out an area. In essence, whether it is cirrus clouds or other things, they will not float with Alka and his friends' dreams. Thinking of it this way, in the dream of the home sea, for these dream monsters, it is filled with mud and stones. After all, these colorful cirrus clouds are equivalent to soil and stones for the creatures in the dream. After roughly understanding the mechanism of operation, Alka is not going to drag other people's dream bubbles over. Just keep them around and take care of them. After dragging them over, they will be scattered again in the next dream. A simple inspection. This place is more desolate. Even more desolate than the area where I was last night. Except for the light and shadow arms that appear around Poro's dream and knocked again. No monsters visited other people's dreams. Even after walking around Alka, he didn't see the monster in the dream. The desolate real world affected the dream. The dream and reality are isolated from each other, but closely connected. Thinking of this, Alka fell into the bubble below. This is Lucilia's dream. At this time, Lucilia's dream scene was a little strange. It was a huge stone fortress built on black soil. The towering fortress reached the sky, and Lucilia herself stood on the top of the highest tower of the fortress, wearing heavy black and red knight armor. She held two huge swords in both hands. Dual-wielding huge swords? I didn't expect Lucilia to have a brave heart. She stood at the top and posed. Looking at Alka floating over, the heavy helmet wrapped around her head disappeared, revealing Lucilia's face inside. At this time, Lucilia looked at him with her light red eyes, then moved away again, her eyes fixed on the front. Posing, not moving. Alka reached out and touched her. Her determined eyes became confused, and then regained clarity. Lucilia looked at the surrounding environment at this time, and her own situation. Wow! She was very surprised at her own outfit, and showed a surprised, slightly satisfied expression. She raised her hand and raised the giant sword in her hand, and waved it twice. So awesome. Alka looked at Lucilia waving two big swords randomly, shook his head, but still clapped his hands. Okay. Stop playing. Don't you want to see what changes there are in the dream world outside? Hearing this, Lucilia put away her playful mentality. The great sword disappeared from her hand. The castle collapsed, and the black soil turned into a forest. The only thing she didn't change was the knight's armor. It seemed that she was very satisfied with her outfit for the time being. Alka had awakened Lucilia many times in her dreams, but it was the first time she saw Lucilia controlling her dreams so freely. Although Lucilia could control it before, it was a bit difficult. How come you can control it so well now? She couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Lucilia smiled and said, because I am already a toucher, and a triple helix. As expected, whether it is the toucher's control over the dream, there is also a significant change. The strength of the soul affects the strength of the spirit. The two floated to the side of the bubble film, and Lucilia waved her hand, making the film transparent, and saw the scenery outside. I couldn't help but reach out to touch the film, but it was like touching a solid wall, and I couldn't reach out at all. Still can't make bubbles even after going outside? Lucilia said with some regret. Alka looked at this scene and thought for a while, and a dreamcatcher crystal ball appeared in his hand, and pink mist poured out of the crystal ball, wrapping Lucilia up. Now you go out and try? Hearing this, Lucilia stretched out her hand directly, and it was unimpeded, just like penetrating a thin film. It works, I can really get out. Lucilia looked at her arm that had already gone out, and said with some excitement, it seems that in the sea of home, the dream catcher is really suppressed. Seeing this scene, Alka also smiled, and took Lucilia's hand and brought her out. Is this the real dream world? It looks too strange. Lucilia couldn't help but said, as she looked at the surrounding environment. Let's go, and see Xiaodaidi's dream, Alka said, pulling Lucilia, and flew to a bubble next to him. After passing through the bubble, they came to a world full of flowers, and there was a swing in the center of the world. Xiaodaidi was sitting on the swing and swinging quietly. Looking at the world, Lucilia couldn't help but say, it's so beautiful. A breeze blew, Countless petals were rolled up and floated in the air. The two came in front of Xia Dai. Xia Dai, who was swinging on the swing, just glanced at the two and then retracted his gaze, as if they didn't exist. Is it like this in the dream? Me too? Looking at Xia Dai's appearance, Lucilia couldn't help asking. Alka nodded. You are like this too. However, before he could touch Xia Dai's eyes automatically changed from confusion to clarity. Then he smiled at the two of them. Xia Dai controlled the spell of entering the dream, and was able to choose on her own whether to wake up from the dream. She looked at Lucilia with some surprise, and couldn't help saying, Can I create characters in the dream? No. I am the real Lucilia. Really? Can you leave your dream? Xia Dai asked in surprise. Although she could wake up from the dream on her own, and could start to change her dream world through the spell, she still couldn't leave her dream bubble. Alka's dream catcher gushed out mist, wrapping up Xia Dai. You can go out now. 2. After saying that, Alka pulled the two of them, and flew directly out of the bubble of the dream. They came to the bizarre world outside. Is this the world of dreams? This is too weird. Anyone who comes to this dream world for the first time will sigh at the weirdness of this world. Where is the monster in the dream you mentioned yesterday? Where is it? Lucilia asked next to him. I only saw that arm. The other two monsters are not around. As he said that, Alka pointed to the arm outside the bubble of Poro's dream. Now that I think about it, it's a pity. I should have killed the death god in the dream last night. I should have obtained a good loot. He took the two of them to travel around in the dream world, which greatly satisfied their curiosity. Calculating the time, Alka suggested, Let's go back. It's almost time. If you don't want to be listless tomorrow, you should have a good sleep. Then he took the two of them back the same way. On the way back to the city. This bubble is different. Lucilia suddenly pointed at a bubble next to them, and said. Hearing his words, Alka turned his head and looked. He couldn't help but stop flying. Then he moved closer to the bubble. This bubble is from a land creature. Is there an island around it? The bubbles of marine creatures are very easy to identify, that is, they are covered with seawater. So Alka can see from the outside that the bubbles of marine creatures are always blue. Except for amphibians. And the bubble in front of me, just from the appearance, it can be seen that there should be blue sky and white clouds. I couldn't help but stick my head in out of curiosity. The two people next to me followed suit. When the three of them stuck their heads in, they saw the scenery inside, a forest with lush vegetation. Because it was an animal's dream, the scope was very small. I saw the owner of this dream at a glance. It was a creature similar to a rabbit, which was holding some kind of plant and eating it frantically. It fits the dream of animals very well. There are islands around here. There are islands around us. After saying that, Alka led the two people back to their dream world quickly. Although they didn't know in which direction the dream of terrestrial creatures did appear. That means that where they are now, there must be islands around the real world. Otherwise, such living terrestrial creatures would not exist. After returning to their respective worlds, Alka woke up directly. He immediately got out of bed and ran to the observation room. It was already the middle of the night. Juanlu was the one keeping watch. He looked at Alka, who hurried up and was a little surprised. What's wrong? Alka did not say anything, but looked outside. He began to calculate, according to the opposite rules of the dream world. For example, Lucilia and the others who should sleep above him would appear below him in the dream. The bubbles on the left would appear on the right. This is probably the rule. There will be some deviation, but it will not be too big. He began to recall the direction in his dream. Fortunately, I didn't miss it. If we calculate it, the dream where the rabbit is should be in front of them to the right. As long as we adjust the route, we can meet it. They are moving forward. If the dream where the rabbit is behind them or beside them, then there is no chance. If it is diagonally in front of them, we can still meet it. After a brief exchange with the voice of dawn, the ship began to change direction. Alka turned around and said, I found an island, I want to take a look. Juanlu nodded in understanding. I also began to look forward to it. After all, this was the first island they encountered after leaving the sea of their home. Without the help of the sea chart, I knew nothing except moving forward, let alone going to other islands. After chatting with Juanlu for a while, I returned to my room with Alka and continued to rest. In addition to the change of direction in the dream, the distance will also become very abstract. But since I can meet the dream of the rabbit in the dream, even if it is far away, it will not be far away, and it will still be within this area. If you really encounter an island, and don't miss it, the dawn sound will land there by itself. You don't have to keep an eye on it. After Alka slept for a few hours, the sky was just getting light, but there was already moving music. Hearing this music, Alka opened his eyes. He hurried out of the room. Sure enough, he saw an island outside the field of vision. From this direction, the size of the island was not big, maybe even smaller than the Golden Wheat Island. The crisp sound of bells came. It was Juanlu in the observation room, who was calling everyone. Soon everyone woke up and came to the deck. They looked at the island not far from them. What a small island. Is this the island you talked about last night? Xiaodaidi couldn't help asking. Alka nodded. Hearing the conversation between the two, Jason turned around and looked at them. What did you do secretly last night? What do you mean by sneaking around? Can you speak? Alka gave him an elbow and said, Okay, get ready, we're going to the island to check it out. The dawn voice slowly approached the island, stopped beside the island, and dropped anchor. Everyone jumped off the deck and came to the beach. Since the island was really small, no one was left on the boat to guard it. And there was no need. After all, the ship they were on was a ghost ship, and it would protect itself. Alka and the others didn't need to worry too much. At this time, the beach of the island was piled with various shipwrecks, almost filling up the entire island. There were also a lot of debris floating on the seawater nearby, some of which should be the ones they saw yesterday. The island had captured these debris. But the strange thing was, how could the island, with its size, capture so many? Some of the debris should be from a few days ago, but most of them are from many years ago. Xiaodaidi looked at the debris around him and said, some of the fresh ones were right on the edge of the beach, or floating on the surrounding sea surface, and they could see them at a glance. They could even recognize from the signs on some ships that they had left the home sea with them. But more debris was piled up behind them. Some of these debris had long been rotten, gray and tattered, and it was unknown how long they had been here. There was no doubt that they were the ships that had left the home island. Every 10 years or so, a group of people would leave, and some would lose their lives when they came out. The crowd dispersed and looked around at the debris on the beach. Alka stepped on the beach and felt that his feet were on something hard. He used his legs to dig up the sand on top, revealing the dry bones buried in the sand. It seems that many bodies have been washed up. That's right, there are wreckage. It would be strange if there were no bodies. Do you want to draw a picture? Xiaodaidi came to Alka's side and asked. Looking at the island, Alka thought about it, nodded. Draw a picture, after all. It is the first island. Even if there is nothing, it has commemorative significance. Xiaodaidi nodded. Silver ripples spread from her feet, and she began to walk into the interior of the island. Everyone followed closely. This island is indeed small, and there is little vegetation on the island. But the wreckage of ships can be seen everywhere, even in the center of the island, on some boulders, and even in the mud buried by boulders. The broken wreckage of ships can also be seen. This island stays in this place, and there are countless ship bodies left here between the ebb and flow of the tide. It is like a ship cemetery. It is unknown how long ago these wreckages in the center of the island were built, and they have long been integrated with the surrounding vegetation. If you don't look carefully, you won't find it at all. But there are too many wreckages of these ships, the size of your island, and the endless sea next to it. How did you manage to intercept so many wreckages of ships? To be honest, it's a bit strange. Is it because this island happens to be at the intersection of some currents? Thinking of this, Alka nodded. Maybe this is the reason. After all, he didn't pay attention to the specific direction of those currents. He could only feel that they were always moving forward. Just a short walk. Xiaodaidi nodded, indicating that she had finished her exploration. She came to the beach alone, found a place, took out tools, and started painting. The others also separated on the island, looking around for places of interest. The island is so small, it doesn't matter if they separate. The concentration of magic here is quite high. Jason walked among the wreckage, and couldn't help saying. Alka next to him nodded. He had already felt that the concentration here was slightly higher than the surrounding sea surface. Is it because there are too many wreckages of spell ships? After all, the materials used in these spell ships can be regarded as spell materials. Not to mention the spells engraved on them. Maybe there are many spell-carrying cargoes on the ships buried on this island, and the bodies of those who touched them. Although they may have decayed with the passage of time, the magic they carry still nourishes this island. A blue bird landed on Alka's shoulder. Hearing the news from the bird, Alka patted Jason's shoulder and said, "I'll go first. You can go shopping by yourself." Then he jumped a few times and left the place. Soon they arrived at the beach. Lucilia was on the beach, releasing her power to her heart's content. And sand and mud flew everywhere. She didn't dare to release her power to her heart's content on the boat. But here she could do whatever she wanted. Xia Dai, who was drawing something on the drawing board next to him, looked up from time to time and said a few words. She was taking this opportunity to speed up Lucilia's progress in mastering her own power. She looked at Alka and waved. Alka walked over. At this time, Xiaodide's paper already had the general outline of the map, as well as some details. For Alka, this map was enough. And Xiaodide obviously knew this. Although she was still making more detailed depictions and colors. She still called Alka over. Alka blinked and looked at the map in Xiaodide's hand. At this time, light spots had appeared on the map. There really were some. They should be the cargo carried by the wreckage. Chapter 188 Cave Treasure. There are 3 light spots on the map at this time, and there is no golden light that Alka expected. It is unlikely to appear. But what if? Although there is no golden light, Alka does not regret it. It is good to have light spots on it. He has already prepared for the white area on it. The 3 light spots are 2 white dots and 1 blue dot. It is quite standard. Alka did not click impatiently, but waited for Xiaodide to finish drawing the whole map. Although the map is now usable. For Xiaodide, this map is not even a semi-finished product. Xiaodide has very high requirements for the completeness of the map, and Alka must respect her. During this period, he took over Xiaodide's responsibility to train Lucilia. He trained Lucilia himself. I don't know if it's because of the doll's body. Lucilia's control over her body is very fast. If she continues to train at this level, it won't take a few days for Lucilia to perfectly control her body and her own magic. Not long after, the people who had been strolling around the island all returned. After all, the island was too small. After a little stroll, they lost interest. Jason came over with a smile, and seemed to be holding something in his arms. "Did you find anything? You look so happy." Alka looked at his expression and couldn't help asking. The few people who came back early also turned their heads. Jason smiled and nodded, and put the things in his arms between them. It was a somewhat dark and dilapidated box, which was covered with mud and some things similar to shell barnacles. But it can still be seen from the appearance of the box that it should have been a treasure chest used to store some valuables. It seems that Jason really found something valuable. Alka fiddled with the box for a long time. And after confirming that there was no spell on it, he smashed the lid with a punch. The dirty and dark contents inside were exposed. He poured all of it on the beach, and water gushed out of his hands. And he began to wash these things. As he washed, the original appearance of these things was completely revealed. Mostly some relatively precious jewelry, diamonds, etc. But there are quite a few of them, and they are worth a lot of money. Looking at these things, Jason's smile became brighter. This trip is not bad. For Jason, who really loves treasure hunting, finding treasures can make him happy. After simply satisfying their curiosity, the crowd retracted their gazes. After all, they were just some jewelry, not worth their attention. "Okay, it's done, take it." Xiaodide finished drawing the map in his hand, quickly dried the marks on it, and then attached a layer of protective film to it. In this way, a map was perfectly made. Alka took the map, looked at the exquisite map, and the precise markings on it. He couldn't help but praise, "Your skills are getting better and better." It was not an exaggerated compliment, but it was true. Hee. Of course. Xiaodide hummed twice, and said with a smile, "You know, in the 6 months she stayed in the cathedral, she did not do nothing." Alka looked at the map in her hand, blinked, and the light spot on the map appeared again. However, this time it was different from the light spot he had just seen, because there was one less white spot. There was one less white spot. Thinking of this, Alka turned his head and looked at the rotten box at Jason's feet. So if the treasure was taken away by someone else, the light spot would disappear directly, which was equivalent to the treasure no longer existing, because it was obtained by someone else, and had a new owner. This was the first time Alka encountered such a situation, and he remembered it in his heart. He stretched out his hand and brushed the map, and clicked on the white spot. Ordinary treasure. Difficulty seeker. Popularity, 0. Treasure information, none. A complete 3 no product. Except for the difficulty that will be marked, there is no other information. I don't know the information, Nor do I know the specific value of this treasure, but the difficulty does not require strength, so there is no need to care. Alka is more concerned about the blue dot, and clicks the blue dot with his hand. Magic treasure. Difficulty, Giant Hunter for spirals. Popularity, 6. Treasure information, none. Well, it's another classic 3-no product, but it doesn't matter. In this kind of ghost place, it would be more outrageous if I had this information. However, this difficulty. Alka couldn't help thinking. This difficulty actually requires 4 spirals, which is higher than the requirement of the treasure. After all, this place has left the home sea, and there is no suppression from the Holy Mother. 3 spirals and 4 spirals still belong to the ranks of the weak. If you know how to meditate and have meditation spells, 3 spirals are just the level that an ordinary person who has just entered the extraordinary world can achieve with a few years of hard work. Or it is the minimum requirement to master the treasure. I should get used to the difficulty of obtaining treasures in the future. And the requirements for strength are getting higher and higher. Although the requirement is 4 spirals. For them, it can't be considered difficult at all. The difficulty of treasures and the value of treasures have never been closely related. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the higher the difficulty of treasures, the less bad the things obtained will be. For Alka, some treasures are really like picking up money. I don't know when I can pick up a treasure like picking up money. However, the name of this difficulty is Giant Hunter. The thing guarding the treasure, could it be a giant creature? Why didn't we notice it? The island is so small, and the blue dot seems to be on the side of the island, not in the center. If there is a giant thing protecting the treasure, it shouldn't have been discovered. Alka looked at the map, then raised his head. It smells like treasure. Are you interested in joining us? Of course. Why not? Seeing that everyone seemed to be interested, Alka nodded. After all, this was their first treasure hunt since leaving their home sea. Let's go. Everyone. I'll lead the way. The white dot and the blue dot were not far apart, so Alka planned to deal with the more difficult blue dot first. He led everyone through various shipwrecks. They arrived at the blue dot marked on the map. As expected, there was still nothing on the surface, except for the shipwrecks buried in the mud that had sunk many years ago. Seeing Alka stop and observe the surroundings, everyone was already familiar with it. Xia Daidi walked forward directly, and silver ripples began to spread from her feet to the surroundings. She began to detect whether there was any hidden space around. Using a more detailed, smaller, but more accurate exploration, Xia Daidi began to move forward while exploring, and then walked back and forth on the ground in front of her, and came directly to the edge of the island near the coast. Only then did she nod with satisfaction. She turned around and said to everyone, "There is a cave deep below, and the tunnel connecting the cave is below." Xia Daidi pointed to the bottom of the coast, underwater. Everyone turned their heads and looked down. There were many ships floating on the sea below. The wreckage followed the current, and kept hitting the cliff, becoming more and more broken. Let's go there first. Alka pointed in that direction, and jumped down directly. There was a huge stone platform extending downward from the cliff, which was enough for them to stand there. Everyone followed and jumped down. After landing on the huge stone, Alka said to Poro, "Poro, go down and take a look at the tunnel." "Okay." Poro nodded and replied, and then jumped directly into the sea. In less than 10 seconds, Poro poked his head out of the sea. "There is a tunnel entrance, but it's too small for me. But it looks safe." Hearing this, Alka nodded, and then turned to look at everyone, thinking that there would be a high probability of fighting underwater. After all, they were giant hunters. Alka said directly to Julia, "Julia, the 2 of us will go down, and the rest of you will be on guard on the shore, and pay attention to the surrounding situation at any time." Hearing Alka's words, Julia nodded, and jumped directly into the sea. In midair, her legs turned into fish tails. Alka followed closely behind, and a mirror mask appeared on his face, reflecting a long sea fish. His neck and cheeks were covered by the mirror, and with the special effect of the broken mirror, it became a respiratory system similar to fish gills. He watched the 3 disappear into the sea. Jason had a long-handled rock-shattering gun in his hand, with emerald vines on the gun and a golden frame. The diamonds dotted on it exuded a faint magical glow. This was a magic gun customized from the cathedral. He raised his gun and became alert. At this time, Alka and Julia, who were underwater, also came to a dark underwater cave under the guidance of Pororo. The magic lantern emitted a faint light, and floated into it automatically under Alka's control. After making a gesture, Pororo nodded and stood guard outside the cave. Alka turned his head and nodded to Julia, and the two swam inside. Since he could breathe underwater, Alka was not in a hurry and carefully checked both sides of the underwater cave, looking at the traces on both sides. Although there is corrosion from the seawater, it can be seen from these traces and the situation at the bottom of the cave that, before this, the man-made traces on this cave were still provided for walking. Because on the walls of the cave on both sides, there are pits for lighting tools. It looks a bit like a candle or something. Alka reached in and touched it, and could feel something like old grease. The tunnel of the entire cave is upward. That is to say, this tunnel should not have been submerged by seawater a long time ago. The seawater gradually became thinner, and then Alka poked his head out from the bottom of the water, and looked at the situation in the cave with the help of a lantern. There was still a small tunnel in front. Julia also floated up behind, and her legs changed from fish tails to human legs. The two of them moved forward cautiously. From the traces around, it can be seen that no one has been here for a long time. Following the tunnel, they finally came to the inner space. Alka raised the lantern and looked. The space in this cave is not small, but the whole space seems to be relatively low. It was probably only a little over 2 meters tall. If it was a little taller, it would probably only be able to bend its waist. After all, the human body in this world is generally above 1.7 meters tall, so it is very normal for a body over 2 meters tall to appear. At this time, the whole cave was extremely damp, with a strong smell of decay, like a lot of wood piled up, and the musty smell emitted by rotting due to moisture. So there were indeed many wooden boards around, which were broken and placed around. Many wooden boards were spliced together to form something similar to furniture. Someone had been here before. There were traces of a fire in the middle of the cave. Judging from the size of the fire and the traces around it, it was clear that there were not many people who had lived here before. But there were also many. There should be about 6 or 7. Alka continued to walk a few steps inside, and saw the wall at the bottom. Several corpses were placed in front of him. These corpses were hugging each other tightly, with some black cloth strips left on their bodies. Looking at their postures, these corpses should have foreseen their death before they died, and gathered together, waiting for death to come. Or did they keep each other warm, and then suddenly die? Alka carefully checked around the corpses. There were no obvious scars on the bodies, except for some fractures, but most of them were concentrated in the arms and legs. Finally, between the two corpses, under a long strip of cloth, he saw something like a manual. Alka pushed aside the cloth and picked up the book, because he didn't know how many years ago this thing was. Alka's movements were unusually gentle, for fear of damaging it. He flipped it gently. Fortunately, the paper used for recording in this thing is not real paper, but something like cloth or leather, which is not so fragile. But at least there is some information recorded on it. He took a look. He could still understand the words on it. It is the language used in the area to the north of the home sea. It is almost certain that these corpses are people who came out of the home sea. He opened the booklet and read it carefully. 13. Day, the sun is high. We are ready to leave our home sea. We already know movement. Many of the words on it have long been blurred by time, but we can still guess what is written on it based on some of the fonts that can be seen clearly. Alka patiently flipped through it, and Julia behind him also began to look around in this cave. From time to time, she waved her hand, as if she was testing something. After patiently reading the information recorded in this booklet, Alka probably had a guess. Except for the pages where the information is completely unclear. It can be roughly known that this is a group of people who came out of the home sea a long time ago. Like many people, they do not have a full understanding of the outside world. This is a team without treasures, but the team members are all people with the strength of 2 spirals, and the team leader is a team of 3 spiral strongmen. At least for the home sea. They are strong. They drove a fairly sturdy spell ship. They survived the initial storm, but the ship was also in ruins. Then, they were attacked by a sea beast when they were out of the storm, and the ship was destroyed. Fortunately, there was a lifeboat next to their ship. With the help of this lifeboat, they barely floated along the wreckage of the ship to the island. Without a ship, they could only find a place to rest. Fortunately, the ships that came out with them also suffered huge losses, and a lot of supplies were washed up on the island. They got through the most difficult period. Then they began to recover at the entrance of the cave. But as the supplies were consumed, they knew they couldn't just sit there and wait for death. After all, there weren't many fish in the surrounding waters. The survivors were divided into two groups. One group was prepared to continue living on the island until the next ship passed by. These people were all seriously injured in the sea. That's why the corpses either had broken legs or broken hands. In the absence of medical supplies, it was really difficult for them to recover, and their condition worsened until they could no longer recover. The other group was naturally prepared to build a barely navigable ship with the wreckage on the island, even though they knew that doing so would only lead to their death. They were unwilling to sit on the island and wait for death. Naturally, they each started to act according to their own ideas. That group of people left. This group of people stayed in the cave until the food became less and less, and they did not want to eat each other. They committed suicide in the cave. They left this booklet behind. This is the information that Alka roughly guessed, which may not be completely accurate, but it is almost right. Simple and straightforward. After putting the book away, Alka looked at a pile of rotten wood not far away. He walked over and pushed the wood blocks away, revealing a wooden box underneath. He opened the wooden box and found something wrapped in a layer of oilcloth or something like that. When the cloth was opened, the blue outline of the thing inside was revealed. Still following the previous rules, only the most valuable magic item had a blue outline, and no other items had such a display. These things were already covered with thick dirt. Here comes the question. Where is the giant? The thing that Alka has been on the lookout for is the one marked by the difficulty on the map. The strength should be a 4-helix giant. However, no matter what is recorded in the manual, or when he directly opened the box and looked at the things inside, no one found the origin of this monster. Could it be the same as the time at the volcano? You have to take the things to alert the monster guarding the treasure? Alka couldn't guarantee it, but he could only think so. Looking at the things in the box, Alka packed them all and stuffed them into the ring. However, nothing happened. Strange. After thinking about it, Alka buried the bones on the spot. After all, this was the cemetery they chose for themselves. Then he nodded to Julia behind him. The two of them silently dived into the water from the passage behind them. They began to return the same way. As for the guards, they didn't notice it at all. Chapter 189 Debris Monster. When the three people in the water emerged, the few people who had been on the nearby rock reef relaxed a little, watching the three people climb up. How is it? Did you get anything? Hearing Jason's words, Alka nodded. Yes, but I don't know if it's big. But before that, let's go up first. As he said that, he clung to the cliff next to him and began to climb up. The others followed closely behind. Just as Alka was climbing up, the whole island began to shake wildly. Feeling the vibration, Alka's originally serious expression relaxed. That's right. If this monster hadn't come, Alka would have been wondering where it was hiding. Now that it was finally revealed, he was relieved. It's coming. Then he immediately shouted, Quick, let's go up first, it's dangerous. After that, everyone immediately climbed up quickly. After a few jumps, they returned to the top of the cliff. Alka, who jumped up first, reached down and pulled Xiaodai up below him. In about 10 seconds, everyone arrived at the place where they jumped off before. The whole island was still shaking. The surrounding sea surface also became turbulent, and the sea water began to roll layer by layer, hitting the shore. The sound of dawn began to move on its own. She felt the movement on the island and felt that Alka and his friends were in danger. She noticed Alka's location and began to drive towards the sea behind Alka and his friends, preparing to pick them up and leave. At this moment, the wreckage of the ships on the island began to gather crazily, collided with each other, and condensed into one. Many wreckages buried deep in the soil were also pulled out, along with some grass roots and soil. These wreckages began to spiral toward the center. Everyone be alert and prepare for battle, Alka said, and several red cards appeared in his hand, and he threw them out. The red cards flew along with the wreckage, spiraling toward the center. Together with the wreckage, they were superimposed on the monster. As the crowd gathered, the monster also revealed its figure. It was a huge monster that was more than 10 meters tall. Its entire body was made up of the wreckage of various ships. It had a huge mast on its back, which was covered with tattered canvas. On its shoulders and some gaps, you could see corpses hanging on it, as if they were decorations. Roar, roar, roar. A huge roar, carrying violent sound waves, hit the place where everyone was. Silence, Julia whispered softly. The transparent cover protected the surroundings, blocking the enemy's sound waves. For this kind of attack closely linked to sound, the spell silence. is always the best defense. As the ground shook, the huge monster was running towards them with big steps. A broken mast was thrown by him like a spear, cutting through the air, and a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. Everyone immediately retreated to both sides. The huge javelin struck the place where they were standing, knocking down a large piece of boulder, and it fell towards the cliff. Alka jumped back and snapped his fingers to avoid it. Bang! With a loud bang, several huge pillars of fire gushed out from the monster's left shoulder, directly smashing and igniting the surrounding wooden boards. After all, it was made up of the wreckage of the ship, and the most common thing on its body was these wooden structures. The flames began to spread on his body, and his huge left arm was also shaky and almost broken. But the monster didn't care. At this time, exciting music came from behind, and one could even hear a hint of anger in the music. The voice of Dawn had come behind them, looking at the people who were preparing to attack. Alka suddenly heard something and said, "Let the voice of Dawn take over. She also wants to show herself." The muzzles of the double-layer gun deck on the side of the voice of Dawn were all opened, revealing the dark gun barrels inside. There were 12 stone-shaking cannons on one side, all raised high and aimed at the huge ship monster that was running towards Alka and the others. "Fire!" Alka gave the order. A dull sound rang out, followed by cannon fire. One after another, cannonballs streaked through the air, making sharp sounds. They hit the monster in front of everyone's eyes. For such a large monster, the rock-shaking cannon was indeed very effective. The monster's body was hit by cannonballs one after another, with wooden boards flying everywhere, and the whole body was beaten back continuously. The left arm that the monster raised to resist the attack was completely smashed and fell to the ground. After all, if this monster is really considered a ship, it is only a small boat of more than 10 meters. The cannons on the ship are controlled by the automatic spell module and operated by the voice of Dawn. The accuracy is naturally high, and the rock-shaking cannons are fired round after round. The huge ship monster can't even get close to AKA and the others, and it can't protect itself now. The whole body is completely broken, and the flames that Alka had exploded before are still burning on it. This monster is quite weak. It looks tall and big, and it makes a lot of noise. Jason looked at the monster being smashed to pieces, and couldn't help but complain beside him. He thought this monster was so strong. Hearing Jason's complaints, Alka turned around and glanced at him. Poro next to him spoke first. "Then how many shells can you take with your body?" Hee. Jason smiled awkwardly. Although his strength has reached the triple helix now, and his body has been greatly strengthened, but if you insist that he can take a few shells, don't be ridiculous, he can't bear it after taking 1 or 2. But for people with their physique, it is a bit difficult for the shells to hit them. After all, a cannonball may be as big as their heads, and the speed of firing is not fast for them. But for the monster composed of the huge ship wreckage, the cannonball is still extremely threatening to such a being. It is equivalent to a rock-shaking gun, aiming at a toucher at close range, pulling the trigger in this case, or even a group of people firing at the same time. Even for a toucher with 3 spiral strength, it is difficult to dodge. Once hit, it will be seriously injured. For this huge monster, the attack of the voice of Dawn is similar to this. It can only be said that its weakness was found and targeted. "Cease fire," Alka said, and the fire of the voice of Dawn stopped. The monster on the ship was not completely killed, and various debris kept gathering, repairing the gaps on it. It seems that this monster should have something like a core, and the debris gathered on it is just the shell. The others naturally noticed this as well. Everyone walked towards the monster that was crawling up from the ground. The pink mist began to spread from Alka's feet towards the monster. Of course, they didn't want to put the monster to sleep, though if it was feasible, they could do so. They were more using the pink mist to detect where the core of the monster was. Since the monster was still repairing its body, and looked unusually bulky, the pink mist easily wrapped around it. Then the monster's movements became even slower. The dream mist, for these non-living materials, although it cannot drag them into the dream, it can greatly slow down their speed. Also Alka began to investigate seriously. It feels a bit like a ghost-like creature. After a brief investigation, Alka could not help but say, now the pink mist is equivalent to his spirit spreading over. In the dark realm, Alka has fought too many ghosts, and he knows the habits of these ghosts very well. Naturally, it was easy to find the same characteristics. The left chest, the wooden area with a window, the core is hiding there. Alka found the weak point through the fog and said immediately, After hearing Alka's words, Jason next to him immediately raised his rock-shaking gun, simply aimed, and pulled the trigger. A large amount of magic power had already poured into the ammunition compartment, and what was fired was not a bullet, but rather a beam of light. It was full of holy light, emitting a milky golden light. After hearing Alka say that it might be a ghost, Jason had already poured the energy of holy light into his ammunition compartment. After all, his magic power had some holy light properties. The golden beam instantly penetrated the already broken glass and pierced the left chest of the monster. The small beam was insignificant to the whole monster, but it accurately hit the fatal area. The whole monster began to shake. The wood blocks on its body began to peel off, and pieces of debris fell one after another, splashing up clouds of smoke and dust. The core was also exposed. It was made up of various ship bows and some skulls of corpses. It was entangled with dark green mist, which was the characteristic of ghosts. Alka did not expect the core inside to be like this. At this time, this strange thing had become dim, and it emitted bursts of green smoke. Several more dull sounds were heard. The core was exposed, and Jason naturally pulled the trigger again, and added a few more attacks. Several beams of light pierced through the strange creature again. As the energy of the holy light penetrated it, the entire core began to shake. The skulls and bow statues that were emitting green light began to break, and fell down completely. A large amount of green mist floated in the air, and it seemed that the monster was completely dead. The whole process was not dangerous at all for Alka and the others, and it could even be called easy and comfortable. The main reason was that the Dawn Sound's rock-shaking cannon had a strong suppressive power against such monsters, and they did not need to attack head-on at all. Just go up and finish off the enemy. So what kind of monster is this? This is too strange. I've never seen it before. Jason came to the fallen skulls and the bow statues, and couldn't help but say, no one could give an answer to this. The concentration of magic here is very high. This is a place far from the rules, and it is very desolate and dilapidated. Julia came to the area where the monsters fell, and said while looking at the wreckage. Everyone couldn't help but look over there. It's rare to hear Julia interested in answering questions. Julia continued to say, high concentration of magic power means that it is easier to produce some strange things here. Especially around here. It's very chaotic. For Julia, this is actually her first time leaving the sea protected by the gods. Whether it is the home sea or the sea of all living beings, they are all seas where gods exist and are protected by gods. Although the concepts are different. In these seas, whether it is natural or other environments, they are all very stable. Everything in the world is full of order. But it is different outside. For Julia, for the maintainers of the sea, this place is full of all kinds of counterintuitive things. Alka and the others did not feel it very clearly. Except for feeling that the concentration of magic power was higher, they did not feel much. For Julia and the others, it was not. This island was even more so. The concentration was higher than the surrounding sea areas, and it was chaotic and disordered. The natural order was challenged here, and disordered chaos existed at any time, and was also mixed in. Julia closed her eyes as she spoke. She was feeling the magic and order around her. She closed her eyes and said, this monster is a combination of negative emotions, and the destruction of various newborns of wisdom. It should be because he took the magic items from the treasure chest just now, which caused a gap in the island's magic and alarmed him. Julia then opened her eyes, and gave a brief explanation. The so-called negative emotions should be the corpses on this island. Alka felt that the main source of the supply should be the group of people who committed suicide in despair below. Waiting for death, the negative emotions brought by suicide and despair are beyond people's imagination. What does the newborn of wisdom mean? Xiaodai asked. It means just like a baby, which just gained wisdom. Julia thought about it, and gave a similar answer. Hearing this, Pororo nodded. Does that mean a lot of babies died here? The air was inexplicably quiet. Julia was silent about Pororo's answer, and said lightly, this is just a metaphor. Oh, so that's how it is. Pororo looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Alka frowned. He probably knew what it was that produced the so-called firstborn of this kind of wisdom. Many of the wreckage of these ships must be spell ships. Just like those people who wanted to get out of the home sea they met before. Many teams have treasures, and their ships will naturally be born with wisdom under the influence of treasures. It doesn't have to be a ghost ship. Even if it has not become a ghost ship, it has not been enlightened. It will still generate wisdom over time. Just like the original sound of dawn. For countless years, There must be many such ships destroyed in the storm. These ships gathered on this island, just as Julia said, mixed together, and became the same as before. But anyway, this problem has been solved. I can only say that fortunately, whether it is these ships or these people, they all came out of the home sea. And they were destroyed just after they came out. They are not strong enough. The monster that naturally gathered, its strength only reached 4 spirals, and its strength was limited. The threat it posed to them, naturally, was not that great. Alka thought, looking among the debris, and then saw a gray scepter. It was glowing white. Oh, here! It should be that when the monster gathered the debris, it also gathered the debris where the treasure of the next white spot was placed, so that he and others would not have to spend energy to find it. He picked up the scepter and wiped off the dust and dirt on it. The pure gold inside was revealed. Such a big scepter. It seems to be worth a lot of money. You picked up a treasure again, Xiaodaidi said with a smile. Everyone was more or less used to it. Alka smiled and said nothing more, carrying the scepter on his shoulders. Okay. There's nothing to see on this island. Let's go back to the boat. Then he went directly to the cliff they had just come from and jumped down, because the sound of dawn was waiting for them below. Looking at Zhuanlu standing on the cliff, Poirot thought for a moment and jumped down with him in one hand. After all, Zhuanlu's strength was only at the 2nd spiral, so it was still quite dangerous for him to reach such a height. Arka, who landed on the deck, patted the dust off his body. After everyone landed on the deck, he patted the main mast and said, "Let's set sail, and we will continue to move forward along the current." Hearing his words, the sound of dawn slowly went around and left the island along the current. However, when they just came around, they found something wrong. Jason called everyone, "Look behind. Is that a ship?" Everyone turned their heads to look. At the end of their vision, a small black dot appeared. Alka raised the telescope to look. It was indeed a ship. But it was too far away. Even with the telescope at this distance, it was not clear who the ship belonged to. But if it was as expected, it should be the same group as them. Then several more black spots appeared. More ships? Are those teams moving together? Xiaodaidi couldn't help asking. "I'll go up and take a look," Alka said as he jumped a few times, following the rope on the ship to the observation room. Sitting above the observation room, a mirror appeared on Alka's face. The mirror once again simulated the strange frog crocodile from before. A long snout appeared on Alka's head, and a pair of huge eyes. He looked towards the end of his vision. With these eyes, Alka clearly saw the end of his vision. Whose ships did those belong to? As expected, they were the teams that left the ship with them. But the situation of these ships did not seem good. So they acted together. But the situation did not seem to be what he thought. Alka frowned. Chapter 190 Harvest. There were 4 ships coming out of the coastline. The leading ship, with its black and red color scheme, and its emblem that looked like a lava palm, was the Burning Blood Hand. Alka looked carefully and found that, except for some damage around it, the entire ship was well preserved. The 3 ships behind were not as lucky as him. One of the 3 ships behind was brown and white, and the pattern on the sail was a lance piercing a broken skull. The meaning of this pattern is to defeat pirates. This ship is the team led by the female captain that specializes in fighting pirates, the Skull Crusher Knights. There are traces of damage around the ship, which are quite obvious, but the overall structure is still relatively intact, following closely behind the Burning Blood Hand. The last 2 ships have the same color scheme, light gold with purple lines, and the emblem on the sails is the fleet of the Tulip Empire that arrived at the door last. Alka remembered that their team should have a total of 3 ships, and the flagship was also the largest of all the ships around at that time, carrying the most ordinary people. And until the end, not even one ordinary person was allowed to disembark. But now there are only 2 ships left. The larger flagship was seriously damaged. The smaller one, there was already a huge hole at the stern, and they didn't even have time to repair it. At this time, all the spells on the 4 ships were lit up, and they were heading towards them at the fastest speed. It was as if they were running away from something. They were being chased by something. The spell on the smaller Tulip Empire ship suddenly went out. The remaining 3 ships were moving fast without waiting. Suddenly, something broke out from the sea. Countless white lines, like silk threads, emerged from the sea and directly pierced the remaining ship. Something like white lines went through the hull. Alka even saw a person being pierced by the lines and lifted in the air. Seeing this, Alka immediately waved his hand. The voice of Dawn received the order. And the sails, masts, and spells on the bottom of the hull lit up one after another. The speed of the entire ship suddenly increased again, and the waves on the bow were directly cut, splashing to both sides. The sudden acceleration made everyone on the deck unsteady, and they each held on to things around them to stabilize their bodies. What's going on? Why did they suddenly increase the speed to the highest level? Because they were on the deck. They did not see the tragic situation of the last ship. They only saw the two fastest ships in front, because the speed was increased to the highest level. The breeze that had been blowing from behind them blew from the front for a rare time. Alka had been watching from behind in the observation room, always alert to the situation behind. He watched how the tulip ship that was left behind was cut into pieces by the white silk threads and sank into the seabed, until it disappeared at the end of the sight. The silk threads could be seen very clearly even at this distance. And the three escaping ships, due to Alka's extreme speed, gradually disappeared from the sight. As for stopping the ship to rescue people, it was not within Alka's consideration at all. Saving people and helping others is also within their control. Not in this obviously dangerous situation. As the captain, Alka does not want his crew to be in danger for no reason. He has to be responsible for them. Not to mention that the blood-burning hand and the skull-crushing knights are both teams with treasures. In addition, their team is not a treasure-hunting team, which leads to a large number of members on the ship. If Alka, who has 2 treasures on the ship, and Julia, who has 6 spiral strength, are excluded, any ship from these 2 teams is stronger than Alka and his team. In this situation, they have to run, so they naturally cannot stop to help. And the thread monster that just destroyed the ship reminded Alka of the wreckage of the ships he saw on the sea before. Just as they said on the deck, the cut of the wreckage was too smooth, as if it was cut smoothly by a sharp blade. It didn't look like the shattering caused by the waves at all. And the booklet Alka just found in the cave, I don't know how many years ago, the ships of those people were also destroyed by a strange sea beast. And at that time, many of the wreckage on the island can also be seen that the cuts were smooth. This means that this sea beast has been rampant in this sea area for at least hundreds of years. It has not been eliminated in so many years, but has destroyed countless ships. It is not something they can deal with at all. In this case, it is right to run. Alka continued to observe in the observation room. Because the ship suddenly accelerated, Zadaiti and others also roughly understood the situation they were in, so they were all alert on the deck, ready to fight at any time. After 2 hours, when it was confirmed that it was completely safe, Alka walked down from the observation room. Pororo came up to take his place, and continued to be alert to the surroundings. Seeing Alka finally come down, everyone gathered around. Although they were alert to the surroundings and prepared for a fight, they didn't know what happened behind. They wanted to know why. Alka nodded to them, and then took them to the captain's room. After everyone sat down, he said, "There were 4 ships behind us just now. The Burning Blood Hand, the Crushing Skull Knights and the Tulip Empire. And they were all running away." Hearing this, everyone frowned seriously. These teams are all well known. Especially the first 2. Those 2 teams can be called famous. There is also a ship of the Tulip Empire that is unknown whether it holds treasures. Even with Julia, they cannot guarantee that their current situation will be stronger than those ships combined. It should be a very powerful sea beast. They paid the price of destroying one of the Tulip ships to escape. I don't know if they can escape. Anyway, in Alka's vision, the last Tulip ship seemed to have its spell function turned off deliberately, and was left as bait. In this situation, you don't need to run fast. As long as you make sure you are not the last one, you will be safe. I suspect that the sea beast is the culprit for the debris we saw on the sea and the debris on the island. Hearing this, Jason and others couldn't help but think of it. The debris they saw on the sea before, and the smooth cuts they could see on the island. After so many years, no one has been able to eliminate the sea beast? Everyone just shook their heads at this question. After all, they didn't even see the specific appearance of the sea beast, but they roughly understood the attack method of the sea beast. At this time, Alka knocked on the table. "Okay, don't worry so much, just leave. Anyway, it has nothing to do with them. At their current speed, it won't take long to completely leave the sea area. And the sea beast is also obvious, will not leave there." As he said this, a few gray objects appeared in his hands. Luckily, they were clean before being put into the ring. Let's talk about something fun. These are the things we just found in the cave. Divide them. After hearing Alka's words, everyone's attention was diverted to the objects on the table. Alka found 3 magic items in total. And they still had a little magic power, which meant that they had not been damaged over time. At least they were not waste, and could still be used. It should be that the oilcloth around the box had a protective effect. Otherwise these magic items would become waste within 100 years. Of course, it is also possible that the concentration of magic power on that island is very high. Even if the magic items are placed outside, they will not weaken over time due to the high concentration of magic power. No one knows the specifics. The 3 items are a conical stone, which is dark brown with red lines on it. The surface looks irregular, as if it was just dug out of a mine and has not been polished. A gray ring. There is still a lot of dirt in the gaps between the carvings on the ring, which has not been cleaned in time. The last item was the one with a blue outline, a glove with a wrist guard. There were 2 crystals of different sizes on the back of the glove and the wrist guard, and metal objects surrounding the crystals on the back of the hand and the wrist guard, with spells engraved on them. Looking at the style of the glove, it should be worn on the left hand. Alka first picked up the dark brown cone stone and simply identified it. This should be a magic item used to create fire, but time still left traces on it, and the effect should not be strong now. Alka said, as he infused magic power into it from the bottom, and the red lines on the stone lit up, and then gathered at the top of the cone. Flames came out. But that was all. As time passed, the treasure was still damaged. Moreover, it should be made of some kind of spell material, and some spells were carved on it. In short, it was not even a magic item, but more like a processed raw material. So there was almost no need to repair it, and there was no ability to repair it. Looking at the stone, Alka turned his head and stared at everyone. How is it? Does anyone want it? Obviously, no one wanted this thing. Everyone shook their heads. But Juanlu looked at this thing and thought of something and said, Arka, can you help me make a frame based on this stone? Well, like an oven. Although Juanlu was the last one to board the ship, he also knew that Arka had the ability to make magic items. This crystal was small enough, only about half the size of a head, and the flames that came out were only a dozen centimeters high, but it was enough. If it is used as a portable oven or stove, it is still very good. Hearing Juanlu's words, Alka immediately understood what he meant. Looking at the crystal in his hand, he already had a plan in his mind. This idea is not bad. He smiled and said, no problem. We will discuss the plan later. Then this stone belongs to Juanlu. Of course it belongs to everyone. But the kitchen utensils must be used by Juanlu. Then it was the ring. When Alka picked up the ring, he looked at the dirt inside and couldn't help cleaning it. After cleaning, he nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the ring and began to study it carefully. This ring is much more precise than the stone, although time still left traces on it. But not much. A little repair can reach the normal standard. Alka put on the precision hand and repaired it on the spot. Through such behavior, he could also understand the ability of this ring more quickly. After a simple repair, Alka put it on his finger and demonstrated it to everyone. This is a chain ring. You can use magic power to create a magic chain to bind the enemy. As Alka said this, he poured magic power into the ring. A light pink magic chain appeared on his palm and stretched out. As the magic power increased, the chain became longer and longer, and floated in the air. Afterwards, Alka poured magic power fiercely. The end of the chain suddenly grew a long section, and shot directly towards Jason. Before he could react, it completely wrapped him up. Damn it. Let me go, Alka. Jason, who was tied up, was directly pulled up by the chain. After shaking for 2 times, Alka put him down and removed the chain. How is it? Not bad. This chain has a strong binding and dragging effect, which should be a spell effect. The longest should be 15 meters, which is definitely enough for use, Alka said, took off the ring, and put it on the table, waiting for everyone's choice. Jason straightened his clothes, looked at the ring, thought for a while and said, this thing should be more suitable for Pororo. After all, Pororo is strong enough. If he has this chain ring, it can help him better trap the enemy, or do other things. Thinking about Pororo's size, Alka shook his head. No. This ring is a custom-made one. It cannot be enlarged, and I cannot modify it, so it can only be used by people of normal size. Hearing this, Xiaodaidi thought for a while and said, then I will use it. Her main means of attack is still to use her fists, and her strength is the greatest in the team except for Poro. With a chain that can be extended, it can help her better trap the enemy. Hearing Xiaodaidi's words, Alka nodded and handed the ring to her. Everyone had no objection to this. Then came the last one. It was also the most valuable one among them. This was a brown glove. Alka studied the glove for a long time. The structure of this glove was quite delicate, and both the material used inside and the leather wrapped outside were very tough. This resulted in the glove being well preserved even after such a long time, and not damaged by the passage of time. Then Alka put the glove directly on his left hand, and the magic power flowed into his hand, and was absorbed into the glove. He opened his 5 fingers and pinched them, looking at the crystal on the back of his hand, and the crystal on his wrist, as the magic began to emit light. Alka stood up, and went to the deck outside, then faced the sea below. A circular outline appeared in front of the gloves, and the magic gathered. A cone-shaped pink mist-like light projectile shot out, and directly hit the sea, and then exploded. It raised waves of water droplets, and landed on the deck. As Alka controlled, more magic projectiles were shot out, and kept bombarding the sea below. It can also fire continuously. The surrounding decks were like rain. After shooting fiercely, Alka stopped, and took off his gloves, and turned to look at everyone. This is a very good long-range offensive equipment, which can be called magic bullet launching gloves. It can launch magic bullets according to the different properties of magic power, and the power of magic bullets can be adjusted. Alka just demonstrated the use of this glove to everyone. He shook it in his hand. So who wants it? This thing is actually suitable for him, but Alka doesn't like the style of this thing, because the gloves are a bit heavy. This would seriously affect the movement of his left arm, which resulted in his left hand being unable to perform any throwing or some magic moves except firing magic bullets. This was a loss for him. Firing magic bullets was no different from him casting cards. The two were in conflict, and there was no scalability of cards. After a brief discussion, this equipment finally fell into Jason's hands. After all, Jason had a special liking for shooting. This equipment did not mean that it could automatically track you once you fired it. Just like a gun. It also needs aiming. Xia Daidi uses two-handed close combat, and she might use the gloves to hit people directly during the fight, which is obviously not suitable for her. Not to mention that she never uses guns, and she would never use them even if she was killed. It seems that there is something unspeakable. Perhaps her shooting talent is too poor. But no one said this. Not to mention Julia. Her fighting style is completely incompatible with these gloves. The second is Juanlu. And they have not seen Juanlu fight yet. The main reason was that he had never encountered it before. And Juanlu was still learning spells recently. After all, he had never had such an opportunity before. After all, he was not from any power, but just a traveler. The spells were all relatively common, and there was no system for using spells. He had not yet figured out his position, so he naturally did not fight for the gloves. Jason wore the gloves, facing the sea in the distance, and a circle of light appeared in front of the gloves. One after another, light bullets flew out. Since Jason's magic power is rich in holy light attributes, the magic bullets naturally become light bullets. For example, if this glove is worn by Julia, she will fire ice bullets. The gloves have good plasticity, and are a very good offensive equipment. Looking at this scene, Alka rubbed his chin, and suddenly a good idea came to his mind. After thinking for a while, he said, Jason, come to the manufacturing hall below tomorrow. I will see if I can make some modules for your gloves, so that your gloves can fire ammunition with other attributes. Hearing Alka's words, Jason stopped firing magic bullets. Of course. No problem. But will it work? What do you mean? Do you look down on my skills? I didn't say that. Aren't you only good at making dolls? You know? Lucilia next to him took the needle on her back and stabbed Jason. Chapter 191 The Feasibility of the Puppet Army. After sailing at full speed for a day and a night, the speed of the Voice of Dawn finally returned to normal. Fortunately, the concentration of magic power here is extremely high. Even if it sails at full speed for a day and a night, it can still absorb the surrounding magic power for replenishment. There is no need for Alka and others to worry. A day and a night at full speed is the limit that the Voice of Dawn can reach without any damage to itself. This place should be safe enough. On the blue ocean, the scenery remains unchanged. Fortunately, everyone on the ship has long been accustomed to it. They are even prepared to not encounter any islands. If Alka had not discovered the dream bubbles of terrestrial creatures in his dream before, they might not have encountered any islands. According to their previous sailing route, it should be so. And Alka came to his manufacturing hall early. At this time, He was communicating with Juanlu. If it is feasible, can you make a deformable rack that can be used for barbecue and pots? Hearing Juanlu's request, Alka nodded without thinking. This request is relatively simple. No problem. This stone has the ability to automatically absorb magic power. If you repair the surrounding spells, the automatically absorbed magic power should be able to support it to burn for most of the day. Then add a device that can adjust the firepower. It is better to make it portable enough so that I can carry the stove with me at any time. Juanlu thought for a while and continued. Alka thought about it and agreed with his idea. He could make it. It was not difficult for him to make it. It was even very easy. After the discussion, Juanlu left the manufacturing hall. Alka looked at the stone in front of him. He did not expect that the first magic item he made would be a portable stove. Since Alka had the precision hand and the matching manufacturing technology plus some knowledge of the engraver, he has been studying the problem of Lucilia's body and even transformed the soul doll to create a puppet body. If you think about it, it seems that I started my career as a caster and engraver just to make the earliest soul puppet. Fortunately, during the time of making the puppet body, Alka's skills and craftsmanship were almost honed to a good level. As a result, when he turned around and started making other magic items, it didn't seem difficult, but felt unusually easy. Not long after Juanlu left, Alka was drawing the blueprint. Jason ran down, wearing the gloves he gave him yesterday. Arka, I'm here. He took off his gloves and handed them to Arka. Arka stopped what he was doing and took the gloves. He had done some simple research yesterday and had a plan in mind. After thinking for a while, he said, with my current skills and the spells we have, I can provide you with 4 options. Think about which one you want to choose. These 4 options are a module that can launch ice bombs, based on the cold spell that Julia understood, using the cross of righteous fire, spell that Alka first knew as the core. A module that can fire bullets was made, using the stealth spell that can conceal the body that was obtained before as the core. A module that can make the fired magic bullets difficult to detect was made, using the armor breaking spell that was obtained from Bobby and engraved on the bullet head as the core. A module that can make the fired magic bullets penetrating was made. This is the module that I can make now, and I can guarantee that there will be no problem. According to the configuration of this glove, there are probably only 2 options. Hearing the choice given by Alka, Jason pulled out a bench next to him and sat on it, frowning and thinking. After thinking for a long time, he stared at Alka. He asked, "Can I have them all?" Hearing this, Alka looked at him with dead eyes. "What do you think?" "Okay." Jason fell into deep thought again. The main reason was that the 4 options Alka gave were too useful, and he really didn't know which 2 to choose. Each one was too tempting, and if he thought about it casually, he could find countless matching scenes for each magic bullet. But this is natural. If the module is useless, Alka will not think about it and give a solution. Of course, the idea must be useful and practical before the corresponding solution can be given. Looking at Jason's tangled expression, Alka thought for a while and said, "How about I give you a solution?" This is the method that Alka thought of before. "What solution?" Jason looked up and asked. "Choose the ice and fire modules. The spells used in these 2 modules are relatively powerful and difficult spells, which are difficult to depict. The module is just right to fit into the glove. The remaining 2 spells are relatively low level, which are very easy to depict. You can choose to use these 2 spells to make bullets, and they can still achieve the effect of magic bullets. I can teach you how to make them. Anyway, there is enough time now, and you may be able to make some useful ammunition for yourself at that time. How is it?" After explaining his plan, Alka looked at Jason and asked. Hearing Alka's words, Jason clenched his fist and hammered his palm without thinking. "Okay. No problem. I'll do it as you said. Anyway, you said before, I must learn how to make the ammunition I want." Alka seemed to have said it before. After all, when he saw Jason's gun, he thought of this. More bullets are like his cards, which can be used in more scenarios and deal with sufficiently dangerous scenarios. "Okay. Let's decide. The spells of ice and fire are not that they cannot be engraved on bullets, but the time and energy spent are not matched with the product. The main reason is that these 2 spells are both relatively advanced, and the other spells that can replace these 2 spells are all spells used in daily life. They are too low level, which leads to a gap in the middle. Making these 2 advanced compositions into modules You only need to spend time to make them once. Modules are not consumables anyway, so the effort you spend is proportional to what you get. Are those left over from when you made the body for Lucilia? Jason pointed to the large basket of discarded puppets behind Alka. This was his first time in the manufacturing hall. Generally speaking, only Alka, Lucilia and Ziadite would come here. Ziadite would come here mainly to make interesting costumes with Lucilia. After all, Lucilia's body is small now, and the difficulty of making clothes is greatly reduced. Hearing Jason's words, Alka turned his head to look at it, and nodded. Yes, they are all previous trial works. And they are useless now. Are they all useless? I remember that you spent a lot of materials when making these puppets. You should know that Alka had invested almost all of his extra wealth in this. What Jason didn't know was that, in addition to Alka's, even Lucilia's wealth was invested in it. Ziadite had a good relationship with Lucilia, and also gave a lot of funds. The consumption of these materials alone reached several hundred gold sales, which was a huge sum of money. Fortunately, they finally got the desired finished product, which was even better than they thought. It's useless, but it's not a loss to get what you want in the end. It's just a necessary consumption. Hearing Alka's words, Jason nodded. It would be great if it could be reused. What a pity. Jason nodded with a little regret, left the gloves on the table, said hello to Alka, and returned to the deck above. Alka looked at the pile of discarded puppets. Reuse? He muttered to himself, and then refocused on the work at hand, and began to draw the blueprint seriously. 2 days later, Alka was still in the manufacturing hall. Of course, he did not forget to eat and sleep. He ate when he should eat, and drank when he should drink. But except for meditation and vigilance, he basically spent his time in the manufacturing hall. He picked up the magic bullet launching gloves, and picked up a piece of blue crystal with tweezers, which was about the size of the little fingernail, and slowly stuffed it into a corner of the disassembled part. The glove holding the tweezers covered the precision hand. When doing this kind of extremely precise work, it is necessary to bring it with you to ensure that there will be no problems. The blue crystal still slowly gushed out cold mist, and as the tweezers were loosened, it was firmly fixed in the palm of the hand. Looking that there was no problem, Alka wiped the sweat on his face with his sleeve. Then he picked up another red crystal and stuck it in through the gap on the other side. This red crystal emits heat, and it is really a bit unbearable to be cold and hot. But it was still put in intact. After repairing the 2 gaps in the gloves, Alka looked at the brand new gloves. After all, Alka also made a simple change to its appearance. At this time, the gloves were milky white of holy light, with a light gold edge, with red and blue stripes on them, and the veins converged all the way to the central gem. The original wrist part was cut off, and the crystal on it was also separated and placed on both sides of the central gem. The crystal on the back of the hand was wrapped with a layer of translucent metal shell, which could protect the crystal while better gathering the surrounding magic power, and reducing the burden on magic power when using it. Looking at the work in his hands, Alka nodded with satisfaction. He rubbed his fingers. A blue bird appeared, and flew from the door to the deck. Soon, hurried footsteps were heard. Jason ran in impatiently, looking at the gloves in Alka's hand. His eyes lit up. This color combination was exactly what he wanted. He walked over and took it from Alka's hand. Did you modify it? Yes. There are many old technologies on it, which have been updated long ago, and it has been constructed more simply. Thank you. It looks much better now than before, Jason said and put it on his hand. Seeing Jason couldn't let go of it, Alka picked up the metal cylinder device from his feet and handed it to him. This is Juanlu's portable stove. Take it to him and call Lucilia down. Jason looked at the metal device that was almost the size of a human head, nodded, and hugged it in his arms. Then he ran up. He couldn't wait to test the function of his new gloves. It would be best if he could show off to Pororo. Alka's voice came from behind again. By the way, remember to come here from 2 to 4 p.m. from tomorrow to learn how to carve ammunition. No problem. After watching Jason leave, Alka propped up his chin and looked at the puppet in the basket next to him. Maybe it's possible, he muttered to himself, and then stared at the puppet in a daze. After a long while, he felt a touch on his ear, and Alka turned his head. It was Lucilia sitting on the table, shaking her legs, looking at him with a smile. You walk without making any sound? Alka couldn't help but complain. Hee hee. I learned this in the past few days. How amazing. Isn't it? It matches my small body. feeling that there was still a stealth aura around Lucilia. Alka couldn't help asking, "You don't want to be an assassin again, do you?" Alka remembered that Lucilia said some time ago that she wanted to wear armor and be a warrior. "No. I want to be a stealth warrior." Looking at Lucilia's arrogant expression, Alka was silent. "Is it the kind of stealth that kills everyone you see?" Lucilia stared at Alka with wide eyes, and there was inexplicable excitement in her eyes. "Yes, is it still possible to sneak like this?" It was as if a new door had been opened. Looking at Lucilia like this, Alka couldn't help but hold his forehead. It seemed that he had given Lucilia an incredible inspiration. He said quickly, "Okay, let's not talk about this. I asked you to come down for a serious matter." After hearing Alka's words, Lucilia came back to her senses and nodded. She looked like she was listening attentively. "We have tested it before, right? Only your current body can reach the triple helix. Other bodies can only be fixed to the double helix. And it will take at least 12 days to pull it up." Lucilia nodded, "Yes. If there is a high-energy object, it can speed up this process." When Lucilia became a toucher before, even if she changed her body, she could still make the new body a toucher. Then she leaves the body, and the energy of the body will drop back to normal. But when Lucilia reaches the triple helix because of the treasure, it is no longer possible. The other bodies cannot reach this level. When the treasure is first controlled, the energy given by the treasure is the most. This makes Lucilia's current puppet body the strongest one, and it has been transformed by the treasure. It is no longer the first one made by Alka. The current puppet body can improve with Lucilia's strength. Just like a real body, Alka cannot make such a body. But at least this body is based on the one made by Alka. Similarly, if Lucilia possesses her soul on other puppet bodies will not achieve such an effect, because the flag is not strengthened. It seems that only the first time will be strengthened. However, because of the strong soul, coupled with the limit of the puppet itself, after 12 days, the puppet's strength can be increased to the limit of the second spiral. If there are high-energy items to provide energy, this process will be faster. But that's all. When Lucilia's soul leaves these bodies, the magic power in these bodies will dissipate into the air at a very fast speed. The circuits condensed in the body will also degenerate and disappear, unless Alka can make a more powerful puppet. You know the main function of this treasure? Lucilia nodded, "Yes. There are 73 additional places, which can be given to other touchers inspired by this treasure, and these touchers can be improved according to my strength. 60 team members, 12 team leaders, and 1 vice leader. But all of these have a prerequisite. That is, the one who is touched by this treasure. Is there such a possibility that this treasure can inspire you who use the flesh and blood spell, and can also inspire other puppets who use the flesh and blood spell?" Hearing Alka's words, Lucilia frowned and looked at him and said, "Do you want to use puppets to replace these members? Let the treasure play its role." Yes. That's what Alka thought. For this treasure to work, they have to train the touchers themselves, which is very troublesome. And they don't have the conditions now. And Alka doesn't like a group of obedient slaves. Hearing this, Lucilia thought about it. "I don't know if it will work, but the conditions for becoming a toucher are still quite harsh. I can become a toucher because I have a highly adaptable flesh and blood puppet body, plus a normal soul. But other puppets don't have souls. Yes, this is the difficulty of this idea. Other puppets don't have souls. How can one become a toucher?" Alka said, "The treasure may have been suppressed in the home sea. After leaving the home sea, this suppression disappeared, and all have some improvement. For example, the dream catcher and the mirror, which was less suppressed, but still improved. Is it possible that the bloody flag, rejected and despised by the Holy Mother Church, has also been suppressed to a greater extent?" So Alka wondered if there was any possibility of success. That is to say, can you forcibly control this treasure, so that it does not require so much from the toucher, and force the puppet to be enlightened, so as to achieve the effect we want? Hearing this, Lucilia thought about it, and the bloody flag emerged. Frowning at the flag. "Maybe I can give it a try. Then I will try to add a soul-like mechanism to these puppets, increase the chance of deception, and achieve the effect we want." Then the two exchanged some details, and started their own efforts. If the goal is achieved, then they will have enough extra power, which will make up for the problem of the scarcity of treasure hunting team members. Chapter 192: The Three Helix Doll. Moving forward, the endless current, the strong wind that always blows forward. The sound of dawn sails on the sea. On the endless blue ocean, There is only this ship sailing alone. So lonely. At this time, on the edge of the open deck, Jason was holding a fishing rod and fishing. But the bucket next to him was empty, and the fishing line in front of him was motionless. "How long has it been since Alka and the others came up?" he asked. Hearing his question, Juanlu's voice came over softly. "Let me count. 2 days. They have no intention of coming up these 2 days. They should be researching something. It's time for a critical moment." He was also holding a fishing rod at this time. But the difference was that there was a sea fish more than 1 meter long in the fish bucket next to him. At least it was not the Air Force. Since Alka asked me to call Lucilia down a week ago. They have been working day and night. And I don't know what they are researching. Jason, who was talking, suddenly felt something. And suddenly lifted the fishing rod. But there was nothing. And the hook was empty. "Ta!" Pororo's laughter came from the side. Jason sat down again with his head down, and couldn't help but glance at Pororo. There were already 3 fish in the bucket next to Pororo. "Why can you catch so many? Didn't we agree that there are few fish in the sea here?" Jason couldn't help but ask. Pororo hung the large customized fishing rod in his hand next to him, opened his big mouth, revealing his sharp teeth. He smiled and said, "That's because I am a warrior of the sea, and the sea favors me, no matter where the ocean is." Looking at Pororo's sullen look, Jason was dejected, moved his sight completely in front of him, and threw the hook down again. The 3 of them were playing a luck game. Because there were few fish in this sea area, being able to catch them had a lot to do with luck. Juanlu joined them, because he wanted some fresh ingredients. Although there was a large refrigeration space in the kitchen warehouse, and because of the spell, the refrigeration effect was very good, he felt that the food there was not fresh enough. He needed fresh ingredients, and it was better if they were alive. In his opinion, only creatures that were still alive before he cut could be considered fresh. He looked up at the sky. The sun was about to move to the center. It was almost time. He stood up, patted his butt, picked up the bucket next to him, and said to the 2 people beside him, "I'll go make food first, you continue fishing. Take mine too, the gray one is delicious as sashimi," Pororo said, as he handed over the bucket next to him. Juanlu took the bucket and looked at the strange gray fish inside. Forget it, for him, these fish were strange enough, he didn't recognize any of them anyway. But since Pororo said that this fish tastes good as sashimi, then this fish must be suitable for sashimi. You can distrust Pororo for other things, but his vision in this regard is absolutely unique. Juanlu felt inferior. For fish, this smaller gray one will be made into sashimi. The remaining 3, well, fry them. Another took here beef leg. Alka seems to have not rested well recently. Add a sacred hard fruit to season and refresh. Carrying 2 buckets, he walked towards the kitchen while muttering. It was his duty to ensure every meal for the members on board. He needed to ensure that everyone was well fed and had enough nutrition. At this time, the sound of dawn hummed softly, and the sound of violins came from the bird head on the bow. The 2 tones matched each other, and the warmth like light was felt from the music, which was the phonetic symbol of praise for the sun. Julia sat on the bird head symbol, playing the violin in her hand, and when the music reached a climax, she opened her mouth. Beautiful singing drifted out with the breeze. Hearing this music, feeling that the time was almost up, Pororo put away his customized large fishing rod. Put it neatly in his pocket bracelet. Due to his body shape, and his thick and short fingers, it was inconvenient to wear a ring when attacking. So his storage equipment was a customized bracelet, which also made his space a little bigger than others. Of course, he also gave more money. After everything was put away, he gently patted Jason's shoulder and stood up. "I have to replace Xiaodai, you continue fishing." After saying that, he climbed up along the main mast, and soon saw Xiaodai swinging down from the watchtower along the cable. Just now she was on guard, and now Pororo was going to take her shift. With a light landing sound, Xiaodai swung along the cable to Jason's back. After standing firm, he patted the rope in his hand. "Thanks." Then let go. The rope automatically pulled back up and fixed to its original position. TSK. 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 Xiaodai looked at Jason's empty bucket and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. "You didn't catch any fish? I saw you 3 have been fishing all morning." Hearing Xiaodai's ridicule, Jason pulled the bucket to his side and argued, "That's because there are too few fish in this area. My skills are still good." "Then why did they both catch fish?" "Just luck." "But I remember you were just yelling about luck." "Right. So you were unlucky and lost?" Hearing this, Jason clenched his fist. raised his right hand and said loudly, "That's because Pororo cheated. He is a warrior of the sea." Then he said something about the ocean favoring him, and that he was just in a bad state today. Even Pororo in the observation room above couldn't help laughing. He heard the shrill laughter above. Jason was furious. He put away his fishing rod and was about to climb up the mast, saying loudly, "Damn it, Pororo. I want to duel with you." He always thought he was lucky, and would never admit that he was unlucky. Maybe this was one of Jason's pain points. But when it comes to treasure hunting, his luck is always a little better. Maybe it was because he had absorbed too much of his usual luck when he was looking for treasure. Luck is probably conserved? You are a little lucky here today, and you will be unlucky somewhere else tomorrow. Who knows? After a little episode, Xiao Daidi smiled and walked towards the bow. In the past week, Alka and Lucilia seemed to be very busy, so she could only go to talk to Julia. At this moment, the sound of clanging came from below the deck again. Xiao Daidi looked back, and then turned his head back. It comes again. Such a sound has been heard frequently during this period. At this time, in the manufacturing hall of the lower deck, Alka and Lucilia were busy. They have reached the most critical step of the experiment. As long as it succeeds, it means success. Lucilia has now emerged from her puppet body and has returned to the soul state of a normal human body. The scarlet bloody team flag floats between Lucilia's hands. Red mist like blood floated around her, and under her control, it condensed into a majestic armor on her body. It just didn't match Lucilia's delicate face. This was the effect that would appear when Lucilia fully exerted the power of the treasure. If it was a physical body, such a bloody armor would not be created without the supply of magic power. But in the state of the soul, even without magic power, the bloody mist entangled around the soul would automatically condense. Arka, it's your turn. I'm already trying to control it. At this time, Lucilia, after this period of special training and control, is already suppressing the flag's instinct. That is, suppressing the effect and rules of the flag itself. In simple terms, it means that it has to ask for less and lower it to take a back door, giving face to the controller. Get ready, start, Arka said, and let a 30 centimeters puppet in his hand, the same size as Lucilia, float over under the control of magic. As the puppet floated in front of the flag, the puppet's arm slowly raised under Alka's control and touched the flag. As it touched the flag, the scarlet breath began to penetrate into the puppet's body. Taking this opportunity, the puppet's appearance changed. A beautiful human figure appeared, with an unusually delicate face. Unlike Lucilia, her ears were more human-like, and her hair was short black. As the appearance changed, the scarlet breath began to penetrate into the puppet without resistance. Seeing this, Alka's expression became excited. Lucilia was also a little excited. This was the first time in a long time that the scarlet breath entered the puppet's body, normally to activate the circuit in the body. It was stuck at this step before. The scarlet breath refused to get in and activate. Sometimes it would even blow the whole puppet to pieces. When it was in a better mood, it would just knock the puppet away. Now the scarlet breath has been successfully integrated into the puppet's body. This is hope. At this time, Lucilia's soul body had become somewhat out of breath. It was too much of a stretch to use the power of her soul and her current strength to forcefully suppress a treasure. If it weren't for the fact that this treasure was well matched with her, it would not have been possible to meet such a requirement. The scarlet power began to merge, and Alka was quickly scanning the changes in the puppet's body, not missing even the slightest change. He felt that the magic circuit in the puppet's body was beginning to expand outward along the core. Just like when Lucilia used the body before, it was transforming towards the one who touched it. The veins of flesh and blood were spreading, and because of the integration of the scarlet breath, it was expanding and merging with the magic circuit. As expected, the necessary condition was that the veins of flesh and blood were engraved with the same spell as the flag, making it less repulsive. The soul in this puppet body was replaced by Alka with a simple spell arrangement, and then a special material was used to simulate the feeling of the soul. This special material came from the dark realm, and similar places where evil spirits were born and gathered. Through magic, you can carve in this material, perform behaviors similar to programming, and let the puppet respond to some commands and interact through spells. Many puppet-like structures use this thing as the core to control its autonomy. It is said that there is an extremely advanced core that can make the puppet perform completely anthropomorphic behaviors. There are even the most outrageous artificial souls. All this knowledge comes from the information that was previously packaged and transmitted by the wise man. However, these knowledge only gave a name and a general overview, without a specific operation method. And the things designed and constructed by Akka himself, when placed in the puppet, it can emit a breath similar to the soul, under Lucilia's deliberate control. The bloody flag could only pinch its nose and admit it. When the scarlet breath almost entered the puppet, after it was enlightened to become a toucher, Lucilia pressed and controlled the flag, pulling it back to break away from the touch of the puppet's arm. The bloody aura wrapped around the puppet was also completely integrated into her body. At this time, the flesh and blood veins in the bloody puppet, as well as the energy source that Akka could install in its core, were completely stimulated and entangled. Did it succeed? Lucilia's soul asked breathlessly. It was too tiring to suppress the flag by force. In response to Lucilia's question, Akka neither shook his head nor nodded, but frowned, looking at the puppet in front of him. He was still unsure, and was conducting the final test. At this time, the puppet's appearance had completely solidified into a puppet girl, with an almost human body. She stood on the table, and the magic power in her body radiated from the inside out. After feeling that it was almost done, Akka looked at her and said, "Magic control." As the order was issued, the puppet girl opened her eyes at the first time, and her brown pupils sparkled like diamonds. Yes! A slightly mechanical tone sounded. The magic power was controlled and hidden. Seeing this, Akka raised his hands, and the magic thread flowed out from his fingers and touched the doll girl's body and began to carefully examine it from the inside out. Finally, a smile appeared on his face. "It's done. This body has become the toucher." After saying that, Akka turned to Lucilia and said, "Now it's your turn. Take the last step." Lucilia nodded, and her soul re-entered her puppet body and came to the side of the doll girl. The flag cuffs on her arms glowed slightly. This time the blood-red aura was very strong. It flowed out from her palms like water. Then it turned into a blood-red tornado, completely engulfing the doll girl. As it spun, the blood-red aura completely flowed into the doll girl's body. Energy began to gather. The bloody aura was engraved on the doll girl's shoulders, and the symbol of the cross swords appeared there. A blood-red silk thread extended from the shoulder all the way to the waist and abdomen. In Akka's detection, the magic power in the puppet girl's body began to rotate, and then absorbed the magic power around it, entered her body, and began to gather into a spiral of magic power. Circuits appeared one after another. Finally, 3 circuits from the inside to the outside appeared in the puppet girl's body. "You gave her the position of vice captain?" Akka asked. Lucilia now controlled the flag, and Akka was almost fully aware of the effects that the 67 positions of the knights could bring. The only position of vice captain can make the toucher who obtains this position have the same strength as the captain, only slightly inferior to the captain. Lucilia's current strength is 3 spirals, so the puppet girl's strength will also be raised to 3 spirals, which will only be slightly inferior to Lucilia. The corresponding captain's strength will be 2 spirals, which should be a level that is about to break through at this stage of the 2 spirals. Then, there are the team members, which are almost at the first spiral, and have not yet completely broken through to the second spiral. But this also has a price. That is, these members will no longer have the ability to meditate and improve their strength. The magic circuits in their bodies will be solidified, controlled by the flag master, and there will be no function to absorb magic from the outside to continue to condense the circuits. They must completely follow the captain's improvement. That is, the treasure's controller. If the captain's strength improves, he will be able to better control the treasure, absorb a huge amount of magic through the treasure, and feed this magic back to the rest of the members. Every time the strength of the controller increases, the strength of these team members will increase. It is useless for them to practice by themselves. For talented touchers, this can be considered a disadvantage. For those without talent, this is naturally an advantage. But for dolls, this is completely irrelevant, because these dolls themselves have no souls. Without complete souls, there is naturally no possibility of practicing alone. There is no such ability to practice by oneself. The proper circuit is the combination of spirit and flesh. Now the spirit of the doll has been replaced by the flag, and the disadvantage of not being able to practice is naturally not a disadvantage for them. I want to try to see if the strongest position can force the strength of this doll to rise, Lucilia said. After all, the peak strength of the doll is the second spiral, which is inevitable because of the materials. After all, the materials they have now are all purchased from the home sea. However, the materials were once again infused with powerful magic and pulled up. And it can only be said that the treasure is worthy of being a treasure. However, if it is pulled up by force, it will definitely be inferior to the materials that can reach this stage in normal use and combat. If there are better materials later, it is better to replace the hardware of the doll. Now that it is completely feasible, let's start writing it now, and give her real ability to act. Alka said. Chapter 193 Doll Girl. 0. The blood-red breath once again flowed out from the flag cuff on Lucilia's shoulder. This time, the scarlet breath did not flow into the doll's body, but began to edit it remotely, turning it into text. This is Lucilia starting to write a decree, which is to give orders to all team members. If they don't do this, they will be punished. These decrees are used to control the functions of the knights under their command, which is equivalent to turning those who touch the flag into the captain's private and fully controllable property. The puppet will faithfully execute the order. And this kind of decree, which was originally used to restrain intelligent creatures, has little effect on the puppet. So Alka was thinking, if the decree is edited like writing a program, can the puppet have a certain degree of intelligence? After all, Alka has done very little research in this area. He only deceives through materials, and has almost no intelligent program for the puppet itself. He only carved a few very rough commands. That is, when you hear the control magic power, you can hide and control the magic power in your body. Hearing the movement, they began to walk in the direction Alka ordered. It was an extremely simple program. But if it was written with a decree, would it have a better effect? After all, once successful, the connection between these puppets and the treasure would be much higher than that of normal touchers, because the treasure completely replaced the existence of the soul. Now we have to test it this way. Writing with a decree can be extremely rough, and it doesn't need to be too detailed. For example, if it is to obey orders from oneself, this decree is very ambiguous, and for many commands, the puppet's own intelligent program will definitely not respond, because it was not made in this way. However, when this decree was written, Lucilia looked at the doll in front of her and said, "Turn around." The doll girl turned around directly on the spot, and only turned one circle accurately. Alka must not have carved such an interactive program into it when making it. Looking at this scene, he shook his head helplessly. The treasure is really unreasonable. He should not look at these treasures according to normal logic and rational thinking. Then our idea is feasible. Let's edit the decree now, Alka said, and began to communicate with Lucilia. The first edit does not have to be perfect. After all, these commands can be deleted and added at any time. If you find any problems, you can add, delete, and modify them. After a while, the first version of the decree was completed. "Wake up," Lucilia said. The doll girl, who had closed her eyes and stood motionless on the table like a toy, opened her eyes after hearing this command. Although her eyes were still not very agile, she blinked like a normal person and began to observe the surroundings. There was a decree that tried to act like a living person, which was based on Lucelia. After seeing Lucelia in front of her, she immediately bowed. "Master." Lucelia nodded. And then the doll girl came directly behind Lucelia and followed her like a maid. The reason for doing this was also because Lucelia issued a strange decree. Members should behave like the occupational positioning given in her mind. The positioning of this first puppet is a maid. Finally succeeded. Alka looked at this scene and leaned heavily on his chair. The first puppet girl was completed, a puppet made entirely by the bloody flag. Lucilia continued to study the puppet girl behind her with great interest. "From now on, you will be called Zero." "Yes, my number is 0. "No, I mean your name is 0. "Yes, my number name is 0. Lucilia was silent. This seemed to be different from what she thought. She immediately wrote another decree. "Express it in the language of a normal person, and receive the language according to the standard of a normal person." As for this normal person, it is completely based on the standard of a normal person in Lucilia's mind. Then she said, "Your name is 0. "Okay, Master, I will be called 0 from now on." Hearing this answer, Lucilia nodded with satisfaction. Looking at this scene, Alka smiled. There will be many such problems in the future. Lucilia only needs to write the decree according to the way Alka taught her before, and it will be gradually improved. If I obtain the technology of artificial souls, and put soul-like materials into the heads of these puppets, through the operation of such relatively perfect laws, will real wisdom be generated? Become a real intelligent creature? Alka couldn't help but think, laws written by treasures, after all. are not as useful as real wisdom. These laws will always have strange loopholes, like programs, and cannot reach perfection. After studying to this point, naturally, thoughts will drift to that direction. Forget it, now is not the time to think about these things, and I don't have the ability to think about these things. Alka shook his head, and threw away these thoughts. So should we continue making dolls next? Make all the remaining 72? Lucilia looked at Alka and asked. Now her mood was high. She was so excited when she thought that she would soon have a doll night group. Looking at the excited Lucilia, Alka directly poured a basin of cold water on her. No, although that basket is full of discarded dolls, even if all of them are taken out, there are only about 20, not to mention that there are only 7 flesh and blood dolls that can be used. Among these 7, there are only 2 dolls that can be made into dolls that can become touchers like Zero. After all, the discarded dolls in the baskets are updated and iterated, and there is a big technical gap between each doll. The Zero they made was a flesh puppet that Alka had almost completely made. But it was not perfect yet. So it was discarded. That is, when it was first made, it did not meet the standard of perfectly matching Lucilia's soul. It was qualified as a flesh puppet. The flesh puppets they used before were improved from puppets that did not meet the qualified standards. Obviously, it was not acceptable. Now there are only 2 qualified flesh puppets that meet the standards, and the others cannot even be recycled. And the remaining materials we have can only make about 45. If there is loss in the middle, the final product will be even less. Okay. Hearing this, Lucilia had no choice but to nod helplessly. Don't be depressed. After we have more spells and techniques, as well as some special materials, we can also make more special puppets, so that they can play their role. For example, Alka wants to make mermaid-shaped, fishman-shaped puppets, which can be more useful than ordinary human-shaped puppets in some aspects. To be honest, his current technology has only reached the most basic requirements. More interesting models can be developed slowly in the future. A night group, of course, must have various strengths, and only when combined together can it be more powerful. In addition, the more people in the night group, the greater the power they can exert when they gather together. This is a treasure gain. Alka plans to give each doll a different degree of construction, so that the dolls can play a stronger role in the form of a team. After all, it is so cool to create a legion that suits your heart. Just thinking about it makes me almost have an orgasm. Okay. Now the first stage of the mission has been completed. Bring this new member with you, and show him to Xiaodaidi and the others, Alka said with a smile. Lucilia nodded, and her expression became a little excited. Then she changed Zero into a maid outfit that Xiaodaidi had made before, and then took 2 long swords that fit the doll's body from Alka and put them on the back of the doll. Alka has a lot of doll equipment here, all small gadgets made whenever he has time. But it is very suitable for Lucilia, after all. This thing is small, very easy to make with a precise hand, and the materials used are very few. Even the maid outfit, Alka carved a few spells on it, mainly for practice. He is not really interested in this kind of house-playing dress, but sometimes Xiaodaidi and Lucilia have some strange ideas for no reason, and ask him to help carve. For example, the clothes Lucilia is wearing now have 3 spells: dust repellent, stealth, and feather fall. If this kind of clothes is enlarged, it will be very troublesome to plan and carve these 3 spells, and it will cost a lot of materials. They also have to buy spell silk threads and weave them into cloth with spell material properties. But if it is only made for Lucilia, it will be much simpler. The material cost is less, and even a lot of leather can be used instead. Only 1 spell needs to be carved. This is the advantage of Lucilia's size. The 2 came to the deck. Facing the long-lost sunshine, they couldn't help squinting their eyes. Xiaodaidi, who was chatting with Julia at the bow, saw their figures. Both of them came over. Finally, you are willing to come out. You look like you are doing well? Hearing Xiaodaidi's words, Lucilia smiled. Hee hee. Hearing Lucilia's nasal tone, Xiaodaidi turned his head and looked at her carefully, and then saw the short-haired black doll girl in a maid's outfit following behind her. Looking at the doll girl, Alka saw that there was a light almost bursting out of Xiaodaidi's eyes. Xiaodaidi squatted down in disbelief, and slowly reached out to pick up the doll. The doll girl looked at Xiaodaidi with an expressionless face, and said, "Please put me down, I need to protect the master at any time." Looking at the girl's appearance and her voice, Xiaodaidi's eyes shone brighter. Really positioned as a maid? Alka couldn't help but look at Lucilia with a strange look. Is this the result of your efforts during this period? This is great. Xiaodaidi's voice was a little excited, looking at the doll she held. The doll girl had begun to struggle, and the power she used was getting stronger and stronger. After all, the strength of this doll girl reached the triple spiral. Xiaodaidi had to put the doll back on the deck, and then saw Zero standing behind Lucilia. Julia also showed an interested look on her face. The three women on the boat started chatting about Zero. After listening for a while, Alka left silently. I couldn't understand. What clothes look good, skin is good, body proportions are normal or not. Humph, how can I not do it well? Just when I heard the dinner bell, my stomach immediately reacted. It's been a long time since I had a good meal, so I ran to the restaurant immediately. When everyone gathered in the restaurant, everyone's eyes fell on Zero. Alka began to introduce. This is the result of our recent work. The doll girl made with Lucilia's treasure, as the source can be bound to the treasure, so as to avoid wasting the function of the treasure. By the way, Zero's strength has reached the triple spiral. That's stronger than my strength, alas. After hearing this, Juanlu sighed silently. With Xiaodaidi's successful promotion to the triple spiral some time ago, he is the only one left on the ship, still staying in the second spiral. Now the dolls made by Alka and others have reached 3 spirals. Hearing Juanlu sigh, Alka smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry after all. You have just learned the meditation method not long ago, it should be soon, in less than 2 or 3 months. Hearing Alka's words, Juanlu nodded, probably more than 3 months. With meditation spells outside the home sea, the efficiency is indeed very high. That means there are 73 puppet girls like this in the full team? Jason said beside him. If you remember correctly, the number of team members that could be promoted by the flag seemed to be 73, and it was divided into 3 levels with 1, 12, and 60. Alka nodded. Then many of the tasks on the ship can be handed over to the puppet girls? This was the first thing Jason thought of. Although the entire ghost ship was almost completely automated. After all, the ship already had its own intelligence. But some tasks still needed them to complete. For example, necessary guard patrols, the handling of some goods, and daily inspections of the ship. It even includes the maintenance of the spells on the ship. And now just thinking about it, you can know that these people, the puppet girl will definitely help them fight. This will greatly reduce their pressure. They are just puppets, not people. Don't think about being lazy, and there is only 1 Zero now. We can only make a few more with the materials at most. Hearing Alka's words, Jason shrugged helplessly. It seems that being lazy is not an option. After lunch, they brought Zero to the deck, and Lucilia became Zero's opponent to test his strength. Attack me now, Lucilia said with a steel shield in her hand. After hearing Lucilia's order, Zero stood still, and then asked, how? To attack? It seems that they are starting from the beginning. After that, Lucilia and Xiaodidi began to train Zero in combat. Thankfully, with the decree, Zero learned very quickly. But it can be seen that all the offensive moves she learned were very rigid, and she had almost no ability to adapt to changes. No, you can't teach her like this. Xiaodai, who discovered this problem, said hurriedly. We must teach her how to fight in battle. Xiaodai decided to let Zero attack in battle. When to defend, when to dodge, and when to find the right opportunity. Lucilia will be Zero's opponent. However, the progress was slow. Alka, who had been recording data next to him, looked at this scene and thought about it, and said, how about this? I will control Zero's body to fight. And you let her record. Hearing this method, Lucilia nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Then Alka stretched out his hands, and his 10 fingers stretched out magic threads that wrapped around Zero's body, and began to take over her body control. This magic thread spell was the same as the one Vanessa used. However, Alka specialized in using it in this place, and found it very useful. Under Alka's control, Zero directly drew out the double blades on his back, stepped on his feet, and shot out like a sharp arrow, and chopped Lucilia's shield with a knife. Lucilia sank her feet, used her shield to push away the sword blade, and the long needle in her hand quickly stabbed out. Zero quickly blocked with his free blade, turned his wrist to deflect it, stepped back and squatted, raised his other blade, and swung it upwards. Facing the attack from below, Lucilia picked up the shield in her hand and pressed it down, blocking the attack, and relying on the upward force to jump up slightly. With a sweeping kick, she kicked Zero's shoulder hard. The puppet girl who was kicked away rolled back to distance herself again, stabilizing her body. Then she held the two swords in her hands, quickly stepped forward, and once again closed the distance. The double blades and Lucilia's shield sword fought back and forth. Facing Zero controlled by Alka, Lucilia had to concentrate on dealing with him. After all, she had only been training in combat for a short time. Later in the battle, Lucilia's figure suddenly disappeared under the shadow of the mast. And when she appeared again, she was already behind Zero, with the long needle in her hand already touching her back. You cheated? Alka couldn't help but complain. After all, Zero had just been created, and there was no spell engraved on his body for combat. This is also the shortcoming of the puppet body. Although the strength and magic power in the body have reached 3 spirals. But after all, there is no soul. So some spells cannot be hung on the spiral. Alka's solution is to carve spells on her body. After all, the body of the puppet girl is essentially made of the material of the spell, and is a natural medium. You only need to use the magic power in your body to activate it when using it. And were some weapons engraved with spells to use the effect of the spell in battle. However, Zero had just been created, and his body was completely empty. He only had the magic power in his body, and good physical fitness to use. Lucilia didn't care about that, and snorted twice. Then Alka released the control of the doll. Have you learned how to fight now? When Alka was controlling the doll's body just now, there was no rules, and it was completely based on the improvisation in the battle. Zero nodded. I have recorded it. However, Alka also found that the fighting method of normal people is completely unsuitable for puppets, because it will reduce the advantages of the puppet's body. Chapter 194 Promotion to the Second Stage. Lucilia, you have a long way to go in your responsibilities. Alka looked at Lucilia and suddenly said. The sudden words made Lucilia look confused, and she turned her head to look at him. What do you mean by my responsibilities? What are you talking about? Alka pointed at Zero, who was learning, and said, just now when I was controlling her body to fight with you, I realized that the body of a doll is completely different from that of a normal life form. If he were to fight in the way that normal flesh and blood creatures fight, it would be too wasteful. When he was controlling the puppet girl to fight, he could have used various fighting methods that violated human joints. After all, the puppet's body could be bent at will, but because he was used to his human body, it was impossible for him to fight in the way of a puppet, because his subconscious, his memory, and even his muscles were stopping him. Unless he has been using the body of a puppet, it is possible to do such a thing. Although the body you are using now is almost exactly the same as your flesh and blood body, don't forget that it is still a puppet. The joints can still be bent at will. You have to get used to this body and use its strengths. This can give you a great advantage in battle. Don't waste this advantage. Hearing Alka's words, Lucilia suddenly realized. They had completely forgotten about this matter before, and never thought about it. Lucilia herself has always followed her previous instincts. Alka discovered this because he controlled the puppet's body. So do you understand? All puppets will fight in the future. We certainly cannot create a fighting method suitable for them based on the puppet's body. But you are different. You can. Lucilia is a puppet with a human soul. As long as she gets used to the puppet's body, she can rely on wisdom and experience to construct a fighting method unique to the puppet. Lucilia heard this and nodded. Don't worry. I will work hard. After thinking this through, Lucilia also knew how much the puppet's combat power would be improved if she created a suitable fighting method. She even had to study it seriously, to think about how to make the doll's body work best. Because only she could do it. Looking at Lucilia thinking, Alka did not interrupt, and shook his head at Xiaodaidi, indicating that the two of them should leave first. Xiaodaidi followed aka to the side. Xiaodaidi, where are we sailing to now? Alka asked. He had been conducting research and manufacturing down there these days, so the main work of sailing naturally fell on Xiaodaidi. After all, Xiaodaidi is now the first mate of this ship. Hearing Alka's words, Xiaodaidi nodded, and then a map appeared in his hand. He pointed to the forward channel on it, and pointed to their current location. He said, according to the distance and our current speed, our current location should be in this direction. Alka tilted his head and looked at the direction Xiaodaidi pointed on the map. There was almost no reference point in the entire forward channel outside. The entire C-shaped forward channel has only 5 references in total. They are the entrances and exits of the 4 sea areas, and the final seaport connected to the boundless sea. Their current location, if marked by reference objects, is between the entrance and exit of the home sea and the entrance and exit of the living being's sea. slightly leaning towards the living being C. Are we so fast? Akal looked at their location and couldn't help asking. If this were placed in a home C, it would probably take more than half a year to reach such a long distance. Xia Daidi nodded and explained. The current speed of the forward channel is faster than we thought. The outlet of the home C may be at the source. Anyway, the further we go, the faster we go. Now the speed is still increasing every day. Both the current and the wind speed are increasing. In addition, in order to escape the attack range of the unknown sea beast, we have been sailing at the highest speed for a day and a night. Xia Daidi basically explained the reasons why they were so fast. After hearing this, Alka nodded. Does that mean we will reach the sea outlet of the Sea of All Beings soon? Well, it is estimated to be less than a week. Hearing Xia Daidi's words, Alka frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, according to the problem of the sea outlet of the home sea, it is very likely that in the Sea of All Beings, we will also encounter the storm when we just go out to sea, so we must be prepared in advance. No problem, I will remind them. After a brief chat, Alka returned to his room. He was going to have a good rest. 3 days have passed since Alka made Zero. They are moving faster than they expected. In about 2 days, they may reach the entrance of the Sea of All Beings. Alka was sitting cross-legged on his bed. The surrounding magic power gathered into his body in a spiral shape. The sweat on Alka's head fell like raindrops. He had reached a critical moment. He was about to completely break through the 3 spirals, reach the 4 spirals, and enter the second stage. This is a completely new area. Although he asked Julia, he was still a little nervous. The meditation spell that stabilized the magic veins in his body was still working, as a huge amount of magic was absorbed into his body. This time, it was no longer just an extra circuit on the periphery as usual. But there was a bigger change. Originally, in the strange internal spiral, the 3 magic circuits were separated. At this time, after the breakthrough and under the huge amount of magic pressure, the 3 magic circuits were actually attracting each other. Then the 3 magic paths almost completely touched each other, and only a very small space could be seen, separating the 3 of them. This meant that the 3 of them were still independent. As the 3 magic circuits were almost close together, a new magic circuit was wrapped around their periphery and began to rotate. The 4th magic circuit was condensed, and it had almost no connection with the previous 3 magic circuits. After the 3 magic circuits that originally had no connection broke through to the second stage, they were obviously combined together. This combination allows them to produce a more unique effect. As the 4th magic circuit stabilized, Alka opened his eyes, his clothes, and the surrounding sheets, completely soaked with his sweat. Panting, Alka recovered his strength. After fully recovering his strength, Alka had the mind to review his improvement. Just as he had asked Julia before. The first stage is 13 spirals, the second stage is 49 spirals, and so on for the following stages. In groups of 3, when Alka broke through to the second stage, the 13 spirals of the first stage condensed together, and the connection between them was very close. This allowed him to hang more powerful spells on the basis of 3 spirals as a group, and the magic power and magic recovery speed brought by these 3 spirals condensed together were much stronger than 3 scattered ones. By analogy, the next obvious strength improvement should be 6 spirals. Because then, there will be 2 groups of spirals combined together, which can hang 2 more powerful spells. When the second stage reaches the full level and breaks through the third stage, there will be 3 sets of spirals in the body. If we deduce this, in the third stage, these 9 sets of 3 spirals will continue to combine, forming a larger spiral combination of 9 spirals. This promotion method is simple and easy to understand and violent enough. It uses a simple but clever way to achieve the effect of flying bricks, forcibly improving the essence of life. This is obviously the way to use the human body's physique that is extremely easy to adapt to the surrounding environment, and will change according to the physique of the surrounding environment. The magic power itself will excessively affect the surrounding environment, including matter, and naturally the human body. One is easily affected, and the other is easily affected. The combination of the 2 creates such an upgrade system. First, slowly practice with weak spirals, and then accumulate weak spirals together to produce qualitative changes. When the number is large enough, the effect of qualitative changes will become more and more powerful. This is the essential process of the world's power enhancement. Alka felt the combination circuit in his body, and was thinking about what kind of spell to hang on it to achieve a better effect. I have said it before. When the spell is attached to the circuit, it can be used continuously like casting magic, or whenever you want. There are many kinds of spells, and the effects produced will be different depending on the method of use. For example, the Cross of Righteous Fire, this kind of spell can either be released through a medium, or after being extremely proficient, it can be painted through the air using magic power each time. Even Alka now cannot guarantee that he can finish painting the spell within 3 seconds. It will take about 5 seconds, and you must be careful not to be hurt by the energy released by the Cross of Righteous Fire. It is still the most cost-effective to release it through a medium. It always takes a process to release it through the air, and it requires a lot of magic power. There is another way, which is to hang it on the circuit. Alka tried it, as expected, using a circuit with 3 spirals as a group. The cross of the normal fire can be hung on it, so that he can release it at any time, and it does not consume too much magic power. The spell hung on the circuit will absorb the surrounding magic power when the circuit absorbs it. There is a total amount of magic power in the body. After absorbing it, a large part of the magic power will be dispersed, and the less absorbed part will slowly improve its own strength. The part that spreads out can be absorbed into the spell, greatly reducing the consumption of releasing the spell in battle. There are also some spells that are completely impossible to draw on the spot, and they should always be engraved on some media. So the profession of engraver is actually a skill that almost all touchers have. It's just that engravers specialize in it, master and have many spells, while ordinary touchers are only good at 1 or 2 that they are familiar with. In Julia's words, most of the touchers will hang some continuous buff spells on the circuit. Similar to wind speed, when using the spell, it can gather the surrounding wind elements to increase speed. After hanging, the speed can be continuously increased. Or some spells with self-inspired spells, similar to spiritual protection. This type, however, Alka prefers to hang some more useful spells on it, such as Crystal Shield. This kind of spell is generally used to engrave some disposable magic items. Hanging it on the circuit, it can be used to deal with some sudden attacks. Simply put, it is a shield that can automatically attack, as long as the magic power in Alka is not exhausted. When encountering an enemy attack, it will automatically generate a thin crystal shield around Alka to resist the attack. It has good resistance to energy and physical damage, and is a relatively moderate shield. It can also be activated autonomously. As for offensive or functional spells, they are not as practical as it. After all, Alka has a mirror card, and most spells are not lacking in battle. But the only pity is that the protection of the crystal shield spell is not very good, and Alka is not very satisfied. But there is no alternative spell for the time being. After all, this is just a relatively popular spell, and it cannot be too demanding. Thinking of this, Alka directly condensed a spell in his body and directly attached it to the combined circuit. The mental protection originally attached to the circuit disappeared directly, and Crystal Shield filled the capacity of the 3 combined magic circuits. Alka reattached mental protection to the 4th circuit. Alka's soul was tough enough, and with the addition of mental protection, he was almost immune to most of the forces that affected his mind. This was far beyond the level that his current strength and physical fitness could reach, and was an extremely outstanding trait. Since he already had such a strength, he had to stretch it longer, so that he could deliver a fatal blow to the enemy when he least expected it. In fact, it was mainly because Alka had not found a spell that was more cost-effective than it, which could be attached to a single circuit. After doing all this, Alka felt the magic power nourishing his body. It can be foreseen that his physical fitness will be strengthened in an all-round way. This is certainly a good thing. He took a deep breath and got off the bed, changed his clothes, and changed the bed sheet. Alka then left his room. "I'm out. How is it? Did the breakthrough go smoothly?" Hearing the voice from above, Alka looked up and saw Xia Daidi standing in the outer corridor of the 3rd floor. The fluctuation of magic absorbed during the breakthrough was still very obvious. When Alka broke through, everyone on the ship could basically feel it. After hearing what Xia Daidi said, Alka nodded. It went smoothly. Xia Daidi turned over directly from above, jumped down, and landed next to Alka. Then he looked Alka up and down, and nodded with satisfaction. "Let's go. Juanlu specially prepared a big meal today to celebrate your breakthrough." "Really?" Alka said, and went to the small restaurant on the 1st floor with Xia Daidi. At this time, a lot of dishes were already placed on the table. When they came in, a plate was moving on the ground, and then it jumped up. The two saw that the person holding the plate was Zero in a maid outfit, and she was helping to pass the dishes. After putting it on the table, She did a backflip and landed on the floor again, and ran to the kitchen with a few jumps. This time it was Lucilia who came out, and she jumped onto the table with a plate just like Zero. She smiled when she saw Alka. Alka, did you succeed? Alka nodded. At this time, there was a whistling sound of ropes swinging outside the door, and with the sound of landing, Jason fell from the rope. Xiaodaidi turned his head and looked at him. You came down? Then who is up there? What is up there? I asked her to help guard. You are so lazy. Alka turned his head and looked at him and said, One is Alka's latest work some time ago, and Zero is made based on Lucilia's previous standard flesh and blood puppet. One is a functional puppet specially made by Alka without considering whether it is suitable for Lucilia. So many ideas were put into it. In short, it is a test model. From time to time, Alcala will take it to the manufacturing hall for improvement. For example, changing hands and feet. The body of the doll enables the doll to modularly replace arms and body parts. Alcala is also preparing to develop in this direction, so that each doll has more options. However, Lucilia cannot do that. Lucilia has to consider the adaptability of the soul. Therefore, if Lucilia is to be modularly replaced, each module must be specially customized. As for the modularization of ordinary dolls, Alka is going to set a standard, produce them on an assembly line, and everyone can use them. Now we have an idea. The overall appearance of one is not much different from Zero. But Lucilia no longer defines her as a maid. Instead, she is a sentinel. So she spends most of her time in the observation room, assisting the members on guard. At the same time, she also learns some useful knowledge. In this way, when everyone is on guard in the wish room, they can also do their own things. There are also people like Jason, who are lazy and just come down and give it all to E. But 1 or 2 hours won't affect it. So Alka just teased it. Soon all the dishes were served, filling the entire table. Don't worry about wasting food, because Pororo can definitely eat them all. Pororo's body structure determines that he can digest most of the food and store it for future use. If Pororo is full, he can even not eat anything for the next month and still maintain his fighting power. Okay. Let's eat. Congratulations to Alka for advancing to the second stage. Cheers. Cheers. Woohoo. Alka thought they just wanted to find an excuse to have a good meal. Chapter 195 The Gate of the Sea of All Living Things. Arka stood at the bow, looking at the end of the field of vision, which almost completely occupied the entire border. He turned his head and looked at the people on the deck behind him. Get ready, the entrance to the stormy sea is ahead. They have reached the exit of the Sea of All Living Things, and in about 10 minutes, they will step into the stormy sea under the push of the ocean current. They will experience the storm they experienced when they left the home sea again, or even worse. Julia raised her hands, and a halo appeared behind her. For bandages like fluid shot out. These bandages just floated out, swaying gently in the air, without attacking. Moreover, the color of the bandages was a bit like the starry sky with stars. A beautiful song floated out from her throat. This time, the song was no longer a casual humming, but a mixture of magic. These songs followed the bandages and showed a strange power. Everyone felt that their bodies had become more agile and more stable. It seemed that the storm could no longer blow them away or sweep them away. The magic ballad Welcome to the Sunny Day gave stability and resisted the wind element. Such a gain was also effective against the sound of dawn. To be honest, Alka and the others also knew for the first time that Julia's real profession was a deep-sea singer, which could be compared to a profession like a bard. They used some special spells to integrate the power of the spells into the ballads through special techniques. Combined with the mermaid's unique magical voice and natural singing talent, the friendly forces, or enemies, who hear these music can be affected by the songs. So sometimes, although Julia's combat power is very strong, her real strength lies in the gain assistance. It's just that Alka and his team's strength has not reached a certain level, the gain is not as important to them as a strong attacker. With the gain added by this ballad, Alka's temporary carving on the hull also began to take effect. A transparent blue shield was also activated from the hull. Full speed. We will quickly pass through the storm. Then Alka jumped off the bow, leaning on the mast, to stabilize his body. Pororo stood directly on the bow, taking Alka's position. He will control the power of the storm again. Remove the obstacles ahead for the sound of dawn. This time he will tear the storm apart, break the waves, and accept the test of the sea. Although Alka felt that for Pororo, this was no longer a test. Get ready, we're going in. Arca said. The Dawn's voice accelerated and rushed into the stormy sea. The strong wind swept by their ears, and the thunder sounded again. It seemed that they had returned to the time when they had just left the home sea. But this time everyone was well prepared. Pororo controlled the current below at the bow, making the Dawn's voice fly through the storm as fast as a sharp arrow. Under his control, the waves in front were pushed to both sides, which greatly reduced the resistance of the ship, and drew sharp currents in the air, cutting the storm ahead, making the ship go faster. Julia sang, and her music score had already been changed. A strange power was attached to the surroundings, affecting the surrounding waves. It made these waves hit them from behind, pushing them from behind, and no longer hit them from both sides as before. The deadly waves became their help. Only lightning fell around them from time to time, and finally struck the ship. Then it was blocked by the magic shield that had been prepared. This time, with the preparation in advance, they broke through the stormy sea area very smoothly. It took less than half a day. Alka looked at the stormy sea area that had been left behind by them, and couldn't help saying, "Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that the violence of this sea area is not as good as the one at the gate of the home sea? It's not an illusion, it's true," Pororo said, standing at the bow. He was much more sensitive to the intensity of the storm than everyone else. Even in the home sea, he would often travel through the storm. Although Alka didn't know why the sea trial would constantly face the storm. At this time, Xiaodaidi thought for a while and said, "Maybe it's because the gate here is not open. Isn't it said that the gate connecting the inside and the outside is actually a storm rift that is forced to separate? Maybe they will affect the storm on the sea." Hearing Xiaodaidi's thoughts, Alka nodded. "This is very likely. But it doesn't matter what it is." At this time, Julia and Lucilia, who was sitting on her shoulders, leaned on the edge of the boat, looking at the stormy sea, seemed to be thinking about something. That sea area was their home. They passed by the gate of their home, but could not enter. No one bothered them. After all, they were different from Alka and others. They left their home under pressure. Alka and others left voluntarily. As the sky cleared, the speed of the ship slowly slowed down and returned to normal. It moved forward quickly with the push of the sea current. Lying on the deck, looking at the blue sky and white clouds in the sky, Jason suddenly said, "Do you think there will be sea beasts like the ones in the home sea?" Hearing his words, everyone cast strange looks. Think about it, there was a storm at the gate of the home sea, and there is one here too. Maybe there are sea beasts like those in the home sea here too? After all, we didn't encounter them when we were in the home sea. The gate of the sea of all beings is not open, and no ships are coming out, so the sea beasts should be resting. According to normal logic, the sea beasts should be able to sense the opening of the gate, or something similar, and wait early. Perhaps they know that the opening of the gate means that many ships are coming out, or perhaps they think humans are delicious. Alka thought for a moment and answered. "Really?" Jason answered, and then gave his own thoughts. "That's right. Maybe we passed over its head, and it didn't know it yet." As soon as he finished speaking, an alarm sounded on the ship, and the loud sound of copper bells made everyone turn their heads and look at Jason. Jason opened his mouth and wanted to say something. "Shut up." A card flew over and stuck to his mouth. "Everyone, prepare for battle." After saying that, Alka controlled the voice of Dawn and put on the shield again. Sound of Dawn. "Full speed ahead, Pororo." As Alka called out, Pororo nodded and immediately jumped to the bow and then raised his hands high. The water-like lines on his body lit up, and the sea water below surged wildly, like waves rolling forward, carrying the sound of Dawn above and leaving quickly. Their quick reaction seemed to confuse the enemy. One after another, silver lines broke out of the water and whipped towards them like long whips. Bang! As these silver lines broke out from the sea surface, all the gun muzzles were opened, and all the rock-shaking cannons fired at the same time. These silver lines were extremely sharp. With the sound of breaking through the air, they whipped over like a silver light. After just a few whips, the shield had a lot of cracks. The sound of the cannon made shells fly out one after another. However, these shells all passed through the silver lines and fell into the sea. These silver lines were too thin, and the shells could not hit them at all. It turned very easily and avoided the attack of the shells. An ice blue ice shell with cold air flew out and accurately hit a silver silk thread. In an instant, the silk thread was frozen in the air. The one who launched the attack was Jason, who was wearing gloves and raising his left hand. Seeing that the ice attack was effective, a long blade-shaped coldness was swung out and hit several whipping silk threads. These silk threads were condensed into ice in an instant, and took a whipping posture. At this time, there were only 2 silver threads that came out, and they could be easily blocked and solved. But this made Alka frown. If it was just like this, then this sea beast would not be able to chase several ships with treasures. Their attack effectively blocked the enemy's actions. But it also seemed to anger the enemy. The sea surface at the stern of the ship broke open, revealing a large mass of something. That was the true body of the sea monster, which floated its entire body out of the water. Under the sunlight, it reflected a silver light. It was a creature like a ball of wool, and its size was almost the same as the sound of dawn. The silver lines on its body kept twisting and turning. Like its tentacles, countless silver lines shot out and swept towards them. Are there so many? There were too many silver lines, all whipping at them, and they couldn't stop them at all. Julia and Jason stood at the stern and kept launching cold sword blades and ice magic bullets in the direction of the attack. However, for the huge number of silver tentacles, it was just a drop in the bucket. At this time, a large amount of pink smoke filled from the stern, sweeping over quickly like a wave. In an instant, it wrapped all the silver threads and continued to spread forward. All the silver threads touched by the pink smoke immediately seemed to be given some kind of decelerating magic and slowly stretched towards them in the air. This bought them precious time. A few red cards passed by, pierced through these threads, and fell into the center of the flying tentacles. These red cards that fell into the center rotated with inertia, and then a large number of fire pillars were ejected from the 4 sides of the cards. Several cards were activated at the same time, and the ejected fire pillars directly formed a spiral flame shield as they rotated. Immediately, all the enemy's slowed silver threads floating in the air were ignited. These silver tentacles were not only easily frozen, but also ignited immediately after touching the flames, as if there was something flammable on them. He is afraid of fire. Such information was immediately shouted out from Alka's mouth. The large-scale loss of silver tentacles seemed to have taught the enemy a painful lesson, and a piercing scream was heard. The scream of this monster was unusually strange, like a needle scratching a blackboard, and it seemed to carry magic. Silence! The silver wave swept past again, and the surroundings fell into silence. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the voice of Dawn, with the help of Polo, had quickly escaped from the enemy's attack range. It could be seen that the monster behind was still struggling in pain on the sea, and did not chase immediately. At this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The speed of their ship was definitely fast enough, and they should be able to shake off the enemy. But they still stood at the stern and were alert. What kind of monster is this? Can it really be considered a sea beast? Juanlu couldn't help asking. The monster's appearance was too strange, as if its entire body was made of silver threads. Those silver tentacles, like threads, were fast, extremely sharp, and very powerful. At this time, the magic shield on the ship was already full of cracks. If they hadn't stopped it just now, with the destruction of the magic shield, the ship would have suffered considerable damage. Be careful. Something is coming. At this time, the monster seemed to have gotten rid of the pain, but it seemed that it couldn't catch up, and spit out something from the wrapped silver thread core. Groups of creatures that looked like silver balls of thread, drawing an arc in the air, flying towards their ship. Can you throw a part of yourself over here? Looking at the flying things twisting randomly in the air, Jason couldn't help but complain, and then raised his left hand. At this time, a group of flaming missiles flew out, hitting one of them accurately, and igniting it instantly. This flaming fireball falls directly into the sea. The cold blade, the blue card. 2 attacks, also shot towards the sky, started to shoot down the things flying towards them. The blue spiral water chain card specially flew towards the place where there were more individuals, and the chain ejected after the explosion dragged at least 2, and at most 4. The drag ball-shaped monsters were taken to the seabed together. This sea monster obviously has rich experience in dealing with spell ships, because there were too many silver balls flying. A few fish that slipped through the net still landed on the ship. However, these silver balls directly penetrated the magic shield and fell down. This thing was not judged as an attack. These things immediately began to twist after falling on the deck, shooting one silk thread after another towards the surroundings. It didn't seem like a piece of meat, but a separate entity. Otherwise it would be considered an attack. Silver collapsed fist. Xia Dai, who had been alert on the deck, swung his right fist with all his strength, and saw a silver light flashing. The twisting silver thread object was instantly broken apart, exploding into a large group of silver threads floating down from the air. All the silver threads that flew out seemed to have no power, and turned into threads one by one and fell on the deck. Lucilia was full of blood-red aura. And 0 and 1 who followed behind her also had blood-red aura. The 3 puppets turned into 3 blood-colored streams and moved quickly. Their petite bodies and powerful strength made them extremely agile. Facing the falling silver thread balls, Lucilia and 0 each took one and used the blood-colored aura wrapped around their weapons to cut it open. However, he could not achieve such an effect. The strength of the second puppet girl was only 2 spirals, and the strength of these thread ball monsters flying onto the deck was stronger than the 2 spirals, but weaker than the 3 spirals. A round ball flew over, helping Yi to blow up the ball of thread in front of him. It was Zhuanlu holding the bat. At this stage, the bat was basically useless to Alka, as he had too many choices in the battle. So he gave this weapon to Zhuanlu to use, and it seems to be working well now. At this time, they began to cooperate exquisitely. Alka and the other 2 used a lot of long-range attacks at the stern to shoot down those ball of thread creatures. As for the ball of thread creatures that slipped through the net and fell on the deck, they were handed over to Xia Daidi and others to deal with. As the distance between the ship and the enemy grew, the enemy could not keep up with their speed and could only watch them leave. Alka and his men stopped attacking, because the last creatures that were thrown over could not land on their decks. As their inertia disappeared, they fell into the sea. They were completely out of the enemy's attack range. Finally got rid of it. Alka exhaled and said, "Fortunately, the members on their ship were all strong and had enough means to limit the enemy's silver silk tentacles. So the shields on the ship had not been broken, and naturally no one was injured. It was a blessing in disguise." However, the monster did not seem to have suffered any major damage, except that many of its tentacles were ignited by them. Looking at its movements all the way, it seemed to be able to do it with ease. Alka could feel that the monster's strength should be within the second stage, but it was obviously much stronger than himself, and stronger than Julia gave him the feeling. At least, it was 6 spirals or above. Fortunately, the pink mist limited the enemy's attack of a large group of silver tentacles. If it spread further, I don't know if it can drag the enemy into a dream. Let the enemy fall asleep in this situation. But no matter what, they finally escaped. There are such sea beasts at the entrances of the 2 entrances. Alka is very suspicious. Is this thing placed here intentionally? Or is this sea beast just very smart and found a pattern, and specifically squatted here? At this time, Pororo was still expending a lot of magic power, controlling the rapid flow of water. Until his magic power began to decrease, he cancelled the control of the sea current. The voice of Dawn was still moving at full speed. The others were still on guard at various places on the deck. At this time, the deck was covered with dense silver threads, all of which were left after the thread monsters that were thrown over died. Alka squatted down and picked up a thread. The thickness of this thread was much thinner than the one that the monster used to attack the ship. These threads are just like the real threads used to sew clothes, and the silver threads used by the enemy to attack and whip are at least as thick as the little finger. Each swing is equivalent to a powerful whip, and may also have a sharp effect. The magic power flows into the threads along Alka's hand. Oh! It's actually a spell material. The effect of magic power transmission is very good. It's very tough. These threads are definitely top quality materials. Looking at the threads covering the deck, Alka smiled. After a battle, at least we got something. Right? It's much better than returning empty-handed. Everyone, help me collect it. When everyone heard Alka's words, they all squatted down and began to collect the silver threads from various places on the deck. The ship continued to move forward at full speed, and quickly left this sea area. Chapter 196 Simulation of Silver Threads. Oh! Is this hair? Sorry. Haha, I pulled the wrong one. Lucilia smiled apologetically, and then continued to reach out. Xia Dedi sat on the edge of the small garden in the middle of the deck. Lucilia and Ling were separating the silver threads on her head. Xia Dedi's hair color was bright silver, and what a coincidence, the thread was also bright silver. Just now, when she attacked the ball-shaped monster, she used her fists and directly blew it up. Many of the silver threads flying in the air were stuck to her hair, so she had to ask 2 petite puppet girls to help clean them up. Lucilia separated the last silver thread from Xia Didi's hair, and then exhaled. Done. Hearing this, Xia Didi lowered her head, shook her hair, and found that no silver threads fell down. Thank you, Lucilia. Then she turned around and thanked the other puppet girl Zero on her shoulder. Thank you too. Zero raised his head and looked at her. And nodded slightly stiffly. You're welcome. This is the master's order. Then the two handed the collected hair to Alka. Alka took the silver threads, tied them up neatly, and put them in a special small box. The special small box can preserve the spell materials inside, preventing the magic from dissipating over time. However, Alka felt that these boxes were no longer necessary, mainly because the magic concentration around had already increased. Unless it was a high-energy material or item, it would be difficult for the magic to dissipate over time. Some low magic materials may also become stronger over time, all thanks to the high magic concentration in the outside world. That monster just now really looked very strange. Is it special, or are there many such strange creatures in the outside world? Jason asked, lying on the deck, with his hands propped up behind his back. Alka turned his head and glanced at him, and said quietly, Crow's mouth. Stop talking. Hearing Alka's words, Jason became excited. What crow's mouth? Don't talk nonsense. It was just a coincidence before. I just happened to say the possible situation. What does it have to do with me? Jason argued. But everyone looked at him with disbelief, looking at the eyes of the crowd. Jason wanted to continue to quibble. Okay, Crow Mouth. Go up and be on guard. It's your turn. Pororo patted Jason's shoulder, without waiting for him to speak, and directly picked him up and threw him upward. I've said it. I'm not Crow Mouth, Jason said, holding the flying cable in midair, and climbed into the observation room. But he didn't continue to quibble. After all, it was too coincidental just now. But time will prove his innocence. He firmly believes so. It's so late. Wait a minute, and I'll go cook. It's so late. Let's just make some fried rice, Juanlu said. And everyone nodded in agreement. And he ran quickly towards the kitchen. Alka looked up at the sky. The sky had already darkened, and only a little light could be seen on the horizon. They had just passed through the stormy sea in the afternoon, and then experienced the pursuit of sea beasts. It was already evening when they relaxed. It was a very fulfilling day. While waiting for the meal, everyone sat in various places on the open deck, chatting casually. It's really dangerous out here. Any sea beast is so powerful, Lucilia couldn't help but say when she thought of the sea beast before. Hearing this, Alka suddenly smiled, and then a mirror appeared on his face. The mirror reflected the figure of the sea beast on the sea surface before. Several people looked at the picture on his mask, and couldn't help but stand up. Alka didn't choose to simulate his head this time. The mirror-like solution wrapped around his palm, and then spread to his entire arms. The special effect of a broken mirror appeared, and Alka's hands turned into countless silver threads spreading out. Alka, wearing a mirror, looked at his hands. This feeling is so strange. The habit of controlling the human body can't control the threads in his hands at all. Each thread can be controlled individually. The human brain is simply not enough to perform such operations. Alka can only control it in this disordered way, watching the countless lines transformed by his arms waving and spreading around. Ouch! Put me down. Several silk threads spread out, and directly tied up Lucilia next to her, and dropped her in midair. Lucilia slapped the silk threads, staring at Alka and speaking loudly. Alka coughed awkwardly. Ahem, sorry, I can't control these silk threads now. After saying that, Alka cancelled the simulation, and the effect of the broken mirror appeared on his arms again, and the countless silk threads that spread out gathered back and turned into Alka's arms. Lucilia also fell down, flipped in the air, and landed steadily. Can you simulate that monster? Xia Dai asked curiously, mainly because he didn't expect Alka to be able to simulate it just by seeing the appearance. Alka nodded and said, if the silver threads that emerged are analogous to humans, they are equivalent to hands and feet. And I only observed the silver threads wrapped around the monster, and the scene of these silver threads attacking. In short, Alka could only simulate changes in the hands and legs. As for other parts, he had never seen the corresponding part, so there was no possibility of simulation. But it's a big useless. The senses of controlling those silk threads are too different from those of controlling hands. It's impossible to control them at all. Controlling hands is just controlling two arms, and each silk thread is equivalent to controlling an arm. There are at least hundreds of silk threads in the arms, and a long and dense string cannot be controlled at all. You don't have to simulate both hands completely. Didn't you say that? Those silk threads are analogous to human limbs. You can only simulate a finger, a palm, etc. Lucilia next to him thought about it and suggested. Hearing such a suggestion, Alka just thought about it and felt that the possibility was quite high and said, "Okay, I'll try." After that, he stretched out the index finger of his right hand, and the mirror wrapped with fluid on the index finger turned into a bunch of silver threads with special effects. Looking at the silver threads emerging from the connection of the palm, Alka tried his best to control them. Sure enough, if it was just the amount of threads on one finger, it would be much easier to control. But even if it was much easier to control, Alka could only control the entire thread, swinging it left and right and up and down. There are at least dozens of threads in this bunch of silk. If Alka wants to perfectly control such a small bunch of silk, he doesn't know how long he will have to practice. But once he has mastered the control of these silk threads, there are so many things he can do, it is worth spending some time to train. Can you split and entwine these silk threads into several strands? If you only control a few strands, it may be easier. Julia leaned on the mast, looking at the silk threads in Alka's hand, and suggested, "You can try." Everyone looked at the silk threads in Alka's palm, and put forward various ideas and suggestions. Alka also conducted experiments on site. Training is also about finding more possibilities. It was not until the bell for dinner rang that Alka took back the mirror, and went to the restaurant with everyone. It was late at night after a simple meal. After chatting for a while, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Alka had to be on duty in the observation room in the second half of the night, so he had to rest early. Lying on the bed and sinking into the dream, woke up from the bubble of the dream, directly passed through the membrane of his dream bubble, and came to the outside world. As usual, he began to inspect the dream bubbles of the people around him. Perhaps because he went to bed too early today, there was only his bubble around him, and no one else had fallen asleep. He had no choice but to explore the dream. Even when he came to the sea of all living beings, it did not become lively. Apart from the colorful mist and distorted light and shadow unique to the dream world, there were only some small and faint dream bubbles. These dream bubbles were covered by the blue of the sea, indicating that the people dreaming in them were fish in the deep sea. "I'm getting used to it." As Alka wandered around, he began to look for creatures from dreams. In this desolate area, what Alka found most were arms made of light and shadow, birds, and monsters that looked like eyes. Some time ago, he found another monster with one eye. This time, he made a more detailed observation, sorted it out, and wrote it into the monster encyclopedia. Among the monsters in dreams, Alka has not found any that can be dissected yet. They are all strange creatures that will break into pieces once they are destroyed. Then he harvested another eye crystal and filled it into his dream world. Suddenly he discovered something, and Alka couldn't help but be a little surprised, and stopped where he was. A huge bubble appeared in front of him, and the size of the bubble was already half of Alka's bubble, because Alka's soul is stronger than others, and his mental strength is also stronger than others. Alka's bubble has always been bigger than others. It is 1/3 bigger than Julia, who has the biggest bubble among the crowd. The bubbles in dreams can basically reflect a person's strength. For example, there is a clear size difference between Juanlu's bubbles and Julia's bubbles. Judging from the size of the bubble in front of him, it is probably stronger than Juanlu, and weaker than the others. However, the color of the bubble is still blue, indicating that it is a marine creature. Whose could it be? Alka curiously poked his head in. It's really a narrow road for enemies. There was a huge silver ball-like monster in the bubble, and the silk threads flying out were flying around in the seawater. I don't know what it dreams about. However, the strength of this sea beast should be stronger than Julia's. The reason why the bubble is so small is probably that the creature's intelligence is not strong enough. The soul strength may be good, but the spirit and wisdom are much weaker than humans. Relying on the pure soul strength, the bubble is so big, which is enough to prove that Alka's guess about its strength is not wrong. Looking at the strange sea beast in the bubble. Speaking of which, now is a rare opportunity, after all. I can observe this sea beast in my dream. By then, we will be able to better simulate its changes. If we can observe more, it will be even better. Thinking of this, Alka poked his head into the bubble at the edge and quietly observed the sea beast inside. Fortunately, the sea beast was in a dream, and it seemed to dream that it was hunting, so its actions were very violent. Alka was able to observe a lot of things, but the bubble did not allow Alka to observe for long. After about 4 hours, it suddenly burst. The sea beast woke up. Looking at the dream bubble disappearing in front of him, Alka blinked his mouth, somewhat regretful. But he still observed something interesting. The mirror surface emerged, covering his face, and the figure of the silver sea beast appeared in the mirror. Alka's index finger turned into silver threads and squirmed out. These threads were still difficult to control. Alka controlled his magic power, poured into these threads. These threads were equivalent to Alka's limbs, and the magic power was transmitted very smoothly in them. Then the silver thread glowed white, and Alka waved it casually. The thread on his index finger actually extended half a meter, and when it was waved out, it made a sound of breaking through the air. This was what Alka had just observed in the sea beast dream. When Alka's mirror simulated other creatures, the more he understood, the more he could show. Even though Alka knew that this silver thread could transmit magic, he did not observe enough, and even did not dissect it. So he could not achieve such an effect when he simulated it. It was like he saw the sea beast throwing out a small ball-shaped monster, but he couldn't simulate such an attack, because he didn't dissect the sea beast. He didn't know where the small ball-shaped monster came from, nor did he know where it was thrown from. Even if he simulated it, he still couldn't do it. The requirements for simulating external objects are extremely demanding. If Alka simulated a monster with an arm that could fire a laser cannon, even if he saw it, he would simulate that arm. But when he really used it, he couldn't fire the laser cannon, because he didn't understand it well enough, and he only observed the surface. Even if he simulated it, he still had to think about whether the firing of the laser cannon was caused by the linkage of other parts of the monster's body. If that was the case, he couldn't do it either, because he couldn't simulate everything. He could only simulate the part of these creatures that corresponded to humans. As for which specific part, which part of the human body it corresponded to, he had to actually simulate it to know. Alka retracted the mirror, and the changes on his body disappeared. He was already satisfied that he could observe more. He returned to his dream bubble along the original route. At this time, the dream bubbles of his teammates around him had appeared except for Jason, who was on alert. Alka began to patrol outside his teammates' dream bubbles to see if there were any blind dream creatures. After a round, he really found one. It turned out to be a monster that he had never seen before, which looked like a nail. This monster was about 2 meters tall, very small, and had a dome like a nail on the top. At this time, he was using the sharp side of his lower body to hit Juanlu's bubble film. The attack was not strong. The bubble film outside Juanlu only caused a slight ripple, and there was no movement. Alka observed for a while, then tried to simulate it, and then found that this dream monster had no simulation value. The dream catcher appeared in his palm, and the pink mist spread out, instantly wrapped up the nail-like dream monster, and as Alka clenched his fist, he crushed and compressed it fiercely. The pink mist ball floated into Alka's palm, dispersed, revealing the loot given by the dream monster inside. A long metal strip about the size of a palm, the metal was light gray, and had strange vertical lines on it. Looking at the loot in his hand, Alka's mind showed a brief information about the loot. It was probably a metal used for manufacturing, which could give the manufactured objects better magic conductivity, and this metal had a spiritual effect. If it is integrated into a weapon, it may hurt the enemy's spirit while attacking. If it is integrated into a defensive shield, it may be able to resist some mental attacks. When making protective items to resist mental attacks, adding it should have a better effect. A very good raw material. Alka looked at the material with a satisfied smile on his face. Finally, he gave something useful. Of course, he can also transform it into dream energy and integrate it into his dream bubble. Chapter 197, Encountering the Dream Death God Again. As they came to the route to the edge of the sea of all beings, Alka would often enter the dream at night, mainly to observe whether there were any dream bubbles of terrestrial creatures around, to see if there were any islands similar to the Shipwreck Island. The Shipwreck Island was the name they gave to the ship graveyard island at the entrance of their home. Simple, direct and very fitting. They were wondering whether they could also encounter such an island here. But after sailing for several days, I didn't see it in my dream. Probably it's gone. Alka sat in the observation room on the top of the main mast, propped up his arms, and played the cards in his hand boredly. Next to him sat a doll girl. Her hair was pure black. She was fully armed, wearing pure black clothes, and even wearing a mask on her face, revealing only a pair of black pupils. She was carrying a short bow on her back. The length of the short bow was very small, probably only suitable for her. It looks more like a toy, but it was specially made by Alka. Although the arrow shot out is like a thin needle, it has strong penetrating power. It is okay to aim at other parts of the human body, and the damage is relatively small. But once it hits some important parts, such as the eyes, it is fatal. Even if the thin needle is shot into the brain, it can cause death. Alka originally wanted to equip her with a stone-shaking gun, but found that it would be meaningless if the stone-shaking gun was reduced to such a small shape. The bullets made are not as powerful as the penetrating arrows made by Alcatel. There are long needle blades on the waist and thighs. This is doll girl number 1, a professional sentinel. Because she is a doll, she does not have the opportunity to rest. She has been assisting everyone in the observation room to be on guard. The observation room is no longer as empty as before. There are various items in it. Most of them are their own things, which are convenient for them to kill some time when they are on guard in the observation room. For example, Poro's fitness equipment, Julia's music scores, Xia Dedi's drawing board and brushes, some books, etc. There were footsteps behind him. Alka turned around and saw Julia coming up to take over the shift. She was holding an unknown musical instrument in her hand. You go and rest. Alka nodded, and jumped down from the top after coming out. He swung along the cable to the second floor of the stern deck and entered his room. He fell on the bed and fell asleep. He sank into his own dream while sleeping. In his dream bubble, Arka opened his eyes, but he did not sleep immediately, but flew outside the bubble. He patrolled the surroundings and confirmed that there were no dream creatures outside everyone's bubble. But patrolling like this all the time is not a solution. Sometimes Arka has things to do outside, and he will go to bed later, or even go back to sleep during the day. It's okay on the forward route, but once you reach the boundless sea, it may not be as desolate as here. Correspondingly, in the dream world, there will be more monsters. By then, he may not have so much time, nor so many opportunities to clean up the monsters that spy on their dreams at any time. Before going to the endless sea, he must come up with a solution. While thinking, Alka's eyes lit up, because he found another dream creature. There was a black and white round ball of light and shadow, and a black sickle floating next to it. This is exactly what the dream god of death looks like when he rests. This is another dream death god. Alka has never simulated a dream death god for fighting. In addition to not encountering a suitable battle for the time being, another reason is that his observation of the dream death god is still very one-sided. Now he has encountered another one, so he must observe it carefully. Alka quietly shrank behind a ball of light gray mist, and gently wrapped himself with pink mist. He observed it blatantly, but he suddenly thought of something, and a piece of mirror fragment appeared in his hand, and flew over wrapped in mist. It gently stuck to the side of the ball and disappeared. This is a small object made by Alka combining a characteristic of the mirror, and the powerful effect of fog in the dream. In addition to locating the dream god of death, it also allows Alka to observe his situation at any time. This is something Alka has studied for a long time for his own simulation. In this way, he can observe those rare dream monsters in the dream, and observe them more carefully anytime and anywhere. This thing was born out of Alka's previous attempt to locate the location of the god of death in the dream. Since they were always moving forward in the outside world, and left the range where the god of death was, it was impossible to go over and observe even if they located it. After locating it this time, the fragments of the mirror can be used for observation. Since it is covered with pink mist and invisible, it is almost unnoticeable. After coming to the dream of the outside world recently, Alka found that the pink mist has a high priority in the dream, or it is a very powerful energy for the dream. The performance in the dream is similar to universal energy. Alka can use it to achieve many of his own ideas. In this way, Alka can observe the habits of the dream god of death anytime and anywhere. It is best to be able to completely simulate the ability of the dream god of death. After all, the creatures in the dream do not have the so-called physiological structure. When they die, they will directly turn into countless light and shadows and dissipate. There is no possibility of dissection at all. The best way is to observe. After making the mark, Alka's figure disappeared and entered Lucilia's dream world. At this time, Lucilia was awake in the dream. Recently, every time Lulia appeared in the dream, Alka had to go in and wake her up. This was her own request. At this time, Lulia's dream had already changed beyond recognition, and turned into various obstacles and mechanisms. After Alka entered the bubble of the dream, he came to the safe platform above the dream. He didn't want to go down and get hit for no reason, although most of these obstacles and mechanisms were designed by him. If you arrange the obstacle mechanisms of the entire dream world in a large scale, You will find that it seems like some kind of arcade-like level-breaking game. Alka designed these mechanisms based on these level-breaking games, and designed them to be more anti-human. Because anti-humanity is the purpose of these mechanisms. The goal is to make Lucilia get used to the body of the puppet, rather than letting her concept remain in the flesh and blood. When dodging, it is best to experience the strange effects that the puppet body can achieve. These are all Lucilia's efforts to create a fighting method suitable for puppets. There was an explosion below, and a dark figure was blown up and landed on a safe platform. Lucilia was charred all over. She waved the ash in front of her, coughed, and a black mist was sprayed out of her mouth. Then she tapped her body, and it was refreshed. After all, this is a dream, and it is her own dream. Arka? How did you get in? I met the god of death in my dream outside again. Do you want to observe it together this time? Aren't you going to record it? Hearing this, Lucilia stood up directly, her eyes shining. No problem. Let's go! Lucilia was very interested in the dream god of death that Arka had recorded before, and specifically told him to take her with him the next time he met the dream god of death if he had the chance. So Alka came. After saying that, he took Alka to fly into the sky. During the flight, Alka wrapped the two of them with clouds and mist, breaking through the bubble layer of the dream. After arriving in the outside world, Alka brought Lucilia to the place where they were just now, hiding behind the clouds. Lucilia looked at the sphere, and a notebook and a paintbrush appeared in her hand. The reason why these things could appear outside her dream bubble was because Alka used pink mist to simulate them for her. This is also what the pink mist can do in dreams. But this function comes from Alka's promotion to the second stage. This thing can write and draw, and it cannot bring out dreams, but it can deepen Lucilia's memory in dreams, so that she can write it clearly in the outside world. Looking at the black and white sphere in the distance, and the sickle surrounding it, he began to draw his appearance. While drawing, he asked, "Is this what you said? The sphere that condensed when he was resting?" Alka nodded. The two of them were like peepers, observing secretly. "What are those pink mists coming out from both sides? They seem different from yours?" Lucilia saw it soon. Very light pink mist particles flew out from both sides of the sphere. If you don't look carefully, they will be blurred by the surrounding light and shadow. Alkali squinted and looked carefully. That should be the food he eats. This pink mist is usually the energy of dreams. I saw them eating like this last time. So the current situation is that he is already digesting his food or dream energy. The powder that is exposed is the consumption generated when he digests it? Can't it be perfectly utilized? Lucilia muttered to herself, and began to write in the notebook. Not long after, Alka felt the dream in the distance was moving. Pay attention, something is coming. Hearing this, Lucilia, who was observing, looked carefully. It was a dream creature like a python, about 2 meters long. It looked more like a snake-like shadow, and it was pitch black without any eyes or anything like that on its body. It swam slowly in the dream world. It seemed to be deliberately moving towards the black module that matched the color of its body, as if it could hide its body? A dream creature that had never been seen before. Lucilia turned a page and began to record. Does it want to prey on the dream god of death? Alka asked and observed more carefully. Mainly, this python-like black shadow now behaves like a predator. Just like that, the black shadow-like python creature has reached the side of the god of death, about 3 meters away. At this time, the python shadow has slowly stretched out its body at a turtle speed, trying not to disturb the sleep of the dream god of death. Until it approaches about 2 meters away, the dream god of death wakes up. Just like waking up, the sphere instantly turned into a humanoid creature wearing a light and shadow cloak. Alka had just observed very carefully. It seemed that when he was resting, there was a circle of detection waves about 2 meters around the sphere, and the black shadow python touched the waves when it approached 2 meters away. He told Lucilia about his discovery and asked her to write it down quickly. Then, there was an even more exciting scene. The death god in the dream held a black sickle in his hand, and directly moved from the bottom to the top, hooking towards the black shadow python. Seeing that its predatory behavior was discovered, the black shadow python was no longer cautious, and its body immediately swelled up. However, its length was still only about 2 meters, but it suddenly swelled at the upper 1/3 of the body, and the black shadow was like opening a huge mouth. It bit directly at the death god of the dream. It can be felt that the black shadow python is at least much stronger than the eye monster. This sudden bite was extremely fast, avoiding the attack of the sickle, and biting the enemy instead. When the Dream Death God was about to be bitten, he turned into a stream of light and went directly behind the python. Alka, who had been observing, had bright eyes. This was a way of action that he had never seen before. If he observed it for a while longer, he might be able to simulate it. The pink mist and lenses attached to the Dream Death God also helped Alka to observe more carefully. The Dream Death God behind him swung his sickle quickly and directly cut through the back of the black shadow python. The light and shadow fluid like ink flowed out, similar to the blood of the python. The tail of the black-silver python suddenly stretched out, like a long whip, and lashed at the Dream Death God. The corner of the cloak on the Dream Death God's body curled up and slightly lifted, blocking this attack. But the impact also made the Dream Death God move a few meters to the side. The python's figure bent back and forth crazily, so fast that it seemed to be twitching, like a slingshot. The figure was directly catapulted 10 meters away. Turning around, the mouth opened again, this time spitting out a black shadow ball. It flew out with a long tail of light and shadow. The Dream Death God dodged left and right. There were too many shadow balls. He seemed to have no chance to attack. And he couldn't move forward. He raised his sickle, and after dodging another shadow ball, he threw his sickle out. The sickle rotated, and the light and shadow trail on the sickle formed a circle, and flew over at a very fast speed. This time the attack was so powerful that even the light and shadow cloak on the Dream Death God became a little dim, as if it was because too much energy was used. This should be a special attack method. The spiral sickle shot out and cut the enemy's open mouth. The speed was too fast, and there was no time to completely dodge it. Fortunately, it did not hurt the vital parts. The python was not a vegetarian and dodged to the side. However, the sickle flew behind it and flew back again. It returned faster, and the python did not expect it at all. It directly penetrated the swollen front end of the python, cut a huge gap, and returned to the hands of the Dream God of Death. The pierced python was leaking air, and countless black shadows were splashing, as the liquid-like black shadows were ejected and merged into the surrounding environment. The python's body became smaller and smaller, until it completely disappeared. It seemed that this python was not on the menu of the Dream God of Death. He just watched the python disappear, and only flew to the side with the sickle after it completely disappeared. It seemed that this battle did not take him too much thought. After finding another corner, he curled up into a black and white ball of mist again and took a rest. Alka and the others secretly watched from the side and enjoyed themselves. This time, they collected too much information. It was very much in line with Alka's wishes. If he now simulated the appearance of the Dream God of Death, he could also let the light and shadow cloak help him block the damage. He could also throw out the sickle and take it back. However, he had not yet observed the way of action that quickly turned into light and shadow. It seemed that there were other key points that he had not observed. It was impossible to simulate such a way of action. But in any case, the form of the Dream Death God was further improved. Moreover, the strength of the Dream Death God was stronger than Alka imagined. And it seemed that the behavior of the Dream Death God was smarter. Alka also simulated the black shadow python. But no matter which part of the simulation was corresponding, it turned into a black shadow of the same shape. Lucilia next to her kept writing in the book in her hand. She wanted to record all the creatures in the dream and include them in the monster encyclopedia. Alka turned his head and looked at the information in Lucia's manual. According to his own simulation, he gave instructions. The real body of the Dream Death God is not like what he looks like on the outside. Whether it is weapons or the light and shadow cloak, they all come from a ball in the middle of the body. The rest of the body is the energy supply. As he spoke, a mirror appeared on Alka's face, and he performed the state of the Dream Death God for Lucia on the spot. Lucia observed for a while and nodded. It's really a strange creature. If it is compared to a human form, it is equivalent to the head, chest and even legs, which are all energy supply for the ball at the waist, so that the ball can cover the whole body with a cloak of light and shadow, wrapping the whole body for protection, and condensing a black shadow sickle for attack. And described to Lucilia the scene of the Dream Death God hunting that Alka had seen before. Using the sickle to cut open some weaker dreams, Bubbles absorbed the pink dream energy exposed from the gap into his body. Then the two waited for a long time in the same place, making sure that the Dream Death God was resting and no longer moving, then returned to their respective dreams. Chapter 198. A puppet similar to Siadaiti. Bang! With a dull sound, the transparent water ball thrown into the air by a cable exploded directly in the air. It was accurately broken by a bullet. Jason put down the long-handled rock-shaking gun in his hand. The emerald shooter. He was practicing shooting, and had been practicing for a while, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The sky at this time, the sunlight was extremely dazzling, and he was practicing the operation of accurate shooting under the dazzling sun. He touched his waist bag, and found that he had used up all the ammunition he used for practice. He sat on the deck holding the emerald shooter. He patted the main mast with his hand. Thank you. The one who practiced with him, and helped him throw various small objects with ropes, was the dawn sound. As the sailing time became longer and longer, coupled with Alka's enlightenment, the wisdom of the dawn sound, which had become a ghost ship, became higher and higher. Because there were already 3 treasures on the ship, their energy would affect the ship. This allowed him to understand everyone's words and commands very accurately, and control the ropes on the boat to help Jason throw objects. Jason shrank under the shadow of the main mast, avoiding the scorching sun, and various simple maintenance tools appeared in his hands, and he began to maintain the gun in his hand. After a simple maintenance, he put the emerald shooter into his pocket ring. He leaned against the mast and began to do nothing. Ah! So boring! Jason couldn't help but screamed. They were still sailing on the forward channel at the edge of the sea of all beings. But the forward route was too desolate. From leaving the home sea till now, they had been sailing on the forward route for almost 2 months. Except for the ships that left with them being chased by silver sea beasts when they were on the shipwreck island, they had never encountered any other ships. Firstly, they were the fastest among the same batch, far ahead of the other ships that left with them. Secondly, the world rift in the sea of all beings had not been opened. After all, there are only 4 seas in total, but the interval between opening each sea is mostly 10 years, or even more than 10 years. Each sea is not opened at the same time. This makes it too rare to meet people from other seas on the way forward. It is almost impossible. Not to mention that there are few fish in this sea, and almost no birds. I heard Jason shouting. In the observation room on the mast above his head, Juanlu stretched his head to look at him. Jason is crazy again, muttered to himself, and then put his head back. At this time, there was no one else on the open deck except the 2 of them. Xia Dedi and the other 3 women were doing something in Lucilia's room. Alka went into the manufacturing hall again, thinking about something, and seemed to be a new dull girl. As for Pororo, he seemed to be fishing in the sea. Jason. Jason. Alka's voice came from the lower deck. Hearing this voice, he remembered what he was going to do. He immediately ran down the cabin, and replied while running, I'm coming. I'm coming. He came to Alka's manufacturing hall. As soon as he came in, he heard Alka's teaching. Didn't I tell you to be on time? Your bullets are not up to standard. Jason nodded and smiled. But his attention was attracted by the surrounding environment. The manufacturing hall was full of various silver threads hanging everywhere. It can be seen that the source of these threads is an ordinary doll without a shape. Jason looked at the situation, pointed at the puppet and asked, Is this puppet the new puppet girl you want to make? Those silk threads are the silver threads we collected on the deck before. Are you going to let this puppet use them? Hearing Jason's question, Alka turned his head to take a look, nodded and said yes. These silver silk threads are the special functions prepared for the next puppet girl. I have a good idea in my mind that I want to try, and it will be completed soon. After teaching you, I will proceed to the last step. Hearing that there was only one last step left, Jason smiled and said, Why don't you finish it first? And forget about it today? No. I will train you one last time today, and you will almost be able to become a master. I feel uncomfortable when I think about training you tomorrow. Let's solve it today. Alka waved his hand and refused. Hearing Alka's words, Jason sneered. What do you mean? Am I a slow learner? No. Your hands are too clumsy. You should practice more on the stability of your arms for fine manipulation. When Jason was sniping or shooting, his arms were very stable, but it was too difficult for him to pick up a small carving tool and draw patterns on something the size of a nail. His fingers would always shake in this situation. If he could strengthen the stability of his arms to his fingers, it would be very good. Then, without waiting for Jason to refute, he immediately said, Okay, come on. After saying that, Alka began to teach Jason the final lesson. The lesson lasted until the afternoon. Alka finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. Finally got it done. You are a master. But the success rate will not be too high. You have to be mentally prepared. But practice makes perfect. Jason nodded. And it must be said that Alka is really not a good teacher. The quality of teaching is much worse than Lucilia's. With Xiaodaidi and the others, it was not so difficult in Lucilia's language class. Alka did not refute this. He knew that he was not suitable to be a teacher, if he was not the only one on the ship who could do it. If he did not teach Jason, then all of Jason's special ammunition would have to be supplied by him in the future, which would be so troublesome. He could accept more advanced ammunition, but he was really not interested in ordinary consumable ammunition. The poor student and the poor teacher finally got rid of each other. When you go up, call Lucilia for me, tell her that there is a new doll girl. Hearing this, Jason showed an interested expression on his face, turned around and ran up. Okay, I'll call her right away. He walked quickly to the deck. At this time, on the open deck, Lucilia had already started combat training with 0 and 1. Julia and Xiaodaidi were giving instructions on the side, and Pororo, who had nothing to do, was also giving comments on the side. Lucilia, Alka is calling you to go down. Hearing someone calling her, Lucilia used her shield to deflect the steel needle shot by E. Then she turned around and saw Jason, who was calling her, coming up from the deck. Okay, I'll go right away. Lucilia seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on her face. She immediately jumped directly into the deck below. Seeing Lucilia's somewhat excited look, Xiaodaidi looked at Jason and asked, "What's the matter?" "She is so excited. A new doll girl." Hearing this, Xiaodaidi nodded in sudden realization, squatted down and smiled at 0 and E on the deck and said, "Are you happy? You will have new sister soon?" Facing her question, 0 just nodded stiffly, while E was expressionless and motionless. Very cool. Xiaodaidi seemed to have gotten used to it. He stretched out 2 fingers and tapped their heads before standing up. What will the new doll girls look like? There was expectation in his tone. Xiaodaidi liked these doll girls, who were only 30 centimeters tall, delicate, and could move like humans. He especially liked to dress them up. Did his childhood hobby continue into adulthood? At this time, in the manufacturing hall, Lucilia ran in like a stream of light and landed directly on the table, looking at the silk threads all over the hall, and the puppets at the source of the threads. Is this the new puppet girl? Using silk threads as weapons? Alka nodded, and then said directly, "Come on. Take action. And the last step is to activate it." Lucilia didn't hesitate, nodded, and her soul came out of her body and controlled the flag to float out. Then the two repeated the action they had repeated twice before, and began to enlighten the new puppet girl. The two of them were already proficient in this process, and Lucilia could also control the flag better, no longer needing to be as timid and cautious as the first time. It also means that Lucilia's control over the flag is getting stronger and stronger. With enlightenment, the ordinary doll began to transform, and began to change towards the appearance of the doll girl. The hair color of the doll girl this time has changed compared to the previous two, turning into silver, which is extremely similar to Xiaodaidi's hair color, and even their appearance is somewhat similar. After the enlightenment process was completed, Lucilia took back the flag and looked at the appearance of the doll girl. She couldn't help but tilt her head, and asked with some confusion, "Why does it look so much like Xiaodaidi?" Although there is a clear difference between her face and Xiaodaidi's, she seems to have a similar charm, and the details are very similar, especially with her bright silver hair. She looks like Xiaodaidi's sister. However, Xiaodaidi has short silver hair, while this doll girl's hair goes all the way to her heels, which is as long as her height. Alka herself was a little confused. Yes, why does she look like Xiaodaidi? If the doll girl's appearance is not deliberately portrayed, she will actually be more like Lucilia. However, her appearance is more similar to that of a human, without the pointed ears and emerald green hair, so you won't feel the similarity at a glance. It is also related to some materials. For example, the skin color of these doll girls will change according to the different materials, although the changes are very subtle. For example, Yi's skin is not as bright and white as Ling's, although it is still white. It looks very dark, even under the sunlight. It seems to be absorbing the light, and the skin color of air in front of him is still very similar to Xiaodaidi. I really can't figure it out. Alka shook his head. This time, the doll girl is obviously different from the previous two. Lucilia's soul body squatted beside her, and looked around curiously. Why is the hair so long? Won't it affect the battle? No, Alka said, with a smile on her face, and even answered as if showing off. These silver hairs are made of silk thread, which is her biggest feature. She can use her silver hair to attack or control movement. So that's how it is. It's really interesting. As she said that, the doll girl in front of her opened her eyes. Her pupils were not very similar to Xiaodai's, but copper yellow. You will be called Air from now on. And your occupation is? A sewing master, Lucilia said, because the puppet girl uses silk thread. The two of them brought this new member of the puppet army to the deck. Everyone had been waiting for a long time. The color of your hair is the same as mine, Xiaodai said as he looked at Air in front of him. Not only the color, but also the appearance is similar, Julia said after observing carefully. Really? Xiaodai couldn't tell whether they looked similar or not. She squatted down, tilted her head, and looked at Air in front of her, and asked, "What's your name? What's your profession? What abilities do you have?" Air looked at her, and after a pause, he said, "My name is Air. I'm a seamstress, and I can control my hair. Like this." As she spoke, the silver hair on her head stretched out, flew out, and wrapped around Xiaodai's arm. These silver hairs became longer with the influx of magic power, and they were very resilient. And the conductivity of magic power was also very strong. Then Air swung his hair twice, and landed on Xiaodai's shoulder. Looking at Xiaodai's short silver hair, the same color as hers, he reached out and touched it. Seeing this, Alka narrowed his eyes slightly. Air made an unreasonable move, and the words he just answered Xiaodai's question were also very smart, showing that he was closer to Xiaodai. Why did this happen? Others didn't know much about this, and didn't notice anything wrong. They looked at Air and asked about some situations. But such a change is too bizarre. So why? Alka recalled the whole process of making Air in his mind. He wanted to find out what unusual operation he had done in the process, which caused Air to behave differently from other puppet girls. More intelligent, more like a real person. This is a good thing. Alka wanted to know the rules, so that the puppet girls made later can be more distinctive. It was mainly the spell of flesh and blood plus the enlightenment of the treasure, and the changes of the puppet girl to the toucher, which were all beyond Alka's control. It can't even be imitated or understood. The same process produces different effects, so there must be something that can be controlled. However, he stood there and thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. There was nothing special about his production process. You seem distressed? What are you thinking about? Julia stood beside Alka, looking at Alka standing there in a daze, and asked with some confusion. What's there to be distressed about in the current situation? Shouldn't you be happy? Hearing this question, Alka directly expressed his doubts. Others also heard Alka's words. They all turned their heads. Yes, if you think about it this way, Air is indeed different from other doll girls, Xiaodai said, and nodded Air's head on his shoulder. Air even responded to this. She smiled. Jason rubbed his eyes, to make sure he was not mistaken. Air smiled at Xiaodai's behavior. Jason couldn't help but reach out his hand to touch her head, but Air leaned towards Xiaodai's head. Although he did not take any further action, he was obviously disgusted with Jason's actions. Seeing this, Xiaodai waved his hand, as if to drive away a fly. Go away. Go away. I don't want you to touch me. Jason also saw Air's disgusted behavior, and couldn't help scratching his forehead. Why? Everyone saw Air's specialness. Even Lucilia couldn't understand it at all. So which link has the problem? Lucilia couldn't help asking. Or has your skills improved? Do you do it more often? Does practice make perfect? Faced with Lucilia's question and puzzled look, Arca shook his head. This is not a repetitive task. How can knowledge improve because of practice? And I don't know. I don't seem to have done anything special in the process of making it. Material? Is it a material problem? Julia thought about it, and proposed a possibility. If there is any difference in this material, it is the silver thread left by the thread monsters thrown by the silver lion sea beast. But the problem is, Air is obviously close to Xiaodai. Is there any connection between this and the silver silk sea monster? Alka asked. They all have silver hair. Silver hair, Pororo suddenly said beside him. This possibility is relatively low. Xiaodai scratched her soft silver hair, looked at Air who was close to her head, and her smiling expression towards her. She began to recall the day when she fought the silver sea monster, which was 2 weeks ago. They were about to leave the route to the edge of the sea of all beings. Could it be my hair? Xiaodai suddenly thought of something and said. She remembered that day, because her hair was covered with silver hair, when Lucilia and Zero said goodbye. She would pull her hair from time to time. Could it be that she added her hair and mixed it with these silver hairs and gave it to Alka? So she was so close to her and more humane. Lucilia also remembered what happened that day and said, I did pull out Theodosi's hair several times that day. Did you separate the hair? Jason looked at her and asked. Lucilia began to recall her behavior that day. Because there were too many silver threads on Theodosi's head, she picked out a silver thread and put it in her hand. Once she picked it out, she pinched it and put it in her hand. With Theodosi's cry, she pulled out the hair, apologized, and then put the hair in his hand. Ah! I put my hair in the silver thread. The case is solved. There is hair mixed in the silver thread. Listening to Lucilia's words, Jason turned his head and looked at Alka. You can't tell them apart? Alka looked at him and said lightly, there are thousands of silk threads of different lengths. And 1 or 2 hairs are mixed in. How can I tell them apart? Okay. It seems that Alka is also partly responsible. So is it really caused by hair? It's just hair. Alka can't understand. Chapter 199 Symbolism. Alka came to Ziadide with a puzzled look on his face, and frowned, looking at Air on Ziadide's shoulder. At this time, Air was holding Ziadide's hair, looking at Alka next to him. She turned her head and stared at him. She tilted her head and smiled, not like when Jason approached, and moved back in disgust. Why don't you dislike Alka? Jason couldn't help asking. Julia next to him looked at him, and said, maybe Alka is her creator. She didn't actually want to say this reason, after all. If the doll was similar to Ziadide, then there would be other reasons. Alka reached out his hand, and Air seemed to understand what he meant, and jumped directly onto his hand. She was very cooperative, and also fully demonstrated her more spiritual behavior. Don't use magic. Just stand there and relax while I check, Alka said to Air in his hand. Air nodded, okay. The precision hand appeared on Alka's right hand, and then a pair of glasses appeared in his hand. There was an extra lens in front of the lens of the right eye, which seemed to be able to magnify. Put the glasses on, and overlap the extra lenses in front of the right lens. He began to control it with precision, and checked her hair. The magic light screen kept scanning Air's hair. He wanted to see if there was really hair inside, and at the same time, he wanted to see if the hair had any strange effect. After more than 20 minutes, Alka's head was sweating, and he finally lifted the glasses. He exhaled. He put the 2 in his hand on the deck. How is it? Have you checked it out? Ziadide asked curiously beside him. Alka's eyes were full of confusion at this time. Why? It's really the hair that caused the change, but why? It's just hair. It's just a few hairs. It's not even the material. Repeating, Alka sat on the edge of the garden, supporting his head and puzzled. It's not scientific at all. It's not logical at all. Listening to Alka's strange words, Lucilia sat next to him and replied, you can't say that, in many stories and records, isn't it said? Pulling out the enemy's hair to curse, maybe the hair has a strange symbol, or even connects to the soul of the person. Hearing Lucilia's words, Alka turned his head and looked at her, saying that, it seems that there is really such a possibility. Although it is unscientific, it is very magical and very consistent with mysticism. After all, in magic mysticism, hair generally has a strange function, with strange references and intentions. It is indeed as Lucilia said. Some curses can be launched with hair, and most of these curses have a certain relationship with the soul. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why just a few strands of hair can make Air have such a big change. And it is obviously inclined to Theodosi's transformation. Anyway, this is a good thing, isn't it? Theodosi's said with a smile, as he looked at Air sitting on his lap. Alka nodded. This was indeed an unexpected discovery. As for whether it was a good thing or not, it was not guaranteed. Then do you want to make one with my hair? Jason asked expectantly. Before Alka could refuse, Lucelia stood up with her hands on her hips and said, no, my puppet army must be all female, must be puppet girls, so they are handsome, no males. After all, this was a puppet army that Lucelia had promoted with treasures, and the puppets were not divided by gender, and there was no difference in strength. The all-female puppet knights do look more interesting. Arka shrugged at Jason when he heard this, indicating that it was not up to him to decide. After all, he was just a basic maker. When making puppets, Arka did not deliberately make them look like men or women. Whether the appearance is more like women, it depends more on other factors, including materials, including Lucilia's inspiration, and Lucilia's ideas. After all, normal puppets even look more like Lukelia, not to mention gender, they are definitely female. Okay. Jason shrugged. He didn't really want to do it, but he was just suggesting it. He thought it was interesting. Then make one with my hair? Julia said with a smile. Lucilia nodded, no problem. However, Alka said, don't worry. The materials are consumed faster than I thought. It may take until we reach the endless sea to make the next doll. And I'm not sure it's a good thing. I have to observe air carefully before I can draw a conclusion. Although air's changes are really gratifying. Whether they bring benefits or disadvantages can only be verified by time and more careful observation. After all, Alka knew very little about this aspect, and had no idea whether such a symbol was a good thing or a bad thing. Thinking about it, Alka turned to Lucilia and said, let air follow Sia deity for a while, and see what the specific effect will be. How about it? Lucilia had no objection to this, and nodded, no problem. Then Alka looked at Sia deity, waiting for her answer. Sia deity turned to look at Air, who jumped on her shoulder again, and nodded with a smile. Of course. She was very happy. Okay. Then it's decided. Just like that. Air's fate will be temporarily taken care of by Sia deity. And Sia deity will observe Air at any time and record it. Alka will also observe and record in daily life, and often study her. It was another night. Since Alka did not have a night watch, she fell asleep early, after falling into the dream, looking at the center of the entire dream world, the transparent crystal floating in the middle. At this time, inside the crystal, you can see the stars like fireflies flying around inside. Each starlight is a bit of dream energy, derived from Alka's hunting in this dream during the months in the outside world. In addition to these dream energies, there are still some practical spoils of war left around, which have not been consumed by Alka and turned into energy. Since the dream here is desolate and monsters are scarce, most of the spoils of war are some interesting materials. These materials are between virtual and real, and such characteristics can make strange equipment in reality. But apart from these materials, other things cannot be brought into reality, unless a lot of dream energy is spent. If you want to have enough dream energy, you have to accumulate it day by day. You can't squander it at will. Avoid waste. However, Alka sank into the dream tonight, because he had something to do. First, it was routine observation. A huge mirror appeared in front of him, and the picture in the mirror was the dream god of death being observed. Every time Alka came in, he would first look at what the dream god of death was doing, and do some peeping. If he was sleeping, he would ignore it. If he was taking action, he would observe carefully, and think and record while observing, so that Lucilia can compile it into a book and write it into the illustration. This kind of observation will continue until the dream god of death finds the mirror fragments attached to his body, or the mirror fragments on his body fall off for some reason. At this time, the dream god of death is resting in a spherical shape. After Alka took a look, he shrunk the mirror and made it float beside him. Once there is any movement, the mirror will remind himself. Then he floated out of his dream bubble, fell downwards, and entered Lucilia's dream. Reach out and touch Lucilia to wake her up. Because she is used to it, Lucilia will no longer be confused intermittently, but will be clear and bright directly. Seeing Lucilia waving her hand and preparing to change the dream, Alka immediately said, don't rush to change it, draw a small territory for me in your dream, and put the books you have read in it in different categories. Reading? Do you want to check any information? Lucilia looked at Alka and asked in confusion, if there is anything you don't understand or need to check information, just ask her directly. If she had read it, she would be able to recall it naturally. Alka shook his head. I don't know what I need to read. But the changes in air today let me know that the materials for spells and the knowledge of mysticism and magic are not enough. But the problem is that most of the relevant books in the home are not deep enough. And the slightly more advanced knowledge mostly comes from the packaged information obtained from the wise man before. Naturally, the books they obtain from the home sea are not of much benefit, and they can only think about whether they can find more useful books here in Lucilia. But if you ask him what kind of books and knowledge it is, he certainly can't tell you. After all, he is just working hard to learn in this direction. Lucilia nodded, and roughly understood Alka's idea. With a wave of her hand, a huge library appeared in the air. This library occupied 1/5 of the entire dream sky, floating in the center, causing them to be shrouded in the largest shadow. Such a big library? Alka looked at the huge library above his head, and was shocked. How many books are there in such a big library? How many books have you read? He couldn't help asking. After hearing Alka's words, Lucia smiled disdainfully. These are just the books related to the ones you just mentioned. I haven't extracted more books. Alka looked down at Lucilia. So how old were you when you were alive? How long have you lived? After hearing this, Lucilia clenched her fist and punched Alka's body, lightly hitting him several times. Don't ask. Don't ask. Go read your book. After saying that, Alka was teleported directly into the library. Seeing the scene around him change, Alka shrugged and didn't care. Instead, he focused all his attention on the scene in the library. The entire library was circular, with round wooden tables in the center. These wooden tables seemed to be tied to the entire library, like branches growing out of the ground, and growing into tables and chairs. The bookshelves were in a circular shape, neatly stacked around, with a total of 6 rows, and there were also movable slides around like ladders for taking books. This was much better than what Alka had imagined, which was filled with bookcases and bookshelves. But the number was still astonishing enough. Turtle, are these all? If these were all, then how long would it take me to look at them? Alka walked over and looked carefully. Then he saw that the books were all classified. They are roughly divided into the categories of ancient epics and ancient myths, various historical talks, historical research, magic and mystery research, spells and treasure research, and geological environment and material research. These are all books related to the extraordinary world, and do not include larger categories, nor do they include extraordinary universal books. The latter 3 categories are the focus of Alka's research. When he came to the area where these 3 categories were stored, Alka found that many of the books above were emitting a faint golden light. It was as if she was reminding him that these books should be read first. It should be Lucilia's special marking. After all, Lucilia had done research with Alka before, and she probably knew what kind of knowledge Alka needed. First, Alka took a few research books related to mystery and magic, and took them to the table and chair next to him to start reading. The 3 books were written in 3 different languages. I was really impressed. Fortunately, Alka had not been doing nothing in the past few years since he entered the extraordinary world. Boring activities at sea made Alka learn various languages and characters from time to time with Lucilia. After all, if they really want to continue in this line of work, a large number of languages and characters are necessary, and they will deal with these things frequently. Otherwise, when looking for treasures, they may not even be able to see the information, so how can they find treasures? Perhaps the information about the treasure is hidden in those information, and their own people don't know. That would be too frustrating. In addition to themselves, Xia Deity and the others also have to learn from time to time in Lucilia's small classroom. If I had this kind of learning enthusiasm in my previous life, forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Calming down, Alka began to read quietly. As if to make it easier for Alka to read, Lucilia made the entire dream world very quiet, an open-air library, with a starry sky outside, but the library was unusually bright. The first book Alka read was The Symbolism Used in Ancient Sacrifices and the Construction of Spells with Materials. Especially in the sacrifices to gods, symbolism is most widely used. The strange materials contain deeper symbols corresponding to some phenomena and elements of nature, as well as natural laws, and even the rules controlled by gods. In the past, it must have been superstition, and even Alka didn't care much about these. He cared more about the magical fluidity of the materials, and how to refine the materials and carve spells to achieve the desired effect. He never thought about the symbolism of the materials. Every material that Alka used to refine and carve had its essential meaning. There is never anything useless, but it has symbolic meaning. For example, on the brightest night of the summer moon, in the garden where the moonlight shines directly, the first blue flower is picked. It symbolizes the bright moon in perfection. What the hell does it mean? Seeing this, Alka is still confused. It is too abstract. But after all, I am in a learning mentality, so I keep calm and continue reading. The following is finally a more logical explanation. This kind of flower is not limited to a certain type of flower, but as long as the flowers meet the conditions, they can be called full moon blue light. The actual effect represented by its symbolic meaning is related to the properties of the moon at night. Adding this material to any ritual related to the moon can greatly improve the success and effect. Adding it to other manufacturing materials, or the depiction of spells, may strengthen the night or the moonlight. Of course, it must be combined with some rituals. After a rough look at the book, Alka has a general understanding. Symbolic things and materials are difficult to obtain, and need to be collected deliberately. And the effect achieved is also very vague. If you want to achieve the effect you want, you must have enough experience. This is similar to an empirical science. But it is really interesting. Alka saw several symbolic images related to hair in it. Pulled out in different situations, stimulated and used in different situations all symbolize different images. Gradually, he became addicted to learning. Almost every night since then, Alka would be in a dream, sinking into Lucilia's dream bubble, studying in the library. During the day, he shifted his focus to other places, such as a more detailed observation and research of air. Alka made a more interesting discovery about air. The reason why air became different from other puppet girls. In addition to the symbolic meaning of hair, there are other reasons. That is, hair is actually part of the flesh and blood. It is counted as the flesh and blood material of the puppet, and it is activated when the scarlet flag is activated. In addition, a large amount of magic power is poured in, which lifts its strength into the second spiral, and also further activates the hair. Under the intersection of various reasons, the effects like air were produced. Such effects are not impossible to replicate, it is definitely a replicable behavior. And it does not necessarily require the use of hair, perhaps blood and flesh can be used to achieve it. Alka was happy that he had studied why such a situation occurred, which gave him more experience and ideas in subsequent productions. And the observation of air also made Alka feel happier. Because of air's emotions and the stimulation of her soul, she was more like a human in her daily actions and communications, rather than a stiff puppet. The most important change comes from, because of her appearance, 0 and 1 also show obvious fluency and agility under her. No longer as stiff as before. She is bringing her good side to other puppet girls, because of the conductivity of the treasure between them. Such changes are very rapid, almost visible to the naked eye. The specific reason is strongly related to the treasure, but Alka has not yet fully studied the more detailed reasons. Although these puppet girls are born from his hands, Alka's understanding of them is getting less and less. On the contrary, he has to rely on studying his own creations to obtain more interesting techniques and knowledge. Chapter 200 The Fearful Dream of Death. At dusk, the sun fell into the sea, the dim afterglow shone down, making the sea seem to be covered with gold. The sound of dawn continued to move forward on the forward course without stopping, with the waves and wind pushing it forward. Moving forward alone. Everyone on the ship had to find something to kill time during such a boring journey. Even Poro was worn out by the time, and had to read books in the library of the ship. This was an extremely rare thing for him. The last time he flipped through a book was probably when Lucilia taught them how to learn the language of the white crocodile. According to the current distance, where should we be? Lucilia was lying on the table in the observation room, writing something on the book under her, asking without raising her head. We will probably leave the boundary of the deep sea tonight, and it is estimated that we will enter the edge channel of the ocean of bright delusion tomorrow morning. Alka, who was standing in the observation room, and watching the situation outside, answered. He is the one who is on duty now. Lucilia was the last one. She is not leaving now, because she is writing the illustration book. Recently, Lucilia has seen many interesting, but not powerful enough dream monsters in her dreams, and she has written them into the illustration book. After hearing Alka's answer, Lucilia raised her head. Doesn't that mean we will pass through another gate tomorrow? We will have to cross the storm sea again? Based on the experience of the previous 2 times, it is true if nothing unexpected happens. Alka nodded and said, I hope we won't encounter the silver sea beast again this time. Lucilia said, thinking of the one they had encountered before. Alka nodded, indicating his agreement. The two chatted like this, until the sun completely set and the sky became dark. A soft bell rang from below, which meant that dinner was about to start. Let's go, it's time to eat. Alka stood up and looked at E, who was sitting on the other side of the platform. E, we will go down first, and you will be in charge of the meal. Hearing Alka's words, E, who was masked, turned his head, and the puppet's pupils were no longer dull, and became a little smart. She nodded to indicate that there was no problem. Although 0 and 1's emotions and reactions had been greatly improved with the addition of air, for some reason, perhaps because of one's own personality, she still didn't like to talk. Seeing her nod, Alka smiled and swung down with Lucilia. They landed on the stern deck and entered the small restaurant. At this time, inside the small restaurant, the table had been set with today's dinner, a huge sea fish that was about 3 meters long, and was placed on the table. The whole fish stood out on the table. It was not cut into pieces. But the fish meat in each part of the body was processed differently. It looked very delicious. Juanlu wiped his hands, smiled with a slightly stubbled face, and said to Alka, "A few hours ago, Boloro happened to catch it in the sea. It's not bad, isn't it?" Alka sniffed the fragrance in the air, gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "It's more than good. My stomach is protesting to me. It can't wait any longer." "Oh, some people also caught fish. But it's only a tiny bit. How long is it? Is it as big as my palm?" A sarcastic voice came from behind. Juanlu, who was standing opposite the two men, was the first to see the newcomer and smiled helplessly. Alka and Lucilia turned their heads when they heard the voice. It was Poro, who was being sarcastic. Next to him was Jason, who was as tall as his waist. He could only endure Poro's sarcastic words, frowning, and even saw veins on his forehead. He was so angry, but he had no way to refute. Looking at the behavior of the two men, Alka and Lucilia were a little confused. At this time, Xia Dai, who came from behind them, surpassed them. Coming to the two of them, he explained with a smile, they were bored in the afternoon, so they went to the sea to fish with their bare hands. But you know, Jason is no match for this kind of thing. He pointed to a fried fish on a small plate next to the table. The fish was probably only half the size of Lucilia's doll, next to the big fish in the middle. The contrast was really outrageous. And it was definitely not as big as Pororo's palm. Okay. Take a seat. Julia was the last one to enter the restaurant, and everyone sat down around the table one by one. Alka looked at Sayadai, and didn't see air on her shoulders or thighs. She couldn't help but wonder, generally speaking, shouldn't air be with her at all times? Where's air? Isn't he with you? Hearing Alka's question, Sayadai replied, she is sewing clothes, saying that she is preparing them for future sisters. Alka nodded. Air has settled down for a period of time, and his reactions in all aspects are extremely like a person. But after all, he is a newborn child, giving people the feeling of being between 12 and 14 years old. But this is already a very great improvement. The so-called sewing clothes is because Air's profession is a sewing master, and he has been learning sewing clothes with Xia Dai. In addition to drawing maps, Xia Dai also likes to design clothes, and her sewing skills are also very good. For example, the clothes on Lucilia were designed and sewn by Xia Dai, and Alka carved the spells. Everyone, eat well tonight, have a good rest, and we may experience another stormy sea tomorrow morning. So be prepared, Alka said. Everyone nodded. They had already made preparations, and as long as they knew about the storm in advance, it would not be a difficult obstacle for them to overcome. As long as they did not encounter the silver-threaded sea beast after passing through, it would be easy to solve. They still had not thought of any good way to deal with the silver-threaded sea beast. If they encountered it, they could only try their best to stop it, and then leave quickly with the speed of the dawn sound. We have already passed half of our journey without realizing it. Xia Dai put a piece of fish into his mouth and said while chewing. On the contrary, Jason's face was extremely uncomfortable. He said helplessly, only halfway through? Oh, do we have to go through half the time? The desolate sea, moving forward on the sea, could not see any other ships, not even an island. He forgot how long he had not stepped on land, and felt like he was about to forget landing. After saying this, he put down the cutlery in his hand, crossed his hands in front of his chest, which was the gesture when praying to the Virgin Mary. He just kept saying, Holy Mother, let's meet at island on the next journey. I can't stand it any longer. Of course, if the island is too dangerous, forget it. He then added, Okay, let's eat. Finally, there was the sound of chewing, and everyone praised the food. At night, Jason replaced Alka and went to the observation room to keep watch in the first half of the night. The watch schedule had a new plan, and the first half of the night was handed over to Jason, because Alka found that, even if he didn't have to keep watch, Jason would still sleep the latest among the group. It was always in the middle of the night that his dream bubbles would emerge. Facing Alka's arrangement, Jason gladly accepted it, and said that he had wanted to propose this to Alka for a long time, since Alka himself had to patrol the dream world every night, and it could be foreseen that once he reached the infinite sea, the dream world would become more lively. He had to patrol in the dream world on time every day, thus taking his shift out of the night. Alka lay down on the bed early, fell asleep quickly, and sank into the dream. The benefit of having a dream catcher is that Alka will never worry about insomnia again, and no longer have to worry about not getting enough sleep or not having enough time. Because of the dream catcher, he can still move around in the dream, and even study. Alka has tried it, and if other people stay awake in the dream, it will be fine for 1 or 2 days. After a long time, especially for more than a week, they will feel obviously sleepy during the day. It felt like he hadn't slept for a few days, but he wouldn't have such an experience. After all, he had the dream catcher, a treasure in his dreams. It was like having more time than others for no reason. Although he could only move in his dreams, he woke up from his dream again. At this time, in the center of Alka's dream bubble, in the huge transparent crystal, the sparkling fluorescence was densely distributed inside, flowing and floating in it. His dream energy increased again, and there were also a lot of spoils under the crystal. But they were still some materials, the light and shadow monsters and the black shadow monsters. No matter how different their shapes are, the materials obtained by being compressed by the pink mist after death are similar. There is nothing special to say. And as these materials increase, Alka plans to try to make a doll girl who is strongly related to dreams in the future doll making. However, due to the lack of other materials for making dolls, this idea still remains on paper. Thinking of this, Alka's figure floated away. As usual, he patrolled around everyone's dream bubbles and casually removed a few arms or claws of light and shadow. These creatures were so weak that they couldn't even condense the spoils, and only some tiny dream energy spots appeared. After patrolling a circle and confirming that there was no problem, Alka began to explore the surrounding dream space. Although the surrounding area was still as desolate, he had to explore outside every day, in case he found the dream bubble of terrestrial creatures and discovered an island. It would be a pity to miss it. In such a desolate sea area as the Forward Channel, each island is enough to arouse Alka's curiosity. However, after so long, he has only encountered the shipwreck island. Thinking in this way, Alka began to fly outward, and by the way, check if there are any dream creatures around that he has not seen before. There is also a mirror floating beside him, and the image displayed in the mirror is still the Dream Death God. Until now, the Dream Death God has not discovered the tiny mirror fragment attached to him. According to Alka's observation, he had experienced several battles, but he had solved them all with ease. As a result, the fragments of the mirror were not destroyed by the battle. Instead, Alka observed many of the Dream Death's fighting methods, as well as their usual hunting and living habits. Alka felt that he was almost about to complete the simulation of the Dream Death. After a while, he might be able to observe all aspects of the Dream Death and perform a perfect simulation. As for what perfect simulation can bring, Alka didn't know. He hadn't observed other creatures like this recently. He didn't have the time, nor did he have the conditions. A creature like the Dream Death God might become the first. Exploring aimlessly, Alka found another Dream Death God. This was the third one he had seen. However, there was no other change in appearance. He was still wearing the light and shadow cloak, and the black sickle in his hand. Hunting. He used the black sickle in his hand to cut the dream bubbles of the marine creatures, absorbing the pink mist particles that came out from inside. Alka had seen this scene many times, and after thinking about it, a piece of mirror fragment appeared in his hand. Following the adhesion of the pink mist, it spread over, and secretly stuck to the back of the dream god of death. However, an embarrassing thing happened. When the pink mist wrapped around the mirror flew over, the bubble that was just cut by the dream god of death broke. He turned around and saw Alka hiding in the pink mist behind him, and the things he spread. This made Alka's heart skip a beat, because it was the first time he was discovered by the dream god of death in a dream. In order to observe, he had never been discovered before, and he had never fought with the dream god of death. Facing Alka's appearance, the dream god of death retreated immediately, as if he had seen a ghost. Then, without hesitation, he turned into a stream of light, flashing quickly, until he disappeared. From turning around to see Alka, to disappearing, the whole process took less than 3 seconds. Looking at the disappearing dream death, Alka stood there in a daze. Alka touched his head in confusion. Why is this happening? I didn't do anything. He thought that the dream death might stalemate with him. And he also thought that the dream death might rush up to fight him directly. He even thought that he might be defeated by the dream death god, causing his body to break apart, and waking up from reality like a nightmare. But he never thought that the moment the dream death god saw him, he would flee like a ghost. It was too bizarre. Alka knew the speed of turning into light and shadow. He had seen it many times when observing another dream death god, and it usually only moved short distances in battle. According to his observation, such light and shadow movement consumed a lot of energy, and it would never be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Even when avoiding fatal damage in battle, it is only used for short distances, and it is used as little as possible. Simply put, this fast movement method of turning into light and shadow is equivalent to the trick used by the Dream Reaper to save his life, similar to his trump card. However, the Dream Reaper just now used light and shadow quickly without hesitation, and the distance was very far. It disappeared in just a moment and left Alka's field of vision. According to the information observed by Alka, this exaggerated way of leaving is enough to drain the energy of the Dream Reaper. Looking at the disappearing dream god of death Alka, he could not help but frown. He was thinking about what caused this situation. The dream god of death was very afraid of him. So afraid that he didn't even think about running away, and tried his best to get out of his sight. It was like he had encountered a deadly natural enemy, and was running for his life. If he was a step slower, he would die. Alka had a certain understanding of the fighting power of the dream god of death. At least it was 3 spirals upwards. My strength is only the second stage of the 4 spirals. Even if I can't beat him, I can't be so scared. Then, there is only one possible reason for the fear of the dream god of death. Alka lowered his head, looking at the transparent crystal ball floating out of his chest, and the pink mist that kept rotating and floating in it. Is it your fault? Alka muttered to himself, while holding up the dream catcher. He had already made up his mind. After all, the reason why the dream catcher is called the dream catcher is because he can make Alka a killer in the dream. What is a hunter? It must be someone who is strong enough, who can cause harm to most dream creatures, to be called this. Otherwise, they are prey. When thinking about the pink mist of the crystal ball in the dream, it has such a strong suppressive force, and various magical effects, as if it is a wish come true. You can understand why the dream death god is so afraid of you. He should have used some senses that he cannot understand, to discover the existence of the dream catcher on him. Thinking of this, Alka rubbed his chin and looked at the direction where the dream death god went away. So, the intelligence shown by these dream death gods is definitely not low. These dream death gods are likely to be intelligent creatures living in dreams. Chapter 201, Stranger's Dream Bubble. After thinking about the possibility, Alka withdrew his thoughts. He continued to explore forward. Although there was an episode just now, it did not prevent him from continuing what he should do. Try the new function by the way. Alka said on his chest. In the protruding crystal of the dream catcher, pink mist began to spread. A circle was formed around Alka, slowly floating. One after another, palm-sized mirrors were arranged in a circle around the cloud and mist ring, and strange translucent spells could be seen engraved on the mirrors. Ring-shaped mist, wrapping these mirrors. Invisible transparent waves began to expand around. Alka's forward speed began to slow down. If the speed was too fast, the mirrors and mist surrounding him would disperse. This is a new thing he has researched recently, designed specifically for this desolate dream. Through the universal function of the pink mist and the spell mirror, a large-scale detection method in the dream world is formed. But it can only detect specific things, and don't think about using this trick outside. Only in the dream, the pink mist can achieve a universal effect. Alka's specific detection was set for the dreams of terrestrial creatures. To put it simply, after the detection ripples spread out, they should not rebound because of the dream bubbles filled with sea water. They will only rebound when they encounter dream bubbles that are not filled with sea water. So as to distinguish them, it is simple and direct. The main reason is that when Alka designed such a thing, he did not find the dream bubbles of terrestrial creatures at all. If their bubbles are used as indicators, many dreams of ordinary terrestrial creatures such as rabbits may be missed. So I simply set it to skip all the dream bubbles filled with seawater, and send out rebound information, as long as it is not a bubble of marine life. As the ripples rebounded, Alka slowly debugged, receiving detection while debugging, and slowly floated forward. However, after moving forward for a long time, Alka did not encounter any rebound information. This means that the ripples detected did not encounter at all, and it was not a dream bubble of marine life. He sensed the distance from his own dream, and it was already a little too far away. After thinking about it, he decided to explore further, and then go back. He couldn't return to his dream in an instant, so he had to go back the same way. If he woke up in the outside world, Alka would wake up as if he had a nightmare. And after falling into the dream again, he would return to his dream bubble. However, this would make him very sleepy during the day, as if he had not slept at night. If he wanted to act in the dream and have a good rest at the same time, he had to wake up in his dream after the exploration. Not to mention that he was just doing routine detection outside, and he had to go back to Lucilia's dream to read and study books. He hadn't even finished reading the books that Lucilia had highlighted. He couldn't miss out on daily study. Just thinking about this, Alka suddenly stood still. Is this a rebound wave? Alka said uncertainly. After all, this was his first attempt at such a dream investigation. And it was also the first time he received a rebound wave. But he immediately confirmed that it was indeed a rebound message, which meant that there were dream bubbles of non-marine creatures. A smile appeared on his face. He flew quickly in the direction of the ripple rebound, and took back the mirror and pink mist that hindered and slowed down his efficiency. He closed it, and then set up the detection device. He flew quickly for a long time, but Alka did not reach the location of the detection. Is the detection ripple so far? When Alka designed this thing to test it, he only found that the detection ripple distance was very far. But he had never tested the specific limit distance. The distance of the detection wave was a bit beyond his expectation. After calculating the time, pink mist surged out, wrapped around his legs, and then sprayed out like a jet. Alka's speed increased immediately, and he flew out like a rocket, and left a long pink mist trail behind him. The surrounding light and shadows kept flashing to the side, and even if colorful dream mist appeared in front of him, he did not hesitate to pass through it directly. These dream mists are like stones and soil to real dream creatures, but they are still mist to real creatures. Even at this speed, Alka still flew for quite a while, and finally saw a dream bubble in the distance. Looking at the size of the bubble, Alka stopped. The film of the bubble was thin and fuzzy, and the luster was very dim, and there were several cracks on it. But the volume of this bubble was larger than Julia's dream bubble, and it was almost as big as his dream bubble. Having mastered the dream catcher for so long, Alka had already studied the correspondence between the situation of dream bubbles and the existence of entities in reality when he was in the home sea. The state of the bubbles in the dream basically reflects the state of the dreaming individual in reality. The size of the dream bubble basically depends on the strength of the individual in reality and the strength of the soul. The stronger the strength, the stronger the soul. The transparency of the bubble depends on the wisdom in reality, which Alka dare not guarantee. The main reason is that most of the dream bubbles of humans are opaque, like frosted glass, and the situation inside cannot be seen clearly. The dream bubbles of animals are completely transparent, and you can clearly see the situation inside as long as you get closer. Alka had never met creatures with low IQs, so he didn't know how they performed. He simply concluded that it might be related to IQ. The glossiness of the bubble completely reflects the mental state of the individual in the real world. For example, Alka's substitute in the dream body died twice. In addition to the cracks on the dream bubble, the glossiness was also very dim, because Alka's mental state was not very good at that time. Therefore, because of his own situation, he knew that whether the dream bubble was full of cracks had a lot to do with whether the soul was hurt. Judging from the current performance of this bubble, it should be a creature with a low IQ. But it is definitely intelligent, at least stronger than wild beasts, because this dream bubble is not very transparent. But it is not like normal humans where you can't see what's inside. You can see it, but it's very blurry. The dim luster indicates that his owner's mental state in reality is not very good. There are also several cracks on it, indicating that even the soul has been damaged. But this size, for such a creature, the monster's strength may be stronger, because the size also reflects the intelligence and soul strength of this monster to a certain extent. So if you want to make a conclusion, you have to consider all the factors together. It is lower than intelligent life, but its size is larger than Julia's bubble. Conservatively speaking, it may be about the same strength as the silver sea beast, but it is definitely smarter than the sea beast. In any case, you will know after you go in and take a look. Thinking of this, Akok carefully came to the top of the bubble, and prepared to observe from the sky downwards, as this direction is the least likely to be detected. Although according to Alka's current experience, even if he was seen in a dream, there would be no problem. He gently poked his head in. It was indeed a terrestrial creature. Judging from the surrounding environment, it should be on a small island. Since the bubble was large, Alka began to search for traces on it and its owner. Then, A building appeared in the dream. A building? Although it is not uncommon for buildings to appear in the dreams of animals, it should be known that this is the forward channel, and it is unlikely that this thing will appear in the dreams of local creatures. Then the island where this creature is located is likely to have buildings, or he has lived in a place where humans live. The building seems to be a warehouse. After a round of inspection, I didn't see any creatures around. In the warehouse? Alka flew down quietly, and then looked through the glass box of the warehouse. It's actually a person? The warehouse is unusually bright. A strong male figure with disheveled hair was eating crazily at the table. The table was huge, almost taking up half of the entire warehouse. It was placed in the middle of the warehouse, and was filled with all kinds of food. From fruitcakes and desserts to barbecue food, there were all kinds of food. Dreaming that I was eating like crazy? Are you really that hungry? Thinking of this, Alka immediately retracted his thoughts. No, what he should be thinking about now is, why is it a person's dream? He was very sure just now that, around this dream bubble, except for this bubble, there are no other dreams. Now it was late at night, so the possibility that this person was on the ship was ruled out. It was not so arbitrary. After Alka prepared, he stayed around the dream bubble for a while. It was impossible for one person to control a ship, even the top spell ship, not to mention that it was on the forward route. According to the current information, this person was likely on an island. In order to ensure that there was no problem with his observation, Alka walked in directly. He wanted to confirm that he was not mistaken. This should be a person, not a fishman or something. When Alka walked in, he sat down next to the male figure. The dreaming man didn't even raise his head. He kept stuffing food into his mouth, chewing it and swallowing it, as if he hadn't eaten for a long time. What kind of mental state would make such a dream happen? Alka couldn't help but complain. Then he confirmed that this was indeed a man, naked from the upper body, wearing a pair of shorts from the lower body. There were some scars on his body, but his face looked a bit square, giving people a very righteous feeling. He is the kind of person who doesn't look like a bad guy at first glance. Alka began to observe the surrounding environment, trying to find possible other information from his dream environment. The warehouse was filled with various unknown tool tables and various materials. There were also some decorative blankets and small flags hanging on the wall. The logo on it. The Holy Machine Church? The logo on it is a gear, with an eye pupil in the middle. This is the church logo of the Holy Machine Church. In the dream, the surrounding environment is like this. So it is very likely that the man behind him is a member of the Holy Machine Church. Then Alka saw an identical church logo next to the man's side. Very good. It is almost certain that he is a member of the church. Thinking of this, Alka sat back on the stool and began to think. The man next to him was still eating, and the chewing sound was so harsh. Can you take a break? Alka looked at the man eating. The surroundings were extremely dirty. There were all kinds of debris on his body, cheeks, and the table next to him. Hearing Alka's words, the man looked up at him, and then continued to eat and drink. Shaking his head helplessly, Alka began to connect the known information, according to the direction he explored, and the distance. The place where the man is, it can be determined, is on the forward route at the edge of the ocean of bright confusion. How far it is still unclear. The distance in the dream is relatively vague, but at least it is in this direction. In addition, it was late at night, and they should be about to reach the route of the ocean of bright delusion. The ocean of bright delusion was a safe sea area protected and created by the god Wise, who was believed in by the Holy Machine Church. He was in existence of the same level as the Holy Mother. The precision hand that Alka was using now also belonged to this church. He had also communicated with the gray-robed Wise Foster Ferda, who was similar to an agent of the Holy Machine Church. In the consciousness space, he was watching the performance of this person in the dream at this time. To have such a dream, it is very likely that he is very hungry now, and there are no other dream bubbles around. Is he trapped on an isolated island on the way forward? This is a simple speculation given by Alka based on the current situation, with many loopholes and uncertainties in the middle. But to be completely sure, you have to actually reach the place where the dream bubble is to know. But no matter what, it can be concluded that this person is in a place where he is alone, and his condition is very bad. The mental state is not good. Since he is a human, the thin film is likely to be a problem somewhere else. Adding the cracks in the dream bubble, it means that even his soul is injured. The Holy Machine Church has done him a favor, and he is one of the 4 gods. This person is likely to be on the island. Alka and his team will definitely land. If you can help this person at that time based on his situation, then help him. Thinking of this, Alka looked around, and then walked around in this dream again, making sure that nothing was missed before leaving his bubble. Before he left, the bubble noodles broke directly, and Alka was ejected directly. Looking at the bubble breaking just now, it seems that his mental state is not very good, and he woke up in the outside world. Pink mist surged out, wrapped around Alka's legs, and quickly let Alka return to his dream in the same way as before. If he didn't use this speed, he would fly back slowly at his own flying speed, and it might be too late. He had to go back quickly, rest a little in his dream, and then wake up. Although he learned very important information in the dream, he had to focus on other places. After all, in the outside world, they were about to reach the ocean of bright delusion and would encounter a storm again. After a long time, Alka returned to his dream bubble. You no longer have time, so let him go to Lucilia to continue reading. After a simple recovery, he lay in his dream world, took a nap, and woke up directly. At this time, the sky outside had already lit up grayly. Alka got up, washed up briefly, and prepared to leave his room. Soon, he heard the sound of Juanlu shaking the bell. He came to the restaurant, had a simple breakfast with everyone, and began to get ready. He conducted a final inspection of the spell on the voice of dawn and checked whether the energy crystal was installed properly. Don't let down at the critical moment. After a series of preparations were done, Alka could already see the dark clouds in the sky from a distance at the end of his vision. He raised his hand, waved it gently, and controlled the dawn sound to slightly change direction. What's wrong? Xia Dai, who was standing next to him, felt the change in the direction of the ship, turned around and asked in confusion. If there was nothing wrong, Alka would definitely not change the direction of the ship inexplicably. Hearing Xia Dai's words, Alka looked at the people around him and said directly, "Last night, I found a human dream bubble in this direction, and only found one person, and his condition was very bad, and there was a high possibility that he belonged to the Holy Machine Church." Hearing Alka's words, everyone's expressions were a little surprised. "So he is very likely on an island?" Jason asked in surprise. Alka nodded. "It is indeed very likely that he is on an isolated island." "Ha. The Virgin Mary has appeared," Jason said with a smile, folded his hands in front of his chest, prayed briefly, and then turned around and said to everyone, "Now I can't be considered a jinx. After all, encountering an island is good news." Poro, who was standing on the bow, heard this, turned around and glanced at him, and said quietly, "If that island is dangerous." He didn't finish, but everyone knew what he meant. I couldn't help but turn my head to look at Jason. "Ha, wait, it won't be dangerous." Xia Dai looked at the sea in the distance, and said faintly, "Alka said, that person's condition is very bad. Do you understand what I mean? Very bad, and on an isolated island, if the reason for his bad condition is because of that island." Thinking of this, Jason's expression gradually solidified. Chapter 202 Weird Island. Looking at the new round of storm ahead, Alka looked a little confused and said, "Is it my illusion? Why does it feel that this storm is not as strong as before?" The others nodded, because the storm has weakened significantly, although there are still thunder and lightning and howling winds. But looking at the power of this storm, it is much weaker than the previous two rounds. Pororo looked at the storm ahead, his eyes slightly emitting blue light, and said in an affirmative tone, "You are not wrong, that storm is much weaker than the two rounds we encountered before." Too much weaker? Jason did think it was weaker, but not too much weaker. If the intensity of the storm we encountered when we left the Sea of Home is compared to 10, the storm in the Sea of All Beings is probably between 87 and 87, and the storm in front of us may only be considered 5. Pororo opened his hands and gestured twice and said, "Only 5? Alka muttered to himself. If so, it is indeed much weaker, only half of the Sea of Home. As for the perception of the intensity of the storm, and the prediction of the storm, no one can compare with Pororo, the Sea Warrior. The accuracy of his assessment of the storm can definitely be described as standard." After listening to Poro's analysis, everyone couldn't help but relax a little, not too tense. As they got closer and closer to the dark sea, the boat passed through it. This time Poro stood at the bow, and didn't even let the waves lift them forward quickly. Just standing at the bow, the water-like lines on his body lit up. The sea ahead was cut open, and the sound of dawn rose and fell under the surging sea water. But it was much weaker than the first 2 rounds. Everyone just needed to gently stabilize their bodies, so as not to be shaken and unable to stand steadily. Thunder fell from time to time, and hit the shield, causing ripples on the shield. In this way, everyone spent half a day, and successfully left the storm sea near noon. The process can be described as easy. And the people on the boat, their attention was no longer on the storm sea. Jason supported the fence of the bow, looking at the front of the boat, asked, "Can you roughly know how far it is from the place you mentioned now?" Jason was already a little impatient to get on the island, and he was eager to put his feet on land. In response to Jason's question, Alka shook his head. "No. The distance in the dream is very abstract in reality. There is no fixed standard. Its connection with reality is precise and distant. There may be a distance that corresponds to the same distance in reality. There may also be different proportions, which fluctuate at any time. It is simply a foolish dream to accurately analyze the distance in this case. When Alka understands the dream world well enough and becomes more powerful, it may be possible. Okay, we are now sailing on the route to our destination. Let's prepare for the battle first," Alka said. Based on what he had in the dream bubble last night, if it is really an island, it is unlikely to be an island without danger. It is always better to be vigilant. After hearing Alka's words, Jason nodded and returned to his room. He needed some preparations. Everyone also left the bow. Not long after, under the rapid driving of the dawn sound, a black dot appeared at the end of the field of vision. That was an island. Alka was standing in the observation room at this time. His head had turned into a crocodile frog again. His strange huge eyes were staring at the distance. As the distance got closer, the situation of the island also appeared in Alka's field of vision. It was very big. Compared with the shipwreck island, it was really a very big island. If we want to make an analogy, it was probably a circle larger than Turon Island. The direction of the island towards them was a cliff, and the highest point of the cliff was at least 50 meters high. The specific data was too far away to be fully calculated, but because of the existence of the cliff, it was impossible to see the internal situation of the island from their direction. The cliff was like a high wall, blocking their vision. As they got closer, Alka found that except for the cliff facing them, there was really nothing to see. He had no choice but to quietly walk out of the observation room and come to the deck. At this time, everyone on the deck was already ready. "How is it, Alka? Have you observed the situation on the island?" Hearing Jason's question, Alka looked ahead, then shook his head, indicating that he should look over now. Jason picked up the telescope and looked through it. What he saw was exactly the same as what Alka saw. "It's all cliffs. I can't see anything. It seems that we can only go to the island. We have to go around to the front to see if there is a place to land," Xiao said. As they got closer and closer, they could clearly see the huge island with their naked eyes. On the vertical steep cliffs, the waves kept hitting them, and sharp reefs could be seen around. The sound of dawn circled from a distance, and they were able to see the inside of the island from the side. A forest was on the side of the island, and it was very dense. "Is the forest so dense? And it's right on the edge of the island." Xiao frowned as he looked at the dense forest that blocked their view. Logically speaking, it should be difficult for trees to grow around the island, let alone such a dense forest like the one now. The lush leaves showed how well they grew here. The appearance of such a scene was enough to show that something was wrong on the island. As she spoke, Julia walked to the side of the boat and slightly raised her hands. A strange song came, making everyone feel like they were in the spring breeze. A halo appeared behind her, and 4 streamers flew out of it, emitting a faint light towards the direction of the dense forest. The sound of dawn was still sailing around the island. Julia had closed her eyes, as if she was feeling something. After a while, she opened her eyes. This island has a high concentration of magic, but it does not have the conditions for such a dense forest. Something is affecting it, and these trees are very unnatural. Julia told everyone what she felt. The others nodded, frowned slightly, and became alert. All this shows that this island is not as peaceful and simple as imagined. Pororo approached Jason, bowed slightly and said, "Now it's a crow's mouth." "Damn it. It's already this time," Jason said helplessly and angrily. If he had known this, he would have kept silent. Pororo burst into laughter, showing his sharp white teeth and making a strange laugh, and then shrugged. Finally, the dawn sound circled the front of the island and saw the low beach. They could leave the dawn sound on the sea and land there by boat. Alka had already come to the cabin at this time. With the operation of the internal machinery, he slowly floated out from the bow on the flying swallow. As the mast was retracted and stood up, everyone jumped down and landed on the flying swallow. 0 and 1, who were called the Puppet Knights by Lucilia, were left on the boat, and 2 followed Xiaodai and jumped down. As the flying swallow sailed, everyone came to the beach, pulled the boat onto the beach, and tied a silver bell. Then, they stepped on the beach and looked at the surrounding environment. In front of them, there was still a dense forest that blocked their vision. Everyone had slightly dispersed on the beach and began to look around. As Xiaodai's silver ripple swept, she had begun to record the topography of the island. Then she found something. She dug hard on the beach with her feet, revealing a black point. Then she reached out and pulled it out. It was an irregular and twisted piece of metal. It was buried on the beach, but it was not rusted, which meant it was not made of iron, but some kind of alloy. Alka came over, turned the piece of metal over twice, and carefully observed it for a while. There were obvious spell patterns on the metal fragment, but it was only a small part of it. The other areas were completely broken and had lost their function. This is a broken part of a large metal device, with some kind of spell metal added to it for the conduction of magic power, Alka said, holding a corner of the fragment with his hand, and slightly inputting magic power into the metal fragment. The magic power was transmitted well on it, and it lit up the broken spell that had lost its function, and then extinguished it. Jason, who came over, listened to his words, looked at the broken metal piece and asked, "Can you tell when it was made?" "It doesn't look too old." Alka nodded, "Very new. No more than 10 years. For the ruins on the shipwreck island. It is indeed very new. Isn't it another island similar to the shipwreck island?" Julia walked over and said, "This island still has high magic power. Although it has unusually dense forests, the high magic power has not changed. With the basic characteristics of the shipwreck island we encountered before. The high magic power means that more strange things will happen on this island. Magic power affects everything." Alka did not answer, but raised his head and looked at Xiaodai and asked, "Can you feel these fragments around?" "Yes. Most of them are buried on the beach. Very new. And there is a large fragment." Xiaodai led a few people to a place on the side of the beach and pointed down. Poro looked at the place and bent down, grabbing it with one hand and inserting his whole hand into it. With a strong force, he pushed a large ball of sand to the side. A deep pit of medium size was revealed, and the sand around it was sliding down slightly. But a huge metal object had already appeared in the deep pit. Then Poro grabbed a corner with both hands and pulled it out of the beach. When the whole object was pulled out, the sand and gravel on the surrounding beach kept sliding into the deep pit. This is a huge piece of metal fragment that is 2 or 3 times larger than the size of Pororo. It is exactly the same color as the previous piece of metal, and it also has spell patterns on it. And it is also concave and broken. Alka looked at the shape of the metal, and tilted his head to think about it. "This thing looks like a fragment of some kind of vehicle, and there are traces of fire on it." Alka pointed to a corner, and the metal on it was slightly melted and then solidified. Jason looked at the huge piece of metal, and after hearing Alka's words, he said, "A ship made of metal? Such a large piece of metal. It must not be part of the ship, and it would not take up such a large area, unless the ship is ridiculously large." Alka nodded. "What's so strange about a ship made of metal? Isn't it strange?" Jason was a little confused. After hearing this, Alka turned around and looked at everyone who looked a little confused, and then nodded in sudden realization. "Yes, the reason why I am not surprised is because of my past experience. For those of us who live in the home sea, ironclad ships made of steel are indeed strange. Okay, don't worry about it." After saying that, he knocked on the iron plate in front of him with his hand, and said to everyone, "This metal and the metal we just saw should come from the same object, and the time of destruction will not exceed 10 years. It should have been washed up on this island. Let's explore inside." After saying that, Alka looked at Xiaodai next to him, tilted his head, and motioned her to lead the way. After all, it was up to Xiaodai to draw the map of this island. So Xiaodai was the leader. Xiaodai nodded, and took the lead. Everyone followed behind, heading into the dense forest. When everyone stepped into the forest, a breeze with a fishy smell blew through the dense forest. This smell is a bit unpleasant and strange. Poro smelled it in an instant, and couldn't help but cover his nose. This smell was too pungent for him. Everyone could only smell the fishy smell when the breeze blew by. Their sense of smell was much worse than that of Poro. Then you'll have to bear with it. Jason smiled and patted his thigh. The magic here is stronger. Julia frowned and added, and it's more chaotic. Be careful. Jason had already taken out his emerald shooter. And he also put on the magic bullet launching glove on his left hand. The pattern on it had already lit up. And it was in a state of readiness. Ready to attack at any time. Xia Didi also had magic bandages wrapped around his hands. And the rest of the people were ready for battle. And the battle formation changed slightly. Although Xia Didi was leading now. Pororo leaned forward slightly. So that if he encountered danger, he could be the first to rush forward. Juanlu, who was weaker, walked in the middle. And Julia, who was strong and had many means, stood beside him. Jason and Alka walked at the back of the team. And Lucilia was standing on Alka's shoulder. The silver ripples that left no trace, as Xia Dai advanced, continued to spread around. The trees in the entire forest were extremely dense, which forced them to slightly disperse their formation, otherwise they couldn't even move forward. And the further they went, the closer the distance between the trees became. Alka shook his shoulders. Lucilia gently kicked Alka's shoulders, and jumped onto the branches. Then she disappeared, hiding among the leaves. While moving forward, Alka kept observing the surrounding environment and details. He narrowed his eyes slightly. He found an obviously unnatural gap not far from the side. He leaned slightly towards it, stood on tiptoe, and looked carefully for a while. Then retracted his gaze. The voice sounded softly in everyone's ears. Be careful. I just saw a trace that was obviously not caused by nature. It was very deep. Although it took a long time. It should be a large object that plowed the ground. Even after so long. The trace is still very obvious. Everyone nodded. And Pororo even slightly raised his body, which was a posture of preparation for battle. In the forest, besides the sound of the breeze blowing the leaves, there was only the sound of their breathing as they moved forward. The fishy smell in the breeze would come from time to time. The increasingly dense forest made their formation more scattered, although it was still tight. In order to move forward, they had to go around to the left or to the right. Hua la la. There was a sound of something passing through branches and leaves above his head. And Alka, who was standing behind, jumped back suddenly. He realized from the sound that it was above his head. A tiny red sound came out from the shadow of the nearby branches, and hit the object falling from above. The object flew to the side, breaking a lot of leaves and branches, and hit a tree trunk, and then slid down. Countless leaves and branches fell from above, blocking everyone's vision. Another object fell from above. This time the target was Julia. Chapter 203 Mechanical Zombies. A circular halo appeared behind Julia, and two ribbons flew out. It hit the falling object like an iron fist. And it also flew to a tree trunk not far away, and slid down. Everyone immediately dispersed. Although they dispersed, the formation did not change much. Bororo and Xiaodai came to the direction facing the two monsters respectively. At this time, everyone saw the specific image of the two monsters. Dried and rotten humans, similar to zombies, but most of their skin was broken. Part of the skin was replaced with something like metal fragments, which were attached to their flesh and blood. It looked extremely strange. The rotting green flesh exuded a foul smell, and those metal fragments were stained with unknown dirt. It was even more disgusting. The monster in one direction, the whole arm was made of metal, and there was a floating stone-like structure on it. Rotten pus and blood were stained on it. This was some kind of spell structure. Arca had seen something similar. Andre's broken arm is similar. But the difference between the two is quite big. Undead? Xia Dai said uncertainly. The images of these two monsters really look like zombies. Except that their bodies are rotten. Their skin is damaged. And there are steel and mechanical structures attached to them. With a dull sound, Jason pulled the trigger first to test it. The metal bullet quickly hit the head of one of the zombies, instantly shooting a small hole in his head. And the bullet penetrated the whole head. The dark yellowish-green liquid flowed out of the hole, covering his broken and hideous face. Seeing this, Alka did not wait any longer, and directly said, "Attack!" Then he pulled out the locker on his thigh and pulled the trigger. Alka's main attack methods are silver and red cards, which are not suitable for use in such a dense forest at this stage. So he used the rarely used gun on his thigh. A blade-like attack composed of coldness flew out, and hit the monster's arm before the bullet. The filthy and turbid magic, the sharp blade that blocked the coldness was swung out from the monster's hand, and Alka's bullet was blocked by the monster's metal arm. Xiao had already rushed in front of the monster, and swung out with force with his silver iron fist. It directly penetrated the filthy magic, and the impact of the penetration made the monster retreat again and again. A magic burst technique similar to hitting the bull from behind the mountain. Alka had first seen it on Andre. Another zombie had been torn into several pieces by Poro, who rushed up first, and the filthy liquid and corpse pieces splashed around. This one was much weaker than the one Alka and the others faced. It didn't even last a single round. The monster with the metal arm might have reached the level of 4 spirals, while the one Poro and the other's face might only have had 2 spirals. Facing the target that had already been eliminated by Poro, Jason quickly changed his target according to the situation, put away his emerald shooter, raised his left hand, and shot an ice bullet from his glove. It passed through the crowd, and accurately hit the lower body of the monster, and the ice that instantly formed froze his legs in place. Roar! The zombie monster roared, and a silver card passed through, and was stuffed into its open mouth. The shark card directly cut off most of its head, and was cut from the jaw. The entire jaw almost fell off, and it was hanging on the head with a piece of skin. Before Xiao launched the second attack, a scarlet spike pierced through the entire chest of the monster, and then lifted it up. It was cut in half from the middle to the head, and the lower half of the body was still frozen in place, while the upper half had split and hung down to both sides. The one who launched the attack was Lucilia, who appeared from the shadows behind the monster. At this time, the needle-shaped weapon in her hand was wrapped in scarlet energy, and the energy spurted out from the tip, forming an energy blade that was much longer than her body. Such damage had obviously caused fatal injuries to the monster, and a large amount of smelly pus flowed out of the corpse. A faint singing voice came, and the strange magic covered everyone with a light green transparent cover. It can defend against viruses from the outside world and filter harmful substances in the air. Hearing this, everyone nodded, because they were afraid that the pus flowing out of the monster's body would be toxic or contagious. Julia was very thoughtful. Alka walked over first, and the black pus with a hint of dark green had already flowed to his feet. Alka couldn't help but squat down to take a look, frowning, and picked up the branch next to him and fiddled with it twice. The pus was extremely viscous, and even pulled out threads along the stick. Isn't this blood? It's more like some kind of oily substance mixed with melted flesh and blood, compared to blood or pus. Alka felt that this was more like some kind of oily liquid, but it might be mixed with blood or pus or something, so it didn't look very good. Ignoring the outflow, Alka came to the side of the corpse. At this time, the ice that froze his lower body had melted as the magic power disappeared. The whole corpse fell to the ground, and the upper body was split into 2 halves, and the internal tissues were clearly exposed. It can be seen that there are still rotten organs in his body, but there are also things like pipes connected in his body. Looking at his metal arm, although the metal arm starts from the shoulder and connects downwards, the flesh and blood block is actually broken all the way to the forearm. It was just wrapped in metal. The metal fragments on the skin were not attached to it, but more like growing on it. There were obvious signs of growth, rather than being sewn or glued on it. Alka gently cut open the pipes in his body. Everyone looked at Alka, who was fiddling with the corpse expressionlessly, and couldn't help but step back. This scene was still somewhat unacceptable to them. When did Alka become like this? It seemed that he started studying flesh puppets. He had become largely immune to these bloody scenes of the human body. Lucilia and Xiao had even turned their heads away, and began to be alert to the surrounding environment. Only Poro stood by indifferently, and even watched with relish. Jason also endured a certain nausea and watched with curiosity. Juanlu was just observing, looking at the black liquid flowing out of the pipe. And he also felt a little strange. He watched while holding back his nausea. So the black liquid in the pus in the monster's body was something in the pipe. So this is a half-human, half-mechanical monster? After hearing Juanlu's words, Alka, who had been studying for a while, shook his head. No, to be precise, it is a half-undead, half-mechanical monster. The magic in his body has the flavor of the undead. Right? Alka tilted his head uncertainly, looking at Julia, who was staring at this place not far away, and asked. Julia nodded, confirming Alka's opinion. This corpse may have been a bit strong when he was alive, perhaps around 56 spirals. His muscle tissue has such strength. But the energy of the undead that awakened him was not very strong. Logically, it should not have the strength of 4 spirals. But this unknown mechanical structure as well as the black oil pipeline in its body, strengthened his strength. And there was extremely strong magic in this black oil. In simple terms, the undead's means were not strong enough, and they used the means of the spell structure to make up for it. It's a very interesting and practical design. Although it's disgusting, it's really practical. Arca couldn't help but say. He thought it could be used on some puppet girls in the future. He was observing them with a learning attitude. However, this machine and this metal skin armor are too strange. Why? Jason asked curiously. Although he didn't understand anything, he was curious. This metal skin shell seems to grow on him. If it is a ghost, it should be attached by some means. Or sewn on. Grown on? Jason asked with some doubts. He didn't understand it. Yes, this metal and this flesh grow together. Do you understand? In front of them, Alka pulled the metal off his skin, just like pulling the nail off his finger. He pulled up a large piece of skin and flesh. Looking at this behavior, Xiaodai and Lucilia, who couldn't help but turn their heads, frowned, showing an expression of extreme disgust. Air, who was standing on Xiaodai's other shoulder, also showed the same expression. Huh? Then, they turned their heads in unison. Finally, Alka came to another corpse and examined it. This undead zombie was relatively complete, without limbs like the spell construct, except for some metal armor on his body. There were no black oil pipes in his body, so he was much weaker than the zombie with metal arms. After studying both corpses for a while, and confirming that there was nothing to gain, Alka dragged them together and dug up the surrounding vegetation, burned them with fire. Perhaps it was because of the black oil that flowed out, which was very flammable and caught fire at a touch. The billowing black smoke floated upward like a black column. Until it was almost burned, Alka put out the flames. For creatures like the undead, especially the undead with flesh and blood corpses, they must be burned. This is the post-processing method highlighted in countless books. Otherwise, it is very likely that these corpses will be awakened again and continue to cause an impact. The previous battle would be in vain. After handling it, everyone moved forward again. With the experience just now, this time everyone no longer followed the established formation, but was slightly dispersed, but always able to take care of their teammates. And they would pay attention to the top of their heads from time to time. They just looked at the tree, and still didn't know where the monster fell from. Roar! When they moved to a stage, a monster like the zombie appeared in front of them again. But this zombie was cut in half, and he crawled on the ground with his hands, and slowly crawled towards them. There was a large area of metal attached to his back, and his lower body had completely turned into a spell structure from the waist. But it was not complete, so he could only crawl. The calf of his right leg was missing, and only half of his left eye was left, exposing some metal and stone magic blocks. You could even see the black oil inside slowly flowing out, leaving a trail as he dragged. A blue card flew out, exploded on his back, and turned into several chains, binding him to the spot. The monster struggled madly. Its head still opened and roared in the direction of AKA and the others. Was this monster injured by others? Jason asked uncertainly. They all looked at the monster a little closer. After all, Alka used the blue card to bind him, and did not attack him. He must have wanted to observe. Alka did come over and began to observe. The monster was still struggling madly, crawling in their direction, but the monster's strength was probably only 3 spirals, and it could not be exerted because of the incomplete lower body. As Alka's strength increased, his blue card was also more advanced, and it was easy to tie up the monster. However, before they could get close to the monster, he opened his mouth, and then a large mass of dark green stuff was ejected like a cannonball. Jason, who had been alert behind him, was quick-witted, and a ball of ice flew out and collided with the dark green thing in the air. The ice bomb exploded, and the coldness froze the dark green liquid, and a mass of green ice fell to the ground. It broke into several pieces, withering the plants it touched. The silver plate passed by. The monster's head was cut off from the neck, and it rolled to the side twice. However, the headless body was still struggling. It's still not dead even if its head is cut off? Jason couldn't understand it. Even if the head of the undead was cut off, it should still be unable to move, unless someone reattached his head, or sewed his head back. He is not an ordinary undead, Alka said, and threw out a card again. This time it was a mirror card. It passed through the middle, pierced into the broken neck, and broke part of the spine. Then the monster became motionless. He walked up, kicked the corpse over with his feet, revealing the front of the monster. The chest cavity of the monster had been hollowed out, filled with black oil pipes and spiral metal and stone blocks. At this time, Alka squatted down with a little relief, and this time he looked directly at the broken lower body of the monster. The completely mechanized hips and legs. This monster's mechanization is stronger than the previous one, but its strength is much weaker than that one. After all, the latter has reached the fourth spiral and is already in the second stage. This leg doesn't look like it was destroyed by someone. After looking at it for a long time, Alka came to a conclusion that goes against common sense. Did he destroy it himself? Poro asked beside him. No. I mean, it's not destroyed. But it's not finished, Alka said uncertainly. This lower body obviously looks like it was partially made, but the materials were missing. Or it was just left as it is, as if it didn't want to be made anymore. Who would destroy this kind of mechanical structure and leave all kinds of interfaces intact, as if they were carefully disassembled? It was obviously not finished. But there was still a little strangeness, and Alka didn't know why. It was released before it was finished. Can you tell how long it has been? Xiaodaidi asked beside him. Yes. It has been several years. But it is not recent. So the person who left this monster has left? Jason heard this, and said beside him. After all, it was not finished. But many years had passed. Doesn't that mean that the person who made the monster on the island has left? Or he is dead? Alka shook his head. He was not sure. Then a machete appeared in his hand, and he gently chopped off the waist of the monster, looking at the flesh and blood stuck on the mechanical device, and the connected black oil pipeline. Alka's brows were twisted into a ball. An extremely outrageous idea appeared in his mind. This thing doesn't look like it was installed. Alka's words made everyone around him look confused. What does not look like it was installed mean? Like? Alka frowned. He felt that his opinion was a bit too exaggerated. But he still said, like it grew on. No. It should have grown out. Everyone frowned. Julia couldn't help but say, isn't it too exaggerated? Because it completely violates the worldview. After all, Julia had been in the Sea of Two Gods, and was a protector of the sea and the sea of all living beings. A spell construct grew on a flesh and blood body, which was too strange even if it was a ghost. Can you take a closer look? Jason said beside him. This view is indeed a bit outrageous. Not to mention unscientific. It is not even magical. And it is not mysterious. Alka was also a little unsure of his own view, and dissected it again. This time, even though everyone felt a little disgusted, they endured it and finished watching. As Alka performed the dissection, he even began to talk about it. See here? This is his intestine. Although it has decayed, you can still see that this tube grows in the middle of the intestine, and is wrapped in casings inside and outside. If it is man-made, this process is too troublesome and useless. Not to mention that the structure inside the casing is actually connected to this tube. The muscles here are also connected to this mechanical structure. Just like when it grows here, the flesh and blood begin to grow into metal. As Alka spoke and dissected, his thoughts were confirmed. Chapter 2042 Ships. At this time, the zombie, whose upper body was only flesh and blood, had been disassembled into pieces. Alka was completely certain that the structures on the monster, including the metal plates on the skin, were all grown. They were not sewn on with anything. So many things had to be overturned, that is, there might not be anyone who made undead on this island. Now there is another possibility, that is, something on this island affected these corpses. Thinking of the worst, it is even possible that these corpses, when they were still alive and human before they became corpses, were affected by this power. Some parts of them grew out and turned into metal and magic machinery. It can make flesh grow metal, and even grow structures that can move like a body. Alka felt that this was not something that could be achieved by a simple spell effect. He seriously suspected that this might be the power of the treasure. Standing up, Alka's hands gushed with magic power, and 2 streams of clear water gushed out. He washed away the dirt on his body and the residue around him, although he had Julia's shield to resist the negative energy or bacteria that might be hidden. Afterwards, Alka turned around and said to everyone, "Be alert, this island is very dangerous. How can it be safe if it can make flesh grow metal and magic machinery? And the member of the Holy Machine Church, who is trapped on this island, I wonder if these strange corpses have anything to do with him. If it had anything to do with him, then they might have been exposed. thinking of why Alka came to this island in the first place. He couldn't help but frown. Let's keep going. They maintained their previous formation and continued to move forward into the depths of the dense forest. Metal grown from flesh and blood. We have encountered such a thing before reaching the infinite sea. Once we reach the infinite sea, we don't know what outrageous situations we will encounter. Jason passed by the body that was disassembled into parts and couldn't help but complain. Hearing Jason's words, Pororo, who was walking in front, couldn't help but say, "Is it so exaggerated? I don't think there's anything too strange in that book." Hearing this, Alka continued, "The story in that book is obviously interrupted and incoherent. The author has hidden many things. There are only some stories and experiences that normal people can accept. And we haven't seen the ending. Right? It's like it was cut off in the middle." Regarding Alka's words, several people nodded, and they all saw this point. The experiences in the book often jump a long distance. For example, at the beginning of the book, it is still written that they have just arrived at the endless sea, and then it jumps directly to the point where they have been sailing in the endless sea for 2 or 3 years. After that, it jumps another 1 or 2 years. The interval between each event is as short as half a year, and as long as 3 to 5 years. By the end, they have spent 20 to 30 years in the endless sea. However, at the end, they are still sailing. Many of their gains and experiences are not described in detail, but all are glossed over. On the contrary, some strange scenery is described in great detail, and most of the energy written is strange, which makes people yearn for it physically and mentally. From here, it can be seen that this is intentional by the author. This is written specifically for those who are still in the Sea of Gods. Poro heard everyone's comments, and then he nodded in sudden enlightenment. It turned out that he was the only one who regarded the book as everything. Humans just like to intrigue. Silver ripples were still spreading around Xiaodai's feet. After advancing to a certain extent, Xiaodai began to lead everyone to circle around the entire island instead of going straight. This would improve Xiaodai's efficiency in island detection, because the first thing Xiaodai had to do was to detect the entire island and map out the entire terrain of the island for Alka's reference. After the map came out, it was time for them to really start exploring the island. This was the process they had come up with after several explorations on the home sea, and it had become the standard action of their team. Everything came from Alka's keen sense of treasure hunting. Everyone seriously suspected that this came from the blessing of the Virgin Mary. After all, Alka had seen the revelation of the Virgin Mary twice, and he was from the home island. However, Alka did not say it clearly, only saying that it might be. Alka himself felt that his golden finger might be a blessing from the Virgin Mary. They could feel the slope under their feet becoming steeper, and they circled all the way to the cliff they had seen before. There is a huge mark here. A huge deep pit formed like an explosion. There are a lot of debris inside, but the debris inside is all wooden and has long been rotten. Alka slid into the deep pit, looked at the debris inside, and climbed up after checking for a while. The time when this mark was created should belong to the same period as the metal debris. There is a part of a ship inside, probably the side plate at the tail. I don't know how it rushed to this place on the island. Hearing Alka's words, Jason said in surprise, "It is impossible for the ship to reach there from the surroundings and back of the island. It can only come from the front. Who pushed the ship here? Don't think about it. We know too little information, and we can't be sure even if we think about it." As he said, everyone passed the wreckage and began to circle the other half of the circle. This half of the operation was sped very peacefully. Then, they continued to walk in a straight line on the side and explored the center. As they continued to explore inside, the fishy smell came again. Everyone had to be alert again. "Stop," Xiaodai said and squatted down. And everyone squatted down immediately. She stretched out her hand and pointed in a direction. Everyone looked carefully and saw an arm exposed on the side of the big tree. It just fell on the ground, and a part of the iron sheet could be seen from the exposed part of the hand. Lucilia's voice came softly from above. "There is also one at 9 o'clock. Hearing this, Alka looked over, and the one was hidden very well. There was a clump of grass there, and if you look carefully through the gaps in the grass, you can see the discordant colors, as if something is hidden inside. Alka stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, then waved to both sides, giving instructions. Everyone nodded. Alka threw out a blue card first, and Jason also shot an ice bullet at the zombie in the bush. Xiaodai and Pororo rushed towards different monsters respectively. The two zombies were obviously not hiding there on purpose, they just fell there. When the ice bullet froze one, and the blue water chain bound the other, they seemed to wake up and began to shake, and try to stand up. But at this time, they were already trapped in the same place. Pororo and Zyadite had come to their side. These two monsters had no mechanical limbs, only some metal plates on their skin. They were easily dealt with. Then everyone came up, looking at the two bodies, which were no different from what they had seen before. However, Zyadite seemed to have discovered something, squatted down, and simply washed the clothes of one of the bodies with water. A somewhat blurred mark was revealed. Holy Machine Church? Alka said, as he looked at the mark. Is this the mark of the Holy Machine Church? Jason looked over. It was a gear mark. And in the middle of the gear was an eye. This mark was very easy to recognize. Can anyone tell me what the Holy Machine Church is? Juanlu raised his hand slightly and said. He looked at everyone as if they knew everything. But he was very confused. He had never heard of this church. There was only the Holy Mother Church in the home sea. Julia beside her explained, the church to which the wise man, one of the gods, belongs. You can think of it as the Holy Mother Church of the Ocean of Confusion. They should belong to the same level. When he heard this, Juanlu nodded in sudden realization. Although he joined them last, Alka and others also told him some information about the outside world. For example, the four seas controlled by gods, and the four gods. As for the churches corresponding to the four gods, except for the Holy Mother, they only knew about the Holy Machine Church. So this is a member of the Holy Machine Church? Juanlu asked. The clothes on the body in front of him had long been torn, and only a part of it was still wrapped around the body, and it was stained black due to the pus produced by the decay of the corpse. It was hard to tell that he was wearing some kind of church clothing. It's very likely, Alka said, and felt a little confused. Will people in the church leave the sea controlled by the gods? After all, if they were just believers, they would not wear clothes that looked like church staff. He asked this question. Although he was from Home Island and was born a believer of God, he knew clearly what he was. As a former saint of the Holy Mother Church, Zyadite nodded and said, yes, I have seen such records in some records of the church. However, there are very few such people. Most of them are people who have been trained by the church since childhood, with an adventurous spirit, then left the home sea, and there is no further record of the subsequent information. I know some limited confidential information. If I ask my father now, he may have higher authority. Speaking of this, Zyadite couldn't help but think of his father, who had become a regional bishop. At that level, he is already a core member of the church, and a lot of core information will be open. Really? Forget it, let's keep going. As they got closer to the center, there were more and more zombies, and even a monster with half of its body fully mechanized appeared. However, fortunately, this monster with half of its body fully mechanized still did not grow completely, causing it to move strangely. Even if its strength reached 5 spirals, it was easily solved by their cooperation. Mainly, Alka and Julia were able to deal with it easily. It seems that we are approaching some kind of core of this island. How many have we encountered along the way? Pororo slapped a zombie with iron pieces on its body, and it fell on the tree trunk next to it and turned into a pancake. After hearing Pororo's question, Jason raised his left hand, froze a zombie with an ice bullet, and then replied, this is the 12th one. Then the zombie that was frozen into an ice sculpture was smashed into pieces. Isn't there a dense forest ahead? Zyadite said while looking forward. The forest is relatively dark, but a large area of light has been revealed in front. And her silver ripples had already detected the situation ahead for her. The crowd passed by the corpses, and the formation began to shrink and walk out of the dense forest. As the sun shone, the vision suddenly became clear. What appeared in front of them was a large area of ruins, which were not buildings. Instead, they were 2 ships destroyed together, the wreckage of a ship made of metal, and the wreckage of a ship made of wood. The debris and wreckage left in various places on the island before should be from these 2 ships. Why is the ship here? Jason couldn't help asking as he looked at the situation in front of him. They just circled around and didn't see any exaggerated traces around. Since the ship appeared here, there must be traces of dragging. Unless they were built here, the traces around them would be even more wrong. These 2 ships seemed to have fallen from the sky. At this time, the direction they came out was facing the back of the metal ship. The ship was completely twisted and broken in the middle, but it could still be seen in its original appearance. Looking at the tail of the ship, Alka seemed to understand. because the tail of the ship was not flat like the ships they normally used, and was not tightly wrapped. Instead, it had a huge round hole, although the hole had been distorted due to the damage. But the more Alka looked at the hole, the more he felt that it was like a power nozzle. These two ships may have flown from the sea, without waiting for everyone to ask. Alka pointed to what he saw in front of him and explained, "See the hole at the tail? If there is a device that can spray strong flames inside, it can instantly lift the ship into the sky. Adjust the angle, and maybe the ship can burst out with exaggerated power in an instant to escape quickly, or catch up with the enemy. As for the wooden ship, it is very likely to have a similar structure, or it can directly use spells to fly for a short time. After all, in the magic world, it should not be difficult to use magic to make ships fly. It is also very reasonable." "Then should we go into the ship to take a look?" Jason asked. Alka shook his head, squatted down and dug the ground next to them. And in the soft soil, a few human bones were exposed. They had seen such corpses on the road, and had seen many of them, and they were all fragments of limbs. It seemed that the reason they had not been turned into undead was because they were too broken. If they were a little more complete, they might be able to stand up and move. "Forget it, don't worry, go around, and then explore again." Alka had seen the interior of the ship ruins. Those zombies with metal limbs, they were lying or leaning, hidden everywhere. For one of them, one hand and one leg had completely turned into metal limbs. With this change, the zombie's strength is at least 4 spirals, even 5 spirals, and its limbs are intact, unlike the ones they met in the periphery before. Even if they are strong, but their limbs are not fully grown, it is still difficult to cause harm to them. Both ships crashed here, so there must be some treasures left. After all, so many people died. As long as there is a treasure point, we can know the approximate difficulty, and it will not be too late to come in and explore at that time. This is safer. After hearing what Alka said, everyone had no objection. It was always good to be vigilant. Then everyone began to circle the entire ship at the edge of the ruins, and asked Xia Deity to record the surrounding environment with silver ripples. "Okay, the general situation of the island has been recorded, and we can go back." After hearing what Xia Deity said, Alka nodded, and then said to everyone, "Okay, let's go back to the ship first. Prepare, and come back tomorrow to officially explore the 2 ships." As he said that, he looked up at the sky. At this time, the sun had completely set, and there was not even a little yellow afterglow left in the sky. Whether it was because of the lack of a map or the current situation, it was not suitable for exploration. Not to mention that they had passed through a storm in the morning, and their current state was not considered full. Then everyone went out directly, because the path they chose was different from the path they had just entered. They met a few more zombies on the way. However, they already had experience in dealing with them, and they easily solved them. The main reason was that the strength of these zombies was not strong, and most of them were in the 23 spiral stage. And because they have no brains, their means of attack are extremely simple, and it is difficult to cause them any trouble. Similar to the 4 spiral zombies we met before, there were only 3 in total, and with the exquisite cooperation, they were easily killed. In this way, we came to the coast. When we arrived at the coast, the sky had completely darkened. Considering that this island was not safe, they took the flying swallow back to the sound of dawn. We drove the sound of dawn to a place not far from the beach of the island and stopped. We did not dare to go too far otherwise. We would be washed away by the endless current, and we would not be able to come back then. These currents seem to have little resistance, but Alka and his team have tried, and it is difficult to return to the back. These currents are in waves, and there will be a strong impact every once in a while. In addition, the breeze is blowing forward all the time, so even if you drive hard, you will still be pushed slowly. Unless you have strong power, you can return in such a countercurrent environment. Only around such an island, the strength of the current will be greatly reduced because of the existence of the island. After returning to the island, Juanlu began to prepare dinner for everyone. Considering tomorrow's action, he decided to prepare a big meal. Xia Deity also began to draw a map in his room. Alka waited quietly. Chapter 205 Golden Light on the map. There were dim lights on the deck of the Dawn Sound. In the restaurant on the stern deck, the light became brighter, and the voices of people talking came from inside. Also coming out was an extremely tempting aroma. This dinner was all for replenishing energy and restoring spirit. After eating, Jason made a patrol in the first half of the night. Due to tomorrow's exploration, the shift tonight was temporarily changed to 3 shifts, so that everyone could get enough rest. Alka also didn't sleep, and came to Xia Dedi's workroom where she was drawing maps. It was in a room on the 3rd floor of the last building. A small room on the side of Xia Dedi, which could be entered from the outside and from her room. Alka sat on a stool next to her, chatting quietly with Lucilia. Er also sat next to them, swinging his legs, smiling at Alka. Alka turned her head from time to time to look in the direction of Xia Dedi, blinking her eyes to look at the progress of the map in front of her. Finally, when he looked at it for the 3rd time, the outline of the map had been drawn on it, and as he blinked his eyes, a dazzling golden light appeared. Fuck. Golden light. Alka couldn't help but swear in his heart, and his expression changed immediately. Then he immediately calmed down and took 2 quick breaths. What's wrong? Lucilia, who was chatting with him next to him, looked at his excited expression and asked curiously. Nothing. Alka had restrained his expression and said nonchalantly, I see that the outline of the map seems to have been drawn. In addition to a golden light, Alka also saw 3 blue dots and 2 white dots. There are 6 treasure points, all gathered in the center of the island, which is where they saw the 2 ships crashed. As expected, the crash of the 2 ships left a lot of treasures. Could it be that all the people on the ship died? No. At least there is 1 person alive. But the problem is that the living person is unknown now. These treasure points still exist, even including the treasure, which means that they have not been controlled by others. And what makes Alka wonder is, how did that person survive? The time of the crash of the 2 ships can be estimated. Probably around 10 years. For a full 10 years, the man did not leave, and stayed on the island. There was no food to fill his stomach. He could not live on the supplies left on the 2 ships. Everything would break down in 10 years. Not to mention the fish in the surrounding waters, which were extremely scarce. It was a pipe dream to live on fish. And they did not find any traces of human activity just now. Alka was already wondering if that person was still alive, and if he was a ghost who had preserved his soul and wisdom. This possibility was extremely high. After all, even in an area with low magic power like the home sea, it was not uncommon for souls to stay and not want to leave after death. Even in a ghost place like the Dark Realm, one could still retain the strength he had before death and continue to exist. He didn't even need a body, only a soul. On this island, in such a high magic area, it was very possible to become a ghost after death, if one had strong willpower to control one's soul and will. Moreover, when they were exploring the island today, they made quite a lot of noise. If that person could move freely, it was impossible for him not to hear them. It was also unlikely that he would not contact them. Alka felt that the living person might be in a strange state, and he should be prepared for his death. However, Alka, who had discovered that there was a treasure on the island, could no longer hide the smile on his face. He calmed down, chatted with Lucilia in a good mood, and quietly waited for Xia Dedi to finish drawing the map. There is no need to rush at this moment, and check it out impatiently. In terms of map making, Ark still respects Xia Dedi very much. He will only take it, and use it when she makes the map perfectly to her satisfaction. After a long time, the bright moon was already hanging high outside. Xia Dedi stood up from the stool and stretched hard. Well, it's done, take it and have a look. Hearing this, Ark stood up from the stool impatiently, walked over in 2 steps, and took the map off the wooden shelf. The map has been protected. The paint on it has been dried, and a protective layer has been applied. Xia Dedi has a set of quick processing techniques. Looking at the map, the island is just like what they saw, similar to an irregular oval. The 2 ships are located in the center of the island, a little above. Alka blinked, and the first thing that came out was the dazzling golden light. The golden light spot is much more conspicuous than the blue and white. Alka picked up the map and went to the table next to him, and checked it by himself. Xia Dedi took his place, and chatted with Lucilia and Er. Now it was Alka's working time, and no one would disturb him. He stretched out his hand and brushed it across the map, and clicked on the golden light spot. Hidden treasure. Difficulty, combat team, 6 spirals. Popularity, 3,659. Treasure information, none. First of all, the difficulty. Plural words appeared. Combat team. This situation indicates that there are a large number of enemies, which is consistent with what they observed during the day. The difficulty reached 6 spirals, which means that the highest strength of the enemy is 6 spirals. Fortunately, it is within their acceptable range. Alka was afraid that the difficulty would exceed their acceptable range, and then they would have to give up the treasure. After all, compared to the treasure, life is more important. For him, the treasure is not worth exchanging for life or even serious injury. It is not worth it for him. Since the difficulty is within the acceptable range, then I must go there tomorrow. This popularity is a bit strange. Generally speaking, the popularity of treasures is not very high, considering that the 2 ships crashed only about 10 years ago, and it happened in such a place. It is very likely that it is the treasure carried by the people who came out of the ocean of bright confusion 10 years ago. After all, most people who are willing to leave the sea where they live and go to the infinite sea have a treasure. For example, there are more than 20 teams in their group, and there are 5 teams with treasures, not to mention the unknown teams like them who are hiding. The possession rate of such treasures is already very high. Maybe it is the same as the previous team like the Burning Blood Hand, which is also a well-known team in the Sea of Bright Confusion. That's why it has such a reputation. Alka clicked on the adjacent blue and white dots. The difficulty is the same, and they are all Holy Light teams. However, the strongest enemies are in the range of 5 to 4 spirals. This means that the 6th spiral enemy only exists next to the treasure. If you leave the range of the treasure, you may not encounter it. But no matter what, these difficulties are within their acceptable range. There are 6 treasure points in total. Their harvest on this trip is definitely enough. Looking at the map, Alka's expression has become a little excited. He can't wait to see tomorrow. How is it, Alka? Did you find any useful information? Xiaodai asked. If ordinary people can find some inexplicable information from a newly drawn map, it will only make people think it is a joke. But Alka's sense of treasure can do it, and everyone is used to it. After all, they are teammates on a ship. Some things cannot be hidden, as long as the most core things are hidden, and the information that needs to be revealed is packaged. It is dangerous, but not fatal, and there should be very good gains, so be prepared, Alka said with a smile. By the way, remember to prepare the attack means of Holy Light. After all, the zombies we met today are still considered as undead. After saying that, Alka waved and said goodbye to the others. You guys should also rest early. I'll go down first. I'll take this map with me. Alka waved the map, pushed the door and left. Only 2 puppet girls and Xiaodai were left in the room. Very good harvest. I'm a little looking forward to it, Xiaodai said with a smile. Lucilia also nodded. This was a very good harvest for Alka, and it was definitely a treasure worth rejoicing. Alka is so handsome, said suddenly, his eyes still fixed on the door. This sudden remark made Lucilia and Xiaodai turn their eyes to her. Then the 2 of them looked at each other. They nodded at the same time. Xiaodai lifted Air's collar and walked into the room together. Alka, who left the room, told everyone some information that needed to be prepared. Then he quickly sank into the dream. He quickly flew out of his dream bubble, and after walking around everyone's dream bubbles, he cleaned up some ungrateful dream creatures. Today he did not enter Lucilia's dream, nor did he wake her up. After all, Lucilia's dream bubble had not yet emerged. Tomorrow's exploration requires everyone to take a good rest, and he is also ready to quickly solve some things in the dream and take a rest. The most important thing is to find out if he can meet the dream bubble of the person who is alive on the island again tonight. He constructed the cloud ring used for reconnaissance last time on the spot to assist him in reconnaissance. He hopes that person is sleeping now. The ripples only spread outward once, and immediately rebounded. This means that the dream bubble is very close to him, and he hopes it is not the dream of some small animal. They didn't seem to see any small animals this morning. While thinking, Alka had already flown quickly in the direction of the rebound. After passing through a colorful mist, he saw a large dream bubble not far away. The appearance was still as dim as last night, without luster, and with several cracks. He flew in gently. This time his dream changed. It was no longer a small island like before, but a steel ship staying on the sea. This steel ship was more than 50 meters long, and without the bow and stern structures. There was only the command room and the watchtower in the middle. The structure of the gun deck is still preserved below, and the muzzle is ferocious and thick, a circle larger than the one on their ship. However, this steel ship still retains the sail, and the sail is huge. There is a steel black arm on it, with 5 fingers spread out and a white cross emblem in the middle. This pattern should be the team logo of this ship. And a flag on the top also has the logo of the Holy Machine Church. This shows that this is a team under a certain church. And it is still in the open. The most eye-catching thing about this ship is the round nozzle at the tail. From this nozzle, Alka can be completely sure that this ship is the wreckage of the steel ship they saw today. So the person who is still alive, the owner of this dream bubble, is a member of this steel ship? Thinking of this, he floated down, came to the deck of the ship, and looked at the command room in the center of the ship. He could already see through the transparent glass a figure standing inside. It was the human that Alka saw yesterday. At this time, his dress was no longer as bleak as yesterday. He was wearing a relatively fitted outfit, which was gray in color, and a robe wrapped around his back. The robe had the church's symbol on it. This outfit was very similar to that of a religious church member, and the sleeves of the clothes also had that flavor. There were many elements of God's on him. From the time Alka met him until now, the information he knew was basically certain that this person was a member of the Holy Machine Church. Alka walked in, pulled out a bench from the side and sat up, facing Alka's appearance. This man ignored him, and didn't even turn his head. This is consistent with the performance of a normal dream. After thinking for a while, Alka suddenly asked, "What's your name?" Facing Alka's sudden question, he turned his head slightly to look at Alka, and then turned his head back, without any intention of answering. Not even saying the name? Generally speaking, in a dream, no matter what the current situation is, asking for the name will usually get an answer. Of course, it is not certain, but the probability is very high, about 75%. If it is not within this range, other questions will be difficult to answer, unless the question asked is very consistent with his dream. Fortunately, Alka has done some research on this trip. This ship is very beautiful. What is his name? This sentence successfully attracted the man's attention. He turned his head to look at Alka, and then turned his head back. But the voice had already come over. Iron Melody. Iron Melody? A very suitable name. After waiting for a while, Alka asked again, "What happened to the ship in the end?" "It stopped, I don't know." Alka sat silently beside him, lowering his head in thought. Although the man's answer was very vague and incomprehensible, but Alka might know something. After many experiments in the dream, these people either did not answer questions, or the questions they answered were definitely accurate. It is true for the dreamer. If he is still alive and able to move, he must know that the ship has become a ruin. He will not answer, he does not know, he will only answer with descriptions such as broken and destroyed. It has stopped, this can be confirmed. In other words, his final understanding of the ship is that the ship has stopped, and he does not know the current situation of the ship. Under what circumstances would such a situation occur? He is a soul, similar to the evil spirits in the dark realm. He cannot leave a certain area, which causes him to be trapped inside the ship, and cannot see the whole picture of the entire ship. He is still alive, but in a strange state, and then imprisoned, which may also produce such an effect. If he is alive, it can explain why he dreamed of overeating like a starving ghost yesterday, because he is really hungry. In this way, he may have become a ghost and imprisoned in the ship. There are too many possibilities, but there is a general direction. Alka asked some more questions, but except for those related to the ship, the man in front of him did not answer any other questions. In this way, Alka could understand very little. He also wanted to ask questions about treasures or crew members. For example, if he asked how many cannons the ship had and how powerful the cannons were, the man in front of him would happily answer. He would even give some adjectives in an expanded way. The conditions of the dream were too simple and not suitable for asking for information. After almost no information could be obtained, Alka slowly flew into the sky and left his dream bubble. He now had one last way to get more information, but he had to go back before that. After returning to his dream bubble, he did not fall asleep in the bubble to recover. Instead, he woke up immediately. He lit the lamp next to him, and then the map he had just received appeared in his hand. He clicked on the golden dot. The name of the treasure was still not displayed, and Alka did not get any information about the treasure. Instead, one blue dot and one white dot showed the name and information. These two dots were on one side, and the information clearly indicated that these two treasures were placed on the destroyed steel ship at that time. The blue dot was a weapon of a member of the ship, and the white dot was the treasure house where the ship once stored some valuables and money. It can be predicted that this treasure house will definitely bring them a lot of money. The other two blue dots One white dot, and the gold dot are on the other side. This shows that the location of the treasure may be inside the wooden ship. It was something left behind by some members of the destroyed wooden boat. And Alka knew nothing about the wooden boat and related information. After learning more information, Alka just sat on the bed, and now there was another option in front of him. He pointed at the crystal protruding from his chest. For more information, should he wake up the only living person in his dream? Chapter 206, Awakening the Stranger. In Alka's own room. At this moment, he was leaning against the head of the bed, thinking. This idea had already existed when he first discovered that it was a human's dream. Awakening that person in the dream, so that more information can be obtained. However, when he first saw the dream of that person, Alka had no idea where the person was, nor did he know his real situation at the moment. But after a day of exploration, Alka had learned a lot about this island. Through a complete map, and the treasure on the map. He also clearly knew the degree of danger of this island. Just now when he was in the dream, he also asked about the current situation of that person, although he did not get any answer. He woke up at this time, and will make a final summary of this information, and then decide whether to wake him up in the dream. Among the consequences of waking up the enemy, the only situation that may bring the negative consequences is that the owner of the dream is the culprit of all the causes on this island. In this case, Alka's awakening is likely to expose some information. Let their actions tomorrow be unexpected. There are risks, but for Alka and his team, they have absolute initiative. And there is also a treasure hunting system to help analyze the information. Whether the information he said is true or false, Alka can consider it. And at that time, these light spots will be reflected correctly. Thinking of this, Alka immediately laid down and quickly sank into the dream. Without stopping, he quickly flew towards the dream bubble, and soon saw the existence of the dream bubble. The scene in the dream at this time was no different from when he just left. He landed on the deck, entered the central command room, and sat next to the man again. However, Alka did not touch it immediately to wake it up. After thinking for a while, a mirror appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand and tapped the mirror, and the mirror on his face shattered instantly. And then, the special effects composed of the mirror fragments completely covered Alka's face. Pink mist poured out from the crystal on his chest, wrapping Alka up. Then his clothes were changed. A black hat was put on his head, a black suit was put on his body, and a civilized staff appeared in his hand. No matter what the identity of the person in front of him was, disguise was essential. After everything was ready, Alka stood beside him, wearing a pair of fitting white gloves on his hands, and put his hand on the shoulder of the Dream Master next to him. Following Alka's touch, the man in front of him had been staring at the deck in front of him, and then confusion appeared in his firm eyes. The confusion quickly turned into clarity. His hands, which were originally folded on his chest, naturally fell down. He turned his head and looked around. This steel melody is intact? Am I dreaming? Then he suddenly jumped to the side and fell down directly because of his physical weakness or some other reason. He did not get up immediately after falling to the ground, but moved back twice suddenly and kept a distance from Alka. Then he looked at Alka with a very vigilant look, looking at the strange man in front of him, if it was a human. After all, Alka's entire face now is a special effect made of broken mirrors. Who are you? Why are you on this ship? Alka crossed his hands in front of him, supporting the civilization stick, turned his head slightly to look at him. Looking at Alka's face when he turned his head, the man shrank back again. This is your dream, and you can call me a magician. This is my dream? He repeated softly, then leaned against the wall next to him, pushing himself up with his feet. After watching Alka warily for a few times, making sure that Alka did not make any extra moves, he turned his head to look at the deck outside, and then looked at the environment here. He looked at the surrounding environment very carefully, as if he wanted to distinguish whether it was true or false. Alka just observed the man in front of him. Hands hanging down, weak steps, shaky body. This man's condition in reality is much worse than he thought. Suddenly being awakened from a dream can clearly reflect his physical condition in reality. For example, his hands were hanging down. Whether he fell to the ground or stood up, he let his hands hang down naturally. He had no intention of using his hands to assist his movements. He didn't even use his hands to support himself when he fell. He just fell heavily to the ground. This behavior clearly showed Alka that there must be something wrong with his hands in the outside world. They must be broken. Just like Lucilia in the past. He could walk like a normal person when he was dreaming normally. Once he regained his lucidity, he would bring the situation in reality into his dreams. He collapsed to the ground on the spot. Looking at the man's weak appearance, and his slightly bent body, this is a sign of hunger. When Alka observed him, he was also observing the ship, and looking at Alka with his peripheral vision. Finally, he was sure that this was indeed a dream. You came into my dream, and woke me up. Is there something wrong? He was basically certain that it was the man in front of him who woke him up. Even if it wasn't him, it was related to him. Alka turned to look at him, and then asked quietly, "Do you know where you are in reality?" The man looked at him. After a moment of silence, he said, "On the forward channel. It should be on an island outside the isolation gate of the ocean of bright delusion." Hearing this, Alka nodded. Then he said, "I am also on the forward channel. On such a channel, I met a human whose dream was very strange. So I came in to take a look out of curiosity." After Alka finished speaking, he saw that the man in front of him had begun to raise his hands slightly. Did he find out? His hands are back. He was able to control them slightly so quickly. It seems that he lost his hands not long ago. It is definitely not a congenital problem. You are also on the way forward, he murmured to himself. Then he frowned, seemingly thinking about something. Alka was not in a hurry, and waited quietly. "You woke me up. You must want to know something from me. Ask as much as you can, if I know. But if possible, I hope you can come to where I am and rescue me." He looked at Alka and said sincerely. Hearing this, Alka smiled slightly. But because of the broken mirror effect, the smile was blocked. This man is very smart. He understood the current situation so quickly. It seems that his situation outside is really very, very bad. I am very likely his last straw. Very good. If it is possible, when I pass by where you are, I will come to help you, provided that there is no problem with your words. Of course, it should be so. Alka nodded, and then turned around to look at him. Do you know your current situation? In reality, the man nodded and said yes. Although I don't know the exact time, but I have probably been outside for many years. I am trapped on an island. I can't move in reality. I don't even know the situation of where I am now. Because of special reasons, I am imprisoned, fixed in the state at that time. Then his expression showed a little loneliness. I am not dead yet, and can still dream. I can still feel my hunger, which means that my team has met with an accident. But the fact that I'm still alive means that the enemy's situation may not be good either. So, are the two ships on the island hostile to each other? Alka nodded to show that he understood, and then motioned for him to continue. At that time, our team had a violent conflict with our enemy. During the conflict, I was seriously injured and received temporary treatment, which is a certain state of confinement. This state will make people fixed and unable to move freely. Although it is very unbearable, it can save lives well and ensure that they can hold on until they receive treatment. Our ship and the other ship were transferred to the sky due to some powerful spell effect, and were falling downwards, and I lost consciousness at this time. At this point, without waiting for Alka to ask, he summarized the situation where he was at the moment. But now I am neither dead nor out of this state. So the situation outside is likely to be a lose-lose situation. Or even death. This is a very reasonable speculation. Unless his team deliberately left him in this state. In his opinion, there is almost no possibility of this. Alka nodded to show his understanding. That is to say, he is now in a state where he can feel the passage of time and feel hungry. But because of some ability of his teammates, his state and actions are fixed. It is equivalent to a soul fixed in a body. There is no problem with his spirit, which shows that his willpower is firm, if he is telling the truth. But what he said is indeed consistent with what they saw on the island today. The two ships really looked like they had fallen from the sky, regardless of the state of fragmentation and the impact on the surrounding environment. What is the name of your team? And who are your enemies? Alka asked after waiting for a while. For such a question, the man in front of him did not hide anything at all, slowly said, My team belongs to the Holy Machine Church, and is an excavation team under the church, called the Cross Hand. As for our enemy, it is a team led by a saint of the apostate flesh and blood sublimation church. Apostate, it seems that the scarlet evil spirit that he met last time was also an apostate of the Holy Machine Church, and he also formed a church of his own. Apostates are the characteristics of the Holy Machine Church? Alka couldn't help but think so, mainly because the two pieces of information related to the Holy Machine Church both had apostates. But no matter what, if this information is true, the treasure information will definitely be expanded. Do the leader of your team and this rebel have treasures in their hands? The man nodded without hesitation. They all have. The name of the treasure held by the leader of our team is Ring of Light. Many people know. As for the specific function, I am sorry. I cannot tell you. Alka nodded to show his understanding. After all, the leader of his former team may not be dead. And who knows the specific situation? Thank you for your understanding. But I can tell you the information of the treasure of the apostate. Although I don't know the specific name of the treasure. It was once a treasure controlled by the church. It is said that it has a great bonus in the manufacture of spell constructs. Hearing the information about the treasure, Alka's eyes narrowed slightly. Spell constructs. He immediately thought of the undead monsters he encountered on the island yesterday, and the constructs that supplemented their limbs. The connection between the two is a bit too great. Could it be that this treasure caused the impact? Then do you know the main attack method of this apostate? This is a very easy question to answer. But the man in front of him shook his head awkwardly. He explained, the day when I clashed with the apostates. It was the first time I saw them. So I don't know much about their attack methods. Especially the leading saint. I was on the verge of death before he made his move. My previous position on the ship was just a mechanic. I belonged to the logistics unit. Hearing this, Alka nodded. A mechanic. What kind of job is this? Is it unique to the ocean of bright confusion? What is a mechanic? Hearing Alka's question, the man knew immediately that the man in front of him must be from other seas. Although there had been such a rebellion before, but now it is almost certain. After all, the profession of mechanic is well known in the sea area where he is located. It is a very normal profession. Thinking of this, he said, a profession that constructs precise castings can be regarded as a branch of the caster, or an advanced profession. Compared with the caster, it requires learning more profound knowledge, and more sophisticated techniques. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Although it was a little different from what he thought. It was almost the same. It seems that in the ocean of light, constructs and similar technologies are very advanced. If I come to the island you mentioned to save you, do you have any suggestions? Well, I don't know the situation outside. Of course, it's definitely not safe, so be careful. Alka nodded to show his understanding. After saying so much, I still don't know your name. What is your name? Simon Pubran. Simon answered quickly. Alka nodded, then stretched out his hand, and shook hands with him and said, Okay Simon, I hope you are lucky enough for me to have the opportunity to rescue you. Then Alka came to the deck in front of him, flew into the sky, until he disappeared. He walked away very decisively, without giving Simon any chance to speak. This unknown gentleman, the questions he asked seem a bit strange. Simon muttered to himself. All the questions Alka had just asked seemed to be of no importance. So he woke himself up and came to his dream. What did he want to know? Or was it just like he said, because he saw a human dream appear in another place, so he came in out of curiosity to wake him up? But no matter what, he could tell from some of Alka's answers and questions just now that the unknown gentleman wanted to save him. All the questions were centered around his current situation. That was enough. This finally eased his anxiety a little. He was almost driven crazy by his external situation. Regardless of whether the gentleman would save him or not. At least, he would wake himself up from his dream. And this would be the best day he had in these years. Thinking of this, he sat down on the floor, leaning against the wall next to him. He could see the surrounding environment from here. It was no longer dark, although he could still feel hungry. But it was enough. At least he could move. He lay there for a while. He looked at the blue sky, and suddenly frowned. Then the question came. How can I get out? How can I wake up? Although this state is also good. Alka has returned to his dream at this time. I wonder if Simon will think I did it on purpose after he knows he can't leave the dream. Anyway, I'll bear with him for a while. He deliberately didn't tell Simon how to wake up. Nor did he help him wake up. Alka had proved it on Lucilia and Sia Dedi. It's still difficult to wake up alone. Especially when Simon's soul and mental state are extremely bad. In addition, he is in a frozen state outside, and no one will push him outside to wake him up. Although Alka felt that with his strength and willpower, he might be able to wake up with his own ability after a while. But it would take a long time. And the time required was what Alka wanted. The time in between was enough for Alka and his team to take action and explore the island. In this way, no matter whether Simon was an enemy or a friend, it would not be easy to disturb their exploration. This was just a small insurance for Alka. After a short rest, Alka woke up. The sky was just getting brighter, and it was still a long time before dawn. After a simple wash, Alka took out the map from his desk. Looking at the light spot on it, he reached out and clicked it. He was going to check the information for the last time. After last night's communication, there should be more information. This expanded information will greatly help their exploration today, and it can also be used to know whether the person is lying. Thinking of this, Alka reached out and brushed across the map, and first clicked on the most important golden light spot. Come on. Let me see whose treasure is left there. Chapter 207. The Ruins of the Sailing Ship, the Light Buried in the Dirt. Difficulty, Holy Light Team, 6 spirals. Popularity, 3,659. Treasure information, Holy Grail level treasure Ring of Light. Under the control of the previous owner, the Holy Machine Church's wise Walker Liebhorn. He fought against the judges, but died in the enemy's dying counterattack. In the end, they both perished, and this treasure was left on his body. Very good. Basically all the information about the treasure has been displayed. So the name of this treasure is the Ring of Light, and its level is the Holy Grail. From the treasure information, this treasure does not belong to the apostate as Alka had guessed before, but to Simon's former captain. As the information said, the reason why this treasure appeared in the ruins of the enemy ship is probably because Liebhorn was in an advantageous position in the battle, broke into the enemy's lair, and obviously won in the end. However, the apostate, who also possessed the treasure, was not a vegetarian. He used the last resort to take Liebhorn, the wise walker of the Holy Machine Church, to death together. That is the so-called mutual destruction. According to the situation on the island and Simon's current situation, it is possible that not only the two leaders died, but everyone. So it is arranged damage? Alka is not sure. But if this is the case, there should be 2 treasures left, but there is only 1 light spot. Why did this happen? Alka narrowed his eyes and thought. The first thing Alka thought of was the means of mutual destruction. It may be that the judge used some method to activate the treasure before he died. This led to a situation where both sides died. Just like the Dark Realm, the origin of the Dark Realm was also caused by the destruction of a treasure through a certain ritual, which was also a way to die together with the enemy. It was just that the treasure that was destroyed was a scepter-level treasure. Then the question is this possibility high? After all, it is a treasure, even if it is only a Holy Grail level treasure. If it was really destroyed because of this situation, is the situation on the island reasonable? It is unreasonable. The only thing that can explain and provide evidence for this possibility is the undead zombies. The metal and structures that grew on their bodies are highly correlated with the apostate's treasure. But the scope of influence is too small, which is not in line with normal circumstances. But it cannot be completely denied, after all. Alka has only seen 1 treasure being destroyed. Maybe the impact caused by the destruction of some treasures is low. Another possibility is that some people survived the battle and left with the apostate's treasure. The information has proved that the apostate died and died together, so it is impossible that he left with the treasure. Alka has never seen a case where the treasure information is wrong. The situation at that time may have prevented him from completely dealing with the situation on the island, and he left in a hurry. This possibility is slightly higher. Alka thinks so. Of course, there is one last possibility. That is, Simon is lying. He is not unable to act, but he can act and control the treasure. The treasure has an owner, so it is not shown on the map. But this situation will only happen if he does not faint at the first time. In that case, the question Alka asked initially was about the status of the ship, and the answer he got could not be unknown. So this possibility also has loopholes and is not perfect. Apart from this situation, he really couldn't think of any reason why only 1 treasure was shining with golden light. But no matter what, he still had to be careful in his future actions. Beware of an enemy hiding in the dark and controlling the treasure. Then he clicked on other light spots, and the treasure information of these light spots also expanded more, and even 2 of them had reached perfection. This information confirmed what Simon said. He did not lie in answering Alka's question, so he really didn't know. There was too little information, and he had no idea why there was only 1 golden spot. Then Alka began to make some simple plans, and prepared for the exploration to be carried out later. The sky was getting brighter and brighter, and the darkness was moving away. There were various footsteps on the whole ship, indicating that everyone was waking up one after another, until the sound of a bell rang in the restaurant on the first floor. Everyone gathered in the restaurant. Alka took a bite of the bread in his hand and told everyone about his actions last night. Last night, I entered that person's dream again, and confirmed that he was indeed on the island, and was in a state of being unable to move. Hearing Alka's words, the people who were chatting immediately shifted their attention and came to look at him. I talked to him for a while, and extracted some information that might be correct from what he said. As he said this, Alka stuffed all the bread in his hand into his mouth, then poured the juice next to him into his mouth in one breath, and continued after wiping his mouth. First, there is a high possibility of treasure on this island. Secondly, the ruins of the two ships are not safe. It is a bit dangerous. We must be fully prepared for the battle. When they heard that there was a treasure, everyone was shocked. They just came to an island and got another treasure? This made them feel a little unreal. Really? There is really a treasure on this island. You won't be deceived by that person. Jason couldn't help but say beside him. Compared to the fact that there are real treasures on this island, he thinks that Alka is more likely to be deceived. The main reason is that the treasures are obtained too easily, giving people the illusion that they can find them just by strolling around. Pororo beside him nodded in agreement. Alka glanced at them sideways and waved his hand. In the dream world, I won't be deceived. Then it's true. Xiaodaidi's voice was a little excited. Who wouldn't be excited? What are you waiting for? Let's go! Lucilia stood directly on the table, raising the long needle in her hand and said, Zero, who followed behind her, also raised his fist and joined in the cheering. Go! Air stood on Xiaodaidi's shoulders, raised his hands and cheered. Looking at the cheering Air, Alka reached out and took her down. This time you and he stay on the boat. Ah! Air was very surprised, and then held Alka's hand with tears in his eyes. Please, Alka, let me go too. No, there is no room for negotiation this time. You two stay on the boat. Alka shook his head and said firmly, there will definitely be a fight this time. So Alka must choose to bring Zero with her. As the vice captain, her strength is only slightly lower than Lucilia's, and she has also reached the triple spiral. Then Alka turned her head to look at Juanlu. And the meaning was self-evident. Juanlu was not surprised, and nodded, don't worry. I will guard the ship well. Yes. Alka nodded. And Jason, hide the egg attached to you. Don't get attacked. Hearing Alka's words, Jason patted the egg in his hood behind him. Because of the special structure of the clothes, the egg seemed to be wrapped in a piece of clothes, and it was difficult to see its true appearance from the outside. Don't worry. The monsters on the island, we already knew in the previous exploration. Most of them were 2 spiral, the largest number. But Alka knew from the difficulty of each treasure point that the main enemies in this battle were mostly 3 spiral and 4 spiral. And there was an enemy with 5 and 6 spirals. Whether it was 1 or 2, or Juanlu could hardly provide any help in such a battle. It may even distract them. And in serious cases, it may even hinder them. This is not their subjective will, but their strength may have such consequences. In such a situation, it is difficult for Alka to guarantee their safety, especially in the battle with the 6 spiral enemy. These difficulties are all for the Holy Light team, which means that the enemies must be multiple, and the number is sufficient, mainly because the size of these 2 ships is too large. Alka cannot be lucky, as this will put his teammates in unnecessary danger, which he cannot accept. Under such circumstances, if one's strength does not reach the triple helix, it is really difficult to contribute to the team. After confirming the number of people to explore, everyone boarded the Flying Swallow and arrived at the beach. This time, Pororo and Xiaodaidi were still the first. Jason and Alka followed behind, and Julia stood in the center of the team, so that she could provide support to everyone at any time according to the situation. Lucilia hid directly between the branches, with her small body and speed, plus the assassin-type spell she had deliberately learned. Her actions were very covert. As a maid, Zero followed Lucilia. In this way, they went straight to the center of the island. They basically did not encounter any zombies along the way, because they had walked this road yesterday, and the enemies on the road had been cleared by them. They were just on guard to prevent the possible arrival of enemies. Now it seems that there are no enemy reinforcements. They arrived at the center where they arrived yesterday in a very smooth and intact state. There is no change here. Looking at the wreckage of the 2 huge ships in front of them, which one should we explore first? Xiaodai asked. Alka did not hesitate, and directly pointed to the wreckage of the wooden ship a little further away from them, which was the one with the treasure. Get the most valuable treasure first, and also get rid of the most dangerous target here, while they are still intact. After determining the target, everyone went around from the side, first bypassed the wreckage of the steel ship from the edge, and came to the edge of the wooden ship's sea behind. Then he looked at the wreckage of the sailboat. He could already see the situation inside through the cracks and holes. With his naked eyes, he could already see several zombies quietly staying in various places. Sitting or standing. Like statues. Like most undead, they would stop moving when there were no enemies. To save energy. After understanding the general situation, Alka looked at Jason next to him. Jason nodded. Then he raised the emerald shooter in his hand, and quickly pulled the trigger after aiming. Amidst the dull sound, a bullet flew out, and a faint holy light flashed on the bullet. It accurately hit a zombie who was leaning against a wooden board with his back against them. This time, Jason was not aiming at the heads of these zombies, but at the direction where their necks connected to their spines. After yesterday's battle, they had already understood the weaknesses of these zombies. It was not the head, but the spine, especially the area slightly below the shoulders. As the bullet penetrated this area, the zombie shook, and then tilted from the side, and the whole body lay directly on the ground. It seems to be solved. Because the death of the zombie did not make much noise, the zombie monsters not far away did not move, still like statues. After confirming that there was no problem, Jason continued to pull the trigger. He did not attack every zombie, he specifically selected those zombies without limbs. Such zombies are mostly weak, and can basically be killed with one shot under the precise hit of the holy light bullet. These zombies with weak strength, but more in number, are the most annoying existence. We must reduce their number first, to gain an advantage in the subsequent battles. Make sure they are not besieged. After a while, Jason cleared all the weak zombies that were exposed within his field of vision. Then he turned his head and looked at Alka. Alka nodded. Jason raised his gun again. This time he aimed at a zombie whose entire left arm and right chest had been turned into a structure. The appearance of such a zombie can tell its strength at a glance, at least at the level of 4 spirals. Because no matter his arm or the structure on his left chest, they all grew very complete. The more complete the structure is, the stronger the zombie is, and the more it can exert its original strength. In the information Alka asked about, most of the members of the 2 ships were above the 3rd spiral, and there were almost no members who were still in the 1st stage. At least on Simon's steel ship, there were no members in the 1st stage. This time the bullet embedded in the enemy's chest, but did not penetrate, and naturally did not hit the enemy's weak point. The zombie suddenly woke up after the attack, and then turned his head to look in the direction of Alka and the others. A roar came from the wall next to him. Another zombie showed its head from the hole. The left half of the zombie's head was also a structure. Compared with the rotten face on the right, the left half showed a single scarlet eye, which was slightly flickering. The flesh and blood legs moved, and some black oil flowed out with each movement. It ran towards them quickly. The action of this monster awakened the 2 zombies around, and they also ran towards them. Then it was like a chain reaction. Another one was startled and came out from the corner. A total of 5 of them rushed towards them quickly. Fortunately, among these 5, 2 of them had sufficiently damaged bodies. One of them even jumped on one leg and fell from time to time. Among them, the one with the most structures on his body had already started jogging and was about to come to them. What greeted him was a red card, embedded in his right arm of flesh and blood, and flames burst out. The cross flame instantly ignited its body. It has been confirmed before that the black oil in the bodies of these monsters is flammable. The monster that has turned into a fireman is still rushing quickly. It seems that the flames have not caused much impact on it. A cloud of ice mist gushed out from the back of the monster, a zombie whose entire chin has become a structure, and spewed out cold ice mist. The ice mist instantly extinguished the flames on the burning zombie in front of him. They even cooperated, Jason said in surprise. Then a firebomb flew out, towards the zombie hiding behind, with a metal chin spewing ice mist. 3 water blue cards flew by. The bursting water chain completely controlled the 3 zombies. These 3 zombies were zombie monsters with constructed bodies. The remaining 2 had been eliminated by Jason's previous 2 gun attacks. Pororo, with aqua blue lines wrapped around his body, rushed towards one of the trapped zombies, which was the last one with a metal left leg. As the huge palm slapped, the aqua blue water flowed along the palm and hit the zombie, knocking him back a few steps. He broke free of the water chain and waved the dark green magic power towards Pororo. Xia Daidi rushed towards the other one. Jason was responsible for supporting Pororo and Xia Daidi from behind. The strength of the 2 of them was 3 spirals. And the situation they faced was also only 3 spirals. Moreover, these zombies move slowly and have almost no intelligence. With Jason's help, they can be cleared out quickly. Alka has seen the zombie in the center with only 3 mechanical structures. And there is an object flashing blue light on his body. He should be the guardian of the treasure with a difficulty of 5 spirals. No wonder he needs the strength of 5 spirals. Because the thing is hanging on his body. Several ribbons flew out from the light circle behind Julia and hit the monster. Its metal left arm ejected dark green magic, forming a strange shield, blocking it. Then the red structure shot out a red laser from its left eye. At a very fast speed. It aimed at Alka. It shot off 2 silks in an instant. Fortunately, Alka behind him dodged to the side when his eyes flashed red. The flesh and blood on the monster had turned black, and it was covered with a layer of frost. But the frost did not affect his movements. However, his movements slowed down inexplicably. There was a pink mist line on the ground, which had spread over and wrapped around him. 2 silver cards flew over, and the silver light on the edges flashed with a sharp light, which successfully cut off the monster's legs. He immediately fell to the ground with his shield raised. The remaining 2 silks, and the 2 that flew out again were combined together to become a weapon like an electric drill. It penetrated directly into the gap in the shield caused by falling to the ground. The crazy rotation brought up a mist formed by dirty liquid. Some metal fragments and flesh and blood were splashed out. Chapter 208 Golden Light Flashes. The zombie in front of Xiaodai was pierced from behind by 2 cross red light blades and fell to the ground. Lucilia and Zero, who attacked from behind, showed their figures. As this corpse fell, 5 zombies of varying strengths were all eliminated. What's the situation? Alka shook his arms and put away the cards in his hand. Fortunately, these zombies are not agile enough and did not cause any direct damage. Xiaodai looked at the bruises on her arms and said this was to prevent the damage caused by the attack of the zombie she had just fought with, to avoid being scratched by the zombie's arm. Apart from this, no one else was injured. A faint green light floated over, melted into Xiaodai's arm, cleaned the bruises on her hand, and slowly returned to normal. Thank you. Although there was no doctor on their ship, Julia, who was essentially an auxiliary, also had certain treatment methods. At this stage, some external injuries and hemostasis can be handled by Julia, and his treatment ability can solve them perfectly. Alka looked at the body in front of him that had been broken into 2 pieces. There was a large piece missing at the place where the 2 parts of the body were connected, which became the surrounding fragments. Julia's silk drill had a decent attack power, but the wounds it caused were a bit exaggerated, and the surroundings were too bloody. Alka squatted down and took the object with a blue outline from the waist of the lower body that had fallen to his feet. Due to the corrupt pus on the corpse, the object had been stained black, and it also exuded a strong stench. With his palm open, magic power flowed out of his palm, transformed into a stream of water, and then gathered into a high-pressure state, quickly cleaning the surface of the object. Soon the original appearance of the object was revealed. This is a semicircular arc structure, made of some kind of metal, with fine lines on it, and an unknown gem in the center. Looking at the appearance of this thing, Alka was a little confused. He had no idea what this thing was, and what it was used for. Looking at the part of the corpse where this item was hung, it was said to be on the waist, but it should be on the thigh. It should be some kind of accessory. Alka inputted a little magic power, and began to examine it carefully. It was probably some kind of enhancement device. After thinking for a while, he probably had an idea. He stood up and gently placed the object in his hand on his thigh in front of everyone. The arc-shaped ring was absorbed by the magic power and easily fit at the base of the thigh, close to the crotch. Alka raised his right hand, and a little magic power flowed out and gathered in his palm. He pressed his palm down hard and touched the crystal of the object, and then gently pushed it down. Magic power poured into the crystal, triggering the function of the item. As it was turned, it snapped into place in the middle of his thigh. Alka instantly felt endless power surging from his right leg, and kicked it out fiercely. Since it was his first time using it, the powerful kick made Alka turn around twice on the spot before he could stabilize his body. The kick produced a fierce wind pressure, blowing everyone's hair back, which was enough to show the strength of the kick. Alka took the item off and said, "It is a magic item that can strengthen leg attacks. The method of use is just like what I did just now, but it takes some practice to be able to control it perfectly in battle." Then he looked up at everyone and handed the item directly to Xiaodai. Since this item only works on one leg, it is very suitable for close combat. Among close combat attacks, only Xiao would use his legs to attack. Xiao took it and looked at it, then put it on his right hip and nodded after trying it twice. Very good. Very suitable. With this item, Xiao has a killer move. Incorporating silver energy into a powerful kick will definitely cause exaggerated damage to the enemy. However, from this equipment, it can be seen that the zombie with 5 spiral strength just now is obviously a close combat expert who uses his legs to attack. After becoming zombies, they could only attack slowly with their hands. Fortunately, most of these zombies move slowly. With the freezing of Jason and Julia and Alka's pink mist, these zombies became turtles. If they were real people, it would not be so easy to defeat them with the same strength. Fortunately, they were all corpses. Otherwise, facing these enemies, they would inevitably get hurt. Everyone had no objection to Alka's distribution of equipment. The distribution of equipment was already regulated when they were in the home sea. The harvested items were usually distributed by Alka, unless the items were suitable for multiple people at the same time, in which case it would depend on who was more suitable. And some contributions. They all believed that Alka would try his best to ensure fairness, and they could also exchange or trade with each other. As for the wealth obtained, it would naturally be reasonably distributed according to the contribution, and a part of it would be added to the public fund to maintain normal consumption. A very simple and practical distribution method, mainly because they are not a team that is completely bound together by interests. There is enough trust between each other. Then Alka shook his head at everyone. Several people maintained the previous formation again, and slowly moved towards the interior of the ship ruins. They were going to enter from a huge gap at the rear of the ship. The former location of this gap should be the wreckage in the pit that fell on the cliff before. Judging from the traces on the edge, it should have been hit by something, which blew out a large gap. As they moved forward, a lantern floated out, emitting a soft white light, and controlled by Alka, floating in front of the crowd. The first place they entered should be the side aisle of the ship's bottom cabin. As soon as they entered, they smelled a strong fishy smell, and an extremely foul smell of corruption. The two smells mixed together, and immediately made Poro, who was walking in front, stop and shake his head before continuing to move. Faced with such a stench, the crowd had no good solution. They could only bear it. As they entered, the two zombies leaning against the wall slowly stood up. Before they could stand up completely, they fell to the ground again, with a hole appearing on each of their spines. Jason put away his gun slightly. The crowd maintained their formation and continued to move forward. Jason raised his gun again and fired twice, and the two corpses lying on the wall twitched twice before they died completely. The zombies on the outside were completely cleared. Then, facing the bottom warehouse, the crowd began to slowly clean up. Except for the zombie with 5 spirals that they had just killed, the remaining zombies inside only had 23 spirals. Judging from the wounds on their bodies, they should have died immediately when the ship fell. They had fractures of varying degrees, and their postures were very awkward. Half of the entire bottom warehouse had completely collapsed, and in the remaining half, the space for movement was relatively small. The group simply cleared the zombies around, and then explored the entire basement. There was basically nothing to gain. Only some tattered daily necessities. Looking at the huge gap above his head, Alka pointed. Lucilia and Zero, who were hiding in the shadows, gently jumped up and conducted reconnaissance ahead of the others. The two of them were small and agile enough, and such a task was perfect for them. Within a minute, Lucilia stuck her head out and waved to them. Xiao jumped up first, and Poro could only shake his head helplessly at everyone. His body was too big, and the upper deck had long been twisted with the destruction of the ship, making it almost difficult for him to move. The reason why he could move in the bottom cabin before was because the bottom cabin itself was high, and it was twisted and cracked, which allowed him to move with difficulty. For Poro, most of the interiors of the ship could not move normally. Even the dawn sound was specially made. And even so, Poro had to lower his head slightly when he was moving in the cabin most of the time. Alka nodded and said, "Then you stay outside to be on guard. Once there's a big movement inside, you can break the hull of the ship and rush in. Or we can lure the enemy out." Poro nodded, then lowered his head and crawled out from the hole next to him. He waved his hand at them in the open space outside. Alka then turned around and said to everyone, "We will try our best to clean up some zombies first. Once we find a strong enemy, We will try our best to drag him back, and drag him to the open space outside. The small space will not be beneficial to our battle. No problem. Everyone nodded, and then jumped up from the hole above their heads. With the help of the floating lantern that floated up first, everyone saw the situation on the upper deck. In addition to the broken wooden boards around, there were many traces of battle, smooth blade cuts, traces of fire and lightning. There were also several ordinary zombies lying on both sides, which should have been killed by Lucilia and the others when they came up to investigate. The overall structure of this ship was similar to that of Alka and his ship, both with 2 inner decks and a bottom warehouse. The bottom warehouse was almost completely destroyed, and the lower deck of the second floor was not much better. It was even more completely destroyed than the bottom warehouse. Except for the corridor they were in, there were only a few small rooms that were slightly accessible. There were many large holes and gaps connected from above. But Alka had already seen that. The treasure house of the ship was in the collapsed part, and it was probably in this location. But now was obviously not the time to open the treasure house. The treasure house had to wait until the end to be opened. Except for the 2 zombies that Lucilia and the others killed during the reconnaissance, only one with the strength of 4 spirals was found on the entire second deck. Only one arm of this zombie was left, and its legs and the other arm had completely turned into structures. This corpse might have only had 4 spirals before death. Even if 3 limbs had turned into structures, its strength would only be restored to what it once was. It seems that whether the structure of the body is complete or not has little to do with its former strength. According to Alka's speculation, whether the structure is complete or not should depend on whether it is close to the ship, in the periphery, whether it is in an open space or in a forest. As long as a large area of the body is missing, the structure will basically not be complete. If you get close to the ship and go inside the ship, even if there are enough missing parts, a complete structural part will still grow to supplement it. This is closely related to the information Alka learned last night. It is speculated that the attack launched by the apostate when they died together was on their own wooden ship, and it was triggered by the treasure. The only problem is that the treasure is not marked on the map. There is nothing to see here. Let's go to the upper deck. As Alka said this, a map appeared in his hand. At this time, a blue dot on the map has disappeared. At the location where they are now, there are still 1 gold, 1 blue and 1 white. Alka roughly calculated the white dot. As for the open deck of the ship, they had seen it when they just circled. There was only 1 corpse on it, and it had been sniped by Jason. The difficulty of the remaining blue one is 4 spirals, plus the 6 spirals of the gold one. The remaining upper deck needs to be more vigilant. This means that it was the main site of the battle at that time, so the number of deaths may be higher, and there will be more zombies gathered on it. Thinking of this, Alka said, "It's a little dangerous up there. Everyone, move closer together. If we find anything wrong, we will rush out directly." Everyone nodded to show their understanding. Then they retreated slightly, because the stairs leading up in front had been broken. But there were still many holes leading up. "Let's go up together. You follow me." Alka looked at Lucilia and the other 2 who wanted to investigate first, and said aloud. Lucilia was stunned, turned around and nodded, and disappeared into the shadows with 0. Several ribbons flew out from Julia's back and wrapped around everyone's hands. 2 of them wrapped around Siaditi's body, giving her a more solid shield. If she wasn't afraid of alerting the enemy, Julia would have been ready to sing. She didn't sing outside because the buffs from singing were strong, but the effects were short-lived. At the same time, most songs have a negative effect on the enemy, and are best used in battle. In this case, you can't be impatient or procrastinate. You have to grasp the time. The upper deck was relatively well preserved at this time, but it was also pitch black inside, with only a ray of light coming in from some broken holes. As the lantern illuminated, an arm suddenly stretched out from the darkness. The enemy was startled first, and the lantern immediately followed Alka's control and floated forward, revealing the enemy's appearance. It was a zombie whose legs had turned into constructs, which made him very fast. The moment he was startled, he had already rushed towards them, creaking on the rotten wooden floor. A red energy blade appeared on his path and chopped his left leg. In an instant, a huge gap was cut into the structure, and black oil seeped out. The ice bomb was fired, and the enemy was instantly fixed in place. As one of his legs had problems, he immediately fell down. The blue outline behind him was revealed. It seemed that this was the enemy with 4 spirals. After falling down, the zombie was still struggling. and the fragile wooden boards around it were broken into pieces. There was a loud noise. Hearing the noise, Xiao took a step forward and punched the enemy in the neck. The silver light rushed out and penetrated the enemy's body. He stopped struggling instantly. The noise just now was too loud, and it would definitely alarm the motionless zombies in the darkness. A red light shot out from the wooden board on the side, and then was deflected by Xiao shield, and reflected through the wooden board. The enemy woke up too quickly, beyond their expectations. Seeing this, Alka shouted without hesitation, "Get out!" As soon as the words fell, Xiao kicked the wooden board next to him and smashed it, and rushed out instantly. Julia, who was standing behind Xiao, followed closely, while Alka and Jason had already slid to the deck below and rushed out from the hole next to them. With the sinking of their shoulders, Lucilia and Zero fell from the shadows onto Alka's shoulders. The violent movement had made Pororo outside ready for battle. After seeing several people rushing down from above and landing, he rushed towards them and blocked the way in front of everyone. Such a movement also alarmed the enemies on the entire upper deck. A roar sounded. The already unstable wreckage collapsed again on a large scale, and a large amount of dust and wood chips were swept over with the collapse. Everyone immediately retreated, came to the back, and came to a spacious place with their backs against the woods. The sound of the collapse also alarmed some enemies around, and they came out from all corners of the ruins. In the billowing smoke and dust, Alka had already seen that. The golden light was rushing towards them quickly. "Be careful. There are many enemies surrounding us. Keep your backs together." As the words rang out, Alka held a card between each of his fingers. A total of 8 cards. As he quickly swung his hands, several red cards flew into the smoke. The cards exploded in the smoke in an instant. Countless columns of flame sprayed out, and the flames on the same path even turned into a wall of fire, which brought about a shock that dispersed the smoke around. At the same time, the collapsed ship was also set on fire. Several zombies that rushed out were also set on fire and turned into firemen, but they still rushed towards them. Alka was also able to see the target shining with golden light. It was a zombie that was completely different from the zombies they had faced before, with a huge difference. He had structures all over his body, metal and floating stones with spells engraved on them seemed to replace his bones and internal organs, forming part of his body. But flesh and blood were also attached to these structures, and even pulsating blood vessels could be seen. He had completely turned into a monster that was a combination of structure and flesh. This body was not completely dead. Some of the internal structures were still glowing slightly. Alka even saw some exposed organs, still pulsating, and the blood in the veins was still flowing slowly. But in this state, you can't expect him to be alive, only this body was still moving. And the object emitting golden light was the headband he wore on his head. Although it was covered with dirt, it did not affect his golden outline at all, shining in Alka's eyes. Chapter 209 Treasure Light Ring. When Alka saw this enemy, he was sure this man was the previous owner of the treasure mentioned in the treasure information, that is, Simon's captain. It seems that this is the only 6-spiral enemy. It is just as expected. Alka immediately ordered, "Julia assists us, I will deal with the one with the head ring, and the rest of you will be responsible for cleaning up the other zombies." He took the opportunity to take a rough look at the situation around him, and none of them could bring him a sense of danger and deterrence. That is to say, these zombies have at most 4 spirals, and most of them have 2 or 3 spirals. The strongest one is the monster in front of him with a treasure on his head. Fortunately, he has become an undead zombie, and cannot use the power of the treasure. Following Alka's order, everyone immediately began to disperse. Julia began to sing loudly, and her passionate singing, with a strong fighting spirit, impacted everyone. Alka instantly felt that his limbs were full of strength, and even the magic power began to boil, making it easier to control and more intense. Using such magic to induce offensive spells can cause more powerful attacks. As the song sounded, all the zombies were stunned for a moment, and then they continued to move. Such war songs are mainly used against enemies with wisdom, which can greatly undermine their morale and make them feel a little pressure. When used on these brainless and unintelligent undead, they can only suddenly impact their broken souls and put some pressure on their bodies. The reason why Julia sang this war song was because everyone was surrounded. Such a war song could greatly enhance their fighting power. Facing the enemy's encirclement, a huge amount of pink mist spread from Alka's feet to the surroundings, sweeping from the ground to the surroundings like a tide. This layer of thick fog covered their feet. All the zombies that were contaminated by the pink mist became slow in their movements. Their movements, which were already slow, were like those of an old man who was about to die. The broken mirror surface appeared on Alka's face, and a figure holding a black shadow sickle and wearing a light and shadow cloak emerged from the mirror. This image was the only intelligent creature Alka had seen in his dream. The dream god of death. Alka attached a circle of mirrors to his waist and abdomen, and then broke. The broken lenses gathered into a black and white light and shadow sphere. The sphere instantly gushed out a large amount of light and shadow energy, and a cloak appeared instantly, completely covering Alka. At this time, Alka looked like the Grim Reaper in a dream, but he looked more robust. His figure was covered by a cloak, and neither his face nor any limbs could be seen. His hands were slightly raised, and the color of his flesh slowly appeared in his drooping sleeves. A huge black shadow sickle also appeared in Alka's hand. This was not the first time he used the form of the Grim Reaper in the dream world. In addition to in dreams, he had used and trained countless times in reality. Only in this way can he better exert his due strength in battle. When he uses it in the outside world, the experience is completely different from that in the dream. Without the strong blessing of the pink mist in the dream, the energy consumption is greatly increased. This state can't last long. According to Alka's previous test, with his 4-spiral strength, this state can be maintained for about 20 minutes. But in order to ensure safety, Alka will only use half of his magic power to consume the state. The consumption was huge, but correspondingly, the improvement in strength brought about surprised Alka. 2 blue cards flew out from the light and shadow cloak, but Alka's hands did not move, still holding the sickle in his hand. Following the blue cards, he rushed towards the enemy. The 2 blue cards first passed through the enemy, exploded on both sides of the enemy, and 10 chains flew out, binding the enemy tightly. Alka's sickle was already raised, and in an instant he slashed at the enemy. With a clang, there was a strong metal creaking sound, which was unusually piercing. Alka's sickle had already cut into the enemy's waist, but only the blade was sunk in. As he exerted force, he was still slowly cutting the enemy. The enemy's body was too tough. The metal and flesh made the blade swing down, which was strongly hindered. A zombie rushed towards Alka from the side. He had just raised his hand, but his whole hand was pierced. An ice bullet fixed him in place. A ribbon flew over and smashed the frozen zombie into pieces. At this time, the enemy in front of Alka had also broken free from the restraints of the water chain. A rich dark green energy appeared in his hands, and he quickly swung towards Alka. When he was about to hit Alka, the light and shadow flickered, and Alka's figure immediately disappeared in front of him. The blade also disappeared along with it. A large amount of black liquid quickly flowed out from the gap in the waist and abdomen, and a small flame appeared there, and instantly ignited the black oil. The flash of light and shadow made Alka appear on the enemy's back, and a white edge appeared on the blade of the black shadow sickle in his hand. Raising the sickle high, he chopped it down fiercely again. The blade chopped down diagonally from the enemy's neck. This time the blade of the sickle was sharper. As the sickle blade completely cut into the enemy's neck, the entire light and shadow sickle blade was boiling constantly. The blade composed of light and shadows seemed to be surging, and began to cut spirally like a sawtooth. The blade was rapidly approaching the enemy's spine, and the enemy was burning with flames throughout the process, and struggled left and right on the spot. For such a situation, Alka's energy increased. It seemed that he was aware of his impending death, but his body still did not turn around to block anything. 2 large holes were broken in his back, and 2 black oil pipes shot out and rushed towards Alka quickly. The moment the black oil pipes protruded, they were also ignited by the flames. Seeing this situation, Alka took his hands off the sickle, letting it get stuck on the enemy's neck, and then he quickly retreated. 2 silver cards flew out from under the cloak, slid through 2 arcs, and quickly approached the enemy's back, with a flash of silver light. The 2 black oil pipes were cut off instantly, and fell to the ground. The enemy had already turned around, and was reaching behind him, as if he wanted to take off the sickle on his body. Alka raised his hand. The light and shadow sickle was pulled out with force, and then flew quickly towards Alka, and was held in his hand. The moment it was pulled out, the tip of the blade had broken the enemy's spine because of the sliding of the blade. The enemy could be seen twitching twice instantly, but still rushed towards Alka. With the waving of his arms, he launched a group of dark green energy missiles, which were in the shape of dark green skulls. This was obviously an attack by the energy of the undead. I don't know if it was Alka's illusion, but these energy attacks were extremely scattered. After dodging several attacks, a fast dark green arrow was hidden behind the attack, and shot straight at Alka's face. Alka tilted his head, and his cloak quickly pressed down, blocking his cheek. The dark green arrow flew out, brushing against his cloak. The enemy's iron fist was approaching, and it punched Alka. He raised his hand, lifted his cloak, and took the enemy's attack. What a great strength! Alka only felt a strong force coming from his hand, and he flew backwards. This punch not only broke Alka's shield, but also penetrated the light and shadow cloak. Alka could feel that his arm was definitely broken. After the punch, the enemy stood in place, and began to sway left and right, as if the smooth movements of the combo just now were not performed by him. His body was stiff, as if it was stuck, flying in the air. A ribbon flew from the side, and wrapped around Alka. "Throw me over." Hearing this, Julia changed the way she exerted force, and threw Alka violently towards the enemy. The enemy also got rid of the stiff state, and rushed towards him. The moment Alka was thrown out, a large amount of pink mist appeared on his legs, and began to attack violently. Alka's speed increased rapidly. I saw a pink stream of light, and a green stream of light intersecting. Alka had passed the enemy and stopped. The zombie was half kneeling on the ground. His left arm was cut off at the root. A large amount of liquid gushed out from the broken arm, and then ignited again, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. Alka would not give the enemy a chance to breathe, turned around, and quickly raised his sickle. A huge amount of magic power poured into the sickle, and then he threw it out fiercely. The spiral sickle formed a cutting circle in the air, cutting straight towards the enemy. The zombie obviously felt the attack, wrapped up into a ball, and rolled to the side, avoiding the attack. Then he immediately stood up, facing Alka, and then his body fell into a stiff jam again, struggling and standing still. Several black pipes broke out from his body, flying towards Alka. Facing the flying pipes, Alka stood still. When the pipe was 2 meters away from him, it stopped in midair, and then fell down. At this time, the enemy's chest had been pierced by a sharp sickle blade. A black shadow handle could be seen from behind his head. Alka raised his left hand, with his 5 fingers spread out. The power of the spiral flew back, dragging the enemy's body into the air, flying towards Alka. Alka took the handle fiercely, then stepped on the enemy's shoulder with his foot, and pulled back hard. The blade pierced the enemy's back, and it cut upwards madly. Crack! With a sharp sound, the whole sickle was pulled out, and some broken limbs and black oil pipes were still hanging on the blade. Alka exhaled fiercely, carried the sickle on his shoulder, and looked at the body pressed to the ground by his shoulder. At this time, it can be seen that the enemy's shoulder center to the head has been cut in half, cut from the neck all the way up, and cut out from behind the enemy's ear. The corpse lying on the ground kept emitting black oil, which was ignited by the flames on his body and spread to the surroundings. Looking at the corpse, Alka raised his sickle, and then the tip of the knife hooked a burning headband, which was still flashing with golden light. Alka waved the sickle, extinguished the flame on the headband, and then hung it around his waist. A small white flame appeared in his hand, and he threw it into the fire. The white holy flame changed the surrounding orange-red flames into a white holy fire. In the holy fire, a wisp of egg-white soul floated out, stayed in the air for a minute, and then disappeared. Seeing this scene, Alka nodded with satisfaction. He just found that the enemy's behavior was very strange, as if something was affecting this body, making it not to attack. Otherwise, Alka would not have taken down this zombie so easily. Sure enough, the soul in this body that had not completely dissipated was praying for eternal peace. The pipes with undead energy and black oil in the body also forcibly controlled the body to launch an attack. Looking at the body that was about to turn into ashes in the flames, Alka turned his head to observe the situation of the crowd. At this time, there were all kinds of mutilated corpses around everyone, and they were still facing several zombies that were still moving. Everyone formed a semicircle, surrounding him in the center. After checking the remaining magic power in his body, Alka raised the black sickle in his hand, and the robe of light and shadow flowed into the sickle along Alka's hands. Then, Alka swung the sickle violently, and took away the last shadow on Alka's body. At this time, Alka's body was left with only the big hole in his waist and abdomen, and the light and shadow ball floating in the middle. The spiraling black sickle drew an arc, and cut off the necks of the living zombies one by one. After making a semicircle, it broke into a mirror when it was about to reach Alka's side, and disappeared. The holes in Alka's waist and abdomen were also broken, and the mirror on his face also sank. With the death of the enemy, Jason put down his left hand and the gun in his right hand. He gave Alka a thumbs up with his left hand. This move is quite cool. Humph. Of course. The two smiled at each other. And then Alka began to check the conditions of the others. In such a beating, everyone inevitably suffered some external injuries. 2 scratches appeared on Pororo's arm. And the scratches were glowing green at this time, which obviously had a strange energy invading. Xiaodai was fine, but her right leg had completely disappeared, and the half-circle ring that had just been given to her had been pushed to her thigh. On the exposed skin of her calf and the front part of her thigh, the delicate white skin was covered with some dark green rotten flesh and some black oil from the pipes. As the dirt was washed away with clean water, a large area of bruises could be seen on the tender white skin. This should be the impact scars caused by using the ring for powerful attacks many times. A melodious and soothing song sounded. And then 2 ribbons flew out and wrapped around Pororo and Xiaodai. The green energy brought by the song was transmitted to the 2 people along the 2 ribbons. Green pus flowed out from the claw marks on Pororo's hands. And soon fresh blood flowed out. Jason, who had come to his side, quickly used the bandage he had prepared and wrapped it around his wound. Similarly, the bruises on Xiaodai's legs were also fading, and there was also a dark green wound on her hand. When fresh blood flowed out of the wound, Alka also began to bandage her. Then he simply wrapped his left hand. The bones of his left arm were not completely broken, but there were definitely cracks. He needed to rest. At this time, Lucilia, who was on a piece of gravel, was spraying a lot of clean water with her hands, cleaning the dirt on Zero beside her. They were small, but they were close combat. When they hurt the enemy, a lot of dirt was inevitably stained on their bodies. But the good thing is that the doll's body makes them not afraid of the enemy's undead toxins. Wash it twice more quickly. And you can wash it for me, too. It stinks. I can't stand it. I can't keep this dress. While washing, Lucilia was still complaining. The battle just now was a bit fierce, and the 2 of them had no time to avoid the splashing dirty liquid. Their bodies were originally small, and they were instantly covered with dirt. At this time, they inevitably emitted a foul smell. As the 2 were talking, a large amount of clean water gushed out from above their heads, washing them. It was Pororo, whose hands had been bandaged, who came to the 2 of them and washed them with a large amount of light blue clean water. This water has magic power? It has such a strong cleaning ability. Lucilia couldn't help but exclaimed. The seemingly ordinary light blue liquid could quickly take away the dirt on their bodies, and also wash away the foul smell on their bodies. Jason, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but patted Pororo on the shoulder. What kind of spell is this? Hurry up and wash it for me. Pororo turned his head and glanced at Jason, then shook his head in disgust, and motioned him to go away. Jason, who had been attacking from a distance, had no dirt on his body. At this time, Alka and Xiaodai also came to Pororo's side. Pororo looked at the 2 people and let his other hand spray a lot of blue liquid and began to clean the dirt on Xiaodai's body and, by the way, clean the smell on Alka's body. Alka had been using the robe of light and shadow when fighting the enemy in close combat. All the dirt that flew out was finally blocked by the robe of light and shadow. Naturally, he himself was not stained with any foul-smelling residue, but it still had a stench. While everyone was resting, Alka went directly to the edge of the ruins and took something off the back of a corpse. Originally, this corpse should have been buried in the ruins, but when Alka went out, he kicked him out as well. It turned out to be a small round shield, which was carried on the man's back. Alka came out with a small round shield. At this time, everyone was sitting by the woods to rest. The place where they had just fought was surrounded by a strong stench. Alka walked over, and as the breeze blew towards him, the stench was blown away. Jason looked at Alka holding a shield in one hand and a headband in the other, and asked, "What are these 2 good things?" Alka did not answer, but found a big tree to sit down. Then, water gushed out of his hand, and he began to wash the 2 objects in his hand. First, the shield was cleaned. The small round shield was probably a circle larger than an adult's head. It should be equipped on the arm. It has a beautiful brass metal color, and the shield has a scale-like pattern. Alka simply checked it. It can reflect a certain amount of energy attack. The shield is also relatively strong. It is a good defensive equipment. Who wants it? Looking at the small round shield in Alka's hand, Everyone looked at each other, and finally shook their heads. You don't want this? The shield will affect my speed and agility. Xiao waved his hands and said. Pororo opened his hands. This shield is not even as big as my palm. This is because the body size does not match. Alka can understand that these two people don't want it. It is indeed not suitable. Turn around and look at Julia and Jason. My ribbons can form a shield. I don't like it. Hearing Jason's words, Alka couldn't help but hum twice. Okay. Then we can only put it in the warehouse. Then he raised the cleaned headband. The headband no longer emits golden light. The headband is white gold in color. After cleaning, the surface is shiny and bright. There is a golden line in the middle. There is a triangular decoration in the middle. The triangle is made of gold and silver. And there is a triangular yellow crystal in the middle. This is the biggest gain this time. The Holy Grail level treasure Ring of Light. Dreamcatcher has begun to reject him when he holds it in his hand. But Mirror doesn't feel anything. What kind of equipment is this? Lucilia asked, sitting next to Alka. Alka looked down at her. Then he looked at everyone and said with a smile, This is a treasure. Chapter 210 The miserable person solidified. When they heard that the headband in Alka's hand, which was originally a little black and was not very special even after washing, was actually a treasure, they were no longer tired. And they all stood up from the gravel where they were resting and surrounded Alka. They looked at the ordinary headband with curious eyes. To be honest, this appearance is a bit ordinary, Jason said as he looked at the headband in Alka's hand. If this appearance was thrown on the ground, no one would think it was a treasure. When the treasure is not activated, it is introverted, and you can't see anything special, unless its appearance is very special and beautiful. For example, Alka's mirror. You can tell it is a precious item just by looking at its appearance. The next type is Frost Nova and Dreamcatcher. Even if you don't think it is a treasure, you will think it is a very good spell equipment. My flag is also ordinary. Lucilia waved her arm, and there was a red cuff on her arm. Yours is too ordinary. If it were me, I would pick it up. If your flag is dropped on the ground, I would just kick it away. Jason waved his hand and said, No matter how ordinary it is not as ordinary as your flag. Is this the time to argue about this? Xiao said speechlessly. Why are you acting like a child? Julia stepped forward, looking at Alka and asked, What power does this treasure have? This is the question that everyone is most concerned about. Hearing this, Alka shook his head. I don't know. I only know that this treasure is called Ring of Light, and is a Holy Grail level treasure. As for its power, my Dreamcatcher is a little repulsive. Whoever controls it will know, but now is not the time. Let's explore the steel ship first. Everyone nodded and retracted their gazes when they heard Alka's words. Since the treasure cannot be thrown into the pocket ring, Alka had to hold it in his hand. After all, the Dreamcatcher only repels and will not attack. And it is a one-sided repels. Pororo looked at the steel ship in front of him, turned his head and asked, Don't you want to take a break? After all, they just experienced a fierce battle, and everyone's condition can't be said to be intact. It's okay. Be more vigilant. There are not many enemies in that ship, Alka said, and gave everyone a reassuring expression. There were still 3 spots of light on the map. 2 white and 1 blue. The 2 white spots were the treasure houses of the 2 ships. The difficulty of the blue and white spots on the steel ship was 3 spirals, and 4 spirals respectively. This was enough to show that the enemy on the steel ship was not strong at this time, and the noise just now was loud enough. The slightly stronger ones had already surrounded them while they were thinking. Come to think of it, in the battle more than 10 years ago, the team of this steel ship had gained the advantage. In this case, most of their members must have attacked the wooden ship. That's why it seemed that there were too many enemies in the wooden boat at that time. And the clothes left on the zombies in the wooden boat before, it can be seen that they are clearly divided into 2 groups. Hearing Alka's words, everyone nodded, and no longer struggled, reorganized the team and lined up to walk into the steel ship. They walked directly into the gap in the middle. The entire steel ship was well preserved. The biggest scar was the crack in the middle that caused the entire ship to be split into 2 halves after it fell. From this, we can see that the ship has 2 decks and a bottom warehouse, which seems to be the basic design of ships above 40 meters. However, due to the high height of the ship, the internal space seems to be relatively large. So as long as Poro lowers his head slightly, he can still move inside. The premise is that there is no squeezed part. The entire bottom warehouse is empty. except for some supplies that have completely rotted away. There is no zombie. Everyone walked up the relatively intact stairs. When they arrived at the second floor, they saw a corpse. There is a normal corpse here? Jason looked at the corpse not far away and said in surprise. The flesh and blood of the corpse had long since rotted away, leaving only some yellow and black bones. From the bones, the man's entire left arm was broken, his left leg and right hand were fractured to varying degrees, and 3 ribs were broken. But compared to the broken bones they had seen before, it was still intact overall. So with such a complete body, why didn't it turn into a zombie? Xiao Daidi asked in confusion. They hadn't seen a normal corpse along the way, all were zombies. This was the first time they saw a normal corpse on this island, which hadn't been turned into a ghost. Looking at the corpse, Alka thought for a while, came to the corpse, and examined it carefully. After only a minute, he thought of a possibility based on the condition of the corpse. Those who stayed on the ship were probably the same as Simon, who had been fixed in their state by a special spell due to injuries. Since his teammates who were still alive, and even the captain, had died together because of the enemy's means. Those who were in a stagnant state and were seriously injured naturally died because they had no treatment. After all, such a spell that fixed the state would definitely not last long. And it would also require continuous consumption of magic power. So, Alka was stunned at this moment. Seeing that Alka seemed to have thought of something, everyone stopped talking and waited for Alka to think and come to a conclusion. So, why is that person still alive? Alka muttered to himself. Yes, it has been 10 years. No matter how outrageous the spell's ability is, it is impossible to maintain such a long time without magic power and the user's magic power supply. It is unlikely to be a simple spell to fix a person's injuries and status. Such a spell is definitely powerful enough. So why Simon's solidified state can last for 10 years? Alka narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's go. Let's take a look inside. Everyone nodded and followed Alka forward. Then, they saw 4 wooden beds in a room with a twisted ceiling, with sheets and quilts that had been completely stained black and yellow. There were only 2 corpses on the wooden beds, and 2 more corpses were scattered on the ground. From the posture, it seemed that they had struggled before death. One of them even came to the door. These corpses were also not infected and turned into undead zombies. Alka walked up to take a look. None of the 4 skeletons were intact. They all suffered various injuries, all of which were the kind that would kill them if they were not treated quickly. Under such circumstances, the 4 crew members must have been frozen in their state, which is why they were placed on this wooden bed. Now they are all dead, and the effect of the spell used to freeze their state has disappeared for an unknown period of time. The reason why they were not turned into zombies may be that they were not affected by the enemy's suicidal attack. Perhaps it was after the attack that their frozen state dissipated. And after it dissipated, they must have tried to save themselves. That's why these corpses are placed everywhere. Be alert. Everyone move closer. Pay attention to your surroundings, Alka said decisively, although they didn't know why. Everyone nodded and moved closer to each other, looking at the inquiring eyes of several people. Alka explained, remember what I told you? Last night, I communicated with the person who still exists in my dream. Alka pointed to the corpses on the bed and said, these people were frozen in their state because of serious injuries 10 years ago. According to the person who is still alive, this state of stagnation can ensure that their injuries are fixed until the crisis is resolved. Their crew will continue to treat them to save their lives. But now they are all dead, without the supply of magic power and users. Such a spell should have disappeared long ago. But the person in the dream last night said that he is still in this state now. After listening to Alka's simple explanation, everyone immediately understood why they needed to be vigilant. However, Alka was still optimistic at this time. After all, if he really wanted to harm them, the best time would be when they were surrounded. If he suddenly attacked them at this time, it would definitely cause serious damage to them. After they cleared out the zombies, there would be no such good opportunity. The crowd still maintained their formation and moved forward slowly. They saw more corpses along the way, which were either leaning against the wall or lying in the middle of the road. From the postures of some of the corpses, it can be seen that they seemed to be crawling before they died. There were all kinds of black bloodstains on the corridor, which were all the self-rescue behaviors of the wounded before they died. Finally, in front of them, they saw a large area of corpses, conservatively estimated to be more than a dozen, and there were 3 zombies lying around. With their arrival, they slowly climbed up from the ground. These zombies all had various scars on their bodies. However, their strength was only 3 spirals, and they were easily eliminated by Alka and his team. Looking at the situation around him, Alka became more certain of his guess. These wounded were released from their frozen state, probably after the enemy's attack. These wounded even fought with these zombies when they were dying. Then, Alka took an object flashing with blue light from under a corpse. As he touched it, the blue light disappeared. This was a knife similar to a throwing knife, only 2 fingers long, small and sharp. After a simple rinse, the original appearance of the throwing knife was revealed. The appearance is pale white, and there are bone-like lines on it. It is actually a bone product. Good stuff? Alka turned around and saw that it was Jason who spoke. He nodded. This should be a good spell weapon. A throwing knife. He shook the small bone knife in his hand and said, "This equipment is very suitable for me. I will accept it." Everyone nodded, without any objection. After all, Alka seemed to have no gains in the exploration along the way, and Alka was the only one among them who could throw from a distance. Even if they were given the chance, they would not be able to throw accurately. When they came to the upper deck, they were met with a zombie with a constructed arm. Its strength reached 4 spirals, and there were bloodstains around it, but no bones. Alka could not help but look back at the road they had come up. So that's it. The wounded, who were still alive before, should have stayed on the lower deck to avoid this zombie. No wonder there were so many bones piled up on the lower deck. This zombie did not stop somewhere as they had seen before, but wandered in the corridor, and moved forward slowly with its back to them. Seeing Jason holding up his gun and preparing to attack, Alka quickly pressed his gun. Seeing Jason's puzzled eyes, Alka raised his hand and shook the bone knife he had just obtained. "Let me try." He had already briefly explored the use of this weapon, and now there happened to be an enemy who wanted to try it out. As he spoke, magic flowed into the pale blade along his arm. With the influx of magic, the blade immediately moved. A dense mass of tiny spikes appeared on the surface, and Alka threw it out with force. The bone knife turned into a white light, and instantly pierced the enemy's back, but it did not penetrate it, as half of the blade pierced into the flesh. The small blade, which was only 2 fingers long, instantly expanded. The tiny spikes on the blade protruded around instantly, expanding from a small gap in the back to all around. These bone spurs penetrated from the back, turning the entire back of the zombie into a honeycomb. Pororo walked over with his waist bent, looking at the corpse. He couldn't help but wipe the goosebumps on his arms. This weapon is really cruel. Everyone looked over and saw that the front of the zombie had been pierced by at least 20 or 30 thin white bone spurs. These bone spurs protruded from his chest, and they looked extremely creepy. Alka walked up and turned the corpse over, and then put his hand on the small knife handle on the back. The magic power gently flowed in, and these bone spurs were instantly recovered and turned into the previous thin blades again. Clear water gushed out, washing away the dirt on it and shaking it off. Alka looked at the bone knife in his hand with great satisfaction. "From now on, you will be called Skeleton Piercing." As he spoke, a precision hand appeared on Alka's hand, and he quickly carved 4 words on the bone knife. Satisfied, he put it back into his pocket ring. "Let's go. Let's continue." However, they had just walked 2 or 3 meters, and Julia stood still, frowning. "What's wrong?" Looking at Julia, who suddenly stood still, Alka and Jason behind her immediately stopped and were alert to the surroundings. The 2 people in front were also in combat mode. Julia pointed diagonally in front. There is a high-energy object." Everyone turned their heads to look. Alka shook his shoulders gently. The 2 small figures instantly disappeared into the shadows beside them, and quickly scouted over. In such a small and complex ruin, the 2 were the best scouts, able to move through various cracks and corners, and hide in the shadows, without being discovered. It didn't take long for Zero to come back alone. "It's a person. A living person. And the master is next to him now." Hearing this, everyone immediately thought that the person who was still alive was most likely the owner of the dream bubble. "Lead the way," Alka said, and followed Zero with everyone, and walked forward. They climbed over a piece of broken metal plate, and came to a room. Then Zero pointed to the collapsed, piled and squeezed wall in front and said, "Behind this, the surroundings are blocked, with only some small gaps." Alka looked around, knocked on the metal ruins in front of him, and found a weak spot. After cutting, the surrounding area will not collapse again. A silver card appeared in his hand. As the magic power poured in, the card was used, and a sharp silver light flashed around. Alka slowly cut a small door in front of him, and then moved the iron door to the side to reveal the road leading inside. He walked in first, and everyone followed closely. This is a small room. The door leading to this room has been completely twisted and closed, and the wall next to it is also blocked by the collapsed things. As the lantern light flickered, Alka saw the situation clearly. A bloody man was lying in the corner. His left arm was completely missing from the shoulder, and his right arm from the elbow down. That is, the entire forearm had completely turned into flesh, with only a protruding bone and some flesh still attached to it. The man's hands were basically useless. At this time, he was closing his eyes tightly. His medium-length hair was scattered, covering his cheeks. There was a light gray-white film on his body, which wrapped his entire body. This should be the spell that freezes his state. Alka has seen this man's face before. It's Simon. Looking at this situation, Alka couldn't help but frown. He was still in the frozen state. He didn't lie to himself, but how did he do it? All his teammates had no magic power supply, which caused the effect of this spell to disappear. But he still kept it, and kept it for such a long time, for 10 years. It's really incomprehensible. Is this the man you mentioned before? Jason looked at the miserable man in front of him, and couldn't help asking. He remembered Alka saying that the living man was in a bad condition. The man in front of him was no longer in a bad condition, but was basically on the verge of death. Alka nodded. Then, he walked over. When he was close enough, Alka finally felt that an object was emitting magic power. He tilted his head and looked. Behind him, there was a gap at the waist of the wall. A finger-like structure was pressing against his skin, supplying him with magic power. So it was this thing that was maintaining the effect of the spell on him. What kind of thing could last for 10 years? Thinking of this, Alka couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and began to carefully examine the details of the appearance. Could this thing be? Chapter 211 Another Treasure. When Alka reached out to touch it, he felt a strong repulsion. And the treasure mirror on him also had a repulsive reaction. Feeling the repulsive effect, Alka couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is this really a treasure? Standing up, he was a little dazed. This thing, could it be the treasure that disappeared? What is that? Jason squatted down and asked. Everyone looked over. That thing should be the high-energy item that Julia said, and everyone felt the magic it exuded at this time. That is, a treasure. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard this, turned their heads to look at him, then turned their heads again and looked at the thing. Another treasure? Jason was a little unbelievable, then pulled his flesh. Julia stood by and looked at the treasure, quietly said, Are treasures such common things? Alka was not too surprised. He just didn't expect that. The treasure that he had already given up hope on would appear in this place. Judging from the degree of rejection just now, the treasure has been controlled, which means that the treasure belongs to the man with missing arms in front of him, Simon. And the fact that there is no light spot on the map also proves this point. It exists, but it is not considered a treasure, which means that it has an owner. Looking at the surprised and unbelievable expressions of the crowd, he explained, It is normal for this treasure to be here. I have communicated with this person in the dream. The two ships were in a hostile state and were fighting before. The leaders of both sides have a treasure. The leaders are dead, and the treasure is naturally left behind. But he said he was not the leader. Based on the previous battle, I also confirmed this. But why did this treasure appear on him? Everyone shook their heads. No one could give an explanation. But now there is a choice in front of them. Everyone present was silent, because they all thought of it. Siadaiti opened his mouth and asked, Then what should we do? He turned to look at Alka. Hearing this question, everyone turned to look at Alka, watching Alka's contemplation. It will be up to him to make the decision now. And this will be a difficult decision, and everyone wants to see something from this decision. Alka looked at the frozen man in front of him and shook his head. This treasure belongs to him, not to us. Save him. When this sentence fell, Julia smiled slightly. Siadaiti nodded. Jason touched the egg behind him and smiled. As for Porwaro, he didn't think about it. Lucilia was already squatting next to the man, studying something. But no matter how everyone behaved on the outside, they were all relaxed in their hearts. Everyone present was not a good person in the true sense. But they would not deliberately do evil. They gathered together, not just for the sake of profit, for a treasure hunting team. The most important thing was the mutual trust between members. Because for them, the temptations they faced were much greater than those of other teams. They were always fighting against the temptations of wealth, the temptations of power, and more temptations. When the leader is someone who can resist the temptation of treasure, it is definitely a good thing for them. For a stranger who is not very familiar with them, they can resist the temptation of treasure and fulfill their promise. For their partners, who have long known and trusted them, they will not easily betray them. At this moment, the cohesion of the team has increased. For making such a decision, Alka does not have too many regrets in his heart. This is just a treasure, and the temptation is not enough to make him lose some bottom line. He is qualified to say such things, because it is just a treasure. It is the 6th treasure he has handled. Humph, it is nothing special. How can we save him in this state? Once the effect of the spell on his body is cancelled, if he is not treated at this time, the situation will worsen, and it will easily lead to his death, Lucilia said after studying for a long time, and then, her attention was focused on the gray transparent film wrapped around the man. She had never seen such a spell effect in the book, and was very curious. Alka looked at the state of this man. Once the stagnation effect on his body was cancelled, blood would gush out from the huge wounds on his hands. Moreover, this man had become skinny, and even his bones were exposed close to his skin. It can be seen that he was very hungry at this time. In this situation, with such serious injuries, it would be difficult for him to survive once he exited. The stagnation state was his last layer of protection, and there is no professional doctor on their ship. Thinking of this, Alka turned his head and looked at Julia. Seeing the look Alka was giving her, Julia nodded and said, "For the broken parts of his arms, I can only help stop the bleeding. If he has any scars on his body, I can help stop the bleeding. But he is very weak at this moment. Simply stopping the bleeding cannot save him from life-threatening danger. Healing the wound and saving his life are not what he can do in his weak state now. Let Juanlu try. See if he can quickly replenish the nutrition for this man, maybe he can be saved," Jason suggested from the side. He was very familiar with Juanlu, and knew some of Juanlu's interesting abilities. Looking at the man's state, Alka nodded. This was the only way. Can we touch him in this state? If we are not careful, we will remove the spell state outside him, and that will be the end, Xia Daidi said. Pororo looked at the metal wall behind the man, and the metal floor under his buttocks, and said, "Then dig out the whole floor where he is sitting." "Okay. Let's do it." Alka nodded. This is the best protection measure they can take now. Then Alka said to them, "You first clear all the zombies left in this ship and the surrounding area. I will cut off this area and move out." Everyone nodded, turned around and was about to leave. Alka looked at the people who were about to leave and said, "Wait, Lucilia and Zero stay to help. Their small bodies can see more problems in this complex environment." Then everyone did their job. Alka asked the 2 puppets to check the gap to see if the whole area was connected. If not, he would weld the metal blocks together to form a hole, and then cut it off. Then he began to plan the route, cutting off all the metal on the wall that blocked the road, revealing holes facing outward. The rest of the people were already cleaning up the zombies everywhere. It was soon afternoon. Alka had cut off all the metal plates in the area where Simon was lying, and welded them around with metal blocks to make it more solid. At this time, Alka had a mirror on his face, and the silver sea monster was reflected in the mirror. The 2 fingers on Alka's hands had turned into silk threads. These silk threads were the limit of Alka's control. With good magic conductivity, he exerted the strength of his arms, and held the V-shaped iron plate steadily in the air. After all, the surrounding land was not flat, and it could only be stabilized by lifting it high. If the stagnant state was released due to some touch, it would be difficult to deal with. When he came outside, he could still hear the sound of ping-pong from 2 places. Pororo was carrying out the transportation in the ruins of the wooden ship. He needed to clear the debris covering the original treasure house before he could successfully open the ship's treasure house. That is the place marked with white dots on the map. Also on the side of the steel ship, Jason and others were also trying to open the treasure house. The surroundings of the treasure house were also deformed and twisted due to the impact. Fortunately, the 2 ships had been scrapped long ago, and the effect of the protective spells had long disappeared. All they needed was to rely on brute force to open the 2 treasure houses. Not long after, Poro waved his hand. Alka turned to the 2 people on his shoulders and said, "Guard this man. I'll go help." Then he hurried over. At this time, a road had been cleared in the ruins, revealing a huge metal object below. A small hole had been cut on the object, But it was obvious that Poro couldn't drill into such a hole. And if he wanted to expand the hole, it would take too much time. And it would not be worth it. I'll go in and take a look, Alka said, and fell from the hole. The moment he landed, his feet stepped on a metal object, and there was a rustling sound. The lantern lit up, and he followed the light from outside to check the situation inside. A large pile of coins huddled in the corner at the bottom, and was stepped on by Alka, and there were some valuable books and parchment and other items next to them. Alka also saw 2 metal boxes. But there were no spell items in these things, otherwise there would not be a white spot here. But the pile of coins under his feet, and the ornaments and gems in the 2 metal boxes were enough. Alka took out an empty purse, and stuffed the golden sail and silver snake under his feet into the purse. This purse is similar to a pocket ring, but it can only hold coins that meet the requirements. Soon the purse was full. There was no way. Most of them were silver snakes because there were too many of them. But there were still some silver snakes left. Alka had to stuff them into the pocket ring to separate them. Then he stuffed some of the surrounding ornaments into the same way, leaving only 2 metal boxes. At this time, Alka's pocket ring, which was already stuffed with many things, was already full. He had no choice but to carry the metal box and pass it through the gap. And then he left the treasure house. When they came out, Xiaodai and others were already waiting at Lucilia's place. Jason was waving a 2-meter-long pure gold scepter in his hand, showing off. Poro also walked over with a metal box in one hand. Guess which is more valuable? The things in your box, or the stick in my hand? Without waiting for Poro to speak, Alka came from behind and knocked on the golden scepter in Jason's hand. This is not pure gold, it is covered with a layer of gold, and the inside is metal, Alka said. But even so, the top of the scepter is also decorated with a large sapphire, and a circle of fine diamonds around it. Even if the main body below is not pure gold, it is valuable enough. But hearing Alka's words, Poro smiled and said, "It seems that the box in my hand may be more valuable." Alka said with a smile, Okay, let's go back to the ship quickly, don't you want to divide the spoils properly?" Hearing this, everyone smiled. This time the harvest was exceptionally rich, and everyone had a satisfied smile on their faces. Poro handed the 2 metal boxes in his hand to Jason and Alka, then squatted down and held a metal V-plate containing Simon in his hand. Everyone started to return along the way they came. Soon they arrived at the beach, and took the flying swallow back to the sound of dawn. As soon as they came up, Juanlu, who had been waiting for a long time, came to greet them, and a figure slid down from the sky along a silver thread, and landed on Xiaodai's shoulder. "Tell me quickly, what did you do on the island? Did you encounter anything interesting?" Xiaodai smiled and nodded her head and said, "Don't worry, I'll tell you later." Juanlu had already seen the metal plate placed on the deck by Poro, and the skinny wounded man on it. Alka pointed at Simon, looked at Juanlu and asked, "He is now solidified in a state to maintain the status quo. If you want to save him, you have to destroy this solidified state. Do you have any way to quickly provide him with energy?" But these wounds on his body. Juanlu looked at the man's broken arm, and the wounds everywhere, and couldn't help saying, "Don't worry. Let Julia take care of these wounds." Hearing this, Juanlu nodded, and then said, "If it's just to quickly restore his energy, so that he has the physical strength and nutrition to resist the subsequent problems, it's fine. I have such a recipe, but it's just unpalatable. But what does it matter if you're going to die?" Hearing that Juanlu did have a way, Alka nodded. "That's good. Clean up the infirmary. Put him in first. The infirmary on the ship has never been used by anyone, and the person in front of him will be the first one." Holding the metal plate, he opened the door of the infirmary and gently put him in. Juanlu had already gone to the kitchen to prepare the materials. Everyone began to change their clothes and clean the dust and dirt on their bodies. When they finished cleaning, Juanlu had already come to the deck with 2 cans of dirty green liquid. Jason looked at the liquid in the can and frowned in disgust. "Is this thing edible?" he asked in disbelief. Juanlu nodded, "Although this thing looks bad and tastes terrible, it is indeed easy to absorb, and can replenish energy very quickly." Hearing this, Alka came over and squatted, then thought about it, and opened the lid of the jar. The moment it was opened, a faint fragrance floated out. Although it doesn't look good, it smells good. Poro was very satisfied with the taste. He had just covered his nose, but he didn't expect it to taste good. Looking at this thing, smelling its fragrance, Alka stretched out his finger to dip a little, and put it into his mouth. After smacking his lips, he nodded with satisfaction. looking at Alka's performance, and his expression that he could even accept it. Juanlu couldn't help but frown and scratched his head. No. I remember this thing was very unpalatable. Really? Alka looked puzzled, and then squatted down to dip a little, and put it into his mouth. He said with some doubt, not bad. Maybe you have become stronger, and your cooking skills have improved a little, so the taste is not so bad. If you don't believe me, try it. Hearing this, Juanlu squatted down first, dipped a little bit, and put it in his mouth. His expression was a little frozen, and when he saw Alka's expression, he licked his lips and said happily, "It's really good." Why? Seeing Juanlu's performance, Alka immediately squatted down, holding the jar, and handed it to the people around him. Come, try it. It's not bad. Not as bad as he said. Alka first let Jason take a big smear, and then passed it to everyone else one by one. Finally, after Julia took a little, he nodded with satisfaction, seeing everyone staring at the gelatinous substance in their hands, hesitating to eat it. He said, "Try it. If this thing can quickly restore energy, you have to keep it on hand in the future. Maybe it can save your life someday." Alka was not wrong, because when Alka knew the effect of this liquid, he had already thought about it. After hearing this, everyone stuffed the water into their mouths doubtfully. Ugh! Ugh! Jason, who stuffed the water into his mouth first, immediately came to the edge of the boat and started to retch. Seeing that everyone had stuffed the water into their mouths, Alka and Juanlu stopped pretending, started to retch, and started to drink water like crazy. "It tastes so bad, I'm going to vomit," Alka said as he drank the water. This was the worst thing he had ever eaten. He felt that eating dirt, eating glue, and even eating gasoline was not as bad as this thing. Countless disgusting and strange tastes stimulated his tongue. "I shouldn't have believed you. This thing is the same as what I ate before, or even worse," Juanlu said while retching. Xia Daidi retched while pointing at the two people. "You two actually teamed up to cheat people." Alka and Juanlu smiled similarly. This is tacit understanding. "Damn, vomit, Alka, and you vomit." Looking at Jason's expression, Alka smiled and patted him. "Okay, stop talking, drink some water." Alka deliberately let Jason get a big lump of it, so Jason's reaction was the most intense. After Jason took a gulp of water, he violently sprayed the water out. "What is this? Ha ha! You are damned." Chapter 212, Mastering the Ring of Light. In the lower deck of the Voice of Dawn, in a room specially used as an infirmary, the iron plate that was originally used to place Simon had been thrown out by them. Just a simple touch would not bring Simon out of his stagnant state, so they put him on the bed. At this time, there were only 4 people in the room, namely Alka, Juanlu and Julia, and the last one left was Air standing on Alka's shoulder. She would be the last insurance measure, and the silver thread on her body and the rubbing silk spell that Alka had specially solidified on her body would allow her to quickly sew the large wound on Simon's body. At this time, Air's face showed obvious nervousness, and his hands were tightly clenched. This was the first thing she had to do seriously since she was born. Alka looked at him and smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. But I don't know medical skills. You just need to follow Julia's instructions. It's not that she will necessarily need your help, but it's safer to have you around. If you are really nervous, you can take a deep breath." Alka comforted her from the side. Deep breathing can indeed relieve tension a little. But I'm a puppet, I don't need to breathe." Alka turned his head away silently. "All right." He looked at the two and asked, "How is it? Are you ready?" The two nodded. A halo appeared behind Julia, and 4 streamers floated out. These 4 streamers have been specially processed. Each one is only as wide as an arm. Under normal circumstances, the width of each streamer is about the size of a head. Julia had already hummed a light and gentle melody, but had not yet sung it completely. A tube had already appeared in Juanlu's hand, and behind the tube was a can of dark green concentrated nutrient solution. Once the stagnation was lifted, he would insert the tube into Simon's throat and quickly inject the nutrient solution into his body. Then he used the unique spell of their family, Quick Digestion, to help Simon's body digest and absorb energy. Seeing that both of them were fully prepared, Alka came to Simon's bedside to get him out of the stagnant state. The fastest way was to take down the treasure attached to his back. Otherwise, there would be no way to cut off the supply of magic power. This treasure seemed to be in a state of protecting the host, and Alka was trying to take it down in a gentle way. As his hand gently reached out and pinched the treasure that looked like a construct's finger. The dream catcher on his body once again sent a strong repulsion. The treasure also emitted a strong repulsive wave, resisting Alka's touch. It was not that the treasure was unsuitable, but that the treasure already had its own owner. And it was a wave of resistance. Alka frowned and exerted a little force, letting his magic power extend out, using the magic of the mirror and the dream catcher, trying to suppress it by force and take it off. As the magic power penetrated, it seemed to activate something, and Alka was stunned for a moment. As a result, the magic power that was extended out disappeared in an instant. "What's wrong?" Julia, who was always paying attention to the two people, asked. Alka's eyes regained clarity, and he said, "It's okay. I think I understand. Get ready. I'm going to take it." As he spoke, a precision hand appeared on his right arm, tightly wrapping his hand. With the influx of magic power, the precision hand began to fluctuate, and then the symbol of the Holy Machine Church appeared on the palm. This symbol was gently printed on the treasure, and Alka took it off intact with the precision hand in an instant. After taking it off, Alka immediately took 2 steps back to make room for the two. As the treasure was taken off, the gray transparent film wrapped around Simon began to flicker. The supply of magic power was cut off, causing the film to lose its shape. After a few seconds, the film shattered and dissipated like a bubble. At the moment of dissipation, Simon's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and then his brows knitted, and he was about to cry out in pain. "Ah!" And the blood from the wounds on his body gushed out like a floodgate. For ribbons that had been prepared at the side flew out immediately, and a soft song was sung. The green energy quickly flowed into Simon's wound along the bandage, and the blood that was gushing out of the wound stopped instantly, and then slowly slowed down. The soft song also soothed Simon's pain, and the wound stopped bleeding. He kept taking deep breaths, sweating profusely, and frowning. But at least the pain was not enough to make him scream. Juanlu came to his side and shouted, "Open your mouth!" Simon, who had just regained his energy and was in a sharp pain, looked confused and heard an incomprehensible language coming from the side. He said, ####, open your mouth. Alka immediately changed to a language that Simon could understand. Hearing Alka's words, Simon turned his head to look at him, and then opened his mouth. The singing just now, and the influx of green energy, and the people who let him know seemed to be saving him. A tube was instantly inserted into his mouth, all the way into his esophagus. The dark green solution quickly flowed into his esophagus along the tube. The moment the tube was inserted, Juanlu's palm also surged with orange-yellow magic, and it was attached to Simon's abdomen. Use spells to help him digest quickly, to replenish the nutrients that his body lacks. Simon was a little confused by this sudden incident, and seemed to want to struggle instinctively. Alka immediately said, "Don't struggle, we are saving you. The nutrient solution can help you quickly get rid of the state of hunger and weakness, otherwise you will easily die from the lack of energy in your current state." Hearing this, Simon immediately calmed down. An air found that he had nothing to do, and he became more and more relieved, holding 2 rolls of bandages and began to bandage Simon's body with Julia. Simon had so many wounds on his body that, after a while, he was wrapped up like a white mummy. Only half of his face, neck, waist, abdomen and thighs were exposed, and the rest of his body was wrapped up. A large can of nutrient solution was quickly poured into his body. With the help of Juanlu's spell, Simon's complexion began to improve visibly, and his originally skinny body was slightly filled up. Although he was still very thin, at least it was much better than the skeleton-like appearance. His previous state made people think he had starved to death. Now he seemed not to have starved to death, but he would soon. Another can of nutrient solution was poured into his body. This time, Juanlu did not help him digest it completely, and put his hand down. A little more food in the stomach would make him healthier and easier to recover. As the tube was pulled out, some black nutrient solution remained in his mouth. Then Simon's eyes widened, and he began to retch frantically. The intense exercise caused the bandages wrapped around his body to ooze some blood. A large amount of mist spread from Alka's feet, wrapping him and making him fall asleep instantly. In a few seconds, he began to breathe evenly and slightly retching, but it was no big deal. "I almost forgot how bad this thing tasted." Julia checked his condition at the moment, raised her head, and nodded to Alka. "He is out of danger. Now he just needs to be well cared for." Alka nodded. "Then let's go out first, you help take care of him here, and if there is anything Send a message to Lucilia immediately. Air nodded and sat on the bed next to him. Then, the three of them walked out of the door and came to the deck. They returned to the captain's room. At this time, the huge round table in the captain's room was already piled with treasures obtained this time. A large pile of coins was spread on it, and below it was a thick layer of silver snakes, dotted with some golden sails. There were also some smelted and divided gold bricks, as well as large gems. How is it? Is everything okay? Xiao Dai asked as he watched the three people come in. Alka nodded and replied, It's okay now. Let's take a rest now. He may wake up at noon tomorrow. Then he sat in his seat, looking at the treasure piled on the table, which had begun to block his vision. He poured the remaining treasures in his pocket ring onto the table, including the coins in his purse. The two metal boxes had already been opened, and they contained some relatively valuable jewelry and diamonds, which were now placed in the pile of money. These are the wealth we have harvested this time. Let's see how much there is. Hearing Alka's words, Xiao Dai stretched out his hand and gently knocked on the table. Silver ripples swept across quickly. 1256 gold sails, 13256 silver snakes, 5 gold bars of standard weight of 500 grams, 35 jewels, and diamonds of various kinds, and the remaining 6 precious ornaments. After hearing what Xiao Dai said, Alka nodded, which means that the total value of the coins is about 1,800 gold sails. 2.5 kilograms of gold. These gold will naturally be used as materials on the ship. Gold is a necessary material in the hands of the caster. It is naturally too exaggerated to use it as the main material, but many details needed to be embellished. Select the best gems that can be used as materials, and dispose of the rest later. Gems have always been an indispensable part of energy transmission. They are placed in key places to protect energy lines or serve as temporary energy storage devices. Together with those valuables, this wave of harvest is definitely enough. At this time, Xiao Dai has begun to sort out these treasures. Separate the gold bricks that Alka needs to use and the gems that can be used, and hand them to Alka. These will be counted as public funds. After all, most of the objects cast by Alka are used by them. Even the puppet knights are counted as part of their team. Xiao Dai then counted them, and the remaining treasures needed to be processed into wealth. The remaining coins plus these things are worth about 2,500 gold sails in total. The specific value can only be known when we reach the infinite sea. After listening to Xiao Dai's inventory, Alka said, Then throw those things that need to be processed and sold into the treasury, and distribute the other coins to everyone. Then he split the gold coins in front of him from both sides and lifted the metal box at his feet. This is the most important thing. A box specially used to store treasures. As the box opened, the ring of light inside appeared in front of everyone. At this time, the ring of light was still introverted and ordinary. Alka took the ring of light in his hand and said, See who this treasure is suitable for. Alka handed the treasure to Lucilia. Try it first, and see if your puppet body can accept it. Although it is highly likely that it cannot be done, but what if it is possible? After all, it is a pity not to experiment with an ownerless treasure that no one controls. Lucilia nodded, and gently touched the ring of light with both hands. However, the ring of light did not show any sign, but the treasure in Lucilia's body rejected it. How is it? How do you feel? Hearing Alka's question, Lucilia said strangely, This treasure is not suitable for me. But it does not reject me either. He ignored me. Ignored Lucilia? Hearing this, Alka rubbed his chin and thought about it. In other words, he did not think that Lucilia was an intelligent life form that could control him. This situation only occurs in people with incomplete bodies, which is why people with incomplete bodies cannot control treasures. Thinking of this, Alka suddenly thought of Simon, who was lying on the bed at this time. Treasures become disabled after being controlled, and it does not affect your continued control and use of it. But before controlling the treasure, this thing requires a high level of physical integrity. Even Lucilia was controlled by the two of them because of a loophole and coincidence. Under normal circumstances, even a broken arm would not work. Of course, a broken finger would not count, according to Simon's words. And the events that are now completely clear. He must have entered a stagnant state, and only then did he control the treasure after his hands were broken. Maybe he himself didn't even know that he controlled the treasure. So the treasure was really controlled by the wise man. And that's why it automatically chose Simon. The specific situation will be discussed after Simon wakes up tomorrow. Alka pulled his thoughts back with this thought. Then he took the ring of light in his hand again and handed it to Xiaodaidi. Among them, Poro, Jason, Julia, Juanlu. The four of them did not master the treasure. If this treasure was given to them, they would basically be able to adapt. The only one who had difficulty adapting was Xiaodaidi. Whether it was for this reason, or for contribution, Xiaodaidi should master it first. The other four people, according to the order just now, lined up all the way. Xiaodaidi took a deep breath, stretched out her hands, and held the ring of light. She was afraid that it would become repulsive like the previous treasure. As she touched the ring of light, she did not show any repulsion, which was a very good phenomenon. Xiaodaidi gently injected her magic power into the ring of light. As the magic power poured in, the triangular gem in the center of the headband began to emit light. And then the triangular gem began to rotate. Seeing this situation, everyone slightly opened up their distance to leave enough space for Xiaodaidi. This fully demonstrated that this treasure was suitable for Xiaodaidi and could be controlled by her. Xiaodaidi also closed her eyes. The triangular gem in the center of the headband emitted more light as it rotated, illuminating the entire captain's room. Everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes slightly and covered their eyes with their hands. However, the light became stronger and stronger, almost completely turning the entire captain's room into a place where white light spread, and nothing else could be seen. In an instant, all the light was withdrawn, and the captain's room fell into darkness. All the light in this space was sucked into the gem, including the sunlight projected in from the window. This movement of controlling the treasure is a bit loud, Jason complained beside him. After all, they have gone through the process of controlling the treasure many times, and have watched it many times. This time, Xiaodaidi brought the most exaggerated visual effect. After only a few seconds, the light returned. The entire captain's room returned to the level just now. Xiaodaidi had opened his eyes. Everyone looked at Xiaodaidi. It was not an illusion. Xiaodaidi's eyes were emitting light. Just by looking at Xiaodaidi, one can feel the dazzling light, which makes people turn away. At this time, Xiaodaidi's eyes are not the only ones, but her whole body is constantly emitting light, like a human-shaped beacon. Xiaodaidi took a deep breath and slowly put the headband on her head. Following her control, the light on her body dimmed, and the light in her eyes also disappeared, leaving only a little bit of it still flickering. After a series of actions were completed, Xiaodaidi sat on the bench, looking at the curious eyes of the crowd. Without waiting for them to ask, she smiled and said, "The main function of this treasure is to control the light." Just like this. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and the brightness around her obviously dimmed, and a ball of light appeared in her palm. She gently threw the ball of light out, and the position she threw it towards was exactly the window. The ball of light flew out and landed on the sea. It exploded in an instant. The dazzling light flashed out, and everyone couldn't help but look over. The flickering light, turned into strands of silk, flew in from the window again, and flowed into Xiaodaidi's hands. Xiaodaidi then gently squeezed her palm, and the entire captain's room fell into darkness again. The light was sucked away by her again, just like before. But this time, everyone in this darkness can see the surrounding situation very clearly, just like in the daytime. Can this kind of darkness be broken by dark vision? Ark asked. Yes, but it will still be seriously affected. Hearing this, Alka nodded. How big is the range? Julia asked. If the range is large enough, it is indeed a very powerful ability. It depends on the strength. With my current strength, I can probably absorb the sound of dawn and all the light around it. A radius of 40 meters is enough in battle. Chapter 213 Construct Arms. Another ability of the Ring of Light is their current state. Dark vision, real dark vision. Or to put it another way, everlasting light. A state with a very high priority. Even in the deepest darkness, you can still see clearly. A very high-level ability, it is countless times stronger than the dark vision they can use now. For example, the dark vision they used with the spell in the lightless environment created by Xiaodaidi can only see the situation within a depth of 1 meter. The dark vision brought by the Ring of Light is completely unaffected, just like in the daytime. The same is true in other darkness caused by spell effects and treasure abilities. The main ability is to control light and strengthen light. Can you strengthen the original spell you already know? Alka asked. If you remember correctly, Xiaodaidi's original spell was a powerful spell called Silver Light. This spell even changed the essence of Xiaodaidi's magic power, making her magic power silver whenever she used it. This spell can be used in battle, and can also be used for reconnaissance. It is very practical. Now that the Ring of Light can be compatible with Xia Deity, it means that the Ring of Light can also be compatible with the treasure that once touched Xia Deity's Enlightenment City. Maybe they can cooperate with each other to produce a more powerful effect. Hearing Alka's question, Xia Deity nodded. No problem. It can be used on Silver Light. It seems to be true. Just like Alka's Dream Catcher and Mirror. But I can only use these simpler abilities now. For more powerful abilities, I need to train well and get familiar with them. After hearing what Xia Deity said, Alka nodded. It was true. After a while, Xia Deity almost mastered the treasure. The headband on her head slowly sank into her head. It was exactly the same as the effect of the mirror. Afterwards, some features were also left on the outside, but it was not what Alka thought, leaving the triangular gem. Instead, 2 golden horizontal lines were left, which were the gold threads on the headband. The 2 golden threads slid from the temples to the center of the eyebrows, and a space appeared in the middle of the eyebrows, separating the 2 golden threads. This feature was not obvious, but rather very beautiful. To celebrate today's harvest, how about having a banquet tonight? Juanlu suggested with a smile. Of course, it's no problem. Great. Then I'll go down and prepare first, Juanlu said with a smile, and walked outside. Thank you for your hard work today. Let's go back and take a rest. Alka looked at Xia Deity, who was already impatient, and said with a smile. He divided the wealth on the table and handed it to everyone, and then moved the remaining things to the bottom for storage. In the treasure house at the core of the Dawn Sound, he piled those things around. Then he returned to the captain's room and rested in his seat. A hint of singing came and entered Alka's ears. This was the inquiry from the voice of Dawn. Alka closed his eyes and said softly, "No hurry, let's stay here for a while and make a decision after the man wakes up." The song just now was the voice of Dawn asking whether to leave. After lying for a while, Alka opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. Speaking of which, he had touched 2 treasures today, and the feelings he got were different, and the repulsive feelings were also different from the treasures on him. That is to say, when controlling one treasure, it is not too difficult to control the second treasure, as long as you find a suitable one. But once you have mastered 2 treasures, it becomes difficult to master the third one. You can only master 3 treasures at the same time if both treasures do not exclude each other, and the treasure does not exclude the 2 treasures. To achieve such conditions, it is much more difficult than going from 1 to 2. In this case, if you want to master more treasures, it will definitely increase exponentially. Forget it. What do you need these for? I haven't even fully exerted the abilities of the 2 treasures I control now. Thinking of this, Alka leaned on the chair and fell asleep soon. When he woke up again, it was dark outside. A crisp ringing bell sounded in his ears. Alka rubbed his eyes and found that he was covered with a blanket. He put the blanket on the chair and walked out. He came to the restaurant. At this time, the table was full of delicious food, waiting for everyone to come. It seems that we can have a good meal today. He spent a happy dinner with everyone. Alka returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. When he sank into his dream again, he came to the outside world and found a new dream bubble not far from his own dream bubble. Needless to say, this bubble must be Simon's. At this time, the surface of the bubble was no longer as dim as before, and the cracks on it had disappeared a lot, leaving only 2. After all, it was a soul injury, and it was not so easy to recover. Unless there were special means, one could only wait for the passage of time. Alka thought about it and didn't go in. Let him have a good rest. There will be plenty of time tomorrow. Then he walked around the dreams of the crowd twice as usual. Killed those blind dream monsters. I don't know if it was his illusion, but it seemed that the surroundings became a little more lively. At least it was not like in the previous dream environment, where you might not see a dream monster for several days. Sometimes it was difficult to see even the light and flying birds in the dream. Now, almost every day, 1 or 2 monsters can be seen, trying to break their dream bubbles. He came to Lucilia's dream, woke her up, and then he entered the dream library. Alka, who was reading a book, suddenly thought, what if Lucilia got used to the doll's body and created a set of fighting techniques suitable for herself, and didn't want to wake up in the dream? He couldn't wake Lucilia up again, just to enter the library to read books. In this case, Lucilia won't get a good rest. Is there any way? His thoughts were interrupted while thinking, and he focused on the book in his hand again. Let's talk about it later. Now I don't have any clues, and I don't have the ability. When Alka woke up, it was already the second day. After washing and eating breakfast, he and others watched Xiaodaidi practice the treasure's ability on the deck. And he provided some suggestions as a person who had experienced it. After having this treasure, Xiaodaidi finally had a good long-range attack method. During the day, she could gather the sun's rays together, condense them into a scorching ray, and shoot them out. At night, or when there was no sunlight, she would use the power of the treasure to amplify her silver light spell. She gathered it in her hands, and then chopped it out with a knife palm, which could also attack at medium and long distances. At this time, Alka had a little understanding of the working mechanism of the light ring. The light it could produce out of thin air was just a very ordinary soft light, without any special properties. And this so-called light that comes out of thin air is also drawn from the surroundings. Even if it gathers into a ball, it still cannot cause harm. But it is different when there are other special lights around. If there is sunlight, it can gather these heat-carrying lights together, which can be very helpful in battle. Alka analyzed it with the simple knowledge of his previous life. Could it be that this thing can control purple and infrared rays? After all, controlling sunlight to achieve such an effect is caused by these two rays? I don't know if Xiaodaidi can control it. They also tried fire, which also has heat, and can ignite quickly when it hits. Slightly different from sunlight. Sunlight has a strong penetrating property. This seems to be inexplicably magical. Such penetrating properties are regarded as energy attacks, because its burning effect can easily penetrate the double shield of physical and magical. It can be regarded as a very effective attack. I just don't know what the difference is with moonlight. It's just as Xiaodaidi said, controlling the light and amplifying the light. In essence, light cannot be produced out of thin air. As Xiaodaidi becomes more proficient in this ability, he should be able to use more techniques. Time passed quickly. Soon it was approaching noon, the cloudless sky, making the sun blaze them madly above their heads. The whole ship couldn't help but become hot, looking at the sunlight shining directly on them. Xiaodaidi waved his hand, and the sunlight shining on the sound of dawn quickly shifted. It was as if a layer of shield was put on the sound of dawn, and the whole ship became dark. All the light sources came from the surrounding light. But I have to say, it was cool at this moment. He's awake! Air shout came from below. Alka turned his head and tilted his head, and everyone went down immediately. But Pororo didn't follow. Pororo was on guard in the observation room. When they came to the infirmary, Simon had already sat up with his back against the bed, and was looking at the little heir next to him with curious eyes, and seemed to be very interested in this little man, who was only 30 centimeters tall. When they came in, they heard Simon asking something. You don't seem to be a real natural creature, right? You look a bit like a puppet. Heir turned his head to look at him, but he didn't answer. Instead, he moved to the side and got further away from him. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he immediately pulled out the silk thread and swung it over when he saw the people coming in, and it landed on Xiaodaidi's shoulder. At this time, Simon's attention also turned to Alka and others. Looking at them, Simon smiled and said, "You are the ones who saved me. Thank you. Thank you." Listening to Simon's words, Xiaodaidi looked confused. What is he saying? Another language? Lucilia knows it. I've learned a little bit of it, too. Alka turned around and answered. Then he looked at Simon and said, "You are in a bad state now. Take a good rest." "Excuse me, the one who appeared in my dream before." Hearing Simon's words, Alka's face immediately showed the effect of a mirror surface, and then a broken one. Seeing this, Simon nodded in sudden realization. It turned out that the magician in the dream was the young man in front of him. "It's me. There is no one alive on that island except you." Hearing this, Simon was prepared, but his expression was still a little lonely and sad. After taking a few deep breaths, he sighed. "I have thought of it. Thank you again for saving me. I have no way to repay you. If there is anything I can help with, please feel free to tell me." Alka waved his hand and said, "No. I owe a favor to the Holy Machine Church." Hearing this, Simon seemed to want to make some kind of blessing gesture, but when he raised his hands, he remembered that he had no more. He smiled apologetically, looking at Simon's current appearance. Alka's right arm was covered with a precision hand, and then his palm opened, and a finger like a construct flew out. It flew quickly toward Simon, and sank into his body. Simon was stunned after the thing he was looking at entered his body. What? Is this thing? This is your treasure. It is because it maintains your stagnant state that you can survive. Simon's eyes were full of confusion. My treasure, I don't have such a precious item. Okay, calm yourself down. Feel the message he wants to convey to you carefully. This is a gift from your God. Alka looked at Simon and said. Hearing this, Lucilia on his shoulder looked at him with strange eyes. As for the others, because they didn't understand, they were already sitting next to him and chatting. When did you know that the thing was given to him by the god? Lucilia asked strangely. When I was treating him yesterday. I touched the treasure and found out. At this point, Alka could not help but recall what happened yesterday. When he wanted to forcibly close the treasure and control it. A message was transmitted to his mind along with the treasure. Alka was very familiar with the way this message was transmitted. When he first obtained the Hand of Precision, he also felt it. This time, there was no wise man to explain and communicate with him. Just a very simple message. And along with it came some knowledge, like a reward. From this information, Alka knew that this treasure belonged to the Holy Machine Church, and was a very precious treasure. After this treasure was out of control and in an ownerless state, it automatically adapted to Simon, and was automatically controlled by him. It was just because Simon was a member of the Holy Machine Church. As for why he was chosen, Alka didn't know. Anyway, the simple meaning was to let Alka give face, not to snatch this treasure, and simply tell Alka how to control this treasure. Alka, who already owed a favor to the Holy Machine Church, naturally accepted it happily. And he had no intention of robbing it. He had made a decision when he saw the treasure. And accordingly, giving God a favor was an extremely cost-effective deal no matter how you look at it. The Holy Machine Church was also a behemoth, like the Holy Mother Church. Then Alka even took off the precision hand on his hand and resealed it, returning it to its original appearance. He took it and placed it on Simon's quilt. This is also something from your church, and now it has been returned to its original owner. Simon, who had already obtained some information from the treasure, opened his eyes and nodded. The Holy Machine Church will remember your help. Alka nodded. That's enough. Then the treasure that looked like a finger flew out again. The bandages that were originally wrapped around Simon's hands fell off automatically. When the bandages fell off, the scene inside surprised everyone. A steel joint appeared at the place where the left arm was broken at the shoulder. A steel joint also appeared at the place where the right forearm was broken, and the wound on it had been completely covered. The precision hand automatically floated up, directly connected to the joint of the forearm, and began to automatically change its appearance to adapt. Soon, it was controlled by Simon as freely as a real arm. Simon raised his brand new arm to take a look, nodded with satisfaction, and then picked up the finger treasure, holding it in his hand. He could clearly see the dense patterns on the index finger of the precision hand, which then broke. It became a 3-section floating structure, with the joints replaced by floating energy balls. The left arm, which had been completely broken, began to produce precise structures from the shoulder. These structures extended all the way, and assembled a new arm, which matched the color of the precision hand on the right hand, and was brass-colored. Chapter 214 Leaving. Cool. Jason looked at this scene, and couldn't help saying. The smooth surface of the machine, the spell magic structure at the joints, the magic lines all over it. The hands that slowly extended into the structure really made Jason feel so handsome. Hearing this, Simon, who was looking at his new hands, raised his head, looked at him, and said with a smile, "Thank you. No need. Can you speak our language?" Jason reacted and asked with some surprise. "I didn't understand what he said just now." Simon nodded and said, "Among the information and knowledge I have obtained, there is your language." Hearing this, Juanlu couldn't help showing an envious expression on his face. That's great. He couldn't help but think of how he learned some necessary language knowledge under Lucilia's strict requirements. Learning those strange language knowledge was the most painful thing he had experienced in his life. Among the people on the ship, in terms of learning, he was only a little better than Poro. Alka looked at Simon, who was adapting to his new constructed hands, and asked, "So what are you going to do next?" "There is no way back from here. I can only continue the journey 10 years ago to the infinite ocean. I'm sorry to bother you before that." Simon looked at them, and said apologetically, "Now he really has no other place to go except staying on this ship, and going to the infinite ocean." Alka nodded. "No problem. This ship is big enough. It's okay to carry you alone." "Thank you. Please let me know if you need anything on the ship. I have some ability in forging and constructing objects." Hearing Simon's words, Alka nodded. looking at his precision hand combined with the treasure related to the structural body strength. Alka did not think that this was just a little ability. As long as the ritual was performed, the precision hand would become a treasure. Since we are going to be together on the ship for a while, let me introduce you. This is the first mate Siadai. And this is Jason. Hello. My name is Simon. Everyone introduced each other briefly. And after getting to know each other, Simon turned over and walked off the bed. Except that his body looked a little thin and weak. The scars on his body had been repaired by the treasure just now. Everyone was quite welcoming to this new member, who was on the boat temporarily. During lunch, Juanlu prepared some suitable food for him according to his physical condition. Everyone chatted with him from time to time at the table. But they talked about things in the sea of brightness and confusion. For this sea of wise men, everyone had no idea at all. The unknown naturally indicates curiosity. So it's not uncommon for you to have flying steel ships? Jason asked in surprise with his eyes wide open. Simon nodded and said, in addition to our ships that can temporarily fly into the sky with the help of the tail nozzle, there is also an airship that floats in the sky with the help of a huge hot air balloon. As he spoke, Simon's steel finger fell off, floating in the air, and turned into a model of an airship under his control. Can it fly in the sky all the time? Lucilia asked curiously beside him. It's no problem to fly for 10 days or half a month. Wow, that's amazing. Through understanding Simon, Alka also had a general concept of the Sea of Brightness, because of the existence of the Holy Machine Church of the Wise. In this sea area, constructs and similar mechanical structures are very common. The atmosphere of research is very strong, and there are many scholars even among ordinary people. This leads to the fact that in their world, the Toucher is not a hidden existence, and everyone knows that there is such a Toucher. The conditions for becoming a Toucher are laid out in the open, and some research institutions and colleges have such quotas. Perhaps because of the different worlds, there is no so-called steam engine there, but relying on the ability of spells and constructs, it is roughly equivalent to being in a steampunk society. Steel ships, airships, etc. all exist. And there are already ships that can sail without sails, but these ships are essentially not much different from spell ships. It's just that there are certain differences in the power method from ordinary spell ships. However, it is said that they know more about the infinite sea, so all ships that are about to leave their own sea area and go to the infinite sea will be redesigned and equipped with sails. The power brought by the spell structure cannot provide them with power continuously, and sails must be installed to enable them to sail in adverse conditions. Are these apostates common in your place? Alka asked curiously. This was something he was quite curious about, although it was a bit impolite to ask. The main reason was that whether in the home sea or the sea of all beings, betrayal of the Church of God was a very rare existence. At least Alka had never heard of any in the home sea. The main reason was that in this place where gods did exist, the price of betraying gods, Alka really couldn't think of what kind of benefits were worth it. Moreover, people who join the Church of Faith to some extent, when they are in a high position, their faith is even stronger. At least their behavior and ideas about how to deal with things are consistent with the Church's doctrines. It is really too rare for them to become apostates under such circumstances. After hearing Alka's words, Simon did not fluctuate too much. As if he was listening to an ordinary question, he nodded and answered. Yes, there are many apostates in the Holy Machine Church. According to the research of some scholars, it is probably because the Holy Machine Church's philosophy is too open. This has led to many believers and priests always being unable to resist developing towards some taboo areas when they are researching. The wise men want them to be curious about the unknown, but also to be respectful, but as they study, they are only curious and have lost their respect. The slightly more normal ones will still believe in the wise men, but will no longer follow the doctrines. They have a unique, understanding of the doctrines. The more extreme ones will think that the wise men's ideas are too pedantic, and even think that the wise men are evil gods, and create a new sect with their own ideas. And these apostates are the main force heading to the infinite sea. They will try every means to sneak out when the gate opens, because it is too tempting for them. In fact, the infinite sea is also very tempting for people like us. Is it still possible to study this kind of thing? This is indeed quite open. Alka silently complained in his heart. Hearing Simon's words, Julia frowned beside him, and then asked curiously, then for your church, this should be a good thing, right? After all, these apostates are the source of chaos, and staying in the sea will affect the local order. It is better to let them all leave, and go to a chaotic area like the infinite sea. After all, out of sight, out of mind. A very reasonable guess. Simon nodded and said, "It should be so. But the problem is that most of these apostates, who are strong enough to establish a church, hold important positions in the church. They are powerful and control treasures. If they only control some ordinary treasures, it would be fine. If the apostate team with such treasures wants to leave for the boundless sea, the church will generally acquiesce. The problem is that people in high positions, many wise men, control treasures that are relatively important to the church, or even holy vessels. So for these apostates, who control important treasures for the church, we usually chase them madly to recover the treasures." As he said this, he raised his right hand, replacing his right arm with a hand of precision and that special index finger. For example, this index finger, holy enlightenment, is a very important treasure. Looking at the treasure in his hand, it was called holy enlightenment. It was not appropriate at all. He had asked before that it was this treasure that caused the strange phenomenon on the island. It was an effect caused by amplifying the targeting. This thing was called holy enlightenment. It was replaced with a mechanical organ. So where is it sacred? However, Alka had some strange thoughts about what Simon said, and asked, "What is an important treasure?" Simon still answered this question straightforwardly. "It is a treasure that helps the church to educate, such as making it easier for people to learn forging, making it easier for people to learn carving, etc., and can enlighten wisdom, speed up learning. These things related to wisdom creation and learning can be regarded as important treasures for the church. Simply put, they are treasures that are closely related to the development of the Holy Machine Church, its educational philosophy, and its fighting methods. For example, precision hands can help people learn to cast objects quickly and strengthen fine crafting. Divine enlightenment can directly strengthen the creation of structures. They can all be regarded as typical examples. That is to say, for the Holy Machine Church, as long as the treasure does not belong to this type, it does not matter, and is not so important. Right? Alka thought for a while and asked. Simon nodded. "That's what I know." Hearing this, Alka rubbed his chin and thought, "What's wrong? Did you think of something?" Xiaodidi asked beside him. Alka nodded. "I thought of the Church of Our Lady. Because the Church of Our Lady's attitude towards treasure seems to be the same. Such as the bloody flag, which is an inappropriate treasure. They are very generous. Basically, they give it as long as they can. For example, Mirror, it would be fine if he was willing to exchange it, but when Alka got this treasure, there were only a few quotas on it. It gave people a feeling that this treasure was neglected. For a large church like the Church of Our Lady, it was somewhat wrong. He had chatted with the Archbishop before. The ship carried 2 treasures at that time, actually hoping that Alka, who was performing the touching ceremony at that time, would choose the wheat ear headband, because that equipment was the equipment used by internal personnel during enlightenment. Alka is a natural member of the inner circle. The magic power in Jason's body, who touched the treasure, is also closer to the holy light, and closer to the power range of the Virgin Mary. According to Alka's understanding in the Home Sea, as long as it is a treasure related to the Virgin Mary's teachings, you can basically not see it from the outside, and it is all in the hands of the relevant personnel of the church. Burp! A burp sounded from the side. Everyone turned their heads to look, and it turned out to be Poirot, who had eaten and drunk enough. He looked at everyone and asked curiously, "You have been chatting here for so long. Aren't you hungry?" Hearing this, everyone ate silently. They chatted and forgot what they were doing. The second day, when Simon suggested that he wanted to go to the island to take a look, Alka brought Jason and Poirot to the island. He probably guessed what Simon wanted to do. When Simon saw the ruins of the steel ship that had been broken and twisted in the middle, he just stood there. The 3 stood behind him and did not disturb him. After a long while, Simon managed to calm himself down, turned around and said to the others, "Please wait for me." Everyone nodded. Jason said, "If you need any help, you are welcome." "Thank you." Simon nodded and thanked him. Then everyone saw Simon walk into the ruins of the ship, and watched him pack up the bones one by one, and take them out, and put them outside. Alka saw that the orange sacks containing the corpses were marked with everyone's name. "He can recognize his former teammates by looking at the corpses?" Jason said in surprise. "Shouldn't we help him?" Poirot asked, folding his arms, looking at Simon, who was carrying the corpses alone. Alka shook his head. "Let him be alone, he wants that too." Just as Alka said, Simon really thought so. He wanted to be the only person still alive on his ship, to send off the corpses left on the ship for the last time. He was busy from morning till noon, and finally packed up the corpses and put them outside. Then, under the leadership of Alka and others, they went to various places where the corpses were. Because there were too many corpses, Alka did not deal with all the corpses, causing some corpses to completely rot over time. Simon simply distinguished each corpse, and packed up the corpses of his teammates together. Until the end, he put a pile of black ashes into the bag. Ashes was the zombie with 6 spirals that Alka fought yesterday, and Simon's former captain. It is said that the captain's strength was 9 spirals, and the body of the undead plus the parts of the structure still could not restore his strength. After all these were done, he put the bones together on the deck of the ship. Then he reached into a metal box at his waist and various structural parts appeared. These parts were placed around the abandoned steel ship. He raised his right hand with the hand of precision and the treasure like a finger, and touched the ruins of the steel ship. Through the strange transmission of magic and the special ripples, it seemed to affect the structures installed on the ruins of the ship. These unknown structures began to change the entire steel ship. In Alka's view, the surface of the entire ship began to boil, then melted, and turned into liquid metal. It began to wrap upwards, wrapping the bodies on the deck in the metal iron balls. After only 10 minutes, a round solid iron ball appeared at the place where the ship had stopped before. "It's amazing," Jason couldn't help but say as he watched this scene. Alka nodded. He could roughly tell that the casting master's melt spell seemed to be used. However, Alka himself thought it was impossible to melt such a large steel ship into an iron ball. It was a bit exaggerated. Was it his own ability, or the enhancement of the treasure? On the solid iron ball, rows of names appeared, densely arranged on it. These are the names of the corpses, and the names of the crew members, whose corpses could not be found, were all engraved on the iron ball. Then everyone saw that he seemed to take out something like a stick. He inserted them one by one into the iron ball. He raised his right hand and lightly tapped. These iron bars underwent different changes, and then suddenly drilled into the ground. The small piece left on it was connected together by the lines of magic. In an instant, violent dust was raised. The iron ball sank directly into the ground, and a huge pit appeared on the ground, which was just big enough to bury the iron ball. The dust did not spread outward, but fluttered upward to a certain height, and then fell down. When everyone could see the situation clearly, a pile of earth had already appeared. Then, they saw Simon draw a triangle on his chest, which was similar to a prayer gesture. He prayed softly in a language they could not understand. "Originally, I said, bring you two to help him collect his body. But the 3 of us just stood here for a long time," Alka couldn't help but say. After a while, Simon also finished praying and walked back. "Okay, it's over. We can go back." Everyone nodded. The 4 of them returned in silence, returning to the sound of dawn. Since Simon's final farewell was done, Alka came to the deck and waved. "Set sail." As the voice fell, a bright song came. The sails slid down, and the ship gradually sailed away from the island. Simon stood at the stern, looking at the island getting farther and farther away, holding a gray-black metal plate in his hand. Alka came to his side. "Iron Melody, right?" Simon nodded, then raised the metal plate in his hand, and pointed the treasure index finger of the hand of precision at the metal plate. The magic power was integrated into it. The metal plate began to melt and boil, and then quickly took shape. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. And 2 minutes later, the metal plate had turned into a proportionally reduced ship. This ship was so familiar. Alka had seen it in his dream before, and after thinking about it, the canvas cloth appeared in Alka's hand. Handed it to Simon in front of him. A sailboat without canvas is incomplete. Hearing this, Simon smiled and nodded. Cut the canvas neatly, and put it on the mast of the sailboat model. On the side of the steel sailboat model, unknown words appeared. Steel Melody. This is exactly the scaled-down model of the ship Simon once rode. This will become Simon's memory. The afterglow of dusk sprinkled on the sea, and the dim sunlight shone on the island that was getting farther and farther away, until that island completely turned into a black dot, no longer visible. The breeze blew the sail of the sound of dawn. The ever-moving ocean current pushed the ship, sailing towards the unknown front. Chapter 215 Sun Armguard. It was almost noon. Jason yawned and walked out of his room. Since he usually kept watch, he went to bed late, and was usually the last one to get up in the whole team. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Jason walked slowly down the stairs. Suddenly, his legs were tripped, something tripped him, and he immediately rolled down in a ball and landed on the deck below. Jason lay on the deck with his eyes dazed. What happened? What tripped me? Just then, there was a silver bell-like laughter next to me. Jason immediately stood up and looked over. He saw the silver-haired heir sitting on the edge of the second floor, laughing loudly. He was waving a thin silver thread in his hand. That was what tripped him. Damn it, it's you again, you're getting more and more naughty now. Looking at Air, who was laughing loudly, Jason said helplessly and angrily. Recently, Air's spirituality has become stronger and stronger, but correspondingly, she has also become more and more naughty. She had even started to play pranks, to get the pleasure of teasing others. Air, who was laughing, suddenly flew up, turned her head and saw Xia Daidi, who was frowning and staring at her. Seeing Xia Daidi, who was a little angry, Air immediately lowered her head, and her laughter stopped abruptly. You are doing bad things again, Xia Daidi said angrily. Then he was a little helpless, and lifted her up, and put her on his shoulders. I don't know who you look like, who did you learn from? Xia Daidi said helplessly. Julia, who happened to be passing by the side of the deck, heard this, raised her head to look at her, turned her head silently, and left silently. Jason, who was sitting on the deck, wanted to say something, but closed his mouth silently. Just now, he thought of Jamie, and some of the things Jamie had told him about Xia Daidi's childhood. He couldn't help but be more convinced of the theory that Alka had come up with recently. The current heir is indeed the same as when Xia Daidi was a child. But he dared not say this now, because Heir has recently shown violent genes. Who knows if Xia Daidi still has such things hidden? If he said it out loud and Xia Daidi got angry, it would be hard to bear the punch. At this time, Ling, wearing a body-shaping maid outfit, suddenly emerged from the shadows in the corner. Heir, the master is calling you. Hearing this, Heir nodded, the silver hair stretched out, tied to the cable and swung down. Xia Daidi looked at Ling, who disappeared in the shadows in the corner, and couldn't help saying, her actions are becoming more and more mysterious. Jason on the opposite side nodded in agreement. Since these dolls are not real people, although they have the conductivity of magic, they do not have real souls, which makes it difficult for them to use spells. Therefore, Alka engraved special spells on each of their dolls to enhance them. At Zero's request, a full set of assassin spells were engraved on her body. Thinking of this, Xia Daidi suddenly asked, is Yi's transformation completed? Jason shook his head. I don't know. It should be soon. Wasn't it engraved last night? And now Simon is helping. Since Simon came to the ship, there has been a new regular in the manufacturing hall of the Voice of Dawn. And because Simon was grateful to everyone for saving him, and also thanked them for helping to free the team members who had been on his ship, Simon wrote down all the spells he knew and put them in the library, in addition to some spells that are usually used, and some very popular spells. There are more than 20 spells that they have never seen before. During this period, everyone on the ship has been learning these spells that have never been seen before. Of course, not all of them, but some of the ones they like, which are more suitable for their combat system. Simon knew almost all of these spells. The only problem was whether he was proficient in them. With him by their side, they didn't need much assistance from spell materials. The two people who were chatting came to the small flower bed in the middle of the open deck. Standing by the flower bed were 4 puppets on the ship. 3 members of the Puppet Knights, all learning from Lucilia. After a long period of practice, Lucilia had basically come up with a set of fighting methods suitable for puppets. And through this fighting method, she equipped the 3 puppets with different weapons. Of course, these weapons all come from the cooperation between Alka and Simon. He has been strengthened. Xia Daidi looked at Yi, who was studying behind Lucilia, and couldn't help but take a closer look. At this time, Yi's bow and arrow used to shoot short needles had disappeared, and was replaced by a spear that was taller than her. The entire spear was made of a whole piece of transparent crystal, and the material should come from the treasures obtained before. The spear gave Xia Daidi a familiar feeling. Then she thought, where did this feeling come from? It seemed to be a ring of light. Now she suddenly remembered what Alka asked her for help a few days ago, asking her to help carve a spell of focusing light into a transparent crystal. It would be best if it could be strengthened with the help of the ring of light. It seemed that the crystal was used to make this weapon. Then this weapon must have the ability to attack from far and near. It should be able to shoot out scorching rays during the day by gathering light. As for whether she has other abilities, She didn't know. At this time, the two saw Alka and Simon coming out from the lower deck. They seemed to be talking about something. As the two came up, they saw Xiao and Jason not far away, and waved to them. When the two passed by, Alka looked at Xiao and asked, "What kind of weapon do you want?" "Ah?" Xiao was a little confused by this sudden question. "There are still some materials left on the ship. I want to make a weapon suitable for you." "Now there is no suitable weapon," Alka repeated. Xiao nodded. She really didn't have a suitable weapon now. Although she used her hands and legs to attack, there was an amplifier on her legs that could strengthen her leg attacks. But that thing couldn't be used as a normal weapon. In the battle, she mainly targeted different enemies, tying different bandages, and engraved some targeted spells on the bandages. But this could only bring some slight amplification effects, which could only be said to be better than nothing. Xiao thought about it. She couldn't think of it for a while, so she had to answer, "It can strengthen my attack, and it doesn't affect my fighting." Hearing this, Alka thought about it, and nodded. "No problem, I'll design it, and talk to you in detail later." Then Alka turned to look at Jason. Looking at Jason's expectant eyes, he turned his head back silently. "What about me? What about me? Didn't you ask me to come here too?" Jason asked hurriedly. "Ah? I mainly asked Xiao and you came here by yourself." Alka spread his hands and said helplessly. The meaning was obvious. He didn't mean to make a weapon for you. TSK. Jason shook his hands and walked away with a look of disdain. "I see you seem to be good at using firearms. I have some experience in this area." Looking at Jason Simon, who was leaving, he said with a smile. After hearing this, Jason immediately trotted over and put his hand on Simon's shoulder, pulling him towards the manufacturing hall below. "Really? Actually, I want to modify these on me." Looking at the two people walking away, Alka shook his head helplessly. After the two left, Xiao looked at Alka and said in his ear, "Don't forget Juanlu." Alka patted his head and remembered this matter. "I knew you forgot about it," Xiao said helplessly. "Uh-huh. Thank you," Alka laughed and said. Then he ran quickly towards the restaurant. On the forward route, the concentration of magic here became higher and higher as he went forward. This also led to Juanlu, who originally needed 2 or 3 months to be promoted to the third helix, to successfully advance the night before yesterday. In addition to the spells brought by Simon, Juanlu has begun to construct his own offensive system. And Alka was also going to prepare some suitable spell equipment for him after he finished constructing it. After entering, he saw Juanlu studying something on the dining table, which seemed to be some recipes. Seeing that Juanlu seemed to come in to find him, he looked puzzled. Alka sat next to him and asked, "Have you built your own spell system?" Juanlu nodded. "Almost. I just need to study and master these spells more deeply." "Have you thought about what kind of equipment you want?" Hearing this, Juanlu thought about it, and the batting stick appeared in his hand. "I like this weapon very much. It can be used at both long and short distances. How about modifying it?" Alka looked at the bat in his hand and nodded. Then he thought for a while and said, "Do you want to bring a shield?" "Shield? Well, okay." Juanlu thought for a while and nodded. Then added, "Just an arm shield that can be worn on the arm. Not too big." Hearing this, Alka smiled. "Then you can just go to the treasury and get it. Last time we got a nice small round shield, which should meet your requirements." "Okay." Then Alka came to her room and quickly began to draw the blueprint. According to Xiao current attack method, she designed equipment suitable for her. When sailing some time ago, Alka had a simple training with her on the ship, and he roughly knew her current fighting style. Now that Simon was on the ship, Alka's design could be bolder. After that, he took the drawings to Xiao. After all, it was a weapon customized for Xiao. So of course, he had to let her take a look and ask for more of her opinions. After chatting for a while, according to the drawings, some details were modified, and the plan was finalized. He began to cast with Simon in the manufacturing hall. It must be said that Simon, an orthodox mechanic, who came from the Sea of Confusion, knows more than Alka, who changed his career halfway. During the time of working with him, Alka kept learning from Simon. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a person from the Holy Machine Church, who believes in the wise, and has a very high teaching method. Alka's entire learning process was unusually smooth. He could even clearly feel that his forging skills were rapidly improving. and various theoretical knowledge was constantly being filled, and also learned more techniques for constructing structures. The only problem is that Simon doesn't seem to have much experience in the methods of the engraver, or even much talent. A few days later, standing at the bow, Xiaodaidi, who was holding some instruments and calculating something, suddenly felt his shoulders lighten. He waved his hand backwards. A light rope condensed from a beam of light flew out, tied an object, and dragged it back. "Ah, let me go quickly," the tied-up air said in the sky while struggling. "Want to go out and do bad things again?" Xiaodaidi asked without raising his head. "No. I just want to train." "Yes. Train." Air waved his fist, thought for a while, and argued. Xiaodaidi still didn't raise his head, still calculating something. She had already labeled Air like her childhood self. Didn't she know what she was like when she was a child? So she knew clearly what Air wanted to do every day. After a while, he said, "Really? Then I will be done in a while. I will go with you and train you in person." "Ah? Okay." Finally, Air agreed dejectedly and sat on Xiaodaidi's shoulder. Julia, who was watching the two people's conversation, covered her mouth and chuckled. Seemingly, she had some inspiration and hummed softly. She kept changing the tone of her humming and began to match some suitable lyrics. Hearing this voice, Air, who was originally depressed, was distracted for a moment, swinging his legs and looking at Julia. After a while, Xiaodaidi finished his work and raised his head. At this time, Julia stopped humming and asked, "Have you calculated it?" Xiaodaidi nodded. "It will take about 2 days to sail to the last sea area. Then there is not much time left." "Yes. We should start preparing." Footsteps came from behind. The two looked back, and Alka came over with something in his hand. Seeing Alka coming over, Air smiled, and stood up and prepared to jump over. But in the air, Xiaodaidi grabbed the clothes on the back of his neck and pulled him back. Alka smiled, handed the things in his hand to Xiaodaidi and said, "Try it." Compared with the previous drawings, the finished product has made some more appropriate changes. See if it is suitable, and whether there are any places that need to be modified. On his hands were 2 arm guards with fingerless gloves, and 2 leg guards. The armor on the front of the arm guard and leg guard is silver, with a long strip of transparent crystal about 2 centimeters wide in the middle. In addition, the pattern on the armor is in the shape of the sun, emitting light outward. There is also a row of crystals on the fingerless gloves, but the crystals are wrapped in transparent things. Xiaodaidi put the equipment on herself, and the arm guard automatically buckled on her hand without the need for a rope to tie it. I heard Alka introduce it next to me. The arm guard and leg guard are extremely strong and flexible, and they also have good magic conductivity, and are engraved with spells that speed up attack speed and impact. Do you see the horizontal crystal strip on it? There is a special structure inside that can store sunlight. Even in a place without sunlight, you can control the sunlight inside to operate. This function is specially constructed for Xiaodaidi's light ring. If this technology is confirmed to be very useful, it will be made into a crystal stone specially used to store various lights for Xiaodaidi to use. Looking at the arm guards on his hands and the leg guards on his legs, Xiaodaidi smiled, and after waving his fist twice, he said, "Very good. I like it very much. Does the equipment have a name?" "Yes. It's called the Sun Armor." "Nice name." "Okay. Aren't you going to try it? See if it's suitable." "Yeah." Xiaodaidi nodded, and walked to the deck with the 2 in his hand. Alka also found Juanlu, and gave him a bat that was re-enhanced. The ball of the re-enhanced bat has 3 modes, and you can change it according to the situation. The heavy ball mode with increased weight. The ball hit out causes more damage, just like a giant hammer hitting you. The enchantment mode that increases the conductivity of magic power can cause different damages through the spell enchantment you cast on it. Reduce the weight, make it fly faster, and can play the skill mode of refraction and spin ball. How to use this mode depends on your own operation, and it is a bit difficult to control. You better practice more. Then he knocked on the bat in Juanlu's hand and said, "This stick is engraved with a strong strike spell, and the material is unusually strong." After listening to Alka's introduction, Juanlu looked at the brand new bat with a satisfied smile on his face. Holding the stick in both hands, he couldn't help swinging it left and right. "It seems that I have to practice my strength. Otherwise it won't work," Juanlu said. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help laughing and teased, "Isn't it very easy for you to increase your strength?" "Haha. It's not that exaggerated, but I have to eat more recently, Juanlu said with a smile. Because of Juanlu's family problems, he has an extraordinary speed in improving his physical fitness. The physical enhancement brought by the increase in magic power is greater than that of others. And because he can eat quickly, he can recover the lost physical strength. More than half of his pocket rings are filled with various ready-to-eat high-calorie foods. This also makes it easier for him to recover during normal exercise, which improves the effect of training. Chapter 216 Storm Trial. The rumbling thunder rolled in, making everyone on the Dawn Sound frown. At this time, everyone on the ship came to the deck, and at the end of the field of vision was a dark sea that covered the entire field of vision. Rolling dark clouds covered the sky, and blue and purple lightning kept falling. The exaggeration of this storm made everyone frown. Everyone turned their heads to look at Pororo at the bow. It seemed that he felt everyone's gaze. Pororo said, "This is a storm of a higher level, stronger than the storm we encountered before leaving the home sea." This made everyone look even more solemn. At this time, they had passed through the bright sea and reached the last sea area commanded by the sea god, the forward route outside the South Storm Sea. And ahead was the storm interception zone that they would encounter every time they arrived at a sea area. And this time, the storm ahead was stronger than all they had encountered before, even stronger than the strong storm caused by the cracks in the home sea. "It seems that this time it won't be so easy," Arca said. Then he turned around and said to everyone, "Get ready, tie yourself up." One rope after another dropped from above, and tied around everyone's waist. As the ship accelerated, the storm ahead was getting closer and closer, and the lightning that fell almost like raindrops made everyone's face drip with sweat. The wind that had never been felt before blew from the front, and intertwined with a wind that kept pushing forward to form a vortex. Before they even got into the storm, they were quickly dragged in by the spiral wind from the outside. The familiar song came again. This time, Julia revealed her true form, and her fishtail carried a large spiral of water, allowing her to float on the deck. The song this time was more magical, firmly stabilizing everyone, allowing them to survive the storm with a stable posture. With the drag, they really entered the storm. Several lightning bolts fell at the same time, hitting the shield of the Voice of Dawn. The entire shield was waving wildly, and even had several cracks. In this state, the shield can't hold off many attacks. It won't work this way. The shield will be broken in a few attacks, and the lightning will surely destroy the Sound of Dawn, Julia said loudly, looking at the crazy lightning. But Alka knew it, and then shouted loudly, "Jason, go to the treasury quickly, charge more energy stones, and delay it as long as possible to block such lightning. The shield on the ship obviously cannot rely on the spell array that automatically absorbs magic power. We must use extra energy to quickly recharge." Hearing Alka's words, Jason nodded, but the violent wind made it difficult for him to move. The Voice of Dawn controlled the ropes that tied him, and threw him into the cabin. However, the entire shield was already covered with cracks, and was about to break. "No, it's too late," Xia Daidi shouted loudly. At this time, Juanlu shouted, "Can we dive into the water? Isn't the ghost ship capable of diving?" At this time, the Voice of Dawn was constantly surging up and down along the undulating sea water, and was even ejected into the air. In addition to lightning, the tsunami was also hitting the side of the ship from the back. Coupled with a chaotic sea current, the Dawn Sound was swaying from side to side. At this time, their situation could really be called precarious. "No, don't dive into the water," Poro suddenly turned around and said loudly. At this time, his body was already covered with lines like water flow, and he kept blocking the sea water that hit them from the side. Otherwise, they would most likely be hit by the waves and sink into the water. There are more undercurrents under the sea, and they flow deeper. Once you dive into the sea and get caught in it, you will never float up again. Although it has become a ghost ship and can dive into the water, it is placed in a relatively peaceful sea area. After all, once the Dawn Sound sinks into the water, its mobility will be greatly weakened, and it will no longer be as free to move as on the sea. As Pororo's voice fell, the shield above his head shattered. At the moment of the shattering, a bolt of lightning smashed through the gap and directly hit a big hole in the deck. The mirror had already appeared on Alka's face at this moment. As the shield shattered, countless mirrors began to combine and overlap and float above the head, being used as a temporary shield, blocking the lightning strike. 2 more lightning bolts struck. But this time, with the blocking of the mirror, they only broke a large piece of the mirror, but the attack did not fall on the ship after all. The broken mirror fragments dissipated in the air. A large amount of pink mist poured out from Alka's feet and hit the bottom of the mirror, seemingly being reinforced. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and a thick lightning bolt fell from above their heads. The violent sound of the lightning and the exaggerated flash caused them to be unable to hear and see clearly. The lightning instantly split all the mirrors above Alka's head and the pink mist at the bottom. Even Alka himself was knocked down by the impact of the lightning, flying in the air, and being pulled down by the cable controlled by the sound of dawn. At this time, Alka's hair was slightly curled, and there was a faint smoke. The power of nature is not so easy to be blocked by human power. At this time, the shield finally rose again. But the shield that had just been raised had not lasted for a few seconds before it was shattered by the incoming lightning. If the power of lightning cannot break the shield in one go, then the energy will continue to be supplied. Once it is broken, the time it takes to recondense the shield is enough for the next lightning to break the entire ship into powder. At this time, the seawater around the ship was boiling unnaturally, and even temporarily suppressed the surging waves around. The strange scene made everyone a little exhausted. What happened again? However, Jason, who had just come up, did not get any answer. The lightning continued to strike down. 2 big holes appeared on the deck again. This time, Alka's body did not change, but he stood in the same place. Alka's real body had sunk into the dream. Only the last resort can be used. He was looking at the huge crystal floating in the center of his dream bubble, and the scattered light spots in the crystal were dancing like fireflies. It's time. A mirror appeared on Alka's face while he was standing in the dream world. Then he stretched out his hand and waved it. A huge round mirror appeared next to the crystal and floated slowly. At the same time, the substitute in the outside world also condensed a round mirror. Alka in the dream controlled the energy in the crystal to float out slowly and floated towards the mirror. The people outside also found that the mirror was flickering. Points of light floated out, and then one by one, small spherical light points flew out. These light points gathered together at the moment they flew out and turned into something. This was something made of iron. 3 in total emerged, following the strange structure and floating around the ship under the control of the stand-in, arranged in a triangular array, and gathered together with their tops. Simon, help me fix it. Hearing this, Simon raised his brass structure arm, and the treasure on his right index finger glowed slightly. He threw 3 pieces of metal out. These pieces of metal deformed in the air, and then stuck to the 3 metal rods, making the 3 rods firmly fixed around the hull. Lightning fell again. But this time the lightning did not strike them directly, but turned a corner in the air, and all struck the top. The lightning could be seen passing on the 3 iron pillars, and then poured into the sea. Alka, the substitute, looked at everyone and said, "Find a way to speed up. We can't hold on for long." The speed of the ship increased. But they had just entered this stormy sea area not long ago, and it was obviously not possible to leave the sea area in a short time. As the boiling sea water emerged from the dark clouds, a black cloud column emerged. With lightning and thunder, it rushed straight towards them. But this time the target was not the ship, but Poro standing at the bow. At this time, Poro stood at the bow. His eyes glowed scarlet, and his hands were raised in claws. The water tattoo on his body was flowing wildly, and emitting a bright blue light. "This is the final test. The ocean is your witness," he roared, and the water on his body began to swirl, and the spiral black mist hit him directly. The dawn sound was traveling rapidly in the stormy sea, and all the lightning and thunder around stopped in an instant. "What's going on? What happened to Pororo?" Alka asked Pororo at the bow, and the spiral cloud connected to the dark cloud in the sky still wrapped Pororo. Boom! An even more intense and exaggerated sound sounded, and a lightning bolt like a beam of light fell straight down. It penetrated the entire cloud column and directly hit Poro inside. "What's going on? Why did you run there?" Looking at this scene, Alka roared with eyes wide open. The triangle formed by the 3 lightning rods was actually useless. As this lightning column fell, the dark clouds that engulfed Poro also completely dissipated. At this time, Poro showed his figure, and his body was covered with lines that looked like he was struck by lightning. He was screaming in pain. Then he opened his hands, and the lightning rods that were originally fixed on both sides fell on his hands. "Go full speed ahead. Don't worry about me. This is my final test," he roared after saying that. The lightning in the sky fell again, but this time, all the lightning that fell around the sound of dawn gathered towards Poro. And the boiling sea water calmed down again, but this time it was a surging sea wave, and no longer troubled the sound of dawn, all gathered at the bow, and madly hit Poro. If you look in this direction from a very far distance, you can see the thick dark clouds that originally covered the entire sea area, which are now slowly rotating in a spiral shape. What is that? Lucilia, who was on the deck, asked, pointing to the side of the hull. Everyone turned their heads to look. A strange color appeared there, and then it was as if the sea and space were torn apart. Crazy purple lightning gathered there. A huge space hole was torn open, and even the water flows on both sides were separated to the two sides. All the thunder and lightning keep falling in that direction, where Alka and the others are. Both the tsunami and the wind, and the thunder and lightning are slightly weakening. The storm is slightly weakening. The power of the space opening seems to interfere with the intensity of the storm. That's not. At this time, everyone recognized it. This is exactly the kind of passage they passed through when they left the home sea before. And this time, they watched the passage being torn apart from the outside, as they got further and further away from the passage. Finally, they saw several huge ships breaking through the waves and arriving at the stormy sea. They witnessed at this moment the opening of the gate to the South Storm Sea. They really encountered everything. As they drove quickly, the crack in the space completely disappeared from their field of vision. And at this moment, lightning still flowed into Poro's body from time to time along the lightning rod. The lightning patterns all over Poro's body were constantly flashing, emitting purple lightning. The water was still clinging to his body. Although everyone was worried, they could only stabilize their bodies at this moment, blocking the huge tsunamis that kept hitting them. Other than that, they could do nothing. Chief, what's wrong? A strange race with a human body, a snake tail, and 4 arms, looked at the person in front of him and asked. And the person in front of him was of the same race as him, but he looked older and more stable. Hearing this, the old man of the unknown race called the chief turned his head. A new group of people is coming, the patriarch said, standing in place, looking at the spiraling dark clouds at the limit of his vision. Why are the dark clouds in that sea spiraling? This has never happened before. So you are too young. That is the storm trial. At this time and in this place? The tone of the young man was full of confusion. Maybe it was a helpless move. Maybe it was to face the challenge head-on. The place where the two were talking at this time was the top of a mountain standing on the sea. After sailing for most of the day, Alka and his crew finally passed through the stormy sea. As the storm and thunder and lightning disappeared behind them, Poro, holding 2 lightning rods in his hands, fell from the bow. The 2 iron rods in his hands were completely stuck to his hands, and his body was covered with burnt marks. His whole body was unrecognizable. Everyone just wanted to help him, but it was difficult to reach him. There was a strong repulsive force that prevented them from getting close. They could only watch helplessly. Regardless of their physical fatigue, they all gathered around, looking at the injuries on Pororo's body, and frowned. Several ribbons flew over and wrapped around Pororo's body. As Julia sang, light green spots quickly flowed into Pororo's body along the ribbons. However, this effect only healed the cracked parts of his body, and it was of no benefit to the burns that had already been inflicted on his body. Pororo still fell on the deck, and his life seemed extremely critical. Alka stretched out his hands and touched his hands, the lightning rods that were completely stuck together. After clicking, the 2 lightning rods dissipated into golden spots of light and disappeared into the air. And Pororo's hands were completely skinless, only flesh and blood remained, and there were still many burnt marks on the flesh and blood. Even at this time, there was a flash of lightning on his body from time to time. As for the other injuries, I can't do anything. What is his condition now? Is his life in danger? Alka asked hurriedly beside him. As long as there is no danger to life, these injuries can be treated. Julia nodded. Although his condition is very bad at the moment, his physique is very strong. At least his life is not in danger for the time being. She could feel the life force in her body was surging abnormally, and her soul was still intact. But this was only the limit that Julia could feel. That's good. Alka nodded and said, if it really doesn't work, they still have the last trick, which is the effect of the spell that once put Simon into a stagnant state. As a member of the ship, Simon also knew this spell, but he just didn't use it very well. But during this period, Jason and Julia both learned this spell. This was the last insurance measure. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then carefully carried him into the infirmary with everyone else. At this moment, an alarm sounded in the observation room. Hearing this sound, Alka immediately gave everyone a look. asking them to speed up. He quickly entered the state of the dream god of death and came to the edge of the ship. The situation was critical. If there was danger, Alka would only use his best ability. A voice came to his ears. Underwater on the right side of the bow. Hearing this voice, Alka's figure immediately disappeared and came to the bow. Then he looked down. I saw a little girl with tiny scales on her face looking at the ship in front of her curiously. Seeing Alka's appearance, she widened her eyes, and a little fear appeared in her pupils, and she couldn't help but retreat to the back. The hood on her head disappeared, revealing Alka's head with a mirror. Who are you? Why are you here? Alka asked cautiously. The person in front of him looked like an intelligent race. Seeing that Alka seemed to be able to communicate, she said, ####. Another incomprehensible language. This time Alka really couldn't understand it. He had never heard of such a language. Lucilia came to his side at this time, also communicating with the unknown race below in a language he couldn't understand. After a while of communication, Lucilia turned to Alka and said, she was called here. There are people on the ship who need help. This is the will of the ocean. Hearing this, Alka first thought of Pororo. And only Pororo met this requirement at this time. But the problem is that this is too coincidental. They just left the stormy sea. Pororo was just in danger. And immediately ran into someone who could help Pororo. No matter. Time is urgent. Now is not the time to think about these. Tell her to let her come up. But greet her first. Don't make any dangerous moves. Otherwise she will pay a heavy price. The first priority now is to treat Pororo. And everything else can be put aside. Chapter 217 Human Body with Snake Tail. According to Lucilia's message, the girl below nodded in agreement and then, at Lucilia's signal, she was asked to come up. The girl jumped out of the sea and landed steadily on the deck. When she showed her figure, the two people who were watching her were stunned. Because this was a race they had never seen before. This was a girl with a human body and snake tail, and a pair of arms under her armpits. The skin on her body was light blue, and there were fins on her back and elbows. The girl also had light and delicate colored scales on both sides of her cheeks. The ears were long and pointed, more pointed than Lucilia's ears, and even had some structure similar to fish fins. Her upper body was wearing a simple dress made of shells, and there were shells and pearls hanging around her neck. Compared to normal humans, this girl's race was obviously more like some marine race, more like fishmen or mermaids. The two of them came back to their senses slightly, and couldn't help looking at each other. Both of them were amazed. The girl was a little puzzled by the surprise of the two. Because time was urgent, Alka suppressed the surprise and curiosity in her eyes completely. Following some questions from Lucilia, she nodded politely to the two, then tilted her head and looked directly at the place leading to the deck below. She pointed there. Alka had already left the state of the dream god of death, but she still had a mirror on her face, and there was a faint pink mist around her feet, but it did not spread outward. Although Alka agreed to let this strange girl of a strange race come to his ship to rescue Pororo, because Pororo was in a critical situation. This did not mean that Alka would relax. Instead, he would be more vigilant. The same was true for Lucilia next to him. At this time, Jason came up from the stairs leading down, as if he wanted to see the situation of Alka and the others. However, as soon as he came up, he saw the girl with a human body and a snake tail. His eyes showed obvious shock, and he immediately raised his left hand, looking at the gloves with the halo. Alka waved his hand quickly. Don't get excited. She has no ill intentions at this moment. After hearing this, Jason lowered his left hand cautiously, but the halo still surrounded the gloves, ready to fire at any time. At the same time, he pulled out the pistol on his thigh. Tell her, we will take her there, but she must not make any dangerous moves. Lucilia turned her head and relayed Alka's words. The girl looked unusually calm and nodded, which did not mean anything. She could understand the people in front of her being wary of her. After all, she was a stranger. From their appearance, it seemed that they had never seen a race similar to her. Hearing this, Jason remained alert and walked down slowly. Although he did not understand the current situation, Alka walked behind the girl of the strange race and followed her down. They soon arrived at the infirmary. The people at the door of the infirmary and inside heard the footsteps and turned their heads to look at the girl of the strange race. The first thing they thought of was to draw their weapons. Everyone on the boat was somewhat tense at this time. However, when Jason in front and Alka in the back waved at them, everyone put down their weapons slightly and became alert. The girl also quickened her pace, walked into the infirmary quickly, ignored everyone's presence, and came directly to Pororo's side. Fortunately, she was smart, and did not get too close to Pororo, but carefully observed Pororo from a distance. Everyone gathered around. If the girl did something wrong, they could stop her immediately. The girl looked at Pororo's condition for a while, and said something. Hearing what the girl said, Alka turned his head, and looked at Lucilia on his shoulder. Lucilia relayed. She said that Pororo's condition is okay now, and it is not as difficult to treat as imagined. She said she is going to treat him, and asked us not to be too nervous. At this time, everyone turned to look at Alka, waiting for him to make a decision. Alka looked at Poro on the boat. Although Poro was not in danger of death at this time, his condition was definitely very bad. If he was not treated, he would probably have irreparable sequelae, and they had no means to treat Poro. In the end, when danger arose, they could only freeze his condition. The pink mist under his feet began to spread, and circled around the snake body of the girl. Once the girl did something dangerous, these pink mists could drag her into a dream in an instant. After doing all this, Alka nodded. Lucilia expressed it. Hearing this, the girl stretched out her hands, and her arms fell naturally. There was no magical fluctuation in her hands, except for a faint light flashing on her fingertips. Following the light, she gently touched Poro's carbonized skin. The light spot quickly merged into Poro's body. Then her hands danced above her body, and the strange light kept changing colors and poured into Poro's body. Beads of sweat began to appear on the girl's forehead, and she began to frown. It seemed that the treatment was not as easy as she said. Not long after, she exhaled heavily. A slight cracking sound was heard. The charred skin on Pororo's body began to fall off like Wall's skin. The new body inside was exposed. Alka was sure that when they checked the inside just now, there was indeed severely injured flesh under the skin. How could a layer of skin grow again so quickly? After confirming the skin below, the girl began to use the slightly sharp nails on her slender fingers to gently pick it. Pieces of skin fell off one after another. The girl showed an obvious smile and a comfortable expression on her face. Under the charred skin fragments, the gray shark skin that Poro once had was revealed. As all the skin fragments were stripped away, the appearance of Poro's skin at this time was also revealed in front of everyone. It was no longer the same as before, but had changed. There were lightning-like lines on the skin, spreading from the back to the skin on both sides. This seems to be the sequelae of Pororo's experience of the lightning trial. What was the unknown girl saying at this time? After she finished speaking, Lucilia translated. She said that Pororo successfully passed the final trial and obtained the power of the storm. Even without her treatment, in the next period of time, Pororo will be able to slowly grow new skin until it returns to its prime. And she just accelerated this process, so that Pororo does not need to endure this painful process. Hearing this, Alka nodded, and then said, "Thank her for us, thank her for extending a helping hand, although we don't know why she did this, but if there is anything we need help with, please feel free to tell us, and if you need anything, please tell us. By the way, apologize for our bad attitude just now." Lucilia nodded, repeated Alka's words exactly, and then bowed to apologize. The girl waved her hands a little panicked, saying something panically, and Lucilia was also communicating with her. After a while, Pororo, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight. This violent movement seemed to pull out some wounds that were still on his body, making some painful expressions appear on his face, but it disappeared quickly. Then Poro raised his hands, looking at the lightning patterns all over his arms. A smile appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha, I finally passed all the trials." Then he looked at the dust on his body, and some black lumps that fell off beside him, and picked them up and smelled them. "What is this? Don't you guys clean the infirmary? It's disgusting." Poro, who had almost never been to the infirmary, said with some disgust. Hearing this, the people who were originally worried about the people around them, their heads were throbbing. Before they could speak, Pororo turned around, and was startled by the strange girl next to him. He instantly fell to the ground next to him, and became alert. "Okay, Pororo, you have to thank her. She saved you," Alka said beside him. "Saved me?" Pororo pointed at himself in confusion, then looked at himself, and did not find any scars or signs of treatment. "What's wrong with me?" Alka looked at him helplessly and said, "You accepted the so-called final test in that storm, and were baptized by thunder and lightning. Your whole body was burned by lightning, and you were seriously injured." "Really?" Pororo asked in confusion. He actually did not hold on to the end. Before leaving the storm circle, he had lost consciousness, but his body was still holding on. After saying that, Alka pointed to the black crusts on the ground and said, "These are your skin that was completely burnt before." "So this is my skin?" he said casually, not caring at all. Then he turned his head to look at the strange girl of an unknown race, bowed and said, "Thank you. Thank you for healing me." Although the girl didn't know what Pororo was talking about, but judging from his appearance, he should be thanking her, and waved his hand quickly. "What is she saying? I don't understand." Pororo tilted his head slightly and said, "Don't worry, I don't understand either." Then the girl said something to Lucilia, and swam out of the door of the infirmary. Lucilia hurriedly chased after her, and everyone followed immediately. The girl with a snake tail came to the deck, said something to Lucilia, and then waved to everyone, and jumped into the sea and disappeared. "Hey! Why did she leave? We haven't thanked her yet?" Jason said from behind. For the kindness of the girl who treated Pororo, verbal thanks were not really thanks at all. They were still thinking how to give the girl some compensation. At least let her stay for a meal and get to know her. It's so hard to find a doctor. It would be great if we could keep her on the ship. Looking at the girl leaving, Xia Daidi said beside her. Alka remembered this after hearing this. She said she had to go back. Otherwise her people would be worried. Lucilia said beside her. "Tribe members?" Alka asked in confusion. At this moment, he finally calmed down, emptied his mind, and began to think about what happened in just 1 or 2 hours. She has tribe members, which means she lives here. There are other intelligent life forms here. Living? Alka said in disbelief. This is the forward channel. The water flows forever, and it is so desolate that even islands are hard to see. In such a situation, it is somewhat strange to have an intelligent race alive. Thinking of this, Alka asked himself again, I see that the girl's body structure just now should be an aquatic race like Pororo. Maybe for them, the eternal flow of water is not a difficult problem to solve, and the shortage of food and the scarcity of islands may not be a problem for them. Now think about it. The so-called forward channel is indeed just unfriendly to them, the land creatures. There is almost no problem for Pororo. It can often be seen that Pororo leaves the ship and swims in these seas, and can catch 1 or 2 big fish from time to add to the meal for everyone. Don't forget, when we just passed through the Storm Sea, we happened to see people from the South Storm Sea passing through the gate. Xia Daidi reminded him. I suspect that the intensity of the storm may be related to this situation. Alka said beside him. When we left the home sea, the storm was just when the gate was opened, and the intensity was very high. When we were in the Sea of All Beings, the intensity of the storm decreased. But we don't know the exact time when they opened the gate last time. It should have been several years now. When we were in the Minghua Sea, the storm was extremely weak, and we can determine that the last time the gate was opened was about 10 years ago. This time the storm was the strongest, and we happened to encounter it on the eve of the gate opening. Everyone nodded when they heard this. In this way, the intensity of the storm is indeed related to the time when the gate is opened. The time and intensity of the gate opening should be a circle, a cycle. The storm is strongest on the eve of the opening and when it is opened, and it gradually weakens as time goes by. Forget it. Don't think about it, Alka said. After all, they have experienced this last stormy sea area, and their next goal will be to completely pass through the forward channel and truly enter the boundless sea. He turned his head and looked at Pororo, who was doing nothing beside him. Pororo, tell me about yourself. You risked your life to meet the last test. What did you gain? After all, when the girl first came to their ship, she said that she sensed that Pororo needed help, and it was the sea that guided her. In such a situation, Alka would not believe that Pororo did not gain any benefits. He almost lost his life. If he did not deserve any benefits, Alka would really feel sorry for him. Hearing this, Pororo smiled, showing his sharp white teeth. He raised his strong hands and showed everyone the lightning patterns on his hands and back. These are the powers I have gained. I am no longer a warrior of the sea, but a champion of the storm. He came to the deck and raised his hands. Blue lightning flashed in his eyes, and lightning struck from the sky one after another, falling into the seawater nearby. The lightning patterns on Pororo's body also lit up with purple light, and purple lightning was entwined on it. I have mastered lightning, and will also master the power of storms. This is the gift of the sea. Seeing Pororo's changes, everyone couldn't help but smile. and felt happy for him sincerely. This is what he deserves. Julia looked at Poro and thought of what he had done before, and couldn't help asking, the will of the sea is the sea god, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't have encountered the last storm trial just because I arrived at the South Storm Sea where the sea god is. Hearing Julia's words, Poro nodded, yes. The will of the sea is the sea god. And he just cast his eyes on me. Hearing this, Simon, a devout believer of the Holy Machine Church, cast an envious look. Jason, who was standing next to him, watched this scene and patted his shoulder with a smile. Why do you envy him? Have you ever thought that the reason you survived is because the gods are watching you and blessing you? He tapped his metal arm. Think about this. Is it also a gift from the gods? Hearing this, Simon smiled. That's true. But at this time, Jason turned his head to look at Poro and walked around him. So, we were all watched by a god just now. You can say that. I hope the sea god's watch can bring me good luck, so that I won't be too unlucky the next time I go fishing. Jason looked sincere, staring at the sky, closing his eyes and praying. Hearing this, Alka helplessly supported his forehead. You are only this much. Everyone is tired. Let's have a good rest, Alka said, and then looked at Juanlu and nodded. Juanlu smiled and said to everyone, it seems that I have to prepare a big meal for everyone. Then he trotted into the restaurant. Jason leaned on the side of the boat with both hands, looking forward. We are already on the last section of the forward channel. Right? Yes. Finally. We are leaving this desolate channel, Jason said, as if he was relieved. This place is really too desolate. Hearing this, Alka said quietly, when the time comes, we will enter the real boundless sea, and the road will just begin. The people standing around, listening to Alka's words, were silent, looking at the sea ahead. Chapter 218 Sea Beasts and Fishing Boats. In the dream world. At night, Alka woke up in his dream bubble. As his eyes opened, he turned his head and looked at the huge crystal floating in his world. In the transparent crystal, the dream energy that had been stored for a long time before was only a little bit left. Looking at this little bit of energy floating in it, Alka couldn't help but sigh. I can imagine that it would cost a lot to use dream energy to flow into reality in dreams and construct physical things, but I didn't expect it to cost so much. Alka simply constructed 3 metal lightning rods with lightning properties, but he didn't expect that these 3 rods would almost consume all the dream energy he had stored for several months. This is the result he got by using the mirror to reduce the consumption from dream to reality. If he directly breaks the barrier between the two with force, it will cost more. And perhaps the energy injected into the outside will only be enough to build 2 lightning rods. It seems that if you want to understand how to spend the least energy to get the most results, you can only see with your own eyes the moment when the barrier between the dream world and reality is broken. Alka knows the world of dreams, and there are many such cases, but they happen sporadically all over the world. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. After all, the reason why I only have so much energy is that there are too few creatures in the dreamland within the scope of the forward route, and it is too desolate here. It takes several days to encounter a target that can be hunted. Controlling his body, floating out bubbles. When Alka came to the outside world, looking at the surrounding scene, he was a little surprised. Because there were many small bubbles around, these bubbles were aqua blue and abnormally transparent. From the outside, you can clearly see the seawater inside, which means that these are dream bubbles of marine creatures. But it was the first time that Alka saw so many bubbles floating around in the forward channel. It seemed that this place was no longer as desolate as before. Looking at these bubbles, Alka turned his head. Only then did he realize that in addition to his own dream bubble, all the dream bubbles of his teammates around him had various light and shadow creatures outside, attacking the bubbles. Although there were many creatures, there were still some that Alka had seen before, or similar things, so he simply cleared them out. Alka began to explore the dream world around him out of curiosity. Indeed, he could see that it was a little more lively. There were many dream bubbles floating around, big and small, but all transparent. They were all dreams of wild animals, nothing special. The appearance of these bubbles also meant that there were many creatures in the outside world. But why did such a change occur in this last section? Is it because the sea area next to it belongs to the sea god? Not to mention that it can be confirmed that there are intelligent races living in the forward route. After a round without finding anything special, Alka came to the periphery of his dream bubble. A mirror appeared on his face, and the dream catcher floated out from his chest. The power of the two began to interact, changing the surroundings. This was a test of Arca's power, and some verification of his own ideas. These were the main things that Arca had been doing in his dreams during this period. He wanted to study how to separate a part of the dream bubble, and how to build a defense for the bubble, so that it would not be disturbed by the creatures in the dream while sleeping. This matter has troubled him for a long time. It is impossible for him to sink into the dream every time the members on his ship rest. And the creatures in the dream cannot be so weak every time, and will not affect their dreams. And once they really encounter a fatal enough impact, it will be too late. Even if it is not fatal, it is unacceptable to cause too much damage. It is okay to prepare for a rainy day. And the time in the dream is enough. The body outside also needs to rest in this way. But it was obvious that Alka had gained nothing. It was not until the early morning that Alka returned to his dream, and fell asleep in the dream to quickly recover his mental fatigue. When he woke up in the morning, Alka simply washed up and came to the restaurant. The table in the restaurant had already been set with breakfast. After a while, Xiaodaidi also walked in from outside. Good morning. Good morning. After greeting, Xiaodaidi sat opposite Alka and ate breakfast. How long will it take for us to completely cross the forward route? Alka asked while eating. Alka didn't know much about this. Usually Xiaodaidi would pay attention to it. Hearing Alka's question, Xiaodaidi chewed the food in his mouth, pointed at the table and said, I don't know. After coming here, the water flow in the forward route has become faster and faster, and the intervals between strong waves have become more frequent. I can't calculate how long it will take. But at this speed, if we keep sailing, it won't take more than 10 days. Hearing this, Alka nodded. He could feel the boat speeding up. Then more people came to the restaurant. After breakfast, Alka left the restaurant. As soon as he came outside, he saw a cable floating down, and then patted him. What's wrong? Alka asked curiously. A melodious song came softly. After hearing it, Alka understood what it wanted to express, and nodded. So it's already this time, and you did get hurt yesterday. Then he turned his head and looked into the restaurant. Seeing Pororo and Jason still eating, Alka said, Don't dawdle, it's time for maintenance today. The sound of dawn is already urging us. It's already this time? Jason said, eating the food in his hand quickly. Pororo threw all the food around him into his mouth, stood up, clapped his hands, and walked towards Alka. Jason followed closely behind, still holding the unfinished food in his hand. After watching the two people's actions, and hearing what Alka just said, Simon also followed curiously. If you don't mind, let me help too. How about it? I'm curious about the structure of this ship. And the holes that were repaired yesterday also need to be checked more. To be honest, I haven't seen any other ghost ships. Simon walked up and said, Other ghost ships? Have you seen other ones before? Pororo asked casually. After hearing this question, Jason laughed at the side and said, You are stupid. Didn't the captain of the ship he once took have treasures? That steel ship is of course a ghost ship. Simon smiled and nodded to Jason's words. Just as Jason said, Alka nodded to Simon's request. After all, it was just routine maintenance, and it would not involve the core areas, but only oiling and inspecting the deck, sails, masts and other areas of the ship. And the damaged parts caused by lightning yesterday were also repaired by Simon and him. After a day, he checked whether there were any problems with yesterday's repairs. Fortunately, these patches will not make the ship ugly. After all, this is a beautiful girl. Moreover, this is a ghost ship. A ship with life. And these patches will be integrated with the ship like flesh and blood, and be perfectly repaired. Simon told him this knowledge when he was repairing it yesterday. After picking up the tools, everyone started to maintain the boat separately. Simon followed Alka. The place to maintain the boat should be on the shore, but it was too difficult in the sea area like the forward channel. After sailing such a long distance, Alka and his friends only encountered 2 islands in total. And it was because Alka discovered the dream of terrestrial creatures in his dream. If it were not for this reason, they might have drifted all the way on the sea from beginning to end without seeing a single island. So they could only make do with it. The sails were lowered, and the ship moved along the current. Except for a slight slowdown, there was no change. Carefully check the sails, mainly the degree of corrosion of the material, and whether there are any damaged parts of the spells that need to be repaired. The spells are arranged very neatly and distributed very perfectly. Simon looked at the distribution of the spells on the sails and couldn't help but say in amazement, Do you know how to build a ship? Alka asked without raising his head while checking. I learned it during my time at church. And I participated in it a few times. But I was only an assistant. Hearing this, Alka nodded. The maintenance work was not difficult. It didn't take them long to complete it. At this time, a ding-ding sound came from the observation room. This meant that there was something going on around. Xiaodidi's voice came from above. Behind us. Is there something? Hearing this, everyone came to the stern. After a while, an object was moving quickly on the sea. But it was not directly behind them, but diagonally behind them, and at a distance. Even if it was getting closer and closer to them, it would pass by them, and had no intention of getting closer to them. As the speed of the object increased, everyone finally saw its full appearance. Fish? Jason looked at the object with a telescope and couldn't help making a strange sound. It was something like a sea fish. But the fish was huge. About 90 to 100 meters. The whole thing was light blue. If it wasn't swimming too fast, it would be hard to spot it from a distance. No. It's a boat. Alka had turned into a crocodile frog. He looked at the fish-like creature with a pair of huge eyes and said, "Boat?" Julia's voice was a little surprised. And she looked at Alka. "But it's a huge fish-like sea beast. Isn't it?" Julia could clearly feel that the huge sea beast was alive. Not a fish-like boat. Whether it was a living creature, she could still clearly feel it. During their conversation, the huge sea fish had already approached their side, and then moved forward quickly from a distance of about 500 or 600 meters. It did not stop at all, and the distance between it and Alka and the others was kept outside the safe range. At this time, everyone also clearly saw the patterns that looked like words engraved on the fish's body. And there was a flag on its back. There were obviously some strange man-made facilities built on the fish's body, and people were coming and going on it. It felt like they treated the fish as a horse, put a saddle on it, and put rooms on the saddle one after another. They used the fish to replace the boat. At the same time, they also saw that the people on it were also wary of them. They used a huge fish sea beast as a vehicle to drive? Pororo looked at this scene, thought for a while and said. Alka nodded, and his mind returned to normal. Maybe it's what you said. How interesting. How did they do it? Lucilia said with shining eyes. Driving a fish, racing on the sea, the more I think about it, the more interesting it is. And looking at the man-made facilities hanging on it, it is just a room, and there are simple suspension bridges connecting them. They even saw weapons on it. Xiaodidi also slid down from it. As soon as he came down, he asked everyone, "Did you see it?" Those people were on the fish. They even built something like a house on it. Everyone nodded, indicating that they saw it clearly. So, is this a feature of the South Storm Sea? Alka couldn't help asking. After all, the South Storm is still the sea of the sea god, and when they passed through that storm yesterday, they also confirmed that the gate was open. The appearance of such a ship at this time, it is very likely that they are people coming out of the storm sea. Hearing Alka's words, Simon said beside him, but they didn't approach. If they just came out and saw a strange ship, it is impossible for them not to come up to say hello or understand the situation. Hearing this, Alka asked himself if it was him, he would not slide by directly like just now, without stopping at all. That's right. Forget it, don't think about it, we're leaving here soon, we'll know when the time comes. Everyone nodded, that's right. At least no one else expressed any hostility. And this approach really made them very curious. They were still talking about the fish that just passed by them. At this time, on the body of the huge sea fish that just left, in a room surrounding the fish head, a woman with a tattoo and wearing a cooler outfit said, "Did you see whose ship we just passed?" One of the people standing next to him shook his head and said, "I don't know. I have never seen such a sign. I don't know whose it is." They were obviously talking about Alka and his group. They didn't come out with us. When we were waiting at the gate, I am sure I didn't see that ship. Nor did I see that flag. And I never got any information about the ship at that time. An unknown fishman said. At this time, the human male sitting behind the table spoke. "Are you sure? Are you sure that the ship doesn't exist?" "Of course, I'm very sure that I didn't remember it wrong, and I didn't see it wrong." The fishman nodded and said, very confident in his words. "He is responsible for intelligence-related matters here, and he will never make mistakes on this matter." "Really?" The man sitting behind the table repeated, and then the room fell into silence. He was thinking. And he was obviously the leader here. At this time, the door was pushed open, and another person walked in. "What are you doing? Why is it so quiet?" At this time, The leader asked. Did you see the boat we just passed by? The man who just came in shook his head when he heard this. No. I was just checking the health of the big blue fish. But I heard the crew members discussing this outside. So there was a boat passing by us just now? Yes. A member next to him nodded and said. Interesting. The man who just came and leaned against the wall said with an amused expression. We are riding on the sea with the big blue fish. How could there be a ship that is faster than us? Look at you, you haven't seen that ship. Right? The fisherman who just spoke nodded. Yes, I have never seen that ship. Hearing this answer, the man nodded. It is a ship that I have never seen, but it happened to be running ahead of us, which means it did not come out of our sea area with us. Right? Everyone nodded, and they all had the same idea. What else is there to guess? Either they are people living outside, or they are people from other seas. The man spread his hands and said, Of course. He obviously thought that they were people from other seas. Everyone present knew that the only intelligent race living outside was the gatekeeper Naga. Are there really other seas? The person next to him asked solemnly. Although in their sea, there have always been rumors about the outside world. For them, the existence of the infinite sea is not a secret. But the specific information related to the infinite sea is a secret. Because this is a road of no return. This has led to a lot of rumors. When they really went to understand, they found that most of them were rumors. And there was very little real information. And there are other seas. And other gods are also part of the rumors. Obviously, the church knows the outside world best. But they are not members of the church. Why don't you believe me? The man turned around and asked. Then chuckled and said, Didn't I say that? You don't know as much about the outside world as I do. The people in this room are all the confidants of this team. Everyone knows the situation of the man in front of him. When he was a child, he picked up a sailing diary of the outside world on an abandoned ship. Through the records in the diary, he learned a lot of information about the outside world. And as they really prepared to go to the outside world, many of his records were confirmed. I once saw in the diary that the map of the world is semicircular, like a crescent moon. The intersection to the endless sea is just ahead. We will arrive in a few days, so we must be the people living at the bottom. The diary said that it took him more than 3 months to reach the endless sea. At this time, the sound of knocking on the table was heard, and everyone turned to look. The leader sitting behind the table said, Okay, there is nothing to worry about. In a few days, we will reach the gate to the endless sea. Once we leave the endless sea, we will know everything. As he finished speaking, everyone shut up. Now, let's discuss other things. This was just a small episode. He was just curious about the identity of the ship just now. So he asked these questions. Since we have confirmed that they are from other seas, there is nothing to worry about. The huge blue sea fish is swimming in the seawater, and the upper half of the fish body is floating on the sea surface. And on this half of the body, there is a huge thing like a horse saddle. There are rooms hanging around and on the back of this saddle-like object, and a simple road built on it. The members of this team, walking back and forth on this simple suspension bridge, they live on the back of the fish. This is all about this ship. Chapter 219 Naga. The current on the forward channel was becoming more and more turbulent. The surging current no longer looked like it was on the sea. It was like a mountain torrent under a waterfall. The surrounding waves kept hitting each other and flowing forward quickly. On the sea, the sound of dawn kept sliding left and right, and was occasionally swung in the air by the waves, and then fell. Such an exaggerated way of moving also made the people on the ship feel uncomfortable. This was a test of the sturdiness of the ship. We are almost there. Hold on. Everyone. Alka, who was tied with a rope around his waist, said loudly. They have been sailing on this turbulent current for most of the day. It has been like this since before dawn. Why is the current getting faster and faster? Jason couldn't help but ask loudly. Didn't I just tell you? The two sides of the channel are getting narrower and narrower. The seawater flowing over has to squeeze and hit each other, which has caused the current in this place to be like this. Sia Daidi said loudly beside him. Then he spoke and continued, This means that we are getting closer and closer to the gate. Look ahead. Look ahead. Lucilia was tied with ropes and hung in the air, and said loudly. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw an exaggerated scene in front of them. They saw the edge of the world. In the sky at the end of the field of vision, 2 vertical space sections like walls fell down. They didn't know how to describe such a section. The color on the section was extremely colorful, but it seemed transparent and colorless. It was clearly there, but it seemed unclear. As the sun shone, it began to reflect some light. I didn't know how to describe it. It was the first time they saw such a scene. But the image that it was a cut surface of space immediately emerged in their minds. It was the boundary of the world. As they were getting faster and faster, the boundaries on both sides, which were originally far away, became narrower and narrower. And the sea water below became more rapid, and the surrounding waves kept hitting. The sea water that hit the deck kept falling like raindrops. The so-called raindrops were the size of fists, and some were even as big as heads. They hit their heads and bodies, and felt painful. Fortunately, the sound of dawn was strong enough. Otherwise the waves and the turbulent sea water would have smashed it to pieces. And this, perhaps, was the last obstacle for all those who wanted to go to the boundless sea. And their attention could not help but shift to both sides, because the border of that world was so close to them. It cut the entire sky in half from top to bottom. They couldn't see what was behind the border, because they looked through the border and saw that the blue sky was still behind. But it changed with the color. It all seemed like an illusion. The borders on both sides were sandwiched together, forcing the large amount of seawater in the originally wide channel to flow into this narrow channel. With the border on both sides of them, they seemed to see the starry sky from the border. This was the visual experience brought by the change of the border. Two starry skies with a blue sky in the middle. A strange scene was imprinted in front of their eyes. They might never forget such a scene in their lives, and it would be firmly imprinted in their hearts. "What is it?" Julia suddenly said with her eyes wide open. Everyone immediately looked around with vigilance. But there was nothing. The violent wind blew again. This time, the wind was mixed with a lot of magic power, which was so strong that they could see it clearly. These magic powers dyed the gusts with a blue-green hue, giving them the color of the elements. These gusts blew past them, causing small wounds on their skin, and drops of blood slid down. Fortunately, although there was an injection of magic power, the wind blades in the gusts were still too small. They could only cut some of their skin. Such injuries were harmless. "The concentration of magic power in these gusts is too high," Julia said loudly. As the gusts blew, a huge amount of magic power blew like a gust of wind. Before, it was a gust of wind mixed with magic, and now it was magic mixed with gust of wind. The concentration of magic even squeezed out the oxygen in the air, making their breathing become rapid. The rooms on the ship automatically lit up due to the huge amount of magic, as if someone was inputting it and activating it. Similarly, this gust of magic came and went quickly, and after only a dozen seconds, it completely blew through their bodies. Just this simple blowing through them, everyone could clearly feel that the spirals in their bodies had slightly increased in magic. What a terrifying concentration of magic power. I never thought that one day I would be blown into the sky by magic power like the wind. Alka fell from the sky and said steadily on the deck. "There are elemental creatures," Julia said loudly. She finally knew what the strange creature she had just felt beside her was. As her voice fell, the raindrops falling from the sky turned into elements, like water streams. She pulled out 2 water stream whips and attacked them. However, before they could make a move, Julia, holding the ice crystal sword, swung out 2 huge cold sword auras. Instantly, several water elements on the boat were frozen into ice cubes, which were then smashed into pieces by the crowd. "There are many elemental lives in the sea water around here." Xia Dai pointed to the sea thrust around. Everyone looked over and saw that the lives formed by various water currents in the sea water were wandering around, and then merged into the sea water and disappeared. The reason why they were boiling at this time seemed to be because of the magic wind just now. Elemental creatures naturally feed on magic. This is their feast. Every time the seawater slams and surges, their figures can be revealed. They appear densely everywhere, and the one that just landed on their boat was just hit by the waves and flew high in the sky, falling just like raindrops. The concentration of magic here is too high, causing the seawater here to be full of magic, and it is naturally very easy to breed these elemental lives. Julia looked at the situation on the sea and explained to everyone. Alka looked at these elemental creatures. He really wanted to sleep and sink into dreams right now, to see if these elemental creatures really had dreams. However, the current situation did not allow him to do so. Although he could exchange with himself in the dream, he would not be able to leave his dream, and naturally, he would not be able to see the situation outside. It was a bit of a pity. As they drove quickly, the boundaries on both sides that were originally at the horizon became narrower and narrower, until they saw 2 towering mountain pillars suddenly appearing in front of them. These two towering mountain pillars, like giant spikes with pointed tops, were extremely steep, like the door frame of a gate. And for some reason, the surrounding sea water also inexplicably calmed down, no longer as turbulent as before, but the speed remained the same. So that is the door to the outside world? Xiao Daidi asked, looking at the mountain that was like a door frame. It can be clearly seen that all the water flows converged in the middle of the mountain, which forced the boat to sail there. As the ship stabilized, the ropes tied to them were untied and flew back. Everyone moved freely on the deck. There seems to be someone on that mountain, Jason said, looking at the mountain with a telescope in his hand. The sudden appearance of the mountain attracted all their attention. They must have just passed through some illusion barrier that blocked the view of the mountain. So they were so close to the mountain as soon as they saw it, due to the extremely fast current. After only a dozen seconds, they could slightly see the existence on the mountain. There was indeed a figure-like object moving on it. Suddenly, the dawn sound seemed to break suddenly and stopped on the sea. The dawn sound, which was traveling at high speed, suddenly stopped, and the inertia caused them to roll violently on the ground. What's going on? Why did the boat stop? Xiao Daidi stood up and walked quickly to the side of the boat and looked down. The sea below was unusually calm, and the originally fast currents had all calmed down. He couldn't help but look back. And just behind the dawn sound, he could still see the water flowing non-stop. But it all calmed down here. It was as if something separated the two. By the way, even the power of the ship's rapid travel must have been eliminated. It produced an emergency stop like braking. Everyone came to both sides and saw this situation. At this time, the music sounded. The voice of Dawn asked him if he wanted to move forward. No hurry, let's observe the situation first, Alka said cautiously. At this time, a figure appeared at the bow. He was shouting something at Alka and the others in an unknown language. Alka frowned at the figure. The race of the figure looked so familiar. Wasn't it the same race as the girl who came to the ship and saved Poro before? Lucilia. What is he talking about? Lucilia also listened attentively at this time. And then said, he said that his tribe leader hopes to meet with us, so that we can go through the gate without rushing. Hearing this, Alka frowned. Ask him why. As Alka conveyed, the strange language sounded again. He said the person who saved Pororo was the granddaughter of the clan leader, and he wanted to meet us. Hearing this, Alka frowned, and thought for a moment. Follow him. As Lucilia talked, the boat gradually started to move, following the man with a human body and a snake tail at a slow speed. It slowly approached the steep mountain on the left. On a platform below the mountain, an old man holding a trident was waiting for them. This old man also had a human body and a snake tail with 4 arms. And next to him was the girl who had saved Pororo before. After seeing Alka and the others coming, there was some surprise in her eyes. And then she smiled and waved to them. As a greeting, she didn't seem to expect that the people coming would be Alka and the others. Everyone nodded politely. The old man swam with his snake tail, came to the edge of the platform, looked at Alka and the others on the deck, and said something incomprehensible. He said, "Thank you for coming." Lucilia turned around and replied. Hearing this, the old man was slightly stunned. Then he spoke again. "Thank you for coming, and for wasting a little time to listen to the request of a stranger like me." Hearing the old man speak their language, everyone turned to look at him. He seemed to have learned the same thing just by hearing Lucilia's words. Don't be surprised. Just some small tricks. Alka looked at the old man. The old man gave him the feeling of an ordinary person. Not even a toucher. But obviously this was impossible, since it is impossible to be an ordinary person. But he has shown such characteristics. It is obviously not an existence that I can afford to offend. It seems that I have to be careful and polite. Alka nodded politely and said, "We should thank your granddaughter for saving the crew on my ship. If there is anything we can help, we will try our best." The polite words were said first. Hearing Alka's words, the old man smiled and nodded. "I have been waiting for you here for a long time. My name is Malda White Scale. Our clan is called Naga, and it is also the guardian race of this gate. The reason why I am waiting for you here is because I have a very important matter, and I beg for your help." Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but frown. Although he had expected it, it would definitely not be okay to ask them to come over. But the problem is the degree of familiarity between them, which can be replaced by strangers. After thinking about it, Alka still said, "If we can help." After all, they did owe a favor. As long as the request is not excessive, Alka is happy to repay a favor. Maldo pulled up his granddaughter beside him, and said, "This is my granddaughter, Matlisa Whitescale. I believe you have seen her. I implore you to take her with you. Let her join you. Let her leave here." "What does that mean?" Hearing this, Alka frowned even deeper. Why would he entrust his granddaughter to us for no reason? Alka couldn't understand it at all. After all, it was the first time he met the old man, and the first time he knew of their existence. Except for the time when the girl came on board to treat Poro. They had never had any intersection. Maldo certainly knew how reckless and hasty his request was. He explained, "I know it's a bit hasty, but I have to do it. We were punished by the sea god and exiled here to guard the gate to the endless sea. The sea god is merciful. Every 100 years, there will be a person who can atone for our sins in our tribe. She will go to the endless sea to wash away the mistakes made by our tribe. However, we have been like this for thousands of years. That is to say, in the past 1,000 years, every tribe member who went to the endless sea to forgive his sins failed. Of course, it is also possible that there is no redemption at all. The one who redeems this time is my granddaughter. I hope to entrust her to a trustworthy team. But among the teams that leave the gate, how can we know who is trustworthy? So why did you choose us?" Alka asked curiously beside him. "Since you don't know whether others are trustworthy, why do you conclude that they are trustworthy? After all, there are many teams that go to the infinite sea through the gate, at least one group every 10 years. And there must have been a team that had gone out before them. That was the team that used the sea fish as a vehicle." But Alka had already guessed why. It might be more or less related to Pororo. There are too many connections between the two. In response to Alka's question, Maldo just pointed to a person on the boat. Everyone turned their heads to look. He was pointing at Pororo. "You are the storm champion, right? I saw it a few days ago. I saw the spiral storm. I know someone is taking the championship trial. I think that person is you." Pororo nodded, admitted it very frankly. "Yes, I am the storm champion of the sea." Maldo nodded, looked at Alka and said, "This is why we chose you. Although we were exiled here by the sea god, it was because our ancestors committed an irreparable mistake. We still believe in the sea god for generations. And the storm champion is the most trustworthy existence. And the redeemer can be regarded as the saint of the sea god." At this point, the girl next to him showed lines on her body, and the lines emitted a faint blue light. Looking at the light of the pattern, Pororo stared at her, and the pattern emitting blue light also flashed on her body. Although the patterns on the two bodies were not the same, they were similar in style. Alka was sure that, since the old man knew so much about the storm trial, he could tell that someone had passed it just by looking at the spiral of the storm and the fluctuation of the trial. Then the reason why the girl appeared in front of them so coincidentally before, it must be because the old man did it on purpose. He may have thought that it was impossible to pass the trial intact, and wanted to send his granddaughter to treat Pororo at that time, so as to owe him a favor. This is very easy to guess. And the old man in front of him must know that his intention is too obvious. He is betting that Alka and others, or Pororo, are not scum. Of course, it is a fact that this girl saved Pororo, and Alka and others do owe this girl a big favor. The brief treatment before has already let them know some of the girl's abilities. But this girl is a scarce medical staff on the ship, and they felt sorry when this girl left. It's right in front of their mouths. It's hard to make a decision. Alka turned around and looked at everyone. This is obviously not something he can decide alone. Pororo was the first to express his opinion. "I agree that she can come up. She saved me, and is also a believer of the sea god." Julia thought about it, and nodded in agreement. Everyone also expressed their opinions. "Anyway, we already have believers of the 4 gods on the ship, so adding one more won't hurt. Maybe seeing that we are believers of the 4 gods, they will give us more protection when sailing on the sea in the future," Jason suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone looked at him. How to say it? His thinking is unique. This is a path they have never imagined. Thinking carefully, it is true. The believers of the Virgin Mary include Alka, a natural believer, who has received the revelation of the Virgin Mary. No one would believe that he has not been watched by the Virgin Mary. Siadeti, the former saint in preparation, and Jason, who touched the precious treasure and his magic power turned into holy light. All 3 of them can be said to be members of the Church of the Virgin Mary, and their connection with the Church of the Virgin Mary is very close. The believers of life include Julia, the maintainer of the Order of the Sea. Mermaids are born believers of life. maintaining the order of all life in the world. I actually always thought that Alka would be a believer of the sea. The believer of the wise man is Simon, who was directly given the treasure by God. Well, it should be said that he ate the treasure himself. Anyway, he must have been watched by God. Needless to say, the believers of Poseidon, Pororo, who has become the storm champion. Although they don't know the specific composition of the Poseidon Church, it is obvious that the storm champion, who has passed the trial, will not be a small role. Adding a Poseidon believer, there is nothing wrong. It's better to say that it's too good. On the small boat, there are 4 righteous gods standing behind. Okay, we agree. Chapter 220, Passing the Last Gate. Hearing Alka's agreement, Maldo showed obvious joy on his face, and nodded with a smile. Let me say my final goodbye to my granddaughter. As he said this, he turned his head, and communicated with Matlisa in their unique language. Then Matlisa looked slightly surprised, further frowned and clenched her fist to cheer herself up, and nodded. Maldo stretched out his hand, and a slight light spot followed his fingertips and touched Matlisa's forehead. This light spot contained some knowledge. When Matlisa opened her eyes again, she could already hear the conversation between Alka and the others. Then Maldo took a ring from his hand and gave it to Matlisa. The ring had very obvious features. Alka knew it was a pocket ring. Go, kid. Go and say goodbye. Matlisa nodded, twisted her snake tail, and quickly swam towards the top of the mountain. She should be saying goodbye to her people and friends. After watching Matlisa leave, Mardo turned around and looked at everyone and said, Entering from between these mountains is the road to the boundless sea, but this road is not safe. As a thank you, I will coat your ship with a layer of protective film, bless your ship, and help you pass safely. Hearing this, Alka nodded, if possible, of course. It is naturally a good thing to have more protection. Mardo took out his trident, and the blue magic wrapped around it, and pointed the tip of the trident at the side of the ship in front of him. Alka and Simon took a step forward deliberately to ensure that they could see clearly, to prevent the stranger in front of them from tampering with the protective coating on the ship. Although his granddaughter would also board the ship later. Who knows? As the magic power surged out, it did not stick to the ship, but slowly expanded around, turning into something like a film, covering the entire ship. The aqua blue emblem was printed on the side of the ship, and then disappeared. Looking at this thing, Alka turned his head slightly to look at Pororo, and Pororo nodded. He felt the blessing of the sea god in the emblem. And Maldo did not lie. What do you want to tell us about the endless sea? Alka suddenly asked. Although there is Dreamland, many things in the book are hidden. So Alka wanted to ask if the race that guards the gate to the endless sea is more news. For the unknown sea, no matter how much information is known, it is not too much. The boundless sea, Maldo said, looking up at the sky slightly. That is a completely different sea. The only thing I want to warn you is that you must not look at that sea with your current view of the world. It is a completely different, completely chaotic place. Seeing Maldo like this, Alka couldn't help asking, have you been to that sea? No. Maldo shook his head. This sentence is a piece of advice that all those heading to the infinite sea must know. Alka nodded, and did not ask any more questions. While waiting, everyone turned their eyes to the place they were about to go. The water flow between the two peaks was no different. It just naturally stayed in front. The water flow here was as calm as the surface of a lake. It was as if a dividing line was drawn between the two peaks. And there was a faint mist inside that could not be seen clearly. The mist was so thin, but it seemed to completely block their sight that they wanted to explore inside. At this time, a figure swam down from the top of the mountain quickly. It was Matlisa, who had said goodbye and was ready. After she hugged and said goodbye to her grandfather, and the man who looked like a guard next to her grandfather, she slowly came to Alka's ship. My name is Matlisa. Thank you for taking me to the boundless sea. Compared to you saving our crew, this little thing is not worth mentioning, Alka said with a smile. Then she got to know everyone on the ship, and then stayed quietly on the deck. If you are ready, you can continue to move forward, Maldo said to everyone on the boat. Alka took a deep breath and came to the bow. Looking at the area covered by the light fog, he couldn't help but smile. Turned his head and looked at everyone and asked, how is it? Everyone. Are you ready? Yes. I can't wait. Come on. Move forward. Listening to everyone's words, Alka turned his head and looked ahead again, his eyes becoming more determined. Okay. The sound of dawn. Set sail. As Alka gave the order to move forward, the ship began to sail. The calm sea was divided by the bow, splashing to both sides, slowly sailing towards the faint mist. On the stone platform under the mountain, Maldo and the guards beside him watched them leave. Looking at his granddaughter waving at him on the deck, his eyes were full of reluctance. "Don't worry, Chief. She is the best among us. She will definitely end the punishment we bear." "Ah, I hope so," Maldo murmured to himself. However, the guard next to him also showed a trace of doubt on his face and asked, "But why? Chief, why do you entrust her to this completely unfamiliar team? If the Storm Champion was the leader of this ship, he could still understand. Obviously not. Why give this team such trust?" He didn't understand. There are all kinds of teams, and he has seen so many of them since he was a child. There is nothing special about Alka's team. The only special thing is the Storm Champion, or within their sight, accepting the test. But he still didn't understand. There were too many choices before, and this team was not special enough. "Why?" Maldo said, looking at the trident in his hand. "I made a prophecy. This is the best chance." "Prophecy? Then, Chief," the guard said with some surprise. "Prophecy itself cannot bring clear instructions, but it can make people make the best choice. Using such a technique will bring serious consequences. The chieftain is already very old." Maldo waved his hand. "Okay, this is a necessary sacrifice. No need to care so much." Then he drew a semicircle with his right arm towards his chest. "May the sea god bless them." The guard next to him also blessed. At this time, Alka's ship was very close to the foggy sea, very close, and everyone on the ship had held their breath. They were finally going to their final destination. The stern of the Dawn Sound passed through first, passing into the pale white mist, followed by the mast, and then it was the turn of the people on the ship. When everyone was completely immersed in the mist, they were wrapped in the pale white mist. Except for the environment on the ship, nothing outside could be seen clearly, as if they were passing through some invisible area. The mist surrounded them, surrounded the sea, blocking their vision, looking further away. This strange area made Mathlisa, who left her home for the first time, slightly move closer to Julia beside her. As the fog became thicker, even the scene on the deck became slightly blurry. The fog had spread onto the ship, and made it difficult for them to see even the things that were close to them. This forced her to stick to Julia completely, until she could no longer bear it, and she put her 4 hands around Julia's, hugging her tightly. Julia looked at the new member, who was a little nervous, and smiled and patted her shoulder to reassure her. "Don't be afraid. We will protect you." Mathlisa pursed her lips and nodded. "Yes." The increasingly dense fog made everyone move slightly closer to the center of the deck, and finally gathered around the flower bed in the center of the deck. This way, they could get close enough and understand the situation of their teammates. "The fog is getting thicker and thicker. I don't think we will be able to see the people next to us clearly in the end." Poro stretched out his palm and waved the increasingly dense fog, as if he wanted to disperse the fog. At this time, one silver thread after another flew out and wrapped around everyone's wrists. "Hee. We won't be afraid this way." Air, who was sitting on Xiaodai's shoulder, said with a smile. Everyone looked at the silver threads on their wrists, nodded with a smile, and did not refuse. This is indeed a good idea. However, it was not what they thought. As the ship moved forward, the thick fog did not become thicker again and remained the same. In this way, they kept the visibility very low. There was no light and no wind, and the sails did not move at all, hanging steadily on the mast. The progress of the entire ship depended on the actions of the Dawn Sound. As time passed, the people who were slightly vigilant at first could not help but relax and sat around the flower bed. "How far is it?" Jason leaned back in his chair and couldn't help asking. Alka calculated the time. "We have been in this fog for more than an hour. It is not what I expected." Alka thought they would experience all kinds of exaggerated scenery, or certain dangers, and then reach the boundless sea. Unexpectedly, after crossing the gate, they sailed in this vast sea of white fog for so long without seeing anything. They could only keep moving forward. "We seem to be passing through the membrane of the world." "Maybe," Julia said, a little uncertain. Hearing her words, several people around turned their heads to look at her. Xiaodai asked, "Why do you say that? These fogs and the surrounding environment are not as slightly chaotic as the forward channel. Instead, they are very solid, like a barrier to the world." "Of course, this is just my guess. There is no evidence to prove the authenticity of my guess. But whether it is the map, the records I saw in the church before, or the words that Maldo just said, don't they all show that the infinite sea is an extremely chaotic sea? The rules there must be chaotic. And there is not much order, which is obviously inconsistent with here. This area seems to be intercepting the chaos there. Hearing Julia's words, everyone nodded. Although they didn't understand it very well. Julia had been in the sea of all living beings, fulfilling her duties as a maintainer of the order of the sea. Compared to everyone else, she has a clear sense of the subtle changes in the surrounding magic power, the magic power content, and the changes in the surrounding environment. Even when the surrounding environment changes too drastically, she has to take action to maintain it. So to some extent, she can be regarded as a professional. As for these changes, it is difficult for everyone to feel them. After more than half an hour, the surrounding environment still has not changed at all, and the thick fog still wraps the ship. Seeing this situation, Juanlu stood up and said, "It seems that we can't get out for a while. I'll go make you food." As he said, Juanlu walked into the kitchen. Since breakfast in the morning, they have been in a state of high alert. Eating some delicious food might help relieve the tension, and fill their stomachs, and replenish their strength. The silver thread still connected him, until the silver bell for dinner rang. The environment around them remained unchanged. After everyone had a good meal, they waited on the deck again. How long will it take? I hope they don't come to us suddenly. At least let us be prepared. Jason leaned back in his chair and said boredly. Not long after he finished speaking, the entire ship began to shake violently. Everyone stood up immediately. The breeze began to blow, and the sails that had been calm began to swell with the breeze. The speed of the ship instantly increased by 1 level. However, the speed was getting faster and faster, and they could feel that the direction of the ship was beginning to change, and the thick fog around them was slowly fading. The sound of a dripping song came from the bow, which was the sound of Dawn, and wanted to tell something. Alka listened, turned around and said to everyone, "Be careful. Hold on tight. There is a big whirlpool ahead." Hearing this, everyone immediately grabbed the objects around them, and one rope after another flew over to tie them up and secure their bodies to prevent them from flying out. Madlisa was new here, and it was obvious that she was not used to it. But Julia next to her was giving her simple instructions and explanations. The ship also began to move quickly to the left, and the speed was getting faster and faster. It was not until the fog completely disappeared that everyone realized what was happening around them. They were at the edge of a huge whirlpool. They could see the center of the whirlpool in the distance from where they were. It was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. They could only see the surrounding seawater flowing into it. The huge pulling force brought by the whirlpool made it impossible for their ship to move at all. They could only be pulled away passively. Damn it. What should we do now? Jason asked in a panic. Alka looked at the whirlpool, and then looked at the film wrapped around the ship. Perhaps that is the way to the boundless sea. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at him. Ah, see this film? Isn't it the protection that Matlisa's grandfather provided for us? Looking at this film, everyone could only hold their breath and stabilize their bodies. At this time, Siadaiti looked at the sea, and suddenly stood still. The first person to notice her abnormality was Air, who was sitting on her shoulders, and kept pushing her head. Siadaiti, what's wrong with you? Hey, wake up! Hearing Air's somewhat anxious voice, everyone around looked over, only to see Siadaiti staring blankly at the sea. She opened her mouth. Mom? Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. However, everyone followed her line of sight, and the sea was still filled with that crazy whirlpool, and nothing appeared. Julia and Madlisa, who had just uploaded, immediately wanted to start checking Siadaiti's current condition. However, the same changes as Siadaiti were reported from Pororo. He also stared blankly at the sea. Cousin? Why are you here? His cousin was the dead Sankaka. However, this time, when Jason, Alka, and Lucilia looked over, they really saw the figure of the swordfish man Sankaka on the sea. He was moving quickly on the sea, jumping into the air from time to time. Smiling at them, Alka rubbed his eyes. But when he opened his eyes again, he saw more than just Sankaka. His parents in this body, Hammer, who had received him, and had a good relationship with him when he first boarded the Sea Fist, Matt, the cook, and Lapoka, who had the least communication with him. All these people appeared on the sea, looking at him. These were the people he had known and died after he came to this world. Why did they appear here? Where did the hallucination come from? Alka turned his head and looked at everyone. Only then did he realize that everyone on the ship had fallen into the same state as Xiaodai, staring blankly at the swirling sea, mouth slightly open, mumbling something to himself. It's over. This is obviously some kind of large-scale illusion. But Alka didn't know what caused it. Seeing this, Alka immediately controlled the dream catcher on his chest to float out. A large amount of pink mist quickly spread out, completely wrapped around everyone, and forcibly dragged them into a dream. Everyone immediately closed their eyes and fell asleep, their bodies limp, and were tied tightly by ropes. Dawn voiced, "Quick! Shake them!" Hearing Alka's words, the ropes that tied everyone shook quickly. Then everyone woke up immediately, opened their eyes, and looked around vigilantly. Seeing their eyes clear again, Alka finally breathed a sigh of relief. This method works. Everyone realized at this time that they seemed to have just fallen into some kind of illusion. Okay. Now is not the time to think about this. Hold on tight. We are going to fall in. Alka's words rang out loudly. During the time of sinking into the illusion, the ship was about to be completely pulled into the whirlpool. Everyone looked sideways, and found that they were about to fall into the dark abyss with the spiral. Ah! Screams came one after another, and then disappeared completely. The sound of dawn disappeared in the center of the whirlpool.